When the doctor has a plug chapter 613 to chapter 689. In one sentence, everyone at the scene was stunned. Divorce? Wenba was going to divorce Xianxia. When the elder brother heard this, he couldn't help but scold. His conscience has been fed to the dogs. Look, this is the son you taught. Mom, I'll say it right now. If your son can find a better girl than Xianxia, I. The man was furious. At this moment, the woman said, Brother, who are you siding with now? The man's expression changed. He patted his chest and said loudly, I'm siding with my conscience. I was wondering why my dad became like this today. It turns out that he was angered by that bastard. As she spoke, she picked up the phone and dialed, Zhang Wenba, I'm telling you, I don't have a brother like you in the future. You've angered your dad to death. Why aren't you coming back? Are you even human? Your wife has suffered so much. She can't even afford to buy new clothes for the past few years. She has been managing this family for so many years. Now that you have the ability, you want a divorce? Are you AF** king beast? Okay. You're awesome. Don't call me brother in the future. I don't have a brother like you. At this moment, Chen Song called Qinyu and asked her to come to the emergency room immediately. After entering, she saw the chaotic emergency room and the crying child. Chen Song asked her to bring Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to the on-call room. When the old lady heard this, she immediately refused. This is my grandson. What are you doing? At this moment, Xianxia walked out. Mom, don't worry. I agree to the divorce. I won't affect your son's meteoric rise. I'll hire a lawyer to settle the assets in 2 days. Xianxia's face was full of tears. Her eyes were red from crying. She had too many fantasies about happiness. She had waited for a long, long time, but in the end, it was just someone else's fantasy. In the past, her father-in-law was a good person. He was very considerate to Xianxia. The child was also obedient. Xianxia wanted to work hard and put in more effort. Who didn't have a hard time? It was over, that's good. However, what he didn't want to break down wasn't the hurdle in the outside world, but the wall at home. Thinking of this, Xianxia gave up. Now, her father-in-law would definitely not wake up. It would be difficult for him to wake up. This family, there was nothing to linger on. When Big Brother saw this, he hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, calm down, I'll talk to you about Wenbo. As the Big Brother, he knew what to do. Xianxia smiled, Big Brother, I appreciate your kindness. I, Xianxia, am not a woman that no one wants. Besides, I have lived without a man for 5 or 6 years. It's not like I don't have the ability to do it. Indeed, Xianxia was very capable. After that, she said to Qinyu, Little Qin, help me look after the child. I'll explain the patient's condition. Qinyu quickly nodded. She used to tease Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. After everyone left, Xianxia looked at the people gathered around and smiled, Xiao Chen, help me take care of the other patients. I'll talk to the family members. Chen Song nodded. To be honest, Xianxia suddenly felt relaxed at this time. Was she sad? Was she sad? Her conscience was fed to the dogs. She was distressed. What a pity, but if she escaped from that family, Xianxia felt that everything would become insignificant. What tricky mother-in-law, what difficult sister-in-law, get out of here. She, Xianxia, had never relied on anyone to get to where she was today. Xianxia seemed to become an independent female doctor in an instant. She said to them, follow me to the office. I'll explain the patient's condition. The old lady and the girl looked at each other, then looked at their eldest son and went into the office. Xianxia said to the old lady and the other 2 people, now the patient is suspected to have cerebral hemorrhage, but we can't go for a checkup. His heart stopped just now. He was just rescued and his condition is still unstable. All in all, the patient's condition is very dangerous. Now, if he doesn't go to the ICU, he will definitely die. If he goes to the ICU, there is only a chance of survival, but no one is sure how big this chance is. We still have to wait and see. But the neurosurgeon's suggestion is to do a checkup as soon as possible to improve it. But, the worst possibility is that he will die on the way to the hospital. The cost of the ICU is very high. You should all know this. Make your own decision now. The eldest son nodded and said, "Sister-in-law, send him to the ICU. We are all family. We all know that we can earn money if we lose it, but if he dies, he will really die. I'll figure out the cost. Don't worry. Also, you don't have to pay a penny this time." Xianxia shook her head and said, "My father-in-law is good to me. I still have to pay for what I should. Big brother, you also have to support your family. It's not easy. I'm not divorced yet. This is also my public duty." Hearing Xianxia's words, the man sighed and said, "Sister-in-law, my family has let you down." Xianxia shook her head and smiled. "It's okay. It's fate." "That's right, some things are ultimately fate. If it's yours, it will be yours. If it's not yours, it can't be forced." The old lady did not say a word. The patient was also sent to the ICU that day. The next night, Xianxia's husband, Zhang Wenba, came. He was a middle-aged man who looked very arrogant. After he came, he bypassed the doctor on duty and wanted to talk to the director to understand his father's condition. Li Baoshan did not give him a good look and directly said that he did not have time. In the past 2 days, the news about Xianxia had spread. Everyone in the hospital did not give him a good look. This made Zhang Wenba angry. He was a postdoc in the USA, however, he was rejected by the emergency department of the small second provincial hospital. He called Xianxia but she did not pick up. Instead, Xianxia moved out with the child and stayed in a hotel. Qinyu helped to take care of the child. Chen Song brought Xianxia to Huang Weiyan. He was the best lawyer in Ammonium City. After Huang Weiyan learned about Xianxia's situation, he was also very angry. He immediately decided to help win the lawsuit. He even asked his friends to investigate the evidence of Zhang Wenba's infidelity. Xianxia looked at Huang Weiyan and sighed. "Lawyer Huang, I don't have many extravagant demands. I just want the child to be mine." Huang Weiyan nodded. "Don't worry. Leave this to me. Dr. Shi, you will get everything that belongs to you. Also, I will try my best to help you fight for the joint assets. This Zhang Wenba is too much. Sigh. It's not easy for you to raise the child alone." Xianxia sighed. "Thank you. Actually, I'm already used to it." After Zhang Wenba returned, he went to the Second Provincial Hospital of Eastern University. Now, he was also considered a gold-plated return. There was still half a year before the postdoc mobile station ended. A year ago, the hospital began to contact him. When he returned, they promised him the position of deputy director. Today, he took the opportunity to go to the hospital to report. However, as soon as he arrived at the medical department, he was called by the director for a talk. Zhang Wenba smiled. He thought that it should be about the transfer of work. He walked excitedly to the director's office. "Director, you were looking for me?" Zhang Wenba said with a smile. The director nodded. "Yes, please take a seat. I have something to tell you." When Zhang Wenba heard this, he immediately smiled. "Director, please speak." "Yes, it's like this. Our unit is undergoing a downsizing and needs to reduce the number of staff. After discussion, the leaders of the hospital and the organization have decided to fire you. The personnel procedures should be completed as soon as possible in the next 2 days. This is the result of the discussion. There will be a public announcement on the day. You should go through the procedures as soon as possible." When Zhang Wenba heard this, he was dumbfounded. "Director, are you joking?" I'm the United States. The postdoc mobile center will be back soon." The director pondered for a moment. "Well, then I hope you can find a satisfactory job. If there's nothing else, go through the procedures as soon as possible." Zhang Wenba's eyes widened. "Director, I'm a postdoc. I can help build up our orthopedics department. I'm very capable. Some time ago, the first hospital of Eastern University was." After the director heard this, he sneered. "Postdoc, was it very popular? Wasn't it just a few years of research? Was it difficult? Not to mention anything else, the second hospital of Eastern University had hundreds of doctors. These people casually went out and came back as postdocs. Who do you think you are, Thinking of this, he said faintly, "I'm sorry, we are a public institution. The professional ethics, character, and so on of the employees are considered comprehensively. I think other hospitals are also like this when they hire medical staff. Of course, maybe the United States is not like this. You can go and take a look. If there's nothing else, hurry up and go." How heavy was the weight of this sentence? P.S. Maybe everyone has already guessed this ending. The matter of Dr. Sure is a real person and a real story. Of course, it's not his real name. The situation is the same. The woman sent the man to study abroad and raised a family by herself. The man came back after studying and abandoned his wife to win a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. However, he was unlucky. His father-in-law was investigated and fell down. He was also implicated and couldn't recover. In fact, good will be rewarded with good and evil will be repaid with evil. When Zhang Wenba heard the director's words, he was stunned. What was going on? What exactly happened? Some time ago, the director said that he would focus on training him. Why was he suddenly fired now? Public institutions were the so-called iron rice bowl. Basically, if you did not make a big mistake, you would not be fired. But, now, the truth was in front of him. The director told him personally. How could it be fake? Zhang Wenba felt a little confused. He quickly looked at the director. "Director, what did I do wrong? Or what did I do wrong? I hope you can remind me." The director frowned slightly and sighed. Zhang Wenba had never been free from worry. After he came to the department, he was a little troublesome. Zhang Wenba's mentor was the director of the orthopedics department. Zhang Wenba was also his last disciple, so he treated him well. Logically speaking, this was a good hand. However, Zhang Wenba played this good hand badly. They were used to the arrogance of their teachers when they were in charge. No one liked to say anything. After all, they were all in the same department. It was normal to have some friction. However, although they did not say anything, they had a lot of complaints in their hearts. For the director's sake, no one argued with him. Later, the old director retired. Not only did Zhang Wenba not shrink back, but he also intensified the conflict. The new director saw that he was affecting the internal unity of the department, so he sent him to the outpatient department. Zhang Wenba asked his teacher to come and make trouble every day, saying that the department was making things difficult for him. These things were also quite famous at that time. However, the director of the orthopedics department was stubborn and did not allow him to return to the department. He said that he was affecting the normal work of the department. This was an internal matter of the department, and the hospital could not interfere. When the old director saw the situation, he was very helpless. He recommended him to take the doctorate exam and even introduced his junior brother to be his doctorate director. Later, Zhang Wenba left and went without pay. After his doctorate, he went to the American doctor's mobile station. The hospital needed to develop, and there was not enough manpower. Now, the hospital had a limited number of places. Some people were occupying the places and did not want to shit. They called him and asked him to come back to work as soon as possible. It was not a good thing to go to the postdoctoral mobile station when he was in the hospital. After all, the postdoctoral mobile station was not a place to study, but a place to work. However, he did not expect Zhang Wenba to become arrogant because of his talent. He negotiated with the hospital. At that time, the hospital also needed to develop, so he agreed. However, he didn't expect that the hospital's reputation would be slandered because of Zhang Wenba. This was the last thing the director wanted to see. They immediately decided to dismiss the black sheep. During the discussion, they were surprised that no one voted against it, and all the doctors in the orthopedics department agreed. All of a sudden, Zhang Wenba seemed to have offended everyone. At this time, Zhang Wenba was a hot potato. If the dean accepted him, it wouldn't be good for both internal and external affairs. Firing him was the only right choice. The director said, "Our hospital has high standards for medical staff, and we can't accept things like extramarital affairs, so." Zhang Wenba, don't you understand? This time, Zhang Wenba was stunned. Extramarital affair, who said that? No one knew about this. Zhang Wenba hurriedly said, "Director, this is slander. This is completely slander. You have to listen to my explanation." Besides, we are a public institution. It's not so easy to expel people, right? After the director heard it, he shook his head. It's not up to me to say whether it's slander or not. This is your family's business, but it has already caused serious damage to our unit's reputation. Secondly, this discussion is because of the downsizing of the organization. Some posts are to be removed, so you should obey the organization's arrangements. You have already met 2 conditions for dismissal. First, you have failed to complete your work tasks in the post assessment for 2 consecutive years, and you have disobeyed the organization's other arrangements or rearrangements. Second, my unit needs to reduce staff because of the merger or downsizing of the organization. You have rejected the organization's arrangements. Zhang Wenba was stunned. It seemed that the hospital was determined. But, what was the truth about his extramarital affair? Zhang Wenba was so angry that he turned around and left. He understood that the director had made up his mind. It was useless for him to stay here. After leaving the hospital, Zhang Wenba was so angry that he exploded. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out who was behind his dismissal. And who was the one behind the extramarital affair. After thinking about it, there was only one candidate, and that was Xianxia. Thinking of this, Zhang Wenba took a taxi and drove angrily to the 2nd Provincial Hospital. A friend in need is a friend indeed. After Xianxia's incident, the doctors and nurses in the emergency department were helping her out and doing what they could. Now that there were more people in the emergency department, Xianxia was the team leader and had many patients under her. She did not delay for too long and continued to immerse herself in her work. As for the extramarital affair, Huang Weiyan found out about it almost effortlessly. Monsieur, it seems that you are too stupid. This Zhang Wenba had 2 extramarital affairs while he was studying, and he announced to the public that he was single. This is the information. The one who really confirmed his divorce was this woman he met in the United States, but, unfortunately, Mr. Zhang lacks the ability to recognize people. This woman is a liar who specializes in targeting international students. She pretends to be the daughter of a high-ranking official and lives a luxurious life of a rich second-generation heir. Your husband has spent about $200,000 on her, right? Xianxia looked at this number and her hands trembled. The annual salary of the postdoctoral center in the United States was relatively high. It was usually about $80,000 to $150,000, but in the past few years, Zhang Wenba had never had the habit of sending money home. Xianxia looked at the photos one by one and felt disheartened. But there was nothing she could do. At this point, it did not matter. Xianxia did not want to make a big deal out of it. After all, they would part on good terms. But looking at Zhang Wenba's disgusting behavior, she was really angry. As for why the directors of the major units in the province later found out about the news, it was because Li Baoshan was so angry that he asked his friends, leaders, and colleagues to spread the news internally. Everyone in the emergency department knew what Xianxia was like. Such a diligent and sincere woman had been deceived by such a scumbag. Zhang Wenba did not know that his ugly behavior had been investigated clearly. There were even several sheets of paper for the hotel room records. After Zhang Wenba arrived at the emergency department, he stared at Xianxia fiercely and said, "Xianxia, you set me up. You slandered me. You happened to be doing ward rounds with Xianxia." Xianxia wanted to avoid him and just said indifferently, "This is the hospital. Don't make a scene here. After work, I will bring the lawyer to you." Zhang Wenba was stunned when he heard that Xianxia, who had never argued with anyone, was going to look for him with a lawyer. Are you crazy? What good will it do for you to make a big deal out of this? What good will it do for the child? Qingyu was stunned. Was she trying to play the emotional card? Did she think that Teacher Shi was kind? Qingyu said directly, "This is a hospital. Don't make a fuss. Security, come here." Qingyu was a tough person. She was even angrier when she saw the scumbag. She had been working for Xianxia for 3 years. She knew how Xianxia felt. It was like having a dream that you had for 3 years suddenly broken. Zhang Wenba was furious when he saw this. Lei, Xiaolin, and a group of nurses ran out. "What are you doing?" The 3 security guards also ran over together and held Zhang Wenba down with riot batons. Zhang Wenba didn't expect to encounter such a situation when he just arrived. "Xianxia, you are so cruel. Are you going to kill me?" have you thought about my child? What good will it do for you if I don't have a job? Isn't it your child? You are so cold-hearted. Xianxia had already thought things through in the past few days. She looked at Zhang Wenba and said faintly, "Don't worry, the child will definitely not belong to you. Also, all the evidence of your infidelity and extramarital affairs are all there. We'll meet in court. Zhang Wenba, since you have thought about having an affair and getting a divorce, you should be ready, right?" After that, Xianxia ignored him and went to check the ward. After this incident, she had already gotten over it. If a woman had really given up on a man, she would be more decisive than anything else. Zhang Wenba was dumbfounded when he heard Xianxia's words. "You. Xianxia. You." Zhang Wenba was about to scold her. Qin Taishan glared at him. "What about you? Get out." After that, he asked several security guards to drive him away. After Zhang Wenba left, he returned home in a daze. The old lady was at home, her father was in the hospital, and Xianxia had left with the children. The house was very empty. He was extremely calm. Zhang Wenba sat on the sofa dejectedly. Ever since he came back, he hadn't gone to the hospital to see his father. This was because his mother had instilled the idea that his father was incompetent since he was young. She even felt that his father, who weighed more than 150 kilograms, was a burden to the family. Sometimes, a person's moral character was not directly proportional to their education. Zhang Wenba was in a daze and didn't say anything. The old lady brought a glass of water. "How is it, at the hospital?" Old Madam asked. Zhang Wenba said expressionlessly, "I was fired." The old lady was stunned. How is this possible?" Zhang Wenba sighed. "It's true. This is the notice." When the old lady saw this, she was immediately stunned. The director is too blind. And this Eastern University's second courtyard, what kind of lousy leaders are they? My son is a postdoc in the United States. Are they all blind? After scolding for a long time, the old lady said, "Don't be afraid. We have such good academic qualifications. A bunch of people will fight to get us. You don't want to go anywhere, do you? Isn't this a good thing?" Zhang Wenba shook his head. "I don't think I can find a good job in Ammonium Yang. Xianxia found out about me and Lian. Xianxia found a lawyer and wants to divorce me." After hearing this, the old lady only thought about her son. Isn't this good? Isn't Lian the leader's daughter? Second-generation rich kid. Isn't it good for you to get married after the divorce? Anyway, the postdoc in the United States hasn't expired yet. You can marry her after it expires. When the time comes, how can her father not help you? This is your chance. Zhang Wenba nodded. Now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. He picked up the phone and dialed Lian's number. "Dear? My father's condition has stabilized. When I come back, we'll get married." "Okay. Dear, I miss you so much. Let's get married soon." Zhang Wenba smiled. Okay. I'll do it as soon as possible. I'll get it done in a week." Right. My parents might come to the United States next week." "Wenba, I told you that you have a house in the United States. I'm afraid that they'll find out that you're renting a house. That's not good. I have $200,000 here and I still need $300,000. I'm thinking that it'd be better if I buy the house before you come back. When my parents see me." Zhang Wenba was touched when he heard that she took the initiative to buy a house with $200,000. He suddenly remembered that Xianxia had also taken the initiative to buy a house for him. He shook his head. "Okay, thank you, dear. I'll deal with this first. You go look at the house. I'll prepare the money." Zhang Wenba and Xianxia met in private and decided to settle it privately. They didn't want this kind of thing to happen in court. Moreover, Zhang Wenba was preparing to return to the United States as soon as he finished his business here and complete his wedding with Lian. When the time came, he could go anywhere. Thinking of this, Zhang Wenba tried his best to compromise. Children, they were a burden to him now. The two children were at the scene. To be honest, they didn't have any impression of this father. All their impressions were from their mother. The two children were still young and didn't have a deep impression of him. After all, they hadn't seen each other that many times. The negotiation process was surprisingly smooth. Xianxia gave Zhang Wenba $500,000 and the house belonged to Xianxia. As for the couple's joint property, Zhang Wenba really didn't have much. Perhaps the relationship between the two of them was the couple's only joint property. Unfortunately, Zhang Wenba abandoned this relationship like a pair of worn-out shoes. After that, the old lady moved out of the house and returned to her own neighborhood. Zhang Wenba happily sold everything that could be sold at home and went abroad to win over a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. Xianxia brought the children home and brought her parents over. It seemed that life was no different from before. The old man passed away in 2 days. The old lady and the young girl didn't feel too sad. The eldest brother, however, burst into tears. Xianxia and the children also cried very sadly. The old man's death was like a perfect end to the family for many people. For the old lady, who had been proud all her life, perhaps she felt a little lost. She didn't think that she would be sad, but she was depressed from then on. For Xianxia, this might be a perfect end to her less than 10 years of marriage. Zhang Wenba, on the other hand, went to attend the wedding and didn't have time to attend the funeral. Because of the appearance of their grandparents, the two children's smiling faces soon appeared. When Xianxia went to work, she seemed to have unloaded too many burdens. The smile on her face didn't have as many burdens as before. Qingyu accompanied her to the mall to buy a set of beautiful clothes to welcome a new life. At this moment, Chen Bingxing suddenly joked, "Yo, Xianxia, why didn't I realize that you were so beautiful before? I'm a little tempted. What should I do?" Chen Song sighed, "Boss, I've recorded it. I've added sister-in-law on WeChat. It's up to you." In the office, there was laughter. It seemed that there was no obstacle in life that couldn't be overcome. P.S. Xianxia's matter is finally over. Maybe the veteran didn't write it very well, but it's still satisfactory. Finally, I would like to thank Glasses Otaku for his 10,000 tip. Thank you for your support. I would also like to thank every friend for subscribing and voting. There will be an update in the afternoon. In Zhang Wenba's nose, the air in New York was so alluring. It was filled with the freedom and extravagance of capitalism. He was about to see his house in America with his dreams for the future. $300,000 was all Zhang Wenba had. But, it was not important. After thinking about the beautiful future, he felt that it was all worth it. Once he got off the plane, he could not wait to call Alien's number. But, it did not go through. Zhang Wenba laughed and scolded. This little cutie, was she still trying to surprise him? Naughty little girl. Zhang Wenba had known her for 2 years. This girl went to high-end events and drove a luxury car. Naturally, she would not lie to him for $300,000. Zhang Wenba had even searched her parents personally. He did not suspect her, because just by looking at the photo, she did look like a middle-aged leader. When he returned to his rented apartment, he was ready to leave after putting away his luggage. But when he opened the door, Zhang Wenba was dumbfounded. The whole apartment was in a mess, as if there was a burglar. Zhang Wenba was furious. After searching for half a day, he found that all his valuables were gone. F***ck, Zhang Wenba cursed and picked up the phone to call the police. At this time, there was a knock on the door. When Zhang Wenba opened the door, he found that it was the landlord. "Dr. Zhang, you should have paid your rent, right?" The landlord was in his 60s, but he liked to work out, so his body was still strong. Zhang Wenba said anxiously, "Mr. Peter, a burglar broke into my room. I have to call the police first. Please wait a moment." Looking at the messy state of the room, old Peter frowned. He lived opposite. When he found out that there was a burglar in his room, he was also angry. He looked at Zhang Wenba and said, "A burglar? I have a camera in the corridor. Do you want to take a look?" Zhang Wenba nodded and followed Peter into the room. When he opened the door, he was stunned, because when he left for a few days, other than his girlfriend, Alien, no one else entered the room. When he took a closer look, he realized that Alien had taken away all the valuable items. This time, Zhang Wenba was stunned. He picked up the phone and kept calling Alien, but it did not go through. It was the same when he borrowed Peter's phone. This time, Zhang Wenba panicked. He hurriedly took a taxi to Alian's residence. Suddenly, he learned that she had already left. He tried to look for her. But, this Alian seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. At this moment, Zhang Wenba's scalp went numb, and a feeling of despair suddenly rose up. Could it be that he had been deceived? Thinking of this, he felt his whole body go soft. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be deceived. He hurriedly ran to the police station. After calling the police, he suddenly found out that even the name and identity card were fake, and, most importantly, it was the same as before. The police officer told him, "This woman's real name is Aimi. We've received 3 calls a few days ago. They're all related to this woman. We'll contact you when we find clues. I can tell you without a doubt that this is a swindler. Moreover, it's a group of swindlers. They specifically target students and rich second generations from China." This time, Zhang Wenba was stunned. He was dumbfounded. He had always been the one to deceive others, but he had never expected that he would be deceived by someone else one day. When he came out of the police station, Zhang Wenba felt that his soul had been hollowed out. All hope seemed to have vanished at this moment. What high-ranking official, what rich second generation, what fair, rich and beautiful, they were all king dead far away. Zhang Wenba shouted loudly, but no one around him paid attention to him. He sat on the ground, paralyzed. At this moment, he regretted it. What a pity, fantasizing was just a catharsis of his desires. His fantasies had been personally extinguished. After a long time, he did not say a word and just sat on the ground. Countless images kept flowing in his mind. Bits and pieces of his life were like fleeting clouds, playing out in his mind. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the past 5 years were like junk food to him. He could not find anything worth remembering. What was his dream back then? He realized that he had already forgotten. What was his original intention back then? He did not dare to look straight at it. What was a person most afraid of? What he was most afraid of was not being able to look straight at the mistakes he had made, not being able to turn back and walk the path of regret, looking at the capitalism that he envied, looking at the bustling New York. He was like a beggar, staggering and bumping, not knowing where to go. Because the way back had been sealed by his own hands. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. At this moment, he started to crazily miss Xianxia. He wanted to tell her that he was wrong from the start. However, when he mustered up the courage to make the call, he realized that he did not even have the right to apologize. He had been blacklisted. He missed his children, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not imagine what they looked like now. Suddenly, a few words appeared in his mind. "You are not worthy," Zhang Wenba laughed out loud. That was right, he was not worthy. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Zhang Wenba saw that it was his brother. He picked up the phone and was about to speak when he suddenly heard the other party say, "Zhang Wenba, don't contact me in the future. I don't have a brother like you. You didn't even come to father's funeral. Are you even human?" The voice was very calm, but it was very resolute. He hung up the phone. Zhang Wenba wanted to cry. That was right, he was not worthy. He was not worthy of being a son, he was not worthy of being a father, he was not worthy of being a husband. He used to have such a good home waiting for him to return. What a good wife to take care of the household for him. What a good child to call him father. What a good father to cook for him. All these beautiful things, he realized that he was getting used to it day by day. He was getting used to it. He was ignoring it, until he ignored it. He began to greedily look for the so-called excitement, the so-called fantasy. At this moment, he realized that happiness was actually so simple. It was just that he did not cherish it. Until now, when he originally thought that he was rich enough and capable enough, he realized that he was no longer worthy of happiness, because he had already failed to live up to those blessings. He did not deserve happiness. Some people who were willing to be good to you for no reason had already left. And some people who were willing to wait foolishly for you had their hearts dead. At this moment, Zhang Wenba knew. He had nothing left. Looking at the New York sky, he suddenly felt that the bustling lights and feasting he had envied in the past were just an illusion. By the time he reacted, his heart had already died in a foreign land. He did not even dare to think about regret. P.S. I wish everyone in the world to cherish the extraordinary friendship in the ordinary. Take advantage of this period of time to spend more time with your parents, wife, and children. The story in the novel is fake, but the feelings are real. Some people say that what is the purpose of writing this? Then I would like to say that the purpose of writing this is to hope that everyone will not ignore the feelings in life. In the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Wang Qian walked into the office resentfully and sighed. Sigh. Ever since my family set up the Happy Family WeChat group, I haven't been happy at all. Xianxia smiled and said, my family is a loving family, but since last year, it has become a matchmaking support group. My 7 aunts and 8 aunts send me the resumes of others every day. I'm like an HR department. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately glared at Xianxia like a tiger eyeing its prey. I'm not ready yet, and you want to make me a cuckold? Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, his eyes full of pride. Xianxia was instantly furious. This little girl, is she itching for a beating? After work, I'll teach him a lesson today. Luo Zhou smiled. It's better than my family's Pinduoduo support group, right? Now, the first thing I do when I lie in bed every night is to bargain. Wang Qian shook his head. You don't know, but my aunt is not ordinary. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Qian sigh. My aunt is Mrs. Curie of Ammoniang City. This attracted the attention of everyone in the office. Wang Qian sighed. You don't know how awesome my aunt is? She can find a new carcinogen every day. My mom doesn't even know what to cook now. I feel like I'd rather eat takeout at the hospital. Also, my aunt makes whatever I like cause cancer. I've been eating spicy food for the past few days. My aunt posted in the group yesterday morning that spicy food causes cancer. In short, whatever I like to eat, she makes whatever I like cause cancer. Now, my eating speed can't keep up with my aunt's speed of discovering carcinogens. Also, I found that the source of all my happiness can cause cancer. After everyone heard this, they suddenly laughed. Dear aunt. It's confirmed. I have an aunt like that too. +1. It had to be said that ever since those old people on WeChat joined the team, WeChat's public account began to rise crazily. Some news that attracted middle-aged and old people spread crazily. It even included some rumors. However, there were pros and cons, and they could not be generalized. After work, Xianxia did not care about Eastern University's first hospital and directly pulled Xianxia to the office. Xianxia sat on the bed and said to Xianxia, are you wrong? Xianxia pouted and squatted beside Xianxia, and massaged his legs. I'm wrong. I'm wrong, Xianxia was taken aback. Not bad. He was quite tactful. What's wrong? Xianxia looked like she was at the mercy of others. If you say it's wrong, it's wrong. When Xianxia heard that, he said, Aya, why are you so obedient today? Xianxu's name you. You can change my name. I'm Little Guai Qin. Chen. Song did not receive such treatment. He immediately lay on the bed, narrowed his eyes, and said in a relaxed manner, my legs are sleepy. Give me a good massage. Xianxia said charmingly in Xianxia's ear, oh? That leg? Xianxia almost could not hold it in. This little girl was getting more and more naughty. Both are sleepy. Give it a good massage. Xianxia said, I got it. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyuan and Li Baoshan pushed the door open and walked in. Xianxia was squatting at the side and massaging Xianxia. Xianxia lay on the bed with his head buried in the quilt and said in high spirits, well, it's good. It's strong. Well. Good. Good boy. I'll buy you candy later. Xianxia said with a smile, okay, master. Lao Qin happened to see this scene and was stunned. The veins on his face bulged. Even I don't dare to play with my girl like this, you little rascal. Anne. You wretched girl, master, too shameful. Lao Qin felt his head go numb at the thought of it. Hearing someone come in, Xianxia turned around and saw Director Li and his father standing behind him, staring at him in shock. His face immediately turned red. He quickly got up, stuck out his tongue, and got up to run. Xianxia felt that there was no movement and was stunned. Why did you stop? Hurry up and use more strength. Massage my gluteus maximus for me too. Lao Qin's lungs exploded when he heard that. Gluteus maximus, F*ck. I'll cut all 639 muscles in your body, 6 billion muscle fibers. I'm so angry. When Li Baoshan saw this, he quickly said, Xiaochen, get up quickly. When Chen Song heard Li Baoshan's voice, he was stunned. He quickly got up and turned around. Suddenly, he saw his father-in-law, Dean Qin, standing there, but his eyes were a little red. Chen Song was stunned. He thought to himself, F*ck, this is bad. Where's Qin Shaolik? Why did she run away so quickly? Chen Song wanted to cry but had no tears. Li Baoshan coughed. This should be a family matter, right? He shouldn't have gotten involved, right? Thinking of this, Li Baoshan said awkwardly, I'm going to the toilet. You guys, take a seat first. After saying that, he turned around and left, closing the door behind him. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Dean Qin. I just stood for too long. My gluteus maximus is a little swollen. Lao Qin gritted his teeth. His face was fierce, but he said with concern, Oh, it's been a day of surgery. It's been hard on you. I've learned how to massage. Lie down, I'll give you a massage. Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. How would I dare? It's so embarrassing. Dean Qin, you're too polite. Qin Xiaoyuan said with a stern face, lie down. Chen Song sighed. Can I not lie down? Qin Xiaoyuan didn't say anything. Chen Song had no choice but to lie down and say bitterly, be gentle. Qin Xiaoyuan nodded and smiled with narrowed eyes. It won't work if you're gentle, ouch, 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 ouch. That's not the gluteus maximus. That's, outside, Li Baoshan sighed deeply. This family loved each other dearly. Dean Qin really didn't put on airs with Xiao Chen and personally massaged him. Qin Yu pricked up his ears and listened inside. He was terrified. Chen Song, hold it in. When he left the second provincial hospital, Chen Song walked to the first courtyard of Eastern University. Why didn't he take the car? His gluteus maximus hurt. However, Chen Song suspected that Dean Qin was using his power to avenge a private grudge. When he massaged, there was obviously an evil force, causing Chen Song to feel uncomfortable no matter how he sat. This time, Chen Song was surprised to find that the road to the first courtyard of Eastern University was surprisingly long. Qin Yu sent a message. Does it hurt? Chen Song picked up his phone and sent a grinning emoji. It doesn't hurt. Qin Yu, my dad didn't do anything to you, did he? Chen Song shook his head. Well, Dean Qin is a good person. He massaged my gluteus maximus. However, Qin Yu, has Dean Qin learned massage before? Qin Yu was stunned. No? But I heard from my mom that my dad learned Jeet Kune Do. I don't know if it's true or not. Chen Song was stunned. Why do I feel like that force doesn't feel like a massage? F*ck. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Song slipped on a banana peel and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching pain came from his butt. F*ck. Father-in-law, you're too ruthless, you don't even know who's close to you. P.S. Delivered at 6 o'clock a.m. Please support. Thank you for reading on QQ. Qingyan Xiaoguan's 50,000 tip. Thank you. Chen Song staggered to the cardiac surgery department of Eastern University First Hospital. He wanted to be admitted to the hospital. But he didn't know which department to apply to. Chen Song really wanted to ask the pain department if they could treat his butt pain, but he didn't know how to answer the question. Could it be that he was hit by Jeet Kune Do? Sigh. Tired, little licking Qin, why did you run so fast? This is your father, why didn't you stop him? Chen Song was very anxious. It was already 6:30 when he arrived at the department. As soon as he entered, he saw Sambo standing up immediately. Chen Song. Gu Huai immediately pressed Chen Song down on the chair. Xiao Chen, you're awesome. You actually won first place in the group and represented Dongyang. What do you think? Chen Song stood up immediately. What do I think? I'm F*king in pain. Fu Er and Zhang Dai pressed Chen Song down on the chair. Xiao Chen, you're amazing. We didn't know you were so awesome. Sit down quickly. You have to teach us well in the surgery later. We specially prepared 3 surgeries tonight. Chen Song immediately stood up. This time, he glanced at Fu San, moved the chair away, and said indifferently, well, I won't sit. I've been sitting the whole day. Meng Shi walked in at this time and said with a smile, you're here. Chen Song smiled. Hello, Teacher Meng. Meng Shi nodded. Sit down first. Dr. Ge, go and give bed 12 the discharge notice and the discharge certificate. The patient's family will come early tomorrow morning to complete the procedures. Chen Song smiled. I won't sit. Dr. Ge, I'll give you the discharge certificate. Ge Huai nodded. Thank you, Xiao Chen. After the discharge certificate was written, Meng Shi signed it and wrote the date for tomorrow. The cardiac surgery department's chief Xia made ward rounds on Tuesdays and Fridays. At this time, they would prescribe medicine according to the patient's condition. This involved the prescribing of medicine by each department in the hospital. Generally, everyone was used to prescribing medicine twice a week. Prescribing medicine on a large scale meant that if he wanted to prescribe medicine on Tuesday, he would prescribe it directly until Friday. He would take 3 days' worth of liquid and give long-term medical advice. It was also convenient to change the doctor's orders at the last minute, as long as it was changed in time. In this way, it would be convenient for the nurse to collect the medicine, and it would be convenient for the doctor to give medical advice. If you prescribe medicine today and he prescribes medicine tomorrow, it will affect the order of the department. Also, don't ever think that nurses are subordinate to doctors. It was very troublesome for a doctor if a nurse did not cooperate with him. Therefore, the cooperation between doctors and nurses was very necessary. It even directly affected all aspects of medical work. Tuesday mornings were very busy, so there were many things that could be done in advance at night. Don't think that you can do whatever you want when the department director is doing his ward rounds. After finishing a series of things, everyone was preparing to go to the operating theater. Suddenly, a nurse rushed in. Director Meng. Dr. Ge, bad news, the patient in bed 12 suddenly fainted. With that, Meng Shi dashed towards bed 12, Chen Song followed closely behind, while Ge Huai got up and went back to take the medical record folder. Bed 12 was Ge Huai and Meng Shi's patient, so they were responsible for any problems. As soon as they entered the ward, they suddenly found the patient lying on the ground. It was a young man who was only 35 or 36 years old. His wife and children were at a loss. Doctor, why did he faint all of a sudden? Meng Shi's expression was serious as he said to the woman, don't be nervous, calm down. ECG monitor, blood oxygen protection, urgent blood sugar check. Xiao Chen, carry the patient to the bed. Little Yang, ECG monitor. Nurse station, give the emergency department an emergency consultation. Meng Shi instantly gave a few medical orders. When a patient in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery fainted, the first thing to consider was the sequelae of the heart. After all, after the surgery, there would be some postoperative complications more or less, some would cause arrhythmia, and so on. Of course, there were many reasons for fainting, and naturally, they could not be generalized. However, the most important thing now was that the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery should eliminate heart problems. At this moment, Ge Huai ran in with the medical record. All the nurses were busy in an orderly manner. Meng Shi observed the patient while helping Chen Song carry the patient to the bed and undress him. He asked Ge Huai about the patient's condition. Does the patient have any medical history? Does he have high blood pressure, diabetes, hyperlipidemia? Ge Huai shook his head. No. The admission examination was normal. The patient had a previous physical examination. This time, it was an aortic aneurysm resection. No hepatitis or tuberculosis were found. After Meng Shi heard this, he said to the nurse who was dripping the test paper, what's his blood sugar level? After the nurse saw the result, she immediately said, his blood sugar level is 9.8. Normal. Meng Shi turned and asked Ge Huai, did you do a cerebral MRI before you came here? Ge Huai was stunned, who would do this? They were in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery, not the Department of Neurology or Neurosurgery. However, Meng Shi's consideration was right. This kind of sudden fainting should be considered because of the cerebral vascular problem. Even if the patient did not have high blood pressure, if the patient had a cerebral vascular malformation or an intracranial aneurysm, the rupture of the aneurysm could also cause a coma. This could not be ruled out. After all, some people's aneurysm grew in more than one place. Gu Huai took a deep breath and shook his head. No, the patient only did a cranial CT scan. There were no abnormalities. He also knew that a cranial CT scan could only give a general view. There were many things that could not be seen. If they did a CT scan at this time, they would be able to tell whether there was a cerebral hemorrhage. However, at this moment, the patient's life was hanging by a thread. There was no chance to send him to the CT room. Moreover, the probability of an intracranial aneurysm rupture was too low, at this moment. Chen Song said, "Both pupils are the same size and round. I didn't find any dilated pupils. Light reflection is normal. I don't think it's a cerebral hemorrhage." Chen Song's words made Meng Shi's eyes light up. That's right. The most basic physical examination and neurological examination were neglected. Although they could not completely rule out a cerebral hemorrhage, it was not far from it. Sometimes, a diagnosis was really a method of elimination, especially when the cause was unknown. In order to make a clear diagnosis quickly, elimination was also the best method. The whole process seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it was less than a minute. At this moment, the electrocardiogram machine was connected. However, before the electrocardiogram machine spat out the film, the nurse suddenly said, "Chief Physician Meng. It's ventricular fibrillation." With one sentence, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Meng Shi was stunned and quickly said, "Contact the emergency department and get the defibrillator. Hurry." This was suddenly dangerous. The patient had just had an aortic aneurysm resection. Now that he suddenly encountered ventricular fibrillation, the risk factor skyrocketed. Looking at the constantly surging waveform on the electrocardiogram in his hand, it seemed to be a sign of death. It happened so suddenly that no one thought of why this would happen. The patient was ready to be discharged from the hospital. The discharge certificate had been issued in advance, so he would recover quickly. Who would have thought that such an important thing would happen at such an insignificant time? Ventricular fibrillation. Now, the cause of the coma was found. It was ventricular fibrillation. Ventricular fibrillation, or ventricular fibrillation, was one of the common factors that caused sudden death from cardiac arrest. In fact, the heart was a muscle that constantly contracted and pumped blood regularly. However, strength was limited. If the frequency was fast, the strength would definitely be insufficient. Naturally, the pumping of blood would not be able to pump out much. When the ventricles continuously, rapidly, and evenly emitted more than 240 beats per minute, it was called ventricular flutter. If the ventricles emitted excitement rapidly and irregularly, it was called ventricular fibrillation. The frequency of ventricular fibrillation could be between 250 to 600 beats per minute. How terrifying was this data? Resuscitation. At this time, ventricular defibrillation was the only option, but the defibrillator was not available. Chen Song quickly said, "Prepare a amiodaron." The nurse quickly nodded. At this time, Meng Shi suddenly remembered that there was a mature emergency department doctor standing here. He was experienced and skilled. Not long after, the defibrillator came up. Chen Song quickly started and prepared to defibrillate. After Wupeng saw Chen Song, he also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was Chen Song, the first defibrillation. It was unsuccessful. Chen Song glanced at Wupeng. "Don't stop chest compressions." Then, he turned to look at the nurse. "Give him an epinephrine push." The patient's family members were already crying. The young mother and child had never seen such a scene. The patient in the next bed was also stunned. Who would have thought that the young man who was running around and laughing and chatting would suddenly become like this? He was ready to be discharged. Chen Song immediately began the second defibrillation. This time, it was a success. In less than 2 minutes, the waveform on the ECG monitor gradually returned to normal. At this time, the patient finally recovered his automatic heartbeat. The soul-stirring rescue finally came to an end. However, no one dared to relax. Their eyes were fixed on the ECG monitor, afraid that the beautiful waveform and perfect heartbeat would suddenly disappear. Perhaps for a doctor, the most perfect image was sinus rhythm. Another few minutes passed, the patient finally stabilized. At this moment, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, he suddenly realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. She didn't know if it was because the heater in the room was too warm or because she was too nervous just now. His blood pressure had also stabilized, his heart rate was maintained at 120 beats per minute, and his blood oxygen protection level was 98%. Xianxia turned around and said to the nurse, "Do a blood analysis." Now was the time to analyze the cause. Why did the patient suddenly develop arrhythmia? That was how resuscitation works. First, save the life, then treat the illness. Now that the patient's life was stable, it was time to find out what caused the arrhythmia. Not long after, the blood gas analysis was done. The pH value was basically normal, 7.31. The normal value was between 7.35 and 7.45, but it didn't matter. After this rescue, the situation was basically stabilized. Next, it was time to investigate the cause. Because the cause couldn't be found, the patient couldn't be said to be absolutely safe. At this moment, Xianxia said to the nurse, "Take a blood sample and do a test. Blood routine, electrolytes, liver and kidney function. Let the laboratory do an urgent check." At this moment, he turned around, took off Teacher Meng's stethoscope, and put it directly on his ear. There was a fragrance. Xianxia kept trying to figure out the sound of heart, trying to find the slightest abnormality. However, after listening to it, everything was normal. Why was the patient's arrhythmia? Why was it ventricular fibrillation? Xianxia turned around and looked at Gu Huai. "Show me the medicine the patient has been taking recently." Gu Huai nodded and immediately typed out a medical order. Xianxia took a look and saw that they were all commonly used drugs in the cardiac surgery department. These drugs, not only did they cause arrhythmia, but they also had the effect of treating arrhythmia. Xianxia continued to ask, "Did the patient have any abnormal reactions in the past 2 days? For example, chest tightness, panic. These abnormal symptoms?" Xianxia asked the patient's wife. The woman shook her head. "No, he has been saying that the surgery was very successful recently and that he feels very good." At this moment, she suddenly thought of something. "Oh. He had a cold yesterday, but I didn't take it seriously. I even told Dr. Gu." Gu Huai nodded. "Yes, I saw that his condition wasn't serious, so I didn't ask him to take care of it. After all, he is receiving an infusion and a bunch of drugs. I don't want any adverse reactions." At this moment, Xianxia had become the director. He stood there alone, surrounded by young nurses and junior doctors. The patient was surprised that he had never seen this doctor before. However, it was this doctor who saved her husband. No matter who he was a good doctor if he had the ability. Indeed, at this moment, Fu Er and Fu San were also present. Everyone was listening to the patient's condition. They kept helping him think. However, sometimes, the brain of an emergency doctor was really different from other doctors. Emergency patients had all kinds of conditions. In contrast, specialist doctors were more professional. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Could it be myocarditis? That one sentence stunned everyone. A cold shouldn't be underestimated. If it was severe myocarditis, it would be dangerous. However, the sound of his heart was basically normal, and he had just caught a cold. "It shouldn't be myocarditis, right?" Mengshi said. "Do you want the ultrasound room to come up?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yes, do an exclusion. Due to the patient's special condition, tonight's surgery might have to be postponed to tomorrow. Otherwise, the patient would have to be transferred to the ICU for observation." At this moment, Xianxia suddenly lowered his head and saw the medicine on the table. His expression changed immediately. "He took cold medicine?" His wife nodded. "Yes, he said that the doctor wouldn't prescribe it for him, so he asked me to go out and buy some cold medicine. I felt that cold medicine was fine, so I bought some." Xianxia's expression changed immediately. He opened the drawer and took out the medicine. Hallucinogen, white and black, paracetamol. Xianxia was stunned when he saw it. Perhaps the reason was found. Xianxia sighed. "Did he take a lot of cold medicine?" His wife nodded. "Yes, when he was in his hometown, he would take cold medicine when he caught a cold. It's useless if he takes too little. Chen Song turned to the nurse and said, quickly check the blood concentration of acetaminophen. The nurse nodded and left in a hurry to draw blood. While waiting, the patient suddenly woke up. Staring at such a large group of people, he was suddenly stunned. Did I fall asleep? Doctor, I'm really sorry. I fell asleep after taking cold medicine. Eh? No, what happened to me? The man looked at the large pile of lines on his body and was stunned. Chen Song stared at the man and asked, how much cold medicine did you take? The man coughed. I took 2 white and black, 2 paracetamol, and 1 hallucinogen. Chen Song was speechless. Are you eating? The man shook his head. I take it often, so I'm resistant to it. Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. You fainted from ventricular fibrillation just now and almost died. The man was dumbfounded. I'm fine now. I'm just a little dizzy and flustered. The people around also looked at Chen Song, somewhat puzzled. Gu Huai said, Dr. Chen, do you want to do an ultrasound? The doctor from the cardiology department is also here. Chen Song shook his head. No, wait for the blood concentration. The blood concentration was very fast. Not long after, a call came. It was a clear diagnosis of acetaminophen poisoning. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They stared at Chen Song with a face full of shock. How was this possible? How could it be diagnosed like this? The patient was sent to the dialysis room for dialysis. Basically, there was no major problem. However, whether it was the doctor from the cardiology department, Wu Pun from the emergency department, or even everyone around them, their eyes widened. Even the doctor in the dialysis room said, it can be detected like this. This is too amazing. That's right. Everyone stared at Chen Song with admiration, making him feel a little shy. After returning, Sambo stared at Chen Song. Dr. Chen, how did your brain grow? That's right. You know all the adverse drug reactions of acetaminophen. Have you memorized all the drug guidelines? Chen Song smiled. Meng Shi also looked at Chen Song happily. Amazing. You can even do this. Chen Song couldn't help but say, Teacher, you taught me well. Meng Shi couldn't hold back this time, and Sambo raised their middle fingers together. Dr. Chen, this flattery is too much. That's right. He didn't hit the butt, but he hit. Meng Shi glared at everyone. What's wrong? He's so good that he's not my student anymore? Everyone couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Yes. It's all because Director Meng is good. Ding. Meng Shi's favorability plus 10. Chen Song smiled. P.S. Let me say something. During this period of time, there are quite a lot of patients with colds in the outpatient clinic. Everyone, don't be nervous, and don't panic and eat a lot of cold medicine. Because cold medicine isn't prescription medicine now, everyone can buy it at will. However, it's best not to overdose, and don't eat too many at once. Because if you overdose, not only will the medicine's efficacy not increase, but the drug's side effects will increase proportionally. Although acetaminophen is safe enough, for some sensitive patients, it can cause liver damage, arrhythmia, and other serious adverse reactions. After all, who can be sure about the probability? If the body is sensitive, it's 100%. If it's not, it's 0%. Don't use your body to test the medicine. You're not Shenong. Besides, I've already let you test the medicine, so don't worry too much. P.S. Habitually thanks to the rich. Thank you to the leader of Qingyan Xiaoguan 168 for his 100,000 tip. Thank you to Grandmaster Zhili Yulan for her 10,000 tip. Continue to update tomorrow. In the dialysis room. The patient said with a blank face, Doctor. Is it really as serious as you said? The doctor in the dialysis room and Wu Peng from the emergency department looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Serious? It's not that serious, but the most terrible thing is that if the dialysis time is late, it will eventually cause permanent liver damage. This is very unnecessary. After the patient heard this, he was a little scared. Sigh. Who would have thought? After taking so many cold medicine for so many years, I almost killed myself. Wupeng looked at the patient. You're lucky that the dialysis time was timely. Many patients don't die because of a lack of treatment, but because they lack a timely diagnosis. The doctor in the dialysis room nodded. Indeed, dialysis treatment is very effective for acute drug poisoning, but, many times, when the patient is diagnosed, it's already too late. So, you're lucky. I still don't know how Dr. Chen found out. Acetaminophen poisoning? This situation is very rare now, right? The doctor in the dialysis room sighed. Dr. Wu, are all the doctors in the emergency department so good? After Wu Peng heard this, he suddenly blushed and didn't know where to start. After thinking about it, he could only say, well, Dr. Chen is very good. The doctor in the dialysis room nodded and said with some surprise, sigh. This Dr. Chen is simply a genius. You said that a doctor in the emergency department even knows how to mix dialysis fluids. This is the first time I've seen a dialysis fluid with acetaminophen. To be honest, if the director didn't call me personally, I wouldn't dare to use it. This is too amazing. The effect is really good. It's a lot better than the usual dialysis effect. Wu Peng couldn't help but laugh. You still don't know, right? The doctor in the dialysis room was stunned. Know what? At this time, another old doctor said, when there was a problem in the chemical city in the West City, the emergency department in our hospital was more important, but there was not enough dialysis fluid. Do you know how to deal with it? The young doctor shook his head. Then what should we do? The old doctor couldn't help but laugh. Sigh, at that time, Director Wang and Director Zhang begged and threatened the hospital director, but they couldn't do anything. Then, Dr. Chen came to our dialysis room and personally mixed the dialysis fluid. Now you know why the director let you use Dr. Chen's dialysis fluid, right? This time, the young doctor was stunned. Really? The old doctor couldn't help but shake his head. Little Wu was there at the time. He saw Chen Song make it with his own eyes. You can ask him. Wu Peng sighed. Yes, it's true. You didn't see the scene at that time. At that time, Director Wang almost scared the vice president to tears. But to be honest, the matter at that time was really urgent. There was not enough dialysis fluid, but the patients who needed dialysis were very anxious. At that time, Dr. Chen personally came over to prepare the dialysis fluid for us. Listening to the conversation between the doctors, the patients were a little excited. His heart was filled with excitement. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky to meet Dr. Chen. At this time, the old doctor in the dialysis room looked at the patient and said, sigh. I really don't know if I should say that you're lucky or unlucky. Let's just say you're lucky. You took cold medicine and developed ventricular fibrillation. You almost died. I've been a dialysis room doctor for so many years, and I've never seen a safe drug like acetaminophen come for dialysis. But, let's say you're unlucky. You just happened to meet Dr. Chen, who took you back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. To be honest, even if Director Xiao Gaofeng was here today, he might not be able to find the cause of the illness so quickly. Because in recent years, the typical symptoms of acetaminophen poisoning in clinical settings are too rare. The patient smiled awkwardly and prepared for dialysis. On the other side, in the office of the cardiac surgery department, Mengshi looked at Chen Song in disbelief. Xiao Chen, you know how to make dialysis fluid? Chen Song nodded matter-of-factly. Is it very difficult? For some reason, when Sanbo and Yi Meng heard Chen Song's words, they had the urge to beat him up. Even teacher Meng, who had the best temper, couldn't help but clench his fists. Will you die if you don't show off? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. No, I've been in the dialysis room before. Gu Huai sighed. I've been there before too? Why didn't I learn it? Fu Er couldn't help but pat Gu Huai's side. Old Gu, why are you comparing yourself to Dr. Chen? Don't you think you're asking for humiliation? Look at me, I didn't say anything and just quietly watched him show off. Medical work was different from other jobs. Sometimes, it was quite fitting to describe doctors as soldiers and soldiers. Some doctors were the king of soldiers. They were proficient in assault, reconnaissance, tactics, shooting. They were born to be special forces. They had the ability to go straight into the enemy's den. This kind of strong person could easily gain the respect of others. Gu Huai didn't give up and sneered. "TSK, how can I be the same as you? Even if I'm a salted fish, I still want to be a salted fish with dreams. Xiao Chen, tell us, what kind of secret manual do you have? Or what kind of talent do you have? How can I become as good as you?" Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't know what to say. But looking at Gu Huai's hopeful face, he sighed and said, "This is probably talent." After that, Chen Song turned around and walked towards the operating room. Sambo was left standing there in a daze. Fu Sam glanced at Gu Huai. "Why do you have to give him a chance to show off? Will it kill you to keep quiet?" Gu Huai was speechless. Recently, in order to let Mengxi adapt and familiarize himself with major vascular surgery as soon as possible, the first hospital of Eastern University basically gave these patients to Mengxi. And the 3 surgeries at night were examples. This time, Sambo came and performed the surgery with Mengxi and Chen Song. They performed the surgery first and then discussed it. It had to be said that everyone had their own outstanding points. 3 cobblers were better than Zhuge Liang, let alone 3 doctors. The atmosphere was lively when the discussion started. They were busy until about 11 o'clock in the evening. Mengxi had made great progress, and Chen Song was also constantly adapting and familiarizing himself with the insights he had gained from the provincial competition. In the end, the 2 of them gave Chen Song the Dina Kava injury repair surgery. As a result, among the 7 subcategories of thoracic major vascular surgery in the competition, Chen Song already had 4 perfect level surgeries, and the rest were all master level surgeries. Ascending aorta injury repair surgery, descending aorta injury repair surgery, Dina Kava injury repair surgery, and unnamed artery injury repair surgery. It seemed that his chances of winning were still very high, but what he lacked now was some luck. After the surgery, Teacher Meng took the initiative to send Gu Huai, Chen Song, and the others home. Sitting in the car, Chen Song was deep in thought and found that he could open Chief Physician Meng's skill column. This made Chen Song happy. It was as exciting as peeking at Teacher Meng's privacy. Unfortunately, he could only see the surgical skills. Why couldn't he see anything special? He was helpless. However, Chen Song thought about it again. That's right, he could now focus on improving his skills. He could see what Chief Physician Meng's surgical skills were like. He could focus on improving his skills and make up for his shortcomings. After looking at it for a long time, Chen Song nodded slightly. It was not bad. Among the 7 surgeries, Chief Physician Meng had 2 near-perfect surgeries, and the others were at master level. In this way, his skill level was average. It was definitely impossible to be second in the country. But, how could he focus on improving his skills? Chen Song clicked on one of Teacher Meng's skills. Ascending aorta repair technique, master level. Special effect, 1, quick suture, 2, precision suture. After looking at 2 or 3 skills, Chen Song frowned slightly. In the back seat, Gu Huai saw that Chen Song kept staring at Mengxi, and he suddenly felt a little jealous. "Xiao Chen, why do you keep staring at Chief Physician Meng? You're disturbing him while he's driving." Mengxi also glanced at Chen Song curiously. "Yeah, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Chen Song shook his head. "No, I'm thinking about how you can improve your surgical skills." Gu Huai cursed in his heart. "This is too fake, isn't it? If you're coveting Teacher Meng, just say it. What a clumsy excuse." Mengxi also rolled his eyes at Chen Song and said earnestly, "Xiao Chen, I have to say to you. You're wrong. If you like Teacher Meng, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Besides, I'm your teacher. Be obedient and don't have any improper thoughts. Besides, you already have a partner. This is not good." When Gu Huai heard that, he was overjoyed. "Yes. Xiao Chen, as a man, you must have a bottom line. It's not right to be fickle." Chen Song couldn't help but roll his eyes and say directly, "No, Teacher Meng, I'm serious." Mengxi sighed, "You're too young, we're not suitable." Chen Song was instantly speechless. "Teacher Meng, I'm really talking about your surgery. I keep having the feeling that you're still lacking a little." Teacher Meng, how about this? After you take my surgery video back, take a good look at it. Don't look at the suture. If you want to look at it, look at the details. For example, my suture, I think you're lacking in this aspect. Also, you have to seriously think about how to deal with. Chen Song gave a detailed analysis. When Meng Shi heard this, he immediately slammed on the brakes, because Chen Song's words directly hit the bottom of her heart. After Chen Song's reminder, she suddenly felt enlightened. Sometimes, someone had to discover your shortcomings and point them out to you. Only then would they be able to point you in the right direction. Xiao Chen, you're absolutely right. I think so too. I realized that when I was performing surgery, I always emphasized the speed and density of the suture and neglected the grasp of the details. You've said a lot. In vascular repair, not only do we have to suture the main blood vessels, we also have to consider the prognosis, recovery, and so on. That's right. That's right. You're absolutely right. Look at my face again and see if you can find any other shortcomings. Gu Huai's eyes widened. That works too. This is too fantastical, isn't it? Is it different for a capable person to pick up girls? He can even come up with such an excuse, and, the most important thing is that he has to say it in a convincing manner. Teacher Meng, oh Teacher Meng, you actually fell for such a clumsy excuse? Are you Xiongde? However, at this moment, Meng Shi turned around and stared straight at Chen Song. Xiao Chen, look carefully again. I'll give you a direct view of my face. See if you can find any weaknesses or loopholes. Chen Song sighed. Teacher Meng, your button is open. Dr. Gu, your nose is bleeding. Gu Huai coughed. You bastard, will you die if you give me some benefits? In the next 2 days, Meng Shi had a major breakthrough. She focused on her shortcomings and worked hard to improve. Chen Song's perfect surgery video was indeed very effective. At the very least, it helped Meng Shi form her own thoughts and make the surgery more perfect. This kind of improvement was very significant. At least in the past few days, Meng Shi surgeries had formed new special effects, such as safety and so on. In fact, Meng Shi's foundation in surgery was very good. Her only flaw was that she did not consider enough. Chen Song let her thoughts spread. At around 10 o'clock on Wednesday morning, Meng Shi anxiously called Chen Song. Xiao Chen, there's a special patient with vascular malformations. The unnamed artery is injured. After the thoracotomy, we found that the blood vessels in the thoracic cavity are complicated. It's suspected to be a congenital malformation. It's a very rare surgery. You can come to the operating theater directly. After Chen Song received the call, he immediately nodded. Okay, Teacher Meng, I'll be there right away. Chen Song hung up the phone, greeted Zhang Wenfu and the others, and went straight to the First People's Hospital of Eastern University. The unnamed artery with vascular malformations was injured. It was very rare. Moreover, Chen Song bet that such a wild monster was at least a rare monster, or even a higher level. The most important thing was that it was rare. It might even be a boss monster. During this period of time, Chen Song had been competing with models. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a boss. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. After hurrying to the Second People's Hospital, Meng Shi was already waiting for Chen Song outside the operating theater. After changing his clothes, Meng Shi said, Xiao Chen, don't talk nonsense when you go in. The patient is the father of our hospital's director Zhao. He had an aortic aneurysm operation. As a result, the operation caused iatrogenic injury to the unnamed artery. The situation is very special now. Many experts and directors are present. Even Director Zhao is here. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Song understood, it was an iatrogenic injury, and it was caused by the doctor in the hospital. In this kind of situation, anyone would be worried. Chen Song couldn't help but ask, who did the operation? Meng Shi sighed. Director Wei Xiong. Chen Song nodded. Wei Xiong was also a veteran director. He was a few years younger than Xia Gaofeng. He was in the prime of his life and had the momentum of becoming the new generation of directors. After all, Xia Gaofeng was old and would probably retire in a few years. Wei Xiong was one of the candidates for the director of the Department of Cardiac Surgery of the First People's Hospital of Eastern University. At this moment, after Meng Shi brought Chen Song in, there were already 7 or 8 directors in the operating theater. There wasn't a single junior doctor, however, Xia Gaofeng wasn't there either. Chen Song remained calm. He didn't wear a surgical gown. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at the television screen. When he saw this, Chen Song was a little confused. This was because the patient's blood vessels seemed to be different from ordinary people. When the ascending aorta reached the aortic arch, there was a bifurcation. The unnamed artery and the ascending aorta were, what was going on? Chen Song was confused. When the aortic aneurysm was removed, the patient had adhesions in the chest cavity, causing the vena cava and the unnamed artery to be damaged together. Now, the surgery was in a dilemma, and a message appeared in Chen Song's eyes: monster with abnormal thoracic blood vessels, level 75, boss monster. P.S. There's still a new month in the afternoon. Can I ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket? Strange, should he snatch it? How? That was a problem. Chen Song looked at the complicated thoracic cavity in front of him. The large blood vessels were complicated. It was no longer as simple as a large blood vessel injury. The tumor in the aorta had not been removed, the surrounding unnamed arteries had been damaged. The vena cava was also seriously damaged, especially the left unnamed vein. Because the separation was not complete, it had already caused bleeding. At this time, several chief physicians were sweating profusely. The nurse beside Wei Xiang kept helping to wipe away the sweat. Chief physician Bai Jianming was also frowning. He hurriedly treated the damaged unnamed vein. The more busy he was, the messier it was. The worst thing about thoracic artery surgery was accidents. Because there was no time to waste. There were too many complications. At this time, Yang Jianshu, the chief of cardiac surgery of the Second Hospital of Eastern University, was also next to him. Opposite him was Xiong Kongyu, the chief of cardiac surgery of Dongyang Bethune Hospital. At this time, the operating room was full of famous chief physicians in Dongyang province. Zhao Shouping was the dean of the First Hospital of Eastern University. He had a high position and was also the leader of the healthcare team in Dongyang. At this time, seeing his father facing such a serious injury, he had been worried for a long time. Originally, he was not supposed to be in the operating room. It was good for the family to leave. After all, his presence would put pressure on the doctors. Zhao Shouping also understood this point. However, while he was waiting outside, a junior doctor suddenly ran out and told him that he had been waiting. Director Zhao, it's not good. There was an unexpected situation during the surgery. Your father's thoracic artery was deformed. As a result, there was long-term inflammation, causing the entire thoracic cavity adhesion. And during the separation, the adhesion of the damaged blood vessels was very serious, causing many of the thoracic vessels to tear. The thoracic cavity bleeding is serious. The situation is critical now. We need your signature. This sentence directly scared Zhao Shouping silly. How could this be? Damn it, he had asked others to sign a notice of critical illness for so many years. Now that he was suddenly told by a doctor that his father was in critical condition and needed to sign a notice of critical illness, he panicked. What should he do? Thinking of this, Zhao Shouping went directly into the operating room. Yes, no one dared to stop him. After changing his clothes, Zhao Shouping went straight to the operating room. Actually, the surgery couldn't be considered iatrogenic because the patient's blood vessels were deformed. During the treatment, the blood vessels that were heavily adhered were already extremely fragile. If they weren't treated now, problems could occur at any time. Wei Xiang was also a person of character. He understood that separating a deformed thoracic artery was very risky. Because the unnamed artery and vein were already very close to the tumor, they had to be separated before they could operate on the tumor. When he saw Zhao Shouping, he raised his head and said, Director Zhao, the situation is very critical now. The old man's blood vessel walls are very fragile because of long-term adhesion. The surgery is very difficult, and the blood vessels are naturally deformed. My idea is to perform artificial blood vessel replacement directly to adjust and repair the large blood vessels. Under cardiopulmonary bypass, we can repair the abnormal blood vessels. Wei Xiang's idea was very bold. When Zhao Shouping heard this, he immediately frowned. Can't you preserve your blood vessels? He had cerebral hemorrhage in the past. Although it wasn't serious, I'm worried that long-term use of blood-activating drugs after the artificial blood vessel replacement isn't good for cerebrovascular disease. Wei Xiang was silent. After a while, he said, if that's the case, the repair will be too complicated. Why don't we contact the other directors? Zhao Shouping nodded and quickly contacted the department directors of the cardiac surgery departments in the major hospitals in the province. That was why the current scene was happening. What should they do? Zhao Shouping looked at Yang Jianchu and Xiong Kanyu and said, do the two of you have any good ideas? Yang Jianchu looked at the large blood vessels that were adhered and formed compensatory collateral circulation because of the deformity. He frowned and said, actually, if we use artificial blood vessel replacement, there's a big problem. It's very difficult to maintain the current stability. Xiong Kanyu nodded. That's right. The patient's blood vessel deformity may be congenital. He didn't pay attention to it when he was a child. After growing up, it has formed a compensatory collateral circulation that satisfies his blood supply. That's why the blood vessels are so complicated now. It's not that simple to replace all of them. However, if we need to remove the tumor on the aorta, it will definitely damage the unnamed artery and ascending aorta at the same time. The patches of the two large blood vessels will definitely. The group of experts began to discuss crazily. Now, there were a few very serious problems in front of them. When Wei Xiang heard the two directors say that, he immediately sighed. Director Xiong, Director Yang, come and take a look. In this situation, you can't perform the separation and repair surgery at all. Indeed, the intricate blood vessels were very troublesome to look at, let alone perform the surgery. Now, there were two unnamed arteries, and the ascending aorta had two exits. Complicated, annoying, what should they do? The few directors quickly began to discuss intensely. Now, the patient had extracorporeal circulation, but even so, they could not delay for too long. The longer they waited, the greater the sequelae and risk. Similarly, it was easier for problems to arise. At this time, Chen Song did not idle around. His eyes seemed to be able to distinguish these deformed blood vessels. How to choose, how to perform the surgery, Chen Song could not help but take a few steps forward to look at the patient's chest. After 7 to 8 minutes, Chen Song had an idea in his heart. However, it was very obvious that it was not convenient for him to show his face in such an environment and occasion. Moreover, even if he showed up, no one would be convinced. Thinking of this, he said to Meng Shi, Director Meng, I have an idea. Meng Shi's eyes lit up. He glanced at Chen Song curiously. How do we do it? Chen Song said in a low voice, how about this? Actually, one of these blood vessels is redundant, especially the second unnamed artery. We can now remove the second blood vessel and repair the wound, and then, the more Meng Shi listened, the more she understood. The messy blood vessels were also sorted out clearly. Autologous blood vessel transplantation. This way, there was no need for artificial blood vessels to be replaced, which saved too much trouble. During the later recovery process, there was also no need for long-term oral anticoagulation drugs to cause cerebral hemorrhage. After hearing this, Meng Shi could not help but feel excited. Chen Song's surgery plan was amazing. She could not help but clench her fists. She understood Chen Song's thoughts. He wanted her to say it. Thinking of this, she walked forward and said decisively, I have an idea. This voice immediately interrupted everyone in the room. They all looked up and frowned when they saw Meng Shi. Director Meng, what do you think? Zhao Shouping also looked sideways. Director Meng, do you have any good ideas? Meng Shi nodded. It's just an idea. Let's listen to it first. Although the patient has a malformed blood vessel with a lot of useful and useless collateral circulation, at this time, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Everyone was stunned. This was not a bad thing? Was there anything worse than this? Meng Shi did not wait for anyone to speak and said directly, actually, we can completely make use of these extra blood vessels. After that, Meng Shi pointed at the blood vessels in the chest and started to draw. First, we need to sort out the complicated blood vessels. Although they are malformed, we can divide them according to their function. In this way, we can choose to remove the extra blood vessels. Then, when we transplant the blood vessels, we can transplant our own blood vessels here. At the same time, we can completely remove the severely damaged. Collateral circulation and transplant our own compensatory blood vessels. Second, we can separate and repair them. Mengshi spoke very quickly, however, everyone present was a department director. They were observant and had a good understanding of the situation. After hearing Mengshi's words, their eyes lit up. Good idea. Good idea. Chief Physician Meng is amazing. Several people could not help but applaud at the same time. However, there was another problem that arose. Wei Xiang said, Chief Physician Meng, you may not know this, but the patient's adhesions are very serious. If we want to separate them, we need a very precise operation. Chief Physicians, who will do it? When this question was asked, Xiong Kongyu and Yang Jianshu looked at each other. When Wei Xiang saw that everyone was silent, he also smiled bitterly. I moved a little too much just now and caused damage to the vena cava. So, I'm definitely not going to do it. Now, it was not just a matter of surgery. It involved a dexterous method to separate the severely adhered large blood vessels in the chest and decisively choose the damaged tissue. What should be retained and what should be removed. However, at the same time, they had to plan and make good use of the compensatory blood vessels. In this way, who would do it? The two department directors looked at each other and sighed. At this time, someone had to step up. However, Wei Xiang had already formed iatrogenic damage. If they were to do it, wouldn't they be able to as well? After all, surgery was the world of young people. As they got older, their hands were stable, but they were no longer skillful enough. At this moment, Mengshi said, I have a candidate. Suddenly, everyone stared at Mengshi. Who? Zhao Shouping widened his eyes and said anxiously, Director Meng, who do you think it is? At this moment, Zhao Shouping was truly grasping at the last straw. Mengshi turned around and said, Xiao Chen, come here. Chen Song nodded and stepped forward to greet them. Hello, directors. When Yang Jianshu saw Chen Song, his eyes widened. Xiao Chen. Chen Song nodded. As for Xiong Kongyu and Zhao Shouping, it was obvious that they weren't familiar with Chen Song. Naturally, they didn't find him reliable. Although Zhao Shouping didn't say it out loud, in his heart, he really didn't trust him. After all, you don't know him, and you haven't even heard of him before. Who can trust him? After all, he was his old father. How could he just let someone else do it? Shouldn't he familiarize himself with it first? Seeing this, Mengshi said, Director Zhao, actually, the idea I just came up with was Chen Song's idea. This sentence instantly made everyone dumbfounded. Xiong Kongyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Such an excellent idea was actually thought of by such a young doctor. Although Zhao Shouping was nervous, he still looked at Chen Song nervously. Dr. Chen, can you do it? Chen Song nodded and said lightly, it shouldn't be a big problem. Everyone was speechless, looking at Chen Song's casual expression and tone. Everyone didn't know what to say. Wasn't he too confident? Zhao Shouping was nervous and uneasy. He hoped that Chen Song had the ability to do so. Then I'll leave it to you. After putting on the surgical gown, Chen Song stepped forward and took the scalpel. Yang Jianshu nodded. I'll help. Xiong Kongyu was also ready. Everyone looked at Chen Song. At this time, Chen Song saw the large blood vessels in the chest and understood more directly than before. The surgery began. Chen Song still removed the tumor and directly cut off a part of the adhesion of the unnamed artery. The whole process was very clean. Because the large blood vessels already had external blood rings, but the collateral circulation was different. They were all small blood vessels and supplied blood to the spinal cord, so he had to be careful. At this time, Chen Song's fingers were like an exquisite instrument. He was meticulous as he separated the blood vessels bit by bit. He was as precise as a computer. During the whole process, he couldn't be careless at all. If he wasn't careful, it would cause damage. Therefore, he had to be careful. However, Chen Song's operation could be said to be as precise as a computer. There was no error at all. This set of subtle maneuvers left the department heads flabbergasted. They were speechless. Wasn't this too amazing? There was no error at all. It was too amazing. The chief physicians looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Mengshi glanced at everyone and smiled slightly. They were surprised just like that. The best part was yet to come. Sure enough, Chen Song's next operation seemed to be a precise art, the extremely precise excision, trimming, and suturing. Just like the script, when repairing the blood vessels, there were almost no flaws. The entire process could be said to be perfect. The previously severely damaged unnamed artery was directly removed by Chen Song and replaced with the deformed second blood vessel. The shape and structure were basically similar and there was no impact. The only difference was that the length was not enough. However, Chen Song's unnamed artery repair surgery was perfect. This bit of difficulty was nothing. Thus, the work that followed became a show. That's right. Everyone stared at Chen Song. Their breathing was rapid, and the hot air directly blurred their glasses. They couldn't see the surgery, but they were also very anxious. However, it was obviously inappropriate not to wear a mask. They were helpless. They could only calm down and wait for the blurriness of their glasses to disappear. Every step of Chen Song's surgery was carefully planned. He tried his best to use his own tissue for the vascular patch at the damaged area. Time passed by minute. The surrounding people stood and watched, and were tired of watching. However, Chen Song did not move at all. His hands did not show any signs of fatigue. The old chief physicians could not help but sigh. He was young and strong. They had to admit that they were old. Chen Song's surgery lasted for 4 hours before it finally ended perfectly. At this moment, everyone looked at the chest. The inflammatory adhesions had been completely cleaned up, and the deformed and complicated large blood vessels in the chest cavity were much more orderly. At this moment, everyone was stunned. When they looked at Chen Song, their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was too amazing, not to mention anything else. Just this achievement of large blood vessel surgery alone made Chen Song not inferior to anyone present. No, he was even stronger than them. The transformation from a master to a perfect master was a process that might not be completed in a lifetime. However, Chen Song did it. Xianxia looked at this scene in disbelief. He was puzzled. When did such a genius appear in Danyang province? He was even better than Gui Yunfei, right? P.S. The 6th update has been delivered. Request for monthly votes. Xianxia could not be blamed for being shocked. It could only be said that Chen Song was too strong. To be honest, it had been a long time since Xianxia saw a young man in such a different light. Xianxia was the director of Danyang Province's Bethune Hospital. He was also the director of the cardiology department. Bethune Hospital was a branch of Fuwai, and Xianxia was also from Fuwai. In 2010, when the Danyang provincial government requested to build a high-standard hospital within 3 years, they invited Xianxia over, hoping that he could take charge of the overall situation. Danyang was a central province with a dense population. Although it was not as densely populated as Nanha Province and Beha Province, it was still much denser than Jinshan Province. As a provincial capital, Ammoniang City did not have enough medical resources. Hence, Bethune Hospital was born. Xianxia was a doctorate director at the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Fuwai. However, he rarely taught students. However, at this moment, when he saw Chen Song's hands, Xianxia was really moved. He was different from others. He dared to think, speak, and do. If he wanted to do something, he would definitely give it his all. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take on the heavy responsibility of building Bethune Hospital. Chen Song's surgery could be said to have fulfilled Xianxia's expectations. It fulfilled his expectations and requirements for his students. It could be said to be a perfect operation. He could see that Chen Song was a piece of unpolished jade. Xianxia could not wait to snatch such a young person with such superb skills at such a young age. With focused training, he would be able to take charge of a department in 3 to 5 years. When he thought of this, although Xianxia looked calm, he also made up his mind to investigate this young man. After all, such an outstanding young man could not be unknown. The surgery gradually came to an end. Yang Jianshu exclaimed in satisfaction. It was rare to see such a surgery. He wanted to tear it apart and do it again. However, Director Zhao would definitely not be happy. He understood, after all, he was his father. As for Wei Xiang, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not for Chen Song today, he would have been involved in some trouble. Although the main reason was not related to Wei Xiang, If the patient was really gone, he was Director Zhao's father. How old was Director Zhao? 52 years old. At the very least, he could work for a few more years. Wei Xiang sighed and moved his body. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. It turned out, his back was already soaked. The temperature in the operating theater was not high. Moreover, cardiac surgeries had to be carried out at a low temperature. Even so, he was drenched in sweat. Thinking of this, he looked at Chen Song gratefully. She must thank him properly. To be honest, the success or failure of this surgery was directly related to his future and prospects. Wei Xiang was in a critical period now. Chief Xiao was 58 years old, so she was no longer allowed to teach postgraduate students. She would retire at 60. Wei Xiang was the most likely candidate for director. At this time, Chen Song finished the surgery and said faintly, "Well, it's done." Originally, Xianxia, Yang Jianshu, and the others had prepared a bellyful of praise, but, when they heard Chen Song's flat tone, as if he had his appendix cut, they instantly lost the mood. "This kid, shouldn't you be happy about such an amazing surgery? Shouldn't you be excited? At the very least, there should be some emotional fluctuations." Unfortunately, Chen Song did not. Everyone did not know how to praise him even if they wanted to. Fortunately, there was a supporting actor in the operating theater. Director Zhao Shoping hurried over and looked at Chen Song. "Dr. Chen? How is it?" Chen Song nodded and smiled. "Director Zhao, don't worry. The surgery was very successful. It was also very smooth. Now, stay in the hospital for the time being and observe the prognosis." When Zhao Shoping heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Dr. Chen, thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, sigh, the consequences would be unimaginable." When Chen Song heard this, he shook his head. "Director Zhao, you're wrong." Zhao Jianping was stunned. The people around them also stared at Chen Song. Chen Song said, "Actually, you should thank Chief Wei properly. He handled the patient in a timely manner and ensured the stability of the surgery. There were no accidents during the surgery. This kind of abnormal blood vessel rupture is accompanied by serious thoracic adhesions. In fact, the most difficult part is not only the surgery, but also the ability to deal with emergencies such as hemostasis in a timely manner when an accident occurs. Therefore, without Chief Wei and the anesthesiologist to stabilize the patient, I can't guarantee the success of the surgery." With that one sentence, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Their perception of Chen Song had undergone a complete change. Wei Xiang was so touched that he was about to cry. His nose was a little sore. He did not expect Chen Song to be willing to speak up for him at this time. Although Chen Song often came to the department, Wei Xiang had never taken the initiative to greet him. He also rarely treated him well. After all, in his eyes, he was just a junior doctor. However, at this time, the warmth in Wei Xiang's heart was really like the sunshine in spring. Similarly, the anesthesiologist also sighed in his heart. "Dr. Xiaochen is a good person." Xiong Kongyu and Yang Jianshu looked at each other and saw admiration in each other's eyes. This kid was not only capable, but also had a good EQ. With that one sentence, it could be said that it changed everyone's feelings immediately. Xiong Kongyu nodded. "That's right, Director Zhao. What Dr. Chen said makes sense." Dr. Wei, after hearing everyone's words, Zhao Shoping nodded gratefully. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Director Xiong, let's have lunch together? We'll go back after lunch. Today's incident really scared me out of my wits." The few of them smiled and did not refuse. Chen Song had just come out of the operating theater when he heard the system's notification sound, ding. "Congratulations, Monster repairing deformed thoracic blood vessels with mixed injuries, Boss Monster. Congratulations, you've obtained 1. Level +1, 2. You've obtained a level 4 purple quality surgical skill book, 3. Protective mask, purple quality." After Chen Song received the notification, he was instantly delighted. It was really a big drop. There were even purple quality equipment. There was even a level 4 surgical skill book, ding. "Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 39. Chen Song felt that today's surgery could not be any better. In the blink of an eye, he had reached level 40. This meant that he would be able to learn a level 4 surgical skill very soon. He casually opened the skill book. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained cardiac rupture repair. Master level. Hint, unable to learn yet. Damn. One of the best emergency skills, cardiac rupture repair. How could he obtain this? Protective mask, defense plus 20. Hint, a special protective mask that greatly reduces the infection rate of germs, bacteria, and other droplets. After seeing this, Xianxia took a deep breath. He was really happy today. Calm down, calm down. The meal lasted less than an hour. This was the gathering of the medical staff. They came and left in a hurry. When they left, they even packed up. Don't think that all doctors are rich. In fact, they are all stingy. That was right, at least, it could be seen from the 2 boxes of steamed dumplings in Xianxia's hands. Xianxia was happy. Today's harvest was full. He even had extra food for the night shift tonight. Moreover, if Xianxia guessed correctly, the box on the left contained shrimps. It was more expensive and could be eaten by himself. The box on the right contained pork and scallions. It was enough for Lele and the others. Perfect. Xianxia did not return to the hospital directly. Instead, he asked about Xianxia. After he learned about it, Xianxia's eyes immediately turned green. Great, an ordinary doctor in the emergency department of the 2nd Chengdu Provincial Hospital. He had just been promoted. Xianxia seemed to realize that if he trained him well, he would definitely be able to do it. When he thought of this, Xianxia felt that he must seriously consider and study this matter when he went back. Xianxia was different from others. He was a man of his word. The department of cardiovascular surgery was his alone. Besides, the dignified department director Xiong was just building a new department of cardiovascular surgery. Was this a problem? Anyway, there were already 5 departments of cardiovascular surgery. One more did not matter. After work in the afternoon, Zhao Shouping directly called Meng Shi and Wei Xiang to the director's office. He went straight to the point and asked, "What do you think of Xianxia as a doctor?" Wei Xiang did not know much, but he told him what he knew. His skills in cardiovascular surgery are excellent. He is also very good at emergency treatment. Moreover, he will be representing Danyang Province in the National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition this year. I think he will be able to get a good ranking. Moreover, I think his surgical skills, his abilities are better than Gui Yunfei's in the cardiovascular hospital. He is a rare talent in the field of cardiovascular surgery. If he is trained, he will be able to do great things. Wei Xiang's evaluation of Xianxia was high enough. Zhao Shouping looked at Meng Shi. "Little Meng, what do you think?" Meng Shi looked at Director Zhao, nodded, and said, "Actually, Department Director Wei doesn't know Xianxia well. Xianxia is not proficient in cardiovascular surgery." Wei Xiang immediately looked sideways. "Oh?" Even Zhao Shouping looked at Meng Shi curiously. Meng Shi then said, "Xianxia's specialty is surgery. It seems that he has a very strong understanding of surgery. He can pick it up very quickly. He only needs a few days to get the hang of any surgery and become a master. Or even better. What would you think if I told you that Xianxia has only been in the cardiovascular surgery department for 2 months?" As soon as he said this, the 2 of them were stunned. Wei Xiang's eyes widened. "How is that possible?" Meng Shi sighed, "If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. However, I'm Xianxia's teacher, and I've witnessed Xianxia's growth with my own eyes. From pericardiac surgery to thoracic vascular surgery, he's improving very quickly. Moreover, he's very talented and intelligent, and he's very skillful with his hands. He's practically a natural-born surgeon. To be honest, his surgeries are almost self-taught. I can't teach him at all. This is still not enough. Do you know Jing ran from the thoracic surgery department? If I said that Dr. Chen's thoracic surgery skills are better than Dr. Jing's, what would you think? If I said that Xianxia published 3 articles in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery with a high international impact factor, what would you think? He's the director of the Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in Danyang Province. He has improved the appendectomy with a small incision, laparoscopic surgery to create a small wound, and proximal hepatic vein repair surgery. What would you think? Oh. By the way, I heard that Xianxia is also an expert in hand surgery, but I don't know much about the rest. After Mengshi finished speaking, the entire office was silent. Was he still human? At this moment, Qianliang pushed the door open and entered. When he saw the three of them, he asked, "Huh? Are you busy?" Zhao Shouping quickly said, "No, old Qian, I have an idea." "Sit down and listen." Qianliang nodded. "Go ahead." Zhao Shouping said slowly, "I want to bring Xianxia over." "What do you think?" When Qianliang heard this, he slammed the table. "Great! How?" "Old Zhao, tell me." "I'll cooperate." With one sentence, Zhao Shouping was dumbfounded. This? Qianliang often disagreed with him, so he was not used to this. "Old Qian. Why are you so cooperative?" Qianliang sighed. "Let me tell you, old Zhao, if Xianxia was 5 years older, I would dare to bring him over to be the deputy director." Zhao Shouping was dumbfounded. "Why don't we find a time to bring him over for a good chat?" Qianliang nodded. "Okay, I'll ask my nephew to organize a meeting." Zhao Shouping was stunned. "Ask your nephew to organize a meeting? Isn't that too hasty?" Qianliang smiled mysteriously. "My nephew is his classmate. It's more convenient to call him out this way, and we can't alert him. Because this Xiaochen has Dean Qin's informant by his side." With one sentence, everyone was a little confused. Xianxia rushed back to the hospital. At noon, he slept for an hour in the on-call room. Today was the day of the hospital's board meeting. In the morning, the department heads finished communicating with each other, but around 4 in the afternoon, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly received a phone call. "Lao Qin, there's a Xianxia in your hospital?" Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned when he received the phone call. "Yes, what's wrong?" "Sigh. How should I put it? Now, many hospitals are asking me about Xianxia, asking if it's convenient for me to transfer personnel. At noon, Director Xiong of Bethune Hospital called me. Just now, Director Zhao Shouping of Eastern University called me. Take a look." Qin Xiaoyuan's expression changed. He quickly said, "Leader, there's an urgent patient. I'll call you back later." After hanging up the phone, Lao Qin's face showed some anxiety. "Okay. You brat. Didn't I just hit your butt? You're so vengeful. I don't know where you went to show off. Now they're trying to snatch you from me. Can't you be more quiet? The ancients said that you shouldn't show off and keep a low profile. This bastard." After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyuan directly contacted the various directors and secretaries and called for an emergency meeting. A few minutes later, in the conference room, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly said, "Let me tell you something. Everyone knows about Xianxia, right? He's about to represent Dongyang province in the National Cardiovascular Surgery competition. I heard that it's very likely that he'll be in the top 3. Then, in March, we'll be building a hand surgery base with Jishuotan Hospital, Nantong University-affiliated hospital, and Shanghai 6th Hospital. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our second provincial hospital. But now, there's a problem in front of us. I'm very anxious now and don't know what to do. Let's communicate and communicate. It's best if we can come up with a good solution." At this point, everyone looked at Qin Xiaoyuan curiously. Tan Ligua suddenly said, "Could it be that someone wants to snatch Xianxia from us?" Qin Xiaoyuan looked at Secretary Tan in surprise and felt joy in his heart. "Not bad, you even know how to act with me?" Qin Xiaoyuan slammed the table. "That's right. Now, many hospitals have their eyes on Xianxia, and they know about the hand surgery base. So now, someone wants to snatch Xianxia away from us. Everyone, what do you think we should do?" After all the directors heard this, they immediately slammed the table and said indignantly, "No. Dream on. Don't even think about it." Qin Xiaoyuan looked at everyone's morale and was very satisfied. "That's right." Tan Ligua said angrily, "These people are too despicable. When they see Xianxia developing, they want to snatch him away." "Impossible." Qin Xiaoyuan said with emotion, "Well, I think so too, but We can't resist the other party's good conditions. We can't just let him go, right? So, everyone, think of a good idea to keep Chen Song. P.S. I'll update twice for the time being. There'll be more tomorrow. I'll continue to update. Thank you to Violate for your 10,000 reward. Thank you. Which one of them wasn't a shrewd person? Their hearts were very clear. Could Chen Song leave? Of course not. If he really wanted to leave, he would not be able to leave. If word got out, he would still be a member of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Why? Because what did Chen Song represent now? He represented the development trend of the 2nd Provincial Hospital and the achievements of everyone present. Not to mention anything else, the hand surgery research base that was established in March was a combination of the 3 giants of the industry, the 6th Hospital of Shanghai, the capital's Jishui Lake, and the Nantung affiliated hospital. With just a few resources, the 2nd Provincial Hospital's hand surgery department would be able to rise and soar. At that time, the research funds would be in place, and some scientific talents would be sent over. The 2nd Provincial Hospital's hand surgery base would be built smoothly. This was an important national research project. This was a rare good thing for the 2nd Provincial Hospital's scientific research ability and clinical ability to improve. And all of this was built on the foundation of Chen Song in the 2nd Provincial Hospital. To put it in an annoying manner, everyone in the room understood that the hand surgery department's clinical research base was basically where Chen Song went. This was a typical bundle sale with Chen Song. But there was nothing they could do about him. After all, if those big shots and the hospital did not value the 2nd Provincial Hospital, they valued Chen Song. When they thought of this, all of them felt inexplicably sad. They actually felt helpless, as if the customer was bullying the shop. Since when did it become a problem for the directors and secretaries to worry about whether a junior doctor would leave or stay? Sigh. At this moment, the deputy director in charge of scientific research, Hao Shiliang, took a deep breath and said, "Chen Song, you can't leave." Everyone rolled their eyes. Who didn't know that he couldn't leave? Did they even need you to say that? Hao Shiliang continued, everyone may not understand, but there are not many people who know Chen Song. Chen Song has not entered the sites of the major hospitals yet. If he really participates in the National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition, and if he accidentally wins the championship, do you think those top tertiary grade A hospitals won't snatch it? With one sentence, everyone was speechless. That's right, to put it bluntly, Chen Song was still not very famous, and his fame was limited to the province. What if this kid had unknowingly won first place in the National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition, and he had struck it rich? Now, they actually didn't want Chen Song to be too awesome. At that time, this ranking would still be very famous in the industry. Although it was only in the field of cardiovascular surgery, which tertiary grade A student did not have cardiovascular surgery, who wouldn't want a rising star to develop? At that time, Chen Song's talent in cardiology would be off the charts, and he would also be tied to foreign natural science research projects. He was the most popular person in the country. Where could he not be a director? Dean Hao's words immediately caused everyone present to look worried. He looked at Xianxia anxiously. Dean Qin, what do you think we should do? Yeah. Dean Qin, what do you think? Xianxia was also in a dilemma. A few months ago, he might have really hoped that Chen Song would stay and build the 2nd Provincial Hospital and develop it. But now, Lao Qin's thoughts had already scattered. Gold would shine everywhere. But Chen Song was obviously not gold. This kid was clearly a pink diamond, crystal clear, and shining in all directions. If it was just a raw diamond in the past, now that it had been polished and began to show its talent, it would definitely soar into the sky before long. Stay, or send him away? Lao Qin was also in a dilemma. Was it good outside? It was definitely good. It was not just a little better than Dongyang. An advanced medical environment, superb medical standards, and a top-notch team of talents. For Chen Song, if he was nurtured well, it would definitely be a good thing. If he developed in those tertiary grade A hospitals, he would be like Zhou Hongguang, with a higher ceiling and could become an academician. Similarly, was Qianliang good? Of course, he was good, but he might not be able to become an academician in his lifetime because the platform of the first hospital of Eastern University was not enough to support academician Qianliang. This was not about the background, it was about the scientific research foundation, clinical foundation. The gap was huge. This was the gap, there was a huge gap in the platform itself, but, at the same time, the bigger the platform, the more complicated the environment. Must the academic circle be clean and tidy? Even winning the Nobel Prize might not necessarily make one an academician. Xianxia could be considered as an experienced man. After so many years of experience, he could see these things clearly. Whether you could be an academician or not, whether you could be awesome or not, it was not up to you, to put it bluntly. Sometimes, as long as you were given a platform and resources, you could do it even if you couldn't. If you were not given anything, you couldn't do it even if you could. Chen Song had only just emerged. He might not be able to fight against those people, and it was not enough to attract enough attention from the big shots. To put it bluntly, he lacked a protective umbrella. However, Qin Xiaoyuan felt that if he stayed in Dongyang for too long, it would definitely limit Chen Song's development. Qin Xiaoyuan was tired. As Chen Song's father-in-law, he also wanted to plan a future for Chen Song. Although he could not pave the way for him, he could try his best to tell him how to go in the future. Is there any way to compromise? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan closed his eyes and thought carefully. In the entire office, 7 or 8 people were all thinking. To be honest, Qin Xiaoyuan was not thinking about how the second provincial hospital would develop. To put it bluntly, whether Chen Song was there or not, wouldn't it still develop? What he cared about the most was how Chen Song would develop in the future. At this time, the other directors also had some ideas. Li Jianwei said directly, "Why don't we let Chen Song be the deputy director of the emergency department?" Hao Shuliang shook his head and said, "Our Dongshan experimental base lacks a deputy director. Why don't we let Chen Song take on the role? At least it will show that we value him enough." Another director said, "I think it's better to teach students according to their aptitude. The hand surgery department can be built as soon as possible. Chen Song will be the director and the deputy director of the emergency department." Hearing the words of the people around him, Secretary Tan shook his head and said, "I have an idea." When everyone heard this, they all looked up at Secretary Tan. Tan Ligua said slowly, "The departments of the small west building have also been moved to the main building. Should we just empty the small west building and move the emergency department there and set up an emergency building? The emergency department on the first floor, the emergency cardiac surgery department on the second floor, the emergency general surgery department on the third floor, the emergency hand surgery department on the fourth floor, and the emergency inpatient department on the fifth and sixth floor. And now I know that Chen Song is an emergency talent. Instead of sending him to the cardiac surgery department as the deputy director or the Dongshan laboratory, why don't we give him a new platform and let him be the deputy director of the emergency building?" Tan Ligua continued, "We have to give him enough autonomy. Moreover, Li Baoshan is an old comrade. He can completely control it. With Li Baoshan around, he can completely steer the ship for Chen Song. And Chen Song also has enough scope for development. Moreover, we can promise him that he will be the director of the emergency department in the future. This way, not only will we give Chen Song a real development platform, but we will also have a substantial reward. We can also promise him a future." What does everyone think? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was no longer a simple department director, right? Wasn't he already the head of a small hospital? Tan Ligua meant to build the emergency department into an emergency department building. And Chen Song was the deputy director of this emergency department building, the future director. And give him enough autonomy. To put it bluntly, at that time, Li Baoshan's power, and even Chen Song's power, would be more powerful than many deputy directors. There was an unwritten rule in the hospital, basically, whichever department the director was in, they would have to vigorously develop that department. For example, after Qin Xiaoyuan came to power, the oncology department of the second provincial hospital became the top 3 in the province. There were 5 oncology departments in the inpatient building. Now, they suddenly wanted to build an emergency department building. This was not a matter of words. This meant that the budget at the end of the year would be handed over to the emergency department. This was a major event in the development of the second provincial hospital. As soon as this sentence was said, all the directors and secretaries around were stunned. Including Qin Xiaoyuan. That was because Qin Xiaoyuan had deliberately vacated this small west building. He wanted to build this place into an oncology department that specialized in oncology surgery. After all, the most suitable direction for the second provincial hospital to develop was the oncology department. Because of the vigorous development of the oncology department, the number of patients had soared. It would be the greatest waste not to open the oncology department. If the second provincial hospital opened the oncology department, it would be a great benefit for the development of the second provincial hospital. Before Xianxia could say anything, Li Jianwei spoke first. No, the focus of our hospital's future development is the oncology department. The same goes for the development of the small west building. We can't change the direction of the hospital's development just because of Chen Song. The hospital director in charge also nodded. That's right. And I think that Chen Song doesn't have the ability to take charge of a department and become the deputy chief physician of the emergency department. The authority of an associate chief physician was much greater than that of a chief physician of a normal department like the Department of Internal Medicine. Once the emergency department was established, it would become the hub for patients in the hospital. Chen Song could give it to whoever he wanted. One could imagine how much power he had. That's right. Chen Song is too young. This isn't appropriate. The deputy secretary also agreed. Not only was Tan Ligua not unhappy, he didn't say anything, because there were some things that he didn't want to say to the crowd. He wanted to say them to Qin Xiaoyuan. What was his goal? Take care of it yourself. After Qin Xiaoyuan was silent for a while, he suddenly thought of a very good idea. He looked at the crowd and nodded. Yes, what everyone said makes sense. Let me tell you what I think. Now, the hospital must develop in two directions. One is to build the oncology surgery center as soon as possible. The other is to start the emergency department. The development of the emergency department is related to the stability of our hospital. The hand surgery department must be established, and the thoracic surgery department must be established. The emergency department and general surgery department can't be omitted. But this can't be done overnight. In addition to the hardware, we also need to have the personnel in place. What about Chen Song? I've also thought about it. Send him out for further studies. As soon as he said that, everyone was dumbfounded. Send him out for further studies, wasn't this obviously sending him to someone else's mouth? Qin Xiaoyuan continued, the one-year study period will start after the new year in 2020 and end in 2020, which is the new year in 2021. During this year, our hospital will complete the renovation of the old building, and the new building will be completed soon. At that time, one will be the oncology surgery building, and the other will be the emergency department building. And within this year, we will need to establish the oncology surgery department. At the same time, we will also need to introduce and train the emergency department members. When Chen Song comes back, Chen Song will be the director of the emergency department. Qin Xiaoyuan's resolute and decisive words immediately stunned everyone. 1 year to build a complete emergency department team, 1 year to develop a top-notch emergency department director, 1 year to complete the oncology surgery building. What Qin Xiaoyuan wanted to do was far more impressive than they had imagined. This was even more shocking than Secretary Tan Ligua's words. Although it was delayed for a year, he would be the director of the emergency department in a year. Wasn't this too extravagant? They dared to bet that even if Chen Song was snatched away by those hospitals, it was impossible for them to give him an emergency department building to develop. At most, he would be the department director. Just as they were puzzled, they suddenly realized something. Next year was going to change. Most importantly, a year later, Qin Xiaoyuan's term as director would expire. Should they continue, Tan Ligua's term would also be up. What were they planning? Everyone felt their breathing quicken. The entire office fell into silence. Only the sound of panting could be heard. This year, the second provincial hospital had to achieve political achievements, and building a building was a political achievement. The completion of the construction of 2 buildings at a time was the political achievement of everyone present. An emergency department building, an oncology surgery building, everyone present couldn't bear to reject him. After Tan Ligua heard Qin Xiaoyuan's words, his eyes immediately lit up. He could not help but think to himself, what courage. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly said, I agree. Tan Ligua could not help but break up. I agree. One after another, everyone began to raise their hands and say, I agree. That's right, no one was a fool. Whether it was public or private, Xiaoyuan's idea was very good. Why should they refuse? Besides, a year later, Chen Song would be the emergency department director. What did it matter? After 2 minutes, the voting ended. Xiaoyuan said, well, at the end of the month, these two things will be included in the hospital's next 5-year plan. At the year-end meeting, we will discuss the details in detail. Today's meeting is over. Everyone, you can leave. Everyone stood up. However, Tan Ligua took the initiative to stay. He looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and asked thoughtfully, Lao Qin, will you still be in the second provincial hospital the year after next? When Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he was stunned. At the director level, each hospital would take turns. Qin Xiaoyuan was silent for a moment before saying, Old Tan, what do you think? P.S. Chen Song's rise is about to begin. Looking for monthly votes, there's at least one more in the afternoon, maybe 2 chapters. Starting at 6 p.m. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Song received a call from Qin Xiaoyuan. Chen Song looked at the phone and hesitated for a long time. Should he pick it up? Would something bad happen if he picked it up? After hesitating for a long time, Chen Song picked it up and carefully decided to sound him out first. Hello? Hello, Dean. Qin Xiaoyuan listened to Chen Song's voice and knew that this kid must have heard the phone call, but he didn't pick it up. Well, come to my office, hurry up. Qin Xiaoyuan hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking, very much like a dean. It made Chen Song panic. Qin Yu glanced at Chen Song and asked curiously, what's wrong? Chen Song swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, our dad is calling me. Qin Yu was stunned and almost laughed out loud. Go? Just go in and call. What's wrong with dad? You can ask how he will react. Chen Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it, I still want to live for a few more days. After that, Chen Song sighed, got up and walked towards the administrative building. After knocking on the door, he found that the door was opened by himself. Obviously, Lao Qin had left the door open for him. Needless to say, Chen Song was now quite familiar with the dean's office. He had been here several times. As the saying goes, strangers the first time, friends the second time. The third time he came back, the door was left open. Qin Xiaoyuan saw Chen Song come in and smiled. Sit down, I'll make you a cup of tea. Bilyuakun? Or Longjing? After Chen Song heard it, he immediately held his breath and thought hard. These 2 teas, was there a deeper meaning? Bilyuakun, Longjing, they were all green tea. Was there another meaning? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Is there a Jin Jun Mei? Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. Oh? Don't like green tea? Green tea, you seem to have quite a temper. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. My stomach has been a little cold recently. The doctor told me to drink something warm. Chen Song felt that the conversation just now was very good. It looked like they were chatting, but in fact, it was a real battle. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled and took out a box of Jin Jun Mei tea for Chen Song. This kid really treated this place as his home. Qin Xiaoyuan couldn't help but smile. He took out Jin Jun Mei and was about to make tea. She suddenly felt that something was amiss, and immediately, she asked curiously, how did you know I have black tea here? Chen Song blurted out, oh. Qin Yu said yesterday that you brought Jin Jun Mei to the hospital. After saying that, Chen Song regretted it. He wished he could slap his own mouth. Qin Xiaoyuan almost threw the tea leaves he had just brewed into the trash can. What did this black-hearted cotton have that he didn't want to tell Chen Song? Sooner or later, Qin Yu, this little traitor, would reveal most of his family's secrets. After sitting down, Qin Xiaoyuan felt that he should go straight to the point. Otherwise, if he got more information from Chen Song, he would definitely be furious. Well, Xiao Chen, I organized a meeting this afternoon. I want to have a good chat with you and hear your thoughts, Qin Xiaoyuan said directly. Actually, I'll just tell you what I want to say. I won't beat around the bush with you. To be honest, the speed of your progress is far beyond my imagination. Now, your influence is getting bigger and bigger. Let's not talk about the hand surgery department's research and clinical base. You're going to represent Dongyang province in the national competition in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. If you win an award, there will definitely be a lot of hospitals coming to you. The second provincial hospital is no exception. They will definitely focus on training you. The core of today's meeting is that next year, the hospital will build an emergency building with at least 8 floors. They want you to be the chief physician. These words were said lightly, but Chen Song was stunned. This was not as simple as managing a department. This was managing a building. To put it bluntly, he was the chief physician of several departments. This was not an ordinary position. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but say, "This. Dean Qin, isn't this too much? Can I do it?" Qin Xiaoyuan raised his eyelids. "Why can't you? Isn't that Gui Yunfei the chief physician of the emergency department of the cardiovascular hospital? Are you worse than him?" Chen Song frowned. "I'm not saying that I can't do it, but this shouldn't be easy, right? After all, the weight is not light, even a staff can quarrel, let alone the chief physician of a building. At the very least, the deputy director should be the chief physician." Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. "Let me put it this way. If the second provincial hospital doesn't come up with such conditions, are you willing to stay? Back then, you were dispensable. You were just a junior doctor. Anyone would dare to pinch you. But now, you're the same as before. To put it bluntly, it's not that the staff is simple, nor is it that the position of chief physician is difficult. In the end, how much value do you have? How big of a platform do you have? Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Xiaoyuan's words made Chen Song fall silent. Indeed, when Professor Tang, Wang Yushan, and the others discussed cooperation with the second provincial hospital last time, they mentioned by name that if Chen Song did not become the chief physician, they would not cooperate. This was clearly acknowledging Chen Song's value. In this society, your identity and status would always be proportional to your value. As for your value, it can be your own value, or it can be the value of those behind you, emphasis added. Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. In fact, the second provincial hospital is such a big platform. The upper limit is not high. Other than Concord and Ansenfu, these places are too different. At first, I thought that after you married Yaya, you would slowly be promoted to chief physician or something in the future. It doesn't matter if you become a director in the future. But now, I feel that the second provincial hospital can't let you go. Even if you don't want to leave, I have to chase you forward. Yaya is going to study for a doctorate next year. You should also go out and study for a year. When you come back from your studies, the emergency building will be built. At that time, you will be the chief physician of the emergency department." Hearing Qin Xiaoyuan's words, to be honest, Chen Song felt quite warm in his heart. After all, there was someone who had planned for him and paved the way for him. Other than his biological parents, who else could it be? "Actually, I've thought of sending you to a big hospital, but, with your current ability, if you go to a big hospital, you'll be a small fry. You won't get any training at all. Instead of that, it's better to come back. The platform of the second provincial hospital is not that small. It's enough for you to grow. After the emergency building is built, that will be your second platform. When you build the emergency department of the second provincial hospital into a first-class hospital in the province, the world is big. You can go anywhere." Qin Xiaoyuan could be said to have really designed a safe and stable path for Chen Song. Chen Song was a dragon. The chief physician of the emergency department was the starting point for him to take off. Chen Song was a snake. The chief physician of the emergency department was a turning point for him to smoothly transition to the director of the second provincial hospital. Chen Song took a sip of hot tea and felt warm in his heart. He did not know if it was the tea or the words that were warm. P.S. I haven't finished writing the second chapter. My mother called me for dinner, so. Haha, I'll write it tonight. Oh. Oh right, I beg for monthly votes. By the way, I recommend a book, The Age of Ambitious and Ruthless. Those who like French should go and read it. No matter how stupid Chen Song was, he understood Qin Xiaoyuan's deep meaning. Such a broad road had been paved for him. To Chen Song, this was really a benefactor. Chen Song was a little touched. He held the teacup and felt the warmth inside. He raised his head and said, "Thank you, Dean Qin." Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. "There are no outsiders, so you don't have to be so polite." However, Xiao, to be honest, when you're in the second provincial hospital, or rather, when you're in Dongyang, I can help you with anything. When you go out, you have to rely on yourself in the end. Moreover, don't look down on the second provincial hospital. To be honest, if you go out to any hospital, I can guarantee that you won't have enough autonomy here. With me here, you can rest assured and work hard. Do as much as you can. Therefore, such a platform is rare and precious. Seize and use it well. Of course, if there is a better platform, it's fine. If there isn't, you must use it well. Chen Song understood Qin Xiaoyuan's words. He was not a rookie who had just started working. Chen Song smiled. Yes, thank you, Dean Qin. I understand. Work hard. Qin Xiaoyuan took a sip of tea, smiled, and continued to ask, yes, by the way, you don't have any objections about the matter of further studies, right? I made the decision for you without permission. Chen Song shook his head. Of course not. It's a good thing to go out for further studies. If I have any objections, I'll be ignorant. Only a fool would refuse the path that his father-in-law had paved for him. The two of them chatted casually. They no longer sounded like a hospital director and a doctor. Instead, they sounded like a father-in-law and a son-in-law. Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly asked with interest, Xiao, there's something I don't quite understand. Which direction do you want to develop in? You're doing so well in hand surgery now, and you're also doing so well in cardiac surgery. You're going to participate in the national competition. Maybe you can even win an award. Qian Liang and the others said that your skills in the department of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery are also very good. I'm not quite sure what your future direction is. I saw that you chose cardiology as your postgraduate. Do you really want to develop in this direction? Qin Xiaoyuan really couldn't figure out Chen Song. Other doctors could not do a good job even if they focused on one department. They even started to focus on one type of surgery or even one type of disease. Chen Song was doing the exact opposite. He knew a little about everything. Chen Song smiled. He looked at Qin Xiaoyuan and said, actually, what I'm learning is the path you paved for me. Qin Xiaoyuan was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? Chen Song took a deep breath and said, Dean Qin, you said that you want to build an emergency building. Such a tall building can't only have one department, right? Emergency cardiology, emergency thoracic surgery, emergency hand surgery, emergency hepatobiliary surgery, emergency treatment. You have to have all of these, right? If I become a department director, I have to be everyone's backbone, right? So, I have to do my best to master all the diseases in the emergency system of any department. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled. Kid, don't bite off more than you can chew. You have to eat one bite at a time. If you eat too much, not only will you choke, but you will also die from overeating. Chen Song laughed. However, he continued, actually, the emergency department is the first place to rescue critically ill patients. There seem to be too many types of diseases. There are even many life-threatening diseases in every department. However, if you think about it carefully, not all diseases in every department can be life-threatening. What I've always wanted to do is to classify the critically ill patients in every department and pick them out from the specialties. Then, I'll tackle them one by one. I feel that I have such ability and talent, and I can't waste it. Moreover, these diseases and surgeries seem to be numerous and uncountable, but if you think about it carefully, they are all connected. For example, external injuries, whether it's chest trauma, abdominal trauma, heart major blood vessels, and so on, as long as you find their connection and classify them, you can actually simplify things. When the time comes, I can completely do emergency medicine well. Maybe when I'm old, I can even write a book on emergency surgery and emergency internal medicine. Now, all the doctors in our country are specialists. There are very few people who specialize in emergency medicine, and most of them are in emergency internal medicine. I feel that if our generation does it well, one day, we can really finish the emergency surgery guide. At that time, we can also train emergency surgeons on a large scale. And this team is the special forces of our medical industry. Sharp knives. When the time comes, when one side is in trouble, there will be reinforcements from all sides. This group of special forces is like a sharp knife. We will save the people from danger. At the end of his speech, Chen Song even felt the passion and hot-bloodedness in his heart. Was it difficult? Of course it was. In fact, very few people would do it. However, there were some things that had to be done, no matter how difficult it was, no matter how tiring it was, it always needed generations of people to perfect it step by step. Chen Song knew that it was very likely that he could not complete it alone. However, he knew that he was not alone, some of the seniors were already doing it. However, due to their own limitations, they had not completed it yet. Chen Song had the system. That was his greatest advantage. However, it would be a pity if the system was wasted by him. He had to do something for the people and society. After that, the two of them fell silent. That was the first time Chen Song talked about his ideals and the future with someone. He even talked about his future plans. After Qin Xiaoyuan heard that, he was also filled with emotions. In fact, Qin Xiaoyuan and the others were the first batch of tumor researchers in the country. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, weren't tumors the same? Tumors involved every organ, tissue, and organ in the human body. Research was already considered to be interdisciplinary, but there was still a group of people who joined in to do research. If one person could not finish the research, then 10 people would do it together. If 10 people were not enough, then 100, 1,000, 1 generation, 2 generations. Currently, the development of tumor medicine in the country was indeed not as good as overseas. However, compared to the past, they had improved a lot. There had to be a direction and a process to work hard. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly understood Chen Song very well. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan picked up his teacup and looked at Chen Song seriously again. He smiled and said, "Come, congratulations on realizing your dream. Tea in place of wine. Cheers." Chen Song smiled. "Cheers." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. However, 10 seconds later, Chen Song said, "Dean Qin, actually, there's no need to use tea in place of wine. I heard from Yaya that there's a special supply of Maotai at home. It said that it's more than 40 years old?" Lao Qin's expression changed. "Get lost." Chen Song left the director's office helplessly. This director Qin was really stingy. No, it was that his brain couldn't wrap itself around it. He was already the director, why couldn't he understand? The lady was going to marry him, but he couldn't bear to part with a bottle of wine. Sigh, Lao Qin, oh Lao Qin, you don't understand life at all. It seemed like he couldn't not think of a way. It was a 40-year-old special supply of Maotai. Chen Song felt that it was too exaggerated. When he drank it, he would send a message to Chen Dehai. That feeling was really comfortable. He had to discuss it with Qin Yu when he went back. Seeing that it was almost time to knock off, Chen Song had to hurry back to his shift. As for Qin Xiaoyuan, seeing Chen Song leave, he panicked. "Yaya, oh Yaya, do you still remember your surname? You changed the word Qin to Chen, didn't you? I raised you for so long, but you're not as good as this kid." Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan ran back home. He didn't want to waste any time in the hospital. He had to hide the wine well before the trader came home. However, the moment Lao Qin stepped in, he saw that Ji Ruyun had already returned and was opening the parcel. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Ji Ruyun stared at Lao Qin. Qin Xiaoyuan sighed. "Sigh. You gave birth to a good lady. Other people's son-in-law would give things to his father-in-law. But for me, this son-in-law is always thinking about his father-in-law. And, the lady is actually a traitor. It's really hard on me. You don't know." Today, Qin Xiaoyuan sighed and told him what happened today. He shook his head helplessly. After Ji Ruyun heard it, she couldn't help but laugh. "I think a man should act like one. You're too petty. Isn't it just a few bottles of wine? The bottle of red wine that Xiao Chen and Yaya brought back a few days ago is worth a lot. You can't be too stingy." When Lao Qin heard Ji Ruyun say the same thing, he was stunned for a moment. He asked doubtfully, "Honey, am I too stingy?" Ji Ruyun nodded. "That's right. I feel that Xiao Chen is pretty good. He's good in every way." "Oh," Lao Qin replied. He changed into slippers and sat down on the sofa. Looking at Ji Ruyun opening a large pile of packages, he was overjoyed. What's this? Ji Ryun smiled and said happily, let me tell you, this is good stuff. Chen Song's friend is the CEO of American CIS Medical Beauty. He sent me a bunch of skincare products from their company. This is hydrating factor, this is eye cream, this is hyaluronic acid mask, and this is some kind of cream. Hey, Lao Qin, your English is good. Can you translate for me? What are these things? Qin Xiaoyuan was dumbfounded. He even doubted his life. No wonder you said that Chen Song was good, how could this not be good? It turned out that he had received a bribe, such a large box of skincare products, one look and you can tell that they are high-grade goods. If it were me, I would also say that Chen Song was good. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyuan was so tired that he almost wanted to cry. Should a man be wronged? Chen Song, oh, Chen Song, aren't you too sneaky? Do you know who has the final say in the Qin family? I, Qin Xiaoyuan, am the head of the family. You don't understand this at all. Humph. Lao Qin, hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Ji Ryun fiddled with the cosmetics and said happily. Lao Qin nodded immediately. Okay, honey, what are we eating tonight? Chen Song swore that he would never eat with Lei Lei again. There were 2 boxes of shumai, 1 box of shrimp fillings, and 1 box of pork and onions. Looking at Lei Lei, whose mouth was full of oil, eating half of the shumai in 1 bite, Chen Song decided to remind her not to eat too quickly. Otherwise, he could not guarantee how many shumai he could eat in the end. Lei Lei, the book said that chewing slowly can reduce weight, Chen Song said. Lei Lei stared at Chen Song. Are you worried that I will eat too quickly and there won't be any left for you? Chen Song was speechless. How could you guess this? Of course not, I don't care about these shumai. Lei Lei immediately nodded and stuffed the shumai with shrimp fillings into her mouth. She took another one. Oh, I told you that Dr. Xiaochen is not so stingy now. Chen Song was heartbroken. Don't you know that being stingy is a habit? Regardless of whether you have money or not, you will always want to be stingy. Helpless, Chen Song swore that he would eat delicious food with Shaolin in the future. After eating, Lei Lei took out 2 bottles of yogurt from the drawer and handed one to Shaolin. Dr. Chen, you said that you don't like to drink yogurt, right? Chen Song was stunned and wanted to shake his head. I didn't have money in the past, I want to drink it now. Unfortunately, it was too late, this night was destined to not be a good night. Chen Song made a decision. After work tomorrow, he would eat a few more wontons to make up for his injured stomach. Although wontons and shumai were different, they still had fillings. At this moment, a group of people came into the emergency room. It seemed to be 2 families. A well-dressed middle-aged couple was supporting a young girl. Their faces were filled with anxiety. On the other side, there was also a couple and a tall man with a frown. Doctor. Come and see what happened to my child. Doctor. Chen Song quickly walked over. What happened? The well-dressed middle-aged woman should be the girl's mother. She said anxiously, we were having a meal just now. After eating, my daughter fell to the ground when she came out to walk. Chen Song was stunned. Seeing that the girl was conscious and clear-headed, he said to Lei Lei, push a bed out. If you eat too much, you have to move more. Lei Lei had this advantage. She could eat, work, and work hard without complaint. After Chen Song asked the parents to carry the patient to the bed, he looked at the girl. She was quite fashionable and pretty. Chen Song asked, what's wrong with you? The girl's voice was softer. I just feel weak in my body. My limbs are weak and my hands are numb. It has been a while. After eating just now, it suddenly got worse after coming out. Chen Song was stunned. Hold my hand, use more strength. After feeling it, Chen Song frowned slightly. Her muscle strength decreased. Both hands are numb? The girl nodded. Yes, both hands are numb. Chen Song was the first to think of cerebral infarction. Do you have hypertension and diabetes? The girl's mother answered quickly, no. My family doesn't have any genetic diseases. My child is healthy. During the physical examination this year, everything was fine. Although Chen Song felt that the girl was so young, she didn't seem to have cerebral infarction. Instead, she was weak and numb on both sides. So, he asked, do you drink often? The girl didn't speak. The mother continued to answer, no, my daughter just graduated from a famous school. She has no history of smoking and drinking. She is very healthy. Chen Song was stunned. He couldn't ask about the medical history. He had to ask the patient. So, he nodded and said, yes, you go through the procedures first. Lele, push the patient in. At this moment, the girl's mother suddenly said, I'll go too. Chen Song was stunned. I just wanted to send you away. Why did you follow me? Family members can't enter the emergency room. The woman was stunned. Suddenly, she looked a little anxious. Chen Song did this on purpose. With family members around, the patient's medical history would be unclear. It was common to hide things. If you wanted to get the real information, this definitely wouldn't work. P.S. I want a few updates today, a few updates, I can't be lazy. After entering the resuscitation room, Chen Song carried the woman and turned her around on the bed. The woman was not heavy. She looked like a weak and obedient girl. Chen Song continued to ask, other than the weakness in your limbs and numbness in your hands, do you feel any discomfort? The woman shook her head. I'm a little flustered. I often feel flustered, but I don't think this has anything to do with me because I used to stay up late. Chen Song hesitated for a moment and said to little Lin, do an electrocardiogram and check her blood sugar. Little Lin quickly got up and pushed the electrocardiogram machine over. The blood sugar result was soon out. 7-9. Although the patient said that she had eaten some food, it was impossible for her to be hypoglycemic. Moreover, even though Chen Song felt that the possibility was low, he still had to check it just to be safe. At this time, Chen Song did not stay idle. He repeated the topic outside and continued to ask the woman. However, this time, the answer was indeed different. I used to drink a lot. Chen Song was stunned. Oh? Other than drinking? Do you have any other habits? At this time, Lulu began to do an electrocardiogram for the girl. Chen Song was present, and the girl did not avoid it. Instead, she felt quite calm. However, Chen Song did not avoid it because this kind of thing was not a big deal at all. Although there were cases in the emergency department where male doctors were reported for performing electrocardiograms on female patients, it was still a minority. Most people who came to the hospital did not avoid this kind of thing. As the saying went, there was no need to avoid treatment when sick. Not long after, the electrocardiogram results came out. ST segment decline, arrhythmia, heart rate increase, 84 beats per minute, PR interval shortened. Chen Song looked at the results and frowned slightly. The electrocardiogram did not seem to have any major problems, but Chen Song suddenly asked thoughtfully, do you have a regular menstrual cycle? The daughter's expression changed. Does it have anything to do with it? Chen Song nodded seriously and said, yes, it has something to do with it. The girl suddenly said, more than a month. How long has it been? But, my period has never been regular. Chen Song continued to ask, do you have sex? The girl was stunned. Of course. Chen Song said, oh, I actually suggest that you do an ultrasound now to see if you are pregnant. The girl frowned. No need. What I want to ask now is, does it matter if my limbs are weak? In fact, Chen Song already had a few possibilities in his mind. Is there any history of infectious diseases such as hepatitis and tuberculosis? No. Have you taken any medicine or special items? The girl still shook her head. Seeing this, Chen Song was a little troubled. The patient had begun to resist. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to make a clear diagnosis. However, Chen Song nodded and said, well, let's do it this way. Your limbs are mainly weak now. I suggest you do an electromyogram and motor nerve conduction chart first to see the situation. Then, take a blood sample and do a routine blood test. The woman did not refuse this time. Chen Song then arranged for Shaolin to contact the doctor for a checkup. There was only one doctor on the night shift, but it was obvious that no one was sleeping. After Chen Song made the call, he personally pushed the patient to the checkup. At this time, in the emergency hall, both families were worried about the patient's condition. Sai, my Jejia is too honest. She doesn't like to cause trouble since she was young. I guess she's tired during this period. The woman sighed. After all, her father and I are in good health. Last year's physical examination was normal. The young man was called Tianjin. He nodded and said, well, I think it's fine. Maybe it's just a little hypoglycemia. He and Jiejie had only known each other for more than a month. They were introduced by relatives, which was the so-called blind date. It was normal for men and women to get married when they were of age. At this age, this was inevitable. Moreover, Jiejie was very mischievous and likable. She had studied abroad in the United States. They were introduced by relatives and friends, so everyone felt that they were more reliable. They got along very well. Over the past month, the relationship between the two of them had been warming up. Tianjin was older than the girl by 3 years. After getting along with each other, both parents decided to meet. Thus, today's meal was held. The girl's mother suddenly said, the girl isn't young anymore. She wants to get married early and settle the matter. The girl's grandmother is old and wants to fulfill her wish. The man's parents actually wanted both parties to get along, but when they saw that the child liked the girl, they said with a smile, we still have to consider the children's opinions. Tianjin felt that he wasn't young anymore. It was time for him to start a family, so he didn't say anything. Although it had been more than a month since they met and confirmed their relationship, the girl was very beautiful and had studied abroad. Tianjin still liked her very much. The man's mother was more traditional and couldn't accept such a flash marriage. She said worriedly, why don't we get along first? After all, the two of them have different education and life experiences. If they get together so quickly, there won't be any conflicts after marriage. In the end, the girl's mother suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, children these days are all impulsive and hot-blooded. They get married when they meet the right person. But you're right. It's fine to get along. However, Tianjin, come home another day and meet her grandmother. But at that time, we were actually introduced by others. Then, we got married not long after. Look, we've spent most of our lives together. It's quite good. In fact, in everyone's hearts, with the introduction of relatives and friends, everyone felt that it was more reliable. After all, this meant that they knew each other well. There was no such thing as deception. Now that the girl was suddenly sick, no one expected such a situation to happen. Tianjin's father got up and smiled. I'm addicted to smoking. I'm going out for a smoke. After saying that, he gave Tianjin a look and got up to go out first. Tianjin smiled. I'm going out for a smoke too. After coming out, Tianjin's father suddenly asked, how much do you know about this girl? Tianjin was taken aback and smiled. Dad, wasn't she introduced by Big Aunt? She said she was reliable, so I didn't think too much about it. However, we've gotten along quite well in the past month. The middle-aged man nodded. I always feel that it's better if you don't get married so quickly. By the way, have you done that? Are you pregnant? Tianjin smiled awkwardly and said with a laugh, Jiejie is more traditional. She said that it can only be done after both parents are engaged. Jiejie shouldn't be a messy person, right? Dad, you're thinking too much. The middle-aged man smiled. Well, you should be more careful. How about this? I think you should postpone your marriage for at least 3 months to half a year. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Although Tianjin frowned, he felt that his father's words made sense. He nodded. Okay, I'll discuss it with Jiejie. The man grunted. You have to be more assertive. Don't think that your aunt's introduction is reliable. Chen Song looked at the results of the examination and was stunned for a moment. Neurogram conclusion, mild neuropathy, motor and sensory involvement, in both lower limbs, demyelination with axonal damage. The electromyogram results showed, abnormal motor and sensory conduction of the left common peroneal nerve, F-wave incubation period in both lower limbs was prolonged. Chen Song looked at the radiographic films and was stunned for a moment. The doctor looked at Chen Song. What kind of patient is this? Chen Song pondered for a moment. I feel like a balloon eater. After the doctor heard this, he was stunned. No way? She looks like a gentle, weak, and well-behaved girl. Chen Song smiled. There is still little information on the internet. You can't judge a book by its cover. Also, I feel that it's not as simple as a balloon eater. The doctor was stunned. What else? Chen Song narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously. I feel that the girl is pregnant. At this moment, the other party clicked his tongue and exclaimed, awesome. After Chen Song came out of the report room, he held the report in his hand. The girl stared at Chen Song and asked, Doctor? What's the matter? Chen Song suddenly stared at her and asked, have you ever inhaled laughing gas? The girl was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened and she didn't say anything. Chen Song looked at the girl. This is the main reason for diagnosing your disease. I think you should pay attention to it. The girl was silent. At this time, there was no one in the corridor. After a few minutes, the girl said, I haven't touched it for a month. Chen Song continued, is it because you are pregnant? After Chen Song said this, the woman was shocked, she almost jumped out of bed. You are talking nonsense. The girl shouted with a sharp voice. Fortunately, there was no one in the outpatient building at night, so it didn't attract too much attention. However, the doctor from the examination department walked out calmly. The girl shouted at him, go in. The doctor was stunned. What the hell? Who did I offend? However, he still turned around and went in. Helpless, the girl's current state made Chen Song feel that he had guessed 70 to 80% correctly. However, Chen Song was not interested in gossip, but in the following treatment and medication, he needed to consider whether the patient was pregnant or not. Chen Song said, I'm not curious or gossipy. I'm thinking about what drugs you're using and what treatment possibilities there are. The girl's body trembled slightly. Chen Song said helplessly, I'll talk to your parents. The girl hurriedly said, please, don't say it. The girl's voice began to choke, tremble, and even be filled with fear and regret. Chen Song said, how long have you been inhaling laughing gas? How much do you smoke every day? The girl's eyes were lifeless. It's been more than a year. A year ago, I was studying in the United States. There was a party and we all went to a classmate's house. At that time, many people were inhaling balloons. I was very curious, but they all laughed at me and said that it was a common food and medicine additive, not a drug. I was curious, so I inhaled one. I didn't think it was a big deal. Later, I often attended parties and felt that it wasn't a particularly important thing. Later on, I became a little addicted. From then on, I bought cans myself, about 1,000 balloons a day. 2 months ago, when I returned to China, my hands started to feel numb, but I didn't care. Recently, my legs started to feel weak too, doctor. Save me, I don't want my parents to know. After Chen Song heard it, he felt that he should still communicate with her parents. There were some things that Chen Song should keep secret, but now it involved the patient's treatment. The patient's diagnosis was very clear. It was a toxic reaction from nitrous oxide. Chen Song guessed from the beginning. However, for treatment, pure vitamin B12, mecobalamin, and vitamin B1 were effective, but they still had to be combined with meloxicam. Meloxicam could be used through the placenta, so it was used cautiously for pregnant women. If the girl was pregnant, Chen Song should still be clear. Perhaps the girl's parents didn't know that she was taking nitrous oxide, let alone know that she was pregnant. Then, there was a problem. Did the boy know? This was a problem. If the boy knew, his opinion was also very important. If the boy didn't know, he seemed to have to consider it more carefully. Chen Song pushed the girl to the emergency room. The girl cried until snot and tears flowed down her face. At this time, the girl's parents were scared silly. Xianxia, what's wrong? What happened? The woman hurriedly came up to hug the girl. The boy also came up. Xianxia, are you okay? The girl's father looked at Chen Song and asked, Doctor, what's the situation with my daughter? Chen Song glanced at everyone and said to the middle-aged man, come in with me. Chen Song felt that he should still tell the parents. The man was stunned for a moment and followed in. Chen Song said, the patient has been taking nitrous oxide for a long time, which is also laughing gas. It caused laughing gas poisoning and requires systematic treatment. But now the girl hasn't had her period for more than a month. We can't rule out the possibility of pregnancy now. If she is pregnant, some drugs are prohibited. So, first we should do a color ultrasound to see if she is pregnant. Secondly, we should formulate a treatment plan. When the middle-aged man heard Xianxia's words, he immediately turned to look at his daughter, his eyes full of complicated emotions. Anger, helplessness, heartache, disappointment, shame, all these emotions were tangled together. If the girl was really pregnant, it would be fine if the child was Tianjin's, but this situation was very obvious. Thinking of this, the man looked helplessly at Xianxia and said to him, "Let's do a B scan to confirm it first." Xianxia nodded and called the color ultrasound room to do a color ultrasound beside the bed. Yes, the result was without a doubt. She was already 2 months pregnant. The middle-aged man looked at the result in disappointment, not knowing whether to be happy or angry. Whose child is it? Is it Tianjin's? The man sat by the bed and ignored the crying girl as he asked directly. The girl didn't say a word. "I'm asking you, whose child is it?" The man roared loudly. The girl was so frightened that she trembled. After a moment, she slowly said, "It's not Tianjin's." The man chuckled. "Ha ha ha, why didn't I give birth to a thing like you? If it's not Tianjin's, what do you take Tianjin for? He's a suitor?" B** starred. After saying that, the man got up angrily and walked out. When he reached the door, he sorted out his emotions and walked out. He walked to Tianjin's family and said, "Manager Tian, I'm really sorry. My daughter's health is a little problematic. I think we should forget about the matter between our families. We can't delay you." The moment that was said, the surrounding people were stunned. The girl's mother hurriedly said, "Nonsense. Do you think I don't know my daughter? You." The man's expression changed. "Shut up." When the girl's mother saw the man angry, she was also shocked. As for Tianjin, he was also dumbfounded. "Uncle, it's fine. If she's sick, we can," the man interrupted and said, "Tianjin, I think very highly of you. However, let's forget about this matter. I won't agree to it." With that said, he looked apologetically at the Tian family and turned to enter the emergency room. In this matter, someone had to be the villain. He felt that he had to do it. P.S. Sorry, there was a malfunction just now. The man knew very well that these words would offend people. He might not even be able to get along with the Tian family. But he couldn't sell the girl. No matter how embarrassing she was, no matter how bad she was still his girl. If he were to say that the girl was pregnant and even inhaled that kind of nonsense, how could she get married in the future? Hence, the man had to handle this matter himself. However, he couldn't let the Tian family suffer. What did he take them for? A recycling bin, pregnant with someone else's child and expecting them to take over? Was this something a human would do? Upon hearing the man's words, Tianjin was stunned. "This? Uncle, the man waved his hand. "Old Tian, I'm sorry. Actually, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Jiejia might not be suitable for marriage in her current state. We'll talk about this later. Go back early. It's getting late. Jiejia's mother and I are here. Don't worry." Tianjin's father wasn't a fool. Although he didn't know what was going on, he vaguely sensed something. However, he didn't say anything. He only nodded. "Okay, call me if you need anything." With that said, the family got up and left. As the Tian family left, the man took a deep breath. Let's just leave this matter at that. The woman also understood that things weren't as simple as she thought. Old Yang must be hiding something from her. With this in mind, she stared at the man and asked sternly, "Old Yang, don't scare me. What happened?" The man shook his head. "I'll tell you when we get back. Sit there and rest. I'll go take a look at the girl." When the woman heard this, how could she be at ease? She immediately said, "I'll go with you." Without any explanation, she followed him in. Chen Song didn't stop the two of them. Now that things were more complicated, it wasn't a matter of treatment, it had escalated to a matter of miscarriage. In fact, when Chen Sung looked at the man and woman's attire, he had a feeling that the girl was fine and was about to be transferred to another hospital. Indeed, the man looked at Chen Sung and asked, "Dr. Chen, is the laughing gas serious? What I'm thinking is, can we abort the child first and then treat her?" When the woman heard this, she was instantly at a loss. What laughing gas? What abort the child? She felt like her worldview was exploding. The girl was pregnant, furthermore, he was suffering from laughing gas. Thinking of this, the woman felt her breathing quicken. Their family was quite well-to-do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent their daughter overseas. She had also heard from some of her friends that there was such a thing as balloon smoking overseas. But, what did this have to do with her? Most importantly, her daughter had always been an obedient girl in her heart. He rarely even talked back. How could he do such a thing? Pregnant, breathe in, wasn't this the typical behavior of those depraved and ignorant girls in America? Xianxia was a famous school in America. Thinking of this, the woman felt her heart tighten. She couldn't accept it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She accidentally fell to the ground. Chen Sung was also dumbfounded. One patient turned into two. The girl sat on the bed with an indifferent expression. No one knew what she was thinking, but when she suddenly saw her mother fall to the ground, she was so frightened that she hurriedly got up and wanted to rush over. However, her limbs were weak and she fell to the ground. She sobbed, "Mom, I was wrong." Suddenly, the entire emergency room fell into a panic. Chen Sung was helpless. He quickly called for Lele to start a new round of resuscitation. After the woman took the nitroglycerin under her tongue, her chest pain was relieved. An electrocardiogram was done. There was no myocardial infarction, just some myocardial ischemia. It was just colic caused by cardiovascular spasms due to emotional agitation. After breathing in oxygen for more than 10 minutes, the wrinkles between the woman's eyebrows finally relaxed. Her daughter was also carried to the bed. After a while, the family finally quieted down. At this moment, the most worried person wasn't Chen Sung and the rest, but the middle-aged man. Back then, the child went overseas to study, and it was a famous school. The family was overjoyed. However, seeing her in this state, the man was a little vexed. At this moment, the middle-aged woman pulled out her oxygen mask and said, I'm fine, I'm fine." After saying that, she got off the bed and put on her shoes. She looked at Chen Song and asked, "Doctor, is my daughter's condition serious? I heard that if she breathes in too much of that stuff, it can cripple people. Is this true?" Chen Song nodded and didn't deny it. However, the girl's condition wasn't so certain now. Speaking of this, the woman's face was full of tears. "Miss, why did you touch this thing? Don't you know that it's a kind of poison?" The girl kept shaking her head and said with a choked voice, "I didn't know at first, but they all said that it's not poisonous, and it doesn't cause any damage to the vital organs like the lungs, liver, and kidneys. It's not addictive. I tried it, and I thought it was fine. After all, we often see this in our laboratory. I didn't take it seriously at all and didn't think of it at all. Moreover, they all smoked it and said that it's less harmful than smoking and drinking, so I tried it." After hearing this, the man looked at Chen Sung nervously. "Doctor, what exactly is laughing gas? Although I've heard of it, I don't know much about it." In fact, the girl was right, but it was a little one-sided. Chen Sung explained, "Actually, she's right. Laughing gas is nitrous oxide. It turns out that it's a kind of anesthetic used to anesthetize the respiratory tract. It doesn't stimulate and has no side effects on the vital organs like the liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. In fact, it doesn't undergo any biological transformation or degradation in the body. Most of it is still exhaled as the original drug. Only a small amount evaporates from the skin and doesn't accumulate. Moreover, it only takes 30 to 40 seconds to inhale it into the body. The analgesic effect is strong, but the anesthetic effect is weak. The patient is awake and avoids the complications of general anesthesia. The patient recovers quickly after the operation." Speaking of this, Chen Song sighed. It's fine to take a small amount, but the people who created it didn't expect people to treat it as a toy. They also didn't expect people to inhale so much and treat it as entertainment. She's suffering from a classic case of laughing gas poisoning. The main manifestation is a long-term lack of vitamin B12. Then, the lack of vitamin B12 leads to changes in demyelination and affects the motor nerves. In the long term, it can indeed lead to disability. However, based on her current nerve conduction chart and electromyogram, her current situation isn't very serious. I think the treatment will be very effective. After the man heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and continued to ask a question that he was more concerned about. Doctor, is Xianxia committing a crime? For example, inhaling that laughing gas, is it considered poison? After this question was asked, not only the man, but even the woman was cautious. Because if it was, it wouldn't just be an internal problem within the family. At this moment, the woman's expression changed and she quickly explained, Dad, Mom, I really haven't touched it since I returned to China. I really haven't. I'm already changing. Xianxia saw this and said, actually, the control of this thing in China is more strict. Even if it's not included in the category of drugs, the judicial authorities will strictly supervise and control it. However, in some big cities in America, such as Seattle and Los Angeles, laughing gas is as easy to obtain as food. It's not a prohibited product and doesn't require a prescription. Many international students have slowly become addicted to it. After the other party heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, the man and his wife looked at each other. After figuring it out, they also said their original intention. Doctor, are we all right when we go back tonight? It won't worsen the condition, right? Xianxia nodded. It's fine. This kind of injury is chronic. After the man heard this, he called the driver and directly went through the procedures and left. However, after taking his wife and child away, the man hurriedly turned back and pulled Xianxia to a corner. He said, Doctor, this is for you. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. The man took out an item wrapped in newspaper. Xianxia quickly shook his head and refused. This thing, Xianxia naturally couldn't take it. We medical staff have the obligation to keep the patient's secret. Don't worry. Of course, if the public security authorities ask us about the patient's situation, I will tell the truth. The man was helpless and could only leave. Before leaving, he begged again and again. After the whole family left, Lele and Xiaolin gathered around. Dr. Chen, what's a balloon? Laughing gas. Is it sold a lot? Xianxia was stunned and couldn't help but say, actually, it's to inject laughing gas into a small balloon. I've seen an American TV series before. In Los Angeles, there are metal cans that are specially prepared for parties. There are 8 to 20 grams of nitrous oxide in them. They pump the gas into a bubble gun and shoot directly at the mouth. Or put it into a balloon. That's the balloon she was talking about. The two of them shook their heads in disgust. What an idea. You really know how to play. Xianxia smiled. Not only do you need ideas, but you also need money. That little girl just now, 1,000 balloons a day. That's a few 100,000 yuan a month, right? A box of gas costs at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. When Joy heard that, his expression changed. Is that laughing gas in the operating theater? Xianxia rolled his eyes. If you use that, you'll really suffer from a lack of oxygen. People will configure oxygen inside. All right. Hurry up and get back to work. Don't ask about this. Although the two of them were curious, they wouldn't really ask about it. In fact, many of these messy addictive things were drugs in the beginning, but they were slowly ruined by people. Many people were actually courting death, just like wild animals. The ancestors had worked hard for thousands of years and finally tamed some edible animals for you. You just had to listen to the ancestors and eat some useless things. How could you even eat a bat? Did you really think you were a savage? Xianxia shook his head, got up, and returned to the office. Mengshi was now very excited. Lying on the sofa and watching those naked videos was great. She was very excited. These were all Xianxia's surgeries. Ever since Xianxia pointed out her flaws, she had been studying every day to find her own shortcomings. She also found the surgeries that Xianxia performed with her and watched them over and over again. Needless to say, she didn't find anything the first time, but as she watched, she really found a lot of things that could be learned. Reading a book 100 times, the meaning would be revealed. In fact, watching videos was the same. It was precisely because of this that Mengxi also felt the gap between her and Chen Song. However, not only did she not panic, but she was also overjoyed. After all, the stronger Chen Song was, the greater the chance of winning. As for herself, she might just be a jerk. She knew that she wasn't cut out for surgery. Her talent in surgery was limited, so she might as well study and do scientific research. However, Chen Song winning the championship was the same as her. It wouldn't stop her from showing off. Thinking of this, Mengxi picked up her phone and sent a message to a WeChat name called Old Thief. Old Thief, there are less than 4 days until your death date. The message didn't take long for a reply. When Mengxi saw the message, she immediately sneered. Can you do it? You vented so quickly. You don't deserve Li Lan. Xikong was helpless. He wasn't on the same page as this female hooligan. Xikong replied, I broke up with Li Lan before I returned to the country. Mengxi was stunned when he received the message. You old thief, you actually abandoned me. To me, Li Lan, Xikong couldn't help but say, eh? Brother Meng. Don't tell me you like me? Mengxi's heart tightened. You're spouting nonsense. I like you. You early morning man. You don't have any breasts or buttocks. I like you. Bah. Dream on. Xikong rolled his eyes. I don't, but you do. Besides, why do you keep chasing after me? You fight with me for whoever I like. In the end, neither of us will have a good ending, now that I've returned to the country and you've returned to the country too. Sister, I can't win against you, okay? Mengxi sneered. It's useless to call me sister. Xikong was stunned and immediately changed his words. Alright, brother Meng, tell me, what do you want me to do? Mengxi was dumbfounded. After thinking for a moment, he said, I want to defeat you. I'll crush you in the field you're best at. Xikong frowned. It's over. I won't be free in this lifetime. Mengxi smiled. You don't believe me? Xikong sent a helpless emoji. I really want to believe you, but he won't let me. Mengxi couldn't help but sneer when he thought of Xikong's arrogant expression. After my disciple kills you, I'll whisper in your ear, I haven't even used my strength and you're already down? How cool would that be? Then I'll tell him that my teacher sent me to defeat you. Yes, so cool. Who told you to be arrogant? Humph. Thinking of this, Mengxi sent a message. How about we make a bet? Xikong was stunned. Say it. As long as you don't miss me, anything is fine. Mengxi, alright, if I win, you'll lend me something. If I lose, I'll agree to one of your conditions. How about that? Xikong didn't hesitate at all. Deal. What's the bet? Mengxi said directly, let's bet that you won't win this competition. Xikong only said lightly, I can do it. Mengxi chuckled and sent a voice message to the other party. Wash your ass and wait for me. Thief. Xikong, female hooligan. P.S. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. When I posted the second chapter this afternoon, there was a small problem. It was the same as the first chapter. After a few minutes, I changed it. This was something that I couldn't do anything about, but something interesting happened. I was surprised to find that the number of subscribers for the second chapter increased by 1,000. Oh my god, I was wondering what was going on. Later, I found out that many pirated children came back. The pirated version didn't change and was still the same as the previous chapter. It seems that my pirated version subscribers are still not bad. Here, I ask all of you who read pirated versions to come back and patronize me. Even if it's once a week, it's fine if it's 10 chapters each time. Give me some food to eat. P.S. Finally, I'd like to thank Venerable Purple Thunder for his 10,000 tip. Thank you. After speaking, there was a knock on the door. An exquisite woman in a nightgown walked in. Meng, you haven't rested yet? Mengxi heard the voice and turned around with a smile. Mom, what's wrong? The woman was in her 50s, but she maintained herself well. Her shoulder-length hair was neatly combed, and her purple nightgown made her look elegant. She walked to Mengxi and sat down. It was obvious that Mengxi looked like her. "This phone number is for you. I'll call the butler when we reach the capital. Stay at home, don't stay in a hotel." Mengxi smiled. "Thank you, Mom." "Mom, how many houses do we have? Every time I go to a place, you give me an address." Meng Wanrong couldn't help but smile. "Do you want to know?" Mengxi shook her head. "No, I can still live off my parents." Meng Wanrong looked at the girl who had grown up in the blink of an eye and couldn't help but laugh. "By the way, call your student too. We can take care of each other." When Mengxi heard this, he laughed out loud. "You mean Chen Song? I have to take care of him, right? Well, let him see our Meng family's mansion." Meng Wanrong's smile seemed to always be so graceful. She chatted with Mengxi and went back to her room to rest after 10 o'clock. Mengxi looked at her mother and couldn't help but feel warm. No matter how busy she was, she would always take time to talk to her. Mengxi returned to China because her mother was old and didn't want her to keep running around. Mengxi felt the most heartache in her life. Her mother looked very powerful and was the chairman of a listed company with billions of assets in her hands. She was very busy every day, but even so, she tried her best to take time to accompany her. At first, Mengxi didn't understand her mother, so she went to the United States in high school. After more than 10 years, she rarely returned to China. Every time, her mother took the initiative to go to the United States to accompany her. Every month, she had to rush around a few times. Although she said that it was a business trip, in fact, she took time to accompany the girls, cook some home-cooked meals, accompany them to go shopping and watch movies, and do some accompanying as much as she could. Mengxi was from a single-parent family. Like most stories, Meng Wanrong met a bad man and was abandoned. At the age of 21, she brought Mengxi to Ammoniang City. After so many years of hard work, it was not easy for her to achieve what she had today. Mengxi took her mother's surname. Her mother's experience and some of her own experiences made her not have much trust in men. Meng Wanrong was worried about Mengxi's character defect, so she acted as both a father and a mother and tried her best to accompany her. She realized that for so many years, there were two men in Mengxi's life. One was his sworn enemy, Si Kong, and the other was Chen Song. Originally, Meng Wanrong thought that Mengxi liked Si Kong, but after a detailed understanding, Mengxi just regarded Si Kong as a competitor. Because Si Kong was too outstanding, the competitive Mengxi had always regarded him as an opponent to surpass. The two of them had known each other for 7 or 8 years and could be considered old friends and rivals. Basically, Mengxi wanted to snatch whatever Si Kong fought for. What if he could snatch it? Even his girlfriend was not spared. This left Si Kong dumbfounded, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Mengxi liked women. There was nothing wrong with that at all. Moreover, this girl was rich and overbearing. She was good-looking, and her IQ, EQ, and bust were developed together. As for Mengxi liking him, pooey. Even if Si Kong believed that there were ghosts in this world, he would not believe that. Then it was Chen Song. The appearance of Chen Song surprised Meng Wanrong. Because Mengxi seemed to have found another relationship that she could rely on. To be honest, the relationship between a master and an apprentice was also one of the most reliable friendships in the world, similar to family affection and love. Although Mengxi said that she liked women, Meng Wanrong found that Mengxi actually longed for the feeling of being relied on and trusted. Meng Wanrong would not force Mengxi to do anything. She respected and understood her very much. But she hoped that when she was old, Mengxi would have someone to rely on or accompany her. And Chen Song was her reliance and companion. Perhaps Mengxi was strong enough and did not need to rely on others, but Meng Wanrong knew that in fact, sharing happiness also needed a confidant and reliable person. Sometimes sharing happiness was more important than relying on others. She was experienced and knew that sometimes happiness was more difficult to suppress than sadness. On Friday morning, a major piece of news was announced in the hospital. After 2 to 3 days of detailed discussion, the leaders of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital and the others finally decided on the development plan for 2020 to 2025. At the same time, in the development column, they decided to build an 8-story emergency building and an 8-story tumor base in 2020. They wanted to complete the training of talents within 3 years. As soon as this news was announced, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. However, the most shocking news was not this. It was the personnel transfer within the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital. Chen Song was officially appointed as the Deputy Chief of the Emergency Department of the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital. A year later, he would be officially promoted to Chief of the Emergency Department. This news instantly spread crazily in the staff group of more than 1,000 people in the 2nd Provincial People's Hospital. It was too shocking. The Deputy Chief of the Emergency Department, the 27-year-old Chief of the Emergency Department of a provincial hospital, how many of them were there in the province? It was no exaggeration to say that there was not a single one. However, this was not the most exaggerated news. Being promoted to Chief of the Emergency Department after a year was very meaningful. This year, Chen Song was 27 years old. He would be 28 years old after the new year. After a year of advanced studies, he would be the 29-year-old Chief of the Emergency Department. The youngest chief of the provincial Class 3 Grade A in the province, Mengshi, was 30 years old, and he was a PhD graduate from the Karolinska Institute in Sweden. He was given the treatment of Deputy Chief. Jing Ran was 31 years old, and after his PhD, he was a top student at Fuwai University and a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He was also given the treatment of Deputy Chief. However, Chen Song was 29 years old at that time, and he was given the treatment of Chief. The entire hospital was discussing it. Isn't this Chen Song too exaggerated? After 3 years of employment, he directly became the Deputy Chief of the Emergency Department. A year later, he became the Chief of the Emergency Department. This speed is like a rocket. How is this fast? Think about it carefully. Chen Song was only promoted to a full-time position this year. In less than half a year, he was promoted to Deputy Chief of the department. Isn't this scary? Yeah, isn't the hospital too sloppy? After all, the emergency department is not an ordinary department. Can Chen Song do it? Our hospital is going to build an 8-story emergency building next year. Think about it carefully. F***CK. Does this mean that when Chen Song becomes the chief of the emergency department, he won't be in charge of a department? Instead, he'll be in charge of a building? As soon as these words were said, everyone was instantly stunned. So, this emergency building was built for Chen Song, a doctor who was not even 30 years old, was in charge of such an emergency building. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Shock was not enough to express the emotions in everyone's hearts. However, everyone knew that from today onwards, they could not call him Xiaochen anymore. They had to call him Chief Chen. When all the clues were connected, everyone was shocked. Did the deputy hospital director of the 8th floor have such power? The key was real power. To put it bluntly, such a director was going to be the deputy hospital director, right? This was probably the person with the most power in the 2nd Provincial Hospital other than the hospital director. Thinking of this, the entire 2nd Provincial Hospital was in a heated discussion. There were even people who questioned the hospital's sloppiness. On what basis? What right does he have to become the director of the emergency building? That's right. He's still far from it, right? At this moment, Chen Song's official appointment document was posted on the hospital's bulletin board. This made everyone feel for the first time that the hospital's administrative department was so efficient. Was Chen Song really worthy of the hospital's attention? However, when everyone saw the personal profile under Chen Song's employment document, their scalps went numb. Chen Song, male, 27 years old, master student, member of the China Society of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, director of the Dongyang Province's Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery, member of the China Hand Surgery Association, director of the Provincial Hand Surgery Association, member of the China Heart Surgery Society. In 2019, he published 3 international core papers, 2 in the British Journal of Surgery, 1 in liver transplantation. He has improved 2 surgical methods, created the Chen technique tendon suture method, applied for a national project, and participated in the 2020 National Hand Surgery Key Scientific Research Program. After reading it, everyone was stunned. This piece of information was too shocking. It was enough to defeat people's hearts. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen, who everyone thought was insignificant, was actually so awesome? He actually joined 4 national first-class societies at the same time and was the director of 2 provincial societies. Was he an all-rounder? Although some people were filled with curiosity, there were also those 3 top-notch papers. To put it bluntly, even the director of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Xianxia, did not publish them, right? Clinical strength and scientific research strength, he had whatever he wanted, why couldn't he be the deputy director? Thinking of this, no matter how unconvinced everyone was, they had to admit it. After all, if you can do it, you can do it. The hospital wrote this thing and posted it here to tell everyone that if you can do it, you can do it too. Chen Song's exceptional promotion had stimulated many young doctors in the hospital. This was something that no one had expected. Sometimes, healthy competition was the core driving force for development. Even so, there were still some people who took the opportunity to kick up a fuss. However, at this time, no matter how much you kicked up a fuss, it would be of no use. After all, the hospital had already stamped the seal, and the matter was set in stone. No matter how much noise you made, it would be useless. They could only complain in private. However, just as many people in the hospital began to doubt and discuss Chen Song, the emergency department, the cardiovascular surgery department, and the general surgery department were surprisingly united, supporting Chen Song. This was because Chen Song had truly conquered the emergency department with his abilities. Although everyone was still joking with Xiao Chen, they were very clear in their hearts. Xiao Chen was about to surpass him. Chen Song had mixed feelings on his way back from the hospital administration office to the emergency department. Along the way, he nodded and greeted Chen Song. "Good morning, Director Chen." "Director Chen." "Hello, Director Chen." Faced with so many people greeting him, Chen Song was still a little unused to it. When Chen Song returned to the department, there was a sudden burst of cheers. "Director Chen is back." "Hello, Director Chen." "Don't make things difficult for me," Lei said with a smile. Chen Song smiled and told Li Baoshan, "Director, I have to go to the capital in the afternoon. The competition is tomorrow, so I wanted to say hello to you." Li Baoshan smiled and nodded. "Okay, good luck. Try to win an award and show those people who look down on you." Chen Song nodded and smiled. "I definitely will." Just now in the director's office, Xianxia also wanted to say this, but he was afraid of pressuring Chen Song and did not say it. He only faintly said, "Good luck." However, Chen Song knew that what he needed now was results. When the results were placed in front of everyone, doubts would be pale and powerless. Chen Song, who originally did not have such a strong desire to win, had also made up his mind to win the championship. Chen Song packed his things and got up to leave. At this moment, Qin Xiang's phone rang. Chen Song picked it up. "Director Qin." Qin Xiang nodded. "Xiao Chen, come over to my place. I'll give you your visa." Chen Song nodded. "It's done so quickly?" Qin Xiang smiled. "It's not a big deal. Just come over to my place and get it." Chen Song smiled. He was also someone with a visa. However, he was really busy. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, he would participate in the National Cardiac Surgery Skills Competition. Next week, he would go to Korea to participate in the annual Plastic Surgery Conference. It was said that Pate would also be a judge. It seemed that there was some amazing award to choose the best plastic surgeon of the year. This was a world-class award. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but laugh. Suddenly, he felt that all of this was arranged very well. A national surgical champion, and the world's best plastic surgeon, 2 sufficiently persuasive awards were in his hands. It should be enough to convince everyone, right? Thinking of this, Chen Song's heart was filled with passion and motivation. In fact, Chen Song was definitely grateful to Qin Xiaoyuan for his promotion. With such a leader and such an old father-in-law, Chen Song naturally could not let him down. He could not make things too difficult for Dean Qin. Showing some results was enough to solve a lot of unnecessary trouble. People had to understand each other and think for each other. Qin Xiaoyuan supported Chen Song in every way. Chen Song did not want Dean Qin to be pointed at and called unfair. The news spread very quickly. After Xiong Kangyu found out all of Chen Song's information, he was pleasantly surprised. He actually found such an all-round talent, unpolished jade. However, just as he was about to talk to Chen Song, he suddenly learned that the Second Provincial People's Hospital had made an exception to promote Chen Song. Moreover, he would be the director of the emergency department in a year. Xiong Kangyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When did Qin Xiaoyuan become so decisive? Zhao Shouping did not have a good time either. After planning for a long time, he did not expect Chen Song to be promoted. However, when Zhao Shouping saw Qin Xiaoyuan's generosity, he just shook his head lightly. It was obvious that he felt that Chen Song was not worth this. A director of the emergency department, how many people were qualified? Chen Song was amazing, however, he was only 27 years old. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Qian Liang, who was at the side, sighed with emotion. In the end, he was still one step away. Zhao Shouping could not help but say, "Old Qian, aren't you exaggerating a little?" Seeing this, Qian Liang did not refute. He only said indifferently, "Old Zhao, let's see. P.S. The exciting plot is about to unfold. Continue to work hard, thank you." The two brothers, Playboy and Prodigal, and only know how to read pirated, for their 10,000 tips. Veteran, please update well. Thank you to every reader for your subscription, votes, and support. Thank you. The medical circle was not big, but it was not small either. The news of Chen Song being appointed as the deputy director of the emergency department of the Second Provincial Hospital spread like wildfire. In less than a day, it attracted the attention of many people. Naturally, there were different opinions about the Second Provincial Hospital's bold development and bold use of personnel. There were those who praised, and naturally, there were those who slandered. However, no matter what others said, it did not affect the Second Provincial Hospital at all. That day, Qin Xiaoyuan received a call from Qin Yueming. "Brother, you're really efficient," Qin Yueming said directly. Qin Xiaoyuan chuckled. "This is not a matter of speed. Since things have come to this is what I have to do." After Qin Yueming heard this, he could not help but nod. In his heart, his big brother had always been a steady person. However, this bold and decisive appointment of Chen Song made his eyes light up. He felt that Qin Xiaoyuan was definitely going to make a huge profit from this gamble. Others did not understand Qin Xiaoyuan, but he did. Others might think that Qin Xiaoyuan's appointment was to help Chen Song quickly promote him, but they would not have thought that it was actually to help the Second Provincial Hospital. When the time came, when Chen Song won the national championship, everyone would understand what a talent investment was. After chatting for a while, he hung up the phone. Not long after, Qin Xiaoyuan's phone suddenly rang again. However, this time, it was the leader of the health committee, Deputy Director Duan Xuezhen. "Hello? Director Duan." Duan Xuezhen picked up the phone. "Director Chen Song. Have you seriously considered it? I've received some different noises." Qin Xiaoyuan could not help but laugh. "Leader, this matter has reached you?" Duan Xuezhen smiled and nodded. "Yes, the benefits are too great. Naturally, there are many people who are envious. What does Chen Song have to do? However, after all, you're in a critical period now. There are several directors and division heads competing with you for the position of deputy director. If you don't handle this matter well, I'm worried about the consequences. You should know what you're doing." Qin Xiaoyuan said, "Leader, what do you think of this matter?" Duan Xuezhen smiled. "Of course I believe you." Duan Xuezhen was not stupid. It was Qin Xiaoyuan who asked him to visit Kong Jiahui. After Qin Xiaoyuan heard this, he shook his head and said, "Leader, actually, I am helping Dongyang retain talents. Have you thought about it? If Chen Song wins the national skills competition and a top national project, do you think Dongyang can retain Xiao Chen?" That one sentence stunned Duan Xuezhen. "Lao Qin, is he really as evil as you say?" Qin Xiaoyuan said firmly, "You'll know when the time comes." When Duan Xuezhen heard this, he immediately said, "If Chen Song can really win the championship, it will be a great achievement for you. You won't need to wait until next year. You'll definitely be promoted this year." When had Dongyang province ever won a national surgical skills competition? If Chen Song won it on behalf of the Second Provincial Hospital and stayed there, how great would it be for the Dongyang health system? When Duan Xuezhen heard this, he was actually a little excited. Qin Xiaoyuan smiled and hung up the phone. He could not help but shake his head. These people all thought that he was supporting Chen Song. In fact, they did not know that Xianxia was thinking for the second provincial hospital. With Chen Song, it would not take 5 years for him to bring the second provincial hospital into the top 3 in the province. He would even build a few national key departments. They did not understand how great Chen Song's potential was at all. Moreover, just as Duan Shuizhen had said, many people were waiting for Qin Xiaoyuan to make a mistake at the critical moment. Once he made a mistake at this time, Lao Qin's official career might be limited to this. However, although Qin Xiaoyuan's ability was limited, his life was good. At this critical period, he had a son-in-law who was destined to be his father-in-law. Although he said to Chen Song that Xiaochen did not have to be nervous and that it did not matter if he got a ranking or not, Chen Song's ranking this time was directly related to Lao Qin's future. One must not think that the director could really do whatever he wanted. Lao Qin was also under a lot of pressure. He had to report to the hotel where the competition was held before 7 o'clock in the evening to receive the relevant documents for the competition. Chen Song accompanied Qin Yu for lunch. Qin Yu insisted on eating hot pot and spicy food. In her words, this was a good sign for hot and spicy food. However, Chen Song felt that Qin Yu had not eaten hot pot for a few days and was craving it. Qin Yu sighed. My dad didn't let me accompany you, he told you to work hard. Don't be nervous and don't give yourself pressure. Chen Song smiled. He was still a little touched. He went to the second provincial hospital and met Qin Xiang. From him, he learned about the pressure his father-in-law was carrying. Chen Song naturally could not work hard, his father-in-law was so good to him. How could he let Lao Qin down? Of course not. Cheating for food, drinks, and clothes was a family matter. Working together against outsiders was a family matter. Not only did he want to give Lao Qin a national championship, but he also wanted to give him the title of the best dermatologist in the world. With 2 honors in hand, it was up to Lao Qin to see if he was proud. Chen Song smiled. Don't worry, your husband is the best in the world. Little Licky Qin narrowed her eyes. Of course. I'll reward you with a mouthful of tripe. Eating the spicy hot pot, Qin Yu's face was steaming. Oh right, there are many young ladies in the capital. You can't be fickle, right? I'll ask Sister Mengshi to help me look after you. Chen Song's heart tightened when he heard that. Compared to himself, Chen Song was more worried about little Licky Qin. He could not let Queen Meng do anything to him. Thinking of this, Chen Song decided to give her a reminder. Honey, you have to protect yourself well. Men and women have to get close to you, even Teacher Meng. Qin Yu rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? Teacher Meng is a good person. When Chen Song heard this, he knew that something bad was going to happen. No, he had to talk to Teacher Meng and see if she could let go of my little Licky. If you really can't stand it, I can take you to some leisure and entertainment places for you to enjoy. If you really can't stand it, I can take the place of my classmate little Licky. Bah. Chen Song swore that he was not greedy for Teacher Meng. He was protecting his little Licky Qin. He reluctantly bid farewell to little Qin. Chen Song picked up his phone and found that he had been pulled into a group. The name was Dongyang Hard Outsider. Chen Song looked at this name and felt that it was weird. Hard Insider sounded nice, but outsider. Sigh, there were only 4 people in the group. Qin Yueming, Gui Yunfei, Meng Shi, and himself. Qin Yueming saw that everyone had entered and said, I'll send you the address of the registration. The high-speed train will depart at 2 o'clock. Everyone, meet at the station at 1:30. Take your luggage. We'll be gone for 2 days. Every province had to send a judge to lead the team in the competition, and Qin Yueming was naturally the judge from Dongyang province. He was also the person who would lead the team. This was the first time Qin Yueming met Chen Song. This kid probably doesn't know that I'm Qin Yu's uncle, right? Thinking of this, Qin Yueming could not help but smile. He was also full of expectations for Chen Song. Chen Song went home to pack and suddenly realized. What am I packing for? What's there to pack? For 2 days, all kinds of necessities were available in the hotel. What should I bring? After packing his belongings, Chen Song directly took a taxi to the train station. Chen Song saw a woman from afar. She was so flirtatious no matter where she went. Yes, it was his teacher Meng. Chen Song looked at teacher Meng's curvaceous leather jacket and could not help but sigh. This teacher really doesn't let her students have peace of mind. Isn't she afraid of selling her leather jacket? Chen Song sighed and walked forward. Teacher Meng, can't you let your students have peace of mind? Chen Song sighed and looked at the men around him who looked like they had evil intentions. He could not help but persuade her, you're going to participate in a surgical skills competition, not a car race. When Mengshi heard this, she could not help but laugh. Chen Song was worried about the police officers at the train station. If this caused a public security problem, they would have a lot of work to do. When he thought of this, Chen Song felt that he should get rid of evil for the sake of the people. He quickly pulled Mengshi through the ticket gate. When they arrived at the waiting hall, he pushed Mengshi to a corner and let out a sigh of relief. After entering, Chen Song was curious to find that this guy did not bring any luggage. He only took a satchel. Where's your luggage? Mengshi shook her head. Why would I bring any luggage? I'm not staying in a hotel. I'll just go to my house. By the way, you can come with me. When Chen Song heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded. Forget it, I like staying in a hotel. Seeing Chen Song's insincere words, Mengshi almost burst out laughing. Chen Song scratched his head awkwardly to ease the awkwardness. Mengshi smiled and said, all right, don't think too much about it. I should have a villa over there. When the time comes, the butler can come and pick me up. At the same time, you can help me with my homework. I've been watching videos every day for the past few days. I keep feeling that there's something missing. Chen Song nodded and did not refuse. Not long after, Gui Yunfei and Qin Yueming arrived with a suitcase. As expected, Gui Yunfei sat far away after seeing Mengshi. He didn't dare to look at him, but he wanted to. When Mengshi saw Qin Yueming, he stood up and smiled. Hello, Dean Qin. Qin Yueming nodded and smiled. Little Meng, you've become prettier. Mengshi smiled graciously, looking very graceful. Very generous, this made Chen Song snort in disdain. This woman was a drama queen. Her smile just now was too fake. When she was with him, she was obviously cheap, but when she was with someone else, her leather clothes seemed much more appropriate. Coupled with that graceful and generous smile, it felt like she was much more youthful and sunny. This is my student, Chen Song. When Mengshi introduced Chen Song, he really looked like a teacher. Dignified and generous, a model for all, Chen Song couldn't help but be stunned. Was it just an illusion? Sigh, father was right. The prettier a woman was, the more seductive she was. Mengshi was definitely a drama queen. Chen Song quickly stood up. Hello, Dean Qin. For some reason, when Chen Song saw Qin Yueming, he felt a sense of familiarity. He felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Qin Yueming sized up Chen Song. He was tall, strong, sunny, and handsome. He was neither servile nor overbearing, giving people an amiable feeling. His first impression was good. Qin Yueming nodded and smiled. Well, Xiao Chen. Very good. Sit down. While talking, Qin Yueming suddenly waved at Gui Yunfei in the distance. Yunfei, come here. Let me introduce you. Gui Yunfei was stunned. He sighed helplessly and sat down next to Gui Yunfei. After Qin Yueming introduced them, he smiled and said, Danyang province depends on the three of you this time. You are the hope of Danyang province. You have to work hard. Yunfei, you have the most experience. As long as you are lucky this time, you can basically get a good ranking. Then Qin Yueming said, Xiao Meng, Xiao Chen, this is your first time participating in the national competition. Let me introduce the rules to you. Qin Yueming said, there are 200 participants in the national competition. They will be divided into 4 groups at the same time. This is a lottery, so it's quite random. In the end, 3 people from each group will be selected, and 12 people will enter the final. Tomorrow is the group competition. Out of 50 people in each group, only 3 people will qualify. There are only 3 rounds of competition. The group competition is actually an elimination round. The first round is very simple. All participants will have to do the same surgery. 12 people from each group will qualify according to their score and ranking. In the second round, 6 people will qualify. Although it's a PK system, they will qualify according to their score. For example, if you and Yunfei meet each other, if both of you are excellent and have high scores, you will qualify at the same time. The one with low scores will be eliminated. The third round is a PK system. 3 people will be selected from the 6, and the winner will qualify for the final. Qin Yueming said, in fact, the point ranking competition is to ensure the fairness of the competition to the greatest extent. It can also reduce the chance of accidents. Chen Song nodded. Indeed, it could reduce the possibility of the early-stage experts meeting the strong and being eliminated. Qin Xiaoyuan paused. In fact, the most important part of the national competition is the final. It's the second day of the competition. Yunfei met Xikong in the third round last year. He was eliminated and did not enter the final. Let me tell you the specific competition and assessment criteria of the final. At that time, the 12 of you will enter the emergency departments of 12 hospitals and participate in the rescue work. However, when you go out, you will try your best to ensure that it will be a cardiac rescue, but you can't guarantee that it will be a surgery. Of course, you will only go with the team. The real rescue work will be done by the group. We will give you a score based on your participation. The higher the participation, the more successful the rescue, and the higher the score. Similarly, the lower the participation, the failure of the rescue, and the lower the score. After everyone heard this, they could not help but take a deep breath. After all, it was a national competition. Everyone was still a little nervous. However, Chen Song glanced at Gui Yunfei. He realized that Dr. Gui's pressure did not seem to be on the competition, but on Meng Shi, who was wearing a tight leather suit in front of him. When he thought of this, Chen Song could not help but sigh. Sigh. It's so tiring to have such a teacher. P.S. There will be more in the afternoon. Work hard, please support. Chen Song sat on the high-speed train heading to the capital city, his mind filled with thoughts. Even though Meng Shi was sitting beside him, he remained indifferent. There was only one thing on his mind: the victory mechanism of the instance dungeon that he participated in was PK. Here comes the question: what kind of PK was the point system, especially in the first round, where everyone competed and the one with the highest score would advance? He had no opponent, so how could there be PK? At this moment, Chen Song was filled with curiosity about the upcoming competition. If I get the highest score, does that mean I will be PKing everyone? There is also the final competition. Those who can enter the final competition are all amazing people, but how do I get the reward? Chen Song fell into deep thought. If that is the case, does that mean I will PKing everyone with a lower score? As for the reward, could it be every one of them will drop some reward for me? Thinking of that, Chen Song's eyes turned green. Is there such a good thing? Meng Shi sat beside him and looked at his student. He had been staring at the advertisement for a full hour. Additionally, he could see a strong interest and desire within his eyes. What is so good about this advertisement? After saying that, Meng Shi raised his head and frowned slightly. Huanghe Men's Reproductive Surgery Hospital, helping you to make men more confident. After reading it, Meng Shi sighed. Perhaps he has some hidden troubles. Thinking of that, Meng Shi could not help but shake his head. It seems God is fair. How can there be a perfect person? After getting off the train, before Gui Yunfei could say that they had downloaded a subway software, Meng Shi smiled and said, I have asked the driver to come and pick us up. We are now outside the station. Everyone was surprised. After getting out, they saw a Mercedes-Benz business car parked at the intersection. A man who looked like a driver said, Hello, Miss Meng. Looking at the luxurious Mercedes-Benz and the professional driver, Chen Song and Gui Yunfei exchanged glances. Then, they looked at each other encouragingly. This is a diamond, Meng. Lao Wu. Brother, do your best. Then, the two of them sighed. After all, they were both taken. After saying that, the driver moved to help Qin Yueming and Gui Yunfei move their luggage. After getting into the car, the driver asked, Are we going back to the villa or somewhere else first? Meng Shi looked at Qin Yueming and asked, Dean Qin, where are we going first? Qin Yueming hesitated for a moment and said, "Go and register first. This is the address." "Thank you, master." Meng Shi smiled. "By the way, Dean Qin, you can rest at home for the next few days. You don't have to stay in a hotel. There are many rooms at home, and there's a chef. It's very peaceful." Qin Yueming smiled and refused. "I still have a lot of things to do. It's more convenient to stay in a hotel." Meng Shi nodded and did not insist. After reporting to the hotel lobby, Chen Song also checked in and took the room card and meal voucher. After all, it was a day of competition. It was very convenient to rest in the hotel at noon and have a meal. Anyway, the room had been booked in advance. It would be a waste not to stay there. As for Teacher Meng, after all, the mouth of the person who had been eating from him was soft on him. What should be taught should be taught. It wouldn't affect anything. However, Chen Song now felt that he was being a little blindly confident. It was unlikely that Meng Shi would be able to take second place. It was better for him to make some breakthroughs in the next 2 days. Hopefully, he could make some progress. After the registration, there was nothing much to do for the rest of the day. The next morning, they reported at 8 o'clock sharp and began drawing lots for the competition. Qin Yueming reminded them to remember to be there on time and left with the other directors. At night, in a room in the villa, in front of a huge high-definition video projection, Chen Song and Meng Shi ate fruits and watched the surgery video. It was the first time Chen Song watched a video like this. There was also a strange feeling. Meng Shi said, "I downloaded all the outstanding videos of the recent national contestants. There are 42 videos with a score of 95 points and above. The highest score is Sikong's 98 points. Among them, there should be the aortic ascension video." Meng Shi had basically broken down all the videos, which surprised Chen Song a little. Meng Shi's ability to process data was really strong, especially in terms of summarizing. The two of them watched until it was past 1 o'clock in the evening and kept discussing. The chef delivered supper at 11 o'clock, which made Chen Song feel what the boring life of a rich person was like. These videos also let Chen Song intuitively feel the standards of some of the more powerful people. The next morning, after breakfast, the driver sent the two of them to the competition venue. When they arrived at the venue, Chen Song felt a sense of déjà vu of a competition. This was something he did not feel in Dongyang province. Whether it was the layout of the venue, the number of participants, the dressing of the waiters, etc., it gave people a very grand and formal feeling. Every seat had a name pasted on it, and no one was allowed to run around. The auditorium was on the second floor, and it was densely packed with people. The huge screen showed the development of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. Gui Yunfei told Chen Song that during the competition, the big screen would show the scene of the competition, but it was basically a live broadcast of high-level surgery videos. There were 2 rows of seats for experts on the stage. During the competition, the experts would analyze the surgery videos that appeared. During the opening ceremony, the president of the China Physician Association, the president of the Cardiovascular Surgery Association, and the officials of the Health and Wellness Commission spoke one after another. The opening ceremony went on for more than an hour. Chen Song's blood was boiling. A competition was a competition, even Chen Song could not help but feel a little excited. He turned around and looked at the CCTV cameras behind him. Suddenly, he could not help but ask Gui Yunfei, "There's a live broadcast of this?" Gui Yunfei shook his head. "This is a national competition. Of course, CCTV will report it. However, the people who are on TV now are the people on the stage. However, during the award ceremony, the names of the top 3 contestants will be shown and close up." When Chen Song heard that, his little heart thumped wildly. Was he going to be on CCTV? Which channel? Chen Song hurriedly asked. Gui Yunfei looked at Chen Song's excited expression and sighed. He was also like this back then. Channel 4 will definitely have it. Channel 1 might also have it. At around 9:30 a.m., the lot drawing for the competition officially began. The lot drawing was still carried out on the spot. There was only 1 competition in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. After Chen Song drew his lot, he was immediately registered. Group A007, after the lot drawing was completed, a staff member immediately led him into the venue. There was no waiting area at the competition venue. Everyone was allowed to enter, and the layout of the room was about the same as before. The competition was carried out simultaneously. After Xianxia entered, he bowed and greeted them. After waiting for a while, at 10 a.m., the surgery officially began. Before this, Xianxia did not know anything about the competition. After the machine was turned on, Xianxia looked at his chest and his expression immediately changed. Many of the large blood vessels in his chest had ruptured and were bleeding. The ECG monitor's alarm kept beeping. Although it was a simulated competition, the sim was extremely sensitive to blood pressure and blood volume. This would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the competition. Humans and sims looked the same, but in fact, there was a huge difference. The sim's judgment of failure was very direct. Once the value changed, it would be a failure. However, due to the existence of the human body's compensation mechanism and self-rescue mechanism, many miracles would happen. Sims did not. When Xianxia saw the situation in the chest, he felt his scalp tingle. It was no wonder that they had to choose a unified surgery because such a surgery was very representative. Just like now, there were multiple injuries in the vena cava, accompanied by the direct rupture of the ascending aorta and the innominate artery, causing multiple bleeding. The alarm on the ECG monitor constantly reminded Xianxia of the situation. The blood pressure was 10070. It seemed to be a safe blood pressure, but with so many ruptured large blood vessels, it would not take long for the blood pressure to drop to a very dangerous value. Xianxia's eyebrows knitted tightly. How to choose the surgery had become a very difficult problem. Generally speaking, the blood flow of the ascending aorta and the innominate artery must be blocked. However, the blood flow of the vena cava could not be blocked directly. When repairing the damage, non-invasive vascular clamps could only be used to clamp the wall of the tube or under internal shunt. At the same time, due to the severe damage to the vena cava, the risk of long-term embolization was high. It was not suitable to use it. However, the damage to the blood vessels was very serious. How should he choose? Looking at the box of the simulated external circulation machine, Xianxia fell into deep thought. If he used the external circulation machine, it was obvious that the surgery time would be prolonged. However, the damage to the vena cava was so serious that it could not block the blood flow. It was not suitable to use a vein transplant. The damage to the ascending aorta and the innominate artery needed to be dealt with quickly. At this time, it was very troublesome to block the blood flow. If the vascular bypass was built, it would undoubtedly aggravate the venous bleeding. In a few seconds, Xianxia's mind was constantly thinking of many ways. Finally, Xianxia looked at the ECG monitor and suddenly had an idea. That's right, the blood pressure was still 100. What was there to be afraid of? Just be reckless. Thinking of this, Xianxia decided to do something bold. At this time, on the stage outside, a few specialists were sitting together. The big screen was playing the video of the surgery. Seated in the audience were some doctors in the field of cardiothoracic surgery, postgraduate students, and advanced students. The host smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm quite excited every time there's a national cardiology skills competition. This is because I can see batch after batch of young cardiologists constantly rising, taking over the baton from the older generation, and becoming the best in our field of surgery, the mainstay. Now that the surgery has begun, I believe that everyone can't wait any longer. Let's give the experts the right to speak and let them comment on this surgery." In fact, they had a list of the seated contestants in their hands. Soon, the video switched to an operating theater in a room. The audience below was in a heated discussion. After Li Wenbin saw the image, he immediately said, "To be honest, I just saw the competition title. It's a little difficult. This should be a car accident injury. Multiple vena cava injuries, accompanied by a contusion at the isthmus of the ascending aorta, and a tear of the unnamed arterial arch. As you can see, the wounds on the superior vena cava and the left and right superior pulmonary veins are huge. The difficulty this year is very high. What do you think, Professor Yang?" After everyone saw the image, their brows furrowed. Yang Guangdong nodded. "Yes, the difficulty of this year's competition is much higher than last year's, but this is a trend. Changing a simple surgery into a systematic surgery, although it increases the difficulty, it better reflects the surgeon's ability. It can also avoid some doctors who are partial to the field of surgery. But, this surgery is very challenging. There are many injuries in the arteries and veins. The choice of the surgical method and rhythm is especially important. This candidate is very good. It's a very stable operation. He chose the extracorporeal circulatory machine to treat the arteries first, and used non-invasive hemostatic forceps to reduce the bleeding in the veins. This way, the blood pressure shouldn't drop too quickly during the blood transfusion. Very good. His surgical skills are also very skilled. Just by looking at these operations, it should be no problem for him to advance. The person said with a smile, yes, this is Ding Yu from Anjin Hospital. He was 5th in last year's finals. The audience suddenly understood. No wonder there was such a choice and operation. The image changed again, and another surgical operation appeared in the video. Li Wenbin looked at the image and suddenly said with a smile, this young man's idea coincides with mine. The damage to the arteries is not serious. He chose the shunt to divide the injured area in advance and treat the veins first. After all, the damage to the veins is the key in this surgery, and the repair is also very difficult. Great idea. I think he will definitely score high. The audience looked at the host curiously, waiting to see who it was. The host smiled. Yes, Director Li has sharp eyes. This is Peng Lu from Huaxi Hospital. She is a female doctor who is not inferior to men. Last year, she took 3rd place. Everyone suddenly realized. It was her, the chubby Peng Lu. However, at this time, the big screen appeared again. In the video, a man was frantically suturing the unnamed arterial arch. Suddenly, the host was dumbfounded. This contestant didn't use the extracorporeal circulation. Moreover, he directly blocked and sutured the aortic arch. This is too exaggerated. This is too risky, isn't it? Several experts frowned. Suddenly, Xianxia said, no. Zoom in and take a look at the details. Xianxia stretched the image to the inside of the chest and said, see, this orderly hemostasis method is one of the hemostasis methods that are being studied in the World Cardiovascular Surgery Forum. The reason why he did not use the extracorporeal circulation machine and used the low-temperature suture method is that he is confident in his suture. Moreover, this surgery itself is very difficult to isolate. Any choice is risky. This kind of direct low-temperature repair, if completed within a certain period of time, is the best plan, but the requirements for the surgeon are very high. Li Wenbin also nodded. Yes, this contestant's suturing speed is too exquisite. It's fast, tight, and accurate. Amazing. Everyone, look at the blood pressure. In fact, even if he did not use the extracorporeal circulation machine, his blood pressure would be maintained at 90. I estimate that after the repair, it can be maintained at around 75. This is safe. Everyone looked at the pair of slender hands on the screen. In the midst of the ups and downs, the unnamed arterial arch and the ascending aorta were repaired. The image did not change because everyone realized that watching his suturing at such a close distance was addictive. Xianxia suddenly asked curiously, who is this contestant? I suddenly feel that my suturing speed might not be faster than his. Professor Yang nodded. That's right. I don't even want to change the image now. Watching this kind of suturing is a pleasure. Li Wenbin nodded. Hee, I believe that everyone has the same feeling. Then let's watch for a few more minutes. The host smiled. Alright, I believe that everyone is very curious about who it is. Then, let me reveal the mystery. This is last year's runner-up, the Deputy Director of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery in Fuwai Hospital. He's also a rising star in the field of cardiovascular surgery, Si Kong. The audience could not help but cheer. Si Kong. Si Kong. The host could not help but shake his head and joked. It seems that Si Kong's popularity is still very high. That's right, he's also a popular candidate for this year's championship. But, if I don't change the image, the leader will scold me. Everyone chuckled. After watching last year's seated contestant, let's switch to another one. The image changed, and a surgery image appeared in everyone's sight. Suddenly, everyone was stunned, not only the audience, but also the expert commentators and the host looked at the image in shock. After a while, the host was dumbfounded. The surgery is done? Li Wenbin swallowed his saliva. Probably? Professor Yang coughed. Is there a problem? So fast? The suturing is done? P.S. Cough, cough, cough. I really don't want to end the chapter. My mom asked me to have dinner. All right at night. Thank you for the 50,000 tip from book friend 201712080639555163. Please update. Thanks to PLA How for the 15,000 tip. Thanks to Half-Baked Rose for the 10,000 tip. Thanks to Not Sweet to Begin for the 10,000 tip. Thanks, young lady. I'll send it today at 6 p.m. Please support me. Everyone in the audience looked at the big screen in a daze. They saw that the thoracic cavity was stitched together in an orderly manner. That's right, this. Was the simulation broken? Had the competition not started yet, or had the surgery been completed? Everyone in the audience started discussing. Compared to the surgery being completed, everyone was more inclined to believe that the competition had not started yet. No one would believe that someone could complete the suture in such a short time. That's right, even the host, experts, and professors were a little confused. The host coughed. Professor Li, what's going on? Li Wenbin picked up the remote control and zoomed in. The details of the thoracic cavity appeared in front of everyone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. So it's not sutured yet. That's right, how could it be done so quickly? But, at that moment, Xianxia suddenly said, no. Continue zooming in. As soon as he said that, everyone stared at the screen with wide eyes. Li Wenbin also frowned slightly. He stared at the screen with his brows tightly knitted. After Li Wenbin zoomed in again, everyone was stunned. Thread, knot, needle after needle, row after row, densely packed together. This neat and tidy stitching caused everyone to tremble in awe. This was already sutured. Not only was the suture done, but the density and detail of the suture was also top-notch. At that moment, everyone was stunned. This was too unbelievable. No, it was double the horror. The other party had completed the suture, and the suture was so precise. For a moment, everyone in the audience was talking. Everyone stared at the big screen curiously. Xianxia picked up the remote control and began to watch from the heart to the ascending aorta, the unnamed artery, the aortic arch, the descending aorta, the inferior vena cava. The more he watched, the more incredulous he felt. The more he watched, the more amazed he became. That's great. The degree of detail of the suture was not inferior to Sikong's. The handling of the needle and thread, the control of the details, the stitches, the knot, and so on were all very meticulous. It was amazing. The more Xianxia watched, the more shocked he was. Li Wenbin was already dumbfounded. When the screen stopped at the inferior vena cava area, everyone was looking at the repair of the blood vessel. They were a little stunned. Li Wenbin could not help but ask, the difficult part of this surgery is the treatment of the vena cava, right? Professor Yang, Professor Xiong, take a closer look at the repair of the vena cava. I find it very strange. How did he suture it? As soon as he said that, everyone's gaze was fixed on the inferior vena cava repair. After the previous few surgeries, everyone clearly understood that the gap in the vena cava was relatively obvious. How did Chen Song repair it, cut it off and sew it back together? The vena cava could not be blocked. How did they deal with it? Could it be that he had used diversion in advance? However, if he were to split the timing would not match at all. No matter who it was impossible to complete the shunt intubation in such a short time, then complete the suture and remove the tube. But why were there stitches and repairs all around? Xianxia frowned slightly before his eyes suddenly lit up. We used a non-invasive vascular forceps to clamp part of the tube wall and repair it separately. As soon as he said that, Li Wenbin hurriedly questioned, if that's the case, can you guarantee that the blood vessels of the two certificates are equal? If that's the case, it's too difficult. It's better to intubate. Before Li Wenbin could finish his words, Yang Guangdong said, let's just turn around and look. Yang Guangdong's words made everyone laugh. That's right, anyway, the video was recorded. They just had to play it and look at it. After a series of operations, the scene instantly turned back to when Chen Song started. Xianxia said, hurry up and play it at twice the speed. Everyone nodded. However, after the surgery video started, everyone saw that Xianxia seemed to have made a decision at the beginning. That's right, Xianxia's choice was the same as Xikong's, rush over. However, this rush was not done blindly. The blood flow had to be controlled skillfully. Not only did it have to meet the various surgical requirements, but it also had to be controlled accurately. In short, he had to have enough control over the surgery. It was time to suture. The audience suddenly clamored. Slow down a little. That's right. It's too fast. That's a few cups of speed. It's spasming. That's right. The movements are all distorted. Let's go back to the original. Hearing everyone's words, the host could not help but laugh. That's right, Director Li. This is too fast. Slow it down a little. Everyone can't see the suture clearly. Li Wenbin nodded and slowed down to the original speed. However, everyone was still saying, it's still fast. Yes, we want to see the original version of the suture. That's right. This suture is very meaningful. Let's go back to the original speed and learn from it. How can we learn so fast? Hearing the audience's discussion, Li Wenbin frowned. Wasn't I going back to the original speed? It was the original speed, but the original speed was also so fast. All of a sudden, the three specialists and professors were stunned. Wasn't this too fast? No wonder the suture could be completed. Xianxia's suture speed was too fast. Indeed, this was intentional by Xianxia. In order to ensure the preservation of blood pressure and to prevent the series of injuries caused by ischemia, he had developed his fastest suture speed. The three chief physicians could not believe what they were seeing. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar. When Li Wenbin saw this, he immediately said, everyone, please be quiet. Actually, our current speed is the original speed. We did not speed up. Everyone can take a look. Everyone focused their eyes. They could not help but be stunned. This was indeed the original speed. Damn, is this hand an electric motor? That's right. This suture speed is faster than Xikong's. What's the use of being fast? Can Xikong's suture precision be the same? That's right. Senior Xikong's vascular suture skills are extremely high. But at this moment, Li Wenbin said, I'll adjust the speed to 0.5. Everyone, take a look. Actually, this contestant's vascular repair is really amazing. Not only in terms of suture speed, but also in terms of suture precision and meticulousness. He used a fine needle and a 5-0 non-invasive suture. This has already ensured the precision of the suture. Look at the distance between the needle and the thread, the tidiness of the top and bottom, it's not worse than Xikong's. In terms of suture speed, it's actually better than Xikong's. I'm getting more and more curious about who this contestant is. The people below were stunned. This meant that this mysterious grassroots contestant was even better than Xikong, the favorite to win the championship. Li Wenbin sighed. It's really meticulous and fast. Host, who is this person? The host was stunned and clicked on the video number. A007. Everyone was stunned. No wonder it was fast, accurate, and meticulous. It was 007. At that moment, the audience began to sigh with emotion. He's even faster than Xikong. Not only is he faster than Xikong, but if you look closely, I feel that the distance is even smaller than Xikong's. Not only is he smaller, but he's also faster. I feel that this person is definitely more handsome than Xikong. The audience was now bustling with excitement. After all, Xikong's title as the champion could no longer be maintained. This was something that everyone was happy to see. The appearance of a dark horse was definitely a good thing for the competition because it meant that the level of excitement was high enough. Everyone began to look forward to it. They were waiting for the host to reveal the identity of this mysterious 007. The image on the screen changed. Suddenly, the information of this mysterious contestant with the serial number A007 appeared. It was Xianxia's registration form. This photo was taken by Qin Yu and Xianxia at a photo studio in Wanxiang City. They had spent 100 yuan to take this photo. Xianxia's heart ached for 31 minutes because of this. After all, He had spent 100 yuan on a problem that could be solved with 10 yuan. However, if he knew that his profile picture was being smitten by the audience below, he would definitely feel that he had earned back all this money. After all, when everyone saw Chen Song's face, the following information was automatically blocked. The female audience instantly changed sides. What Sikong, what Dingyu, Chen Song is the best in the world, the fastest in the world, the fastest in the world, too handsome, this is even more handsome than 007. This is definitely 007 from the domestic market. Pfft. 007 from the domestic market, not from the domestic market, one word, but the difference was 10,000 miles. Name, Chen Song, age, 27 years old, organization, Second People's Hospital of Dongyang Province. Position, Deputy Chief Physician of the Emergency Department, Chief Physician of the Hand Surgery Department. After seeing Chen Song's information, everyone was instantly stunned. All the male colleagues from the cardiac surgery department were unconvinced. How did the emergency department and hand surgery department sneak into the cardiac surgery department's surgical skills competition? This was unacceptable. Wasn't this a typical challenge from the Tai dynasty? Did they bully the cardiac surgery department because there was no one else, a person from the emergency department and hand surgery department coming to win the championship? This was too much. However, in the eyes of the female audience, it was clearly a different scene. Wow, so strong. Brother Chen Song is only 27 years old. Yeah, he's so handsome, and he's even the deputy director of the emergency department and the director of the hand surgery department in a tertiary grade A hospital in the province. That's amazing. That's right. He's young and experienced. He's proficient in many kinds of technology. You're my idol. Go, little brother Chen Song. Chen Song is the best in the world. Go back and be the chief physician of the cardiology department. In the audience, the enthusiasm of female compatriots always overshadowed that of male compatriots. The male compatriots swore that they were definitely not envious or jealous of Chen Song's handsomeness, nor were they jealous of him because he had a lot of female fans. They were purely jealous of him because he was an emergency department hand surgeon. Why did he come to the cardiology surgery skills competition? Yes, we are just jealous. He was jealous of Chen Song's speed, she was jealous that Chen Song was too meticulous, most importantly, he was young and proficient in many things. The female host on the stage couldn't help but cough. This contestant is so handsome. Most importantly, he was only 27 years old. How did he manage to practice his suturing skills so quickly? Moreover, he's extremely meticulous. His hands are even more dexterous than those who play the piano. Moreover, he's actually the deputy chief physician of the emergency department and the chief physician of the hand surgery department. To be honest, I'm getting more and more curious about how good Chen Song is. Can a person really be proficient in many kinds of surgeries? Nowadays, cardiovascular surgeries are also so good. Li Wenbin coughed and interrupted the infatuated host. Actually, many cardiovascular surgeries are often placed in the emergency department. They are also surgeries in the emergency department. For example, Gu Yunfei last year was actually the chief physician of the emergency department. Xiong Kongyu looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, it was Chen Song. In fact, before the surgery, Xiong Kongyu was already mentally prepared. He had already thought of Chen Song in his mind, but he didn't dare to believe it. After all, if Chen Song had such a blood vessel repair skill, he would regret it to death. If he had invited Chen Song earlier and made more determination, Chen Song might have joined him. Now, it was all good, such an honor belonged to the Second People's Hospital of Dongyang Province. A hospital ranked 10th in Ammoniang City was going to shine in this competition this time. Thinking of this, Xiong Kongyu suddenly envied Xianxia Yuan. Suddenly, Xiong Kongyu came to a realization. He suddenly understood why Xianxia Yuan made such a bet to build the emergency building and let Chen Song be the chief physician. He bet on Chen Song, if Chen Song really won the championship. He, Xianxia Yuan, would definitely be a meritorious person in Dongyang. At this moment, Xiong Kongyu took a deep breath. He couldn't help but praise him. The scene returned, and soon it was the repair of the vena cava. Xiong Kongyu explained, "Everyone, look, the real essence of Chen Song's surgery is here." He chose a 3-stage method, using non-invasive hemostatic forceps. It was divided into 3 steps to repair the vena cava in stages. It can be extremely ingenious. Moreover, it is very difficult to complete this surgery without damaging the shape and structure of the vena cava and without blocking it. It can be seen that Xianxia is extremely confident in this surgery. Everything is under control. From the decision made at the beginning to the quick suture, to the ingenious repair of the vena cava, to the finishing work in the later stage, every step is very exquisite. At this point, Xianxia made a conclusion. To be honest, this is a wonderful but not classic surgery. It's not even worth learning. Everyone, just watch. Let's switch to the video. His words stunned everyone. Li Wenbin nodded. Yes, isn't it wonderful? It's as wonderful as watching a sci-fi blockbuster. But, Xianxia's speed and meticulousness in suturing blood vessels are talent. His control of the structure of the vena cava is also talent. Ordinary people can't learn it. So, this surgery is very wonderful. But it's not worth promoting or learning. Everyone, just watch. Only then did everyone react. They couldn't help but sigh. That's right, this was a typical case, brain, so it's that simple. I know it, hand, no, you don't, talent, hand is right. The video immediately changed, but no one in the audience was in the mood to watch it. Everyone was still in shock from Xianxia's surgery just now. The female audience even closed their eyes and felt the pair of hands that were quickly suturing the blood vessels like a small motor. It was fast and thin, and it was hard to let go. At this moment, in the competition room, Xianxia and the examiner were in an awkward situation. The examiner never expected the surgery to be completed so quickly. What should they do for the rest of the time? Look at each other. It was not appropriate to chat. After all, it was a national competition. However, it was also very awkward to not chat and be in a daze. Grading. How many points should they give? They knew that it was useless to grade because the score was too high and it had to be discussed by the organizing committee. They could only stare, therefore, the few of them stared at each other. Xianxia sighed. If he had known it would be so awkward, he would have done it slower. It was too boring now. However, if he had the highest score, how many people could he defeat? How many rewards would he get? Looking forward to it. P.S. I had no choice but to end the chapter in the afternoon. After all, humans are made of iron and rice is made of steel. Damn it, I was anxious when eating. I didn't end the chapter tonight, right? Now, the monthly votes of Qidian and QQ reading are separated. At the same time, I'm asking for monthly votes from both sides. I'll continue to update 6 times today. Finally, thank you to Big Brother De and you for their generous 10,000 tips. Tomorrow, Veteran will continue to update. Everyone's enthusiasm for voting will also be higher. I'll work hard too. Write more, update more, everyone support me. At this moment, the chief examiner, He Daijin, suddenly felt that a good-looking boy was actually quite good. At least, she would not get tired of looking at him. After watching for 7 or 8 minutes, they finally broke the silence. They chatted for a few minutes. At the same time, they also asked Xianxia some personal questions. Finally, after 10 minutes of awkward chatting, the chief examiner was told that the candidates could leave the examination room. He Daijin suddenly smiled and said, "Young man, come to 301 hospital when you have time." Xianxia nodded and smiled. "Okay, thank you, chief examiner." After Xianxia came out, he was a little shocked. He Daijin looked young, in her early 40s. However, when Xianxia clicked on the arrow above her head out of boredom, the system's notification sound stunned him. He Daijin, this is a cardiac surgery department director who focuses on clinical work. He is good at many cardiac surgeries and is the director of the cardiac surgery department in 301 hospital. He is a famous doctor in the country. Xianxia found that as his level increased, he could see more and more information. He could see the other person's name, position, expertise, and so on. That was amazing. Also, director he looked to be in her 40s, but she was already a famous doctor in the country. Capital was indeed not like Dongyang. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. The candidates returned to their seats one after another. The next time was to count the scores. On the big screen, a form appeared according to the seat number. Name, score. After everyone sat down, they began to wait patiently. At this time, the audience was in a mess. They were all discussing who would be the first in the competition. It was nothing more than a few candidates. I think Xianxia will definitely be the first. Yes, he is faster than Xikong. If he is not the first, then where is he? That's true, but the evaluation criteria for surgeries shouldn't be based on speed, right? I think the evaluation team will definitely consider all aspects and give a more reasonable score. Just like what the professor said just now, Xianxia's surgery is exciting but not classic. Therefore, the results of the competition are still uncertain. The discussion in the audience increased the nervousness of the 200 candidates. Xianxia looked at the question mark above Gui Yunfei's head. This was a mission notification. He was slightly stunned. Dr. Gui, what's wrong? Nervous? Gui Yunfei wasn't nervous at all. After all, he was an experienced fighter. It would be embarrassing if he was eliminated in such a small competition. He was nervous because of Meng Shi, who was sitting beside him. For some reason, Gui Yunfei felt that he was allergic to perfume, lipstick, and, in any case, he was allergic to the vixen beside him. So much so that he was at a loss of what to do and appeared to be very nervous. Gui Yunfei sighed. He was really not good at dealing with beautiful women. Since he was young, he had a social barrier when it came to girls. For so many years, although he was not nervous at work, and it was fine when he faced patients, when he encountered such a situation in life, he always seemed to be at a loss. Seeing Gui Yunfei shake his head, Xianxia was curious. He also noticed Gui Yunfei's strangeness. Curious, Xianxia clicked on Gui Yunfei's question mark. The uneasy Gui Yunfei was at a loss of what to do when facing a beauty. Helping him alleviate his awkwardness, plus 5 favorable impression points gained. When Xianxia saw the notification, he was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. Dr. Gui, I have something to discuss with Teacher Meng. Let's change seats. Gui Yunfei's face immediately lit up. Okay. After the two of them changed seats, Xianxia received a system reward notification. And Gui Yunfei seemed to have eased a lot. Meng Shi looked at Xianxia. How did you do? Xianxia shook his head and thought for a while. He said honestly, it's hard to say. I don't know what the evaluation criteria are, but it shouldn't be a problem to advance. Meng Shi nodded. Dr. Gui? Gui Yunfei nodded. My performance should be average. One after another, the big screen began to announce the results. More and more people's results came out. Meng Shi's also came out. 91 points. Not long after, Gui Yunfei also came out. 93 points. Gradually, more and more results came out. Meng Shi suddenly became nervous because her score really didn't have any advantage. Most of them were around 90 points. However, there were only 12 people who advanced. One after another, most people's results were announced. Meng Shi stared at the big screen and carefully looked at it, calculating the results of their group. Top 12, she muttered something. Finally, their group was all out. Meng Shi, 11th place, advanced by a brush. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Gui Yunfei couldn't help but smile. He had 93 points, 3rd place in the group. Most people were concentrated between 88 and 93 points. This was a hurdle. At this time, the 12th place in Group A was panicking. After all, only number 007 in Group A hadn't announced his results. He was in 12th place now. He felt that he still had a chance. The audience below was even more enthusiastic. Xikong, 97 points. Amazing. Dingyu is not bad either. 96 points. Looks like speed isn't the only option. Penglu is amazing. 96 points, 1st place in the group. Eh? Why isn't Xianxia's score out yet? Yeah, at this time, the entire big screen was white. Only Xianxia's place was still black. It was very eye-catching. Everyone stared at the big screen curiously. Even the people around them turned to look at Xianxia's seat. Gui Yunfei was stunned. Why is everyone looking at me? Even the audience in the auditorium were looking at Xianxia's seat. They couldn't see clearly and could only use their phones to zoom in 20 times, but everyone could only see the top of his head. After seeing it, everyone immediately sucked in a cold breath. TSK, he's really strong. Yeah. Look at his Mediterranean Sea. One look and you can tell that he's strong. Indeed, there's a majestic aura in his sparse hair. So strong. And the female compatriot sighed. Sigh, time is a butcher's knife. Our Xianxia's hair is gone too, the male compatriot behind said, the photo must be photoshopped. +1. At this time, in the office, the expert group was silent after watching the video. Today's score was the most controversial. I still think that this video can't be used as a model. This isn't the best surgical method. It's not conducive to publicity and teaching. But considering his surgical ability and skills, I suggest 95 points. He Daijin frowned. Although she was the youngest, her status was not inferior to the older compatriots around her. She said sternly, Chief Yu, to be frank, can you do such a repair? We're competing for high scores. We're choosing talents, not mediocre ones, I'm not joking. I personally gave the score, and I'm responsible for it. 99 points. If it weren't for the controversy of 100 points, I would have given it full marks. Chief Yu. Can you find the point where he deducted points? This isn't a problem of whether I can do it or not. Chief He, Yu Jiqiang, really don't have such ability. I admit that this young man is also very good, but our competition is to send a message. I don't think this kind of unrepresentative surgery can become a trend. To be honest, I'd rather give Penglu a high score than give the Xikong or Qinsong. The few judges argued for a long time. But it was true. Medical problems had always been a kind of academic dispute. These experts and professors didn't know Qinsong at all. There was no need to maliciously slander him. This was a kind of recognition of ideology and philosophy. This kind of argument didn't end for a long time. At this time, the main judge, Wu Tongfu, suddenly said, everyone, quiet down. I've considered it carefully. The final score is 100 points. Announce the results. With that one sentence, all of the judges were stunned. Everyone felt that there was something wrong with their ears. The scorer was also stunned for a moment. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Director Wu. How many points? Wu Tongfu said firmly, full marks, 100 points. Announce the results. The scorer was stunned and quickly stood up. The main judge had the final right to give the final score. The other judges were only giving suggestions. Generally speaking, the main judge would carefully consider the opinions of all the judges. Most of the time, they would give an average score. However, they had never encountered such a situation. Wu Tongfu's sentence directly stunned everyone. Director Wu. This score is too high, isn't it? This isn't. It's not too appropriate? A few judges looked at each other and tried to persuade him. Wu Tongfu shook his head. In my opinion, this surgery has the least side effects, the highest efficiency, and the least sequelae among all the surgeries. It's also the most cost-effective surgery. For the patient, this is the best surgery. Just based on this point alone, it's a full mark. Wu Tongfu's sentence directly silenced everyone. That's right, they were all looking at this surgery from the perspective of professors and experts. They were thinking about the skills, the difficulty of the surgery, the insurance of the surgery, and so on. They neglected one point. The ultimate goal of surgery was to be responsible for the patient. They should look at this problem from the patient's perspective. After Wu Tongfu finished speaking, all the experts and professors sat down and seriously reflected on this surgery. Using reasonable blood pressure to choose the most suitable surgical method, comprehensively considering the details of the surgery, choosing the best surgical technique to reduce sequelae, exquisite suturing skills, efficient suturing speed. Actually, the topic was set by everyone, they were also the judges. They were well aware of the risks involved in choosing any type of surgery, as well as the possible sequelae they might encounter. Just as Wu Tongfu said, this was a surgery with the least side effects for the patient, the highest cost-performance ratio, and the lowest incidence of sequelae. Wu Tongfu smiled. Old you, don't be angry. What Young he said makes sense. This is a competition. We're not choosing a model in class, and we're not writing a model essay for everyone to learn from. Chen Song's surgery is the best in my opinion. It's the most beneficial for the patient, but it's the most challenging for the surgeon. Similarly, let's look at it from a bigger perspective. This is also a surgery that saves medical resources. Moreover, it can be used in a variety of environments. This surgery topic itself is an emergency surgery. Do you think there will be a ventilator in the field? An extracorporeal circulation machine? A cryogenic freezing technology? A variety of operations? This patient, with such a wound, may die before he's sent to the hospital. Can he have a blood pressure of 100? Therefore, I think Chen Song's surgery is the most appropriate. Wu Tongfu could not help but smile. This made the judges who came up with the topic blush for a while. Wu Tongfu smiled. Therefore, I can't find a point to deduct points, so I can only give 100 points. Actually, as judges, we shouldn't be stingy with giving high points, nor should we be lenient with deducting points. As long as there's a mistake, we'll deduct points. As long as it's good, we'll give high points. Everyone, don't worry. I'll write the report. His words were sonorous and powerful. Everyone outside saw the big screen light up. Instantly, there was an uproar. Look, Chen Song's score is finally out. How many points? Everyone was stunned. They were instantly stunned. 100 points. Damn. Isn't this too crazy? Yeah. 100 points. This is too awesome. He's number one, definitely number one. Everyone looked at this scene and was a little dumbfounded. Not only the audience. Everyone below the stage was in an uproar. After all, it was understandable that this score appeared in the provincial competition, but it appeared in the national competition. Everyone looked at the score in disbelief. Then, they turned their heads, they stared at Gui Yunfei who was sitting in Chen Song's seat. Their faces were filled with horror. TSK, that hair. No wonder it's so strong. That's amazing. He actually scored 100 points. Sigh, I finally realized the gap between him and me. A certain person with lush hair sighed. He's bald. Sure enough, he's strong. Gui Yunfei was also stunned. Chen Song actually scored 100 points. However, he had already prepared himself. After all, Chen Song had scored 100 points in the provincial competition. This was also acceptable. The only thing he was curious about was why everyone was staring at him. Gui Yunfei realized that everyone was looking at him with horror and shock. It was as if he was looking at Chen Song. Everyone realized that Gui Yunfei was more in line with the attitude of a powerhouse. As for Chen Song who was sitting there, he was also pleasantly surprised. Damn, this is so cool, ding. In the process of PK settlement. Ding. You've won first place. You've received 99 lucky bags as a reward from PK. Chen Song was stunned. There were actually such rich rewards. Chen Song was overjoyed. He quickly opened it. He realized that he could open it all. Cool, ding. Congratulations, you've received experience plus 1000, experience plus 2000. You've received a level 4 skill book. You've received. When the 99 notifications ended, Chen Song was stunned for a moment. The quantity was high, but the quality was really low. Sure enough, nothing good came cheap. Summing up the rewards, level increased by 1, received a level 4 skill book, received skill points plus 3, received appraisal book plus 5. Not bad, ding. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 40 and reached the level of an attending physician. You've unlocked level 4 surgery and your third profession. Chen Song was stunned. I, Chen Song, am finally going to break level 4. Is the day of prosperity finally here? My third profession is about to be unlocked. I'm going to master level 4 surgery. I, Chen Song, am not bald. I'm still very strong. P.S. 2 in 1, the 2 chapters are written together. It looks good this way. There are 2 more chapters in the afternoon. Good luck. Thank you to InSleep for the 20,000 tip. Thank you to my old friends Lighter Than a Feather, Summer Light Year, and Pushing Teacher Meng for the 10,000 tips. There are more updates in the afternoon. Let's go. When he saw the 99 fortune bags open, Xianxia felt like he was back in school when he saw his rich roommates playing games and winning 10 consecutive draws. Yes, it was that posture, that style, it felt great. When he thought of that, he even adjusted his posture. He looked more like a rich man, so casual and elegant. There was a kind of indifference between his movements. Putting aside what he got, the most important thing was that the feeling of his hand cramping from opening the prizes was really great. This kind of happiness and satisfaction, it was 99 times, however, the reward was still satisfactory. Leveling up at a critical time was a good thing for Xianxia. Level 40. Xianxia casually opened the level 4 skill book he had just obtained. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. He really wanted a pillow when he wanted to sleep. After he clicked on it, a purple light flashed and a prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining level 4 cardiac surgery, ventricular septal rupture repair. Master level. Good, he had just obtained a cardiac rupture repair 2 days ago, and today he obtained a brother skill, ventricular septal rupture repair. These two skills were actually cardiac trauma surgery, which belonged to the emergency of the emergency cases. It was much more troublesome than the surgery of aortic rupture because at least the heart would be fine if the large blood vessels were damaged. However, these two surgeries could even be fatal. This was basically a death sentence in ancient times. He couldn't help but sigh at the development of medicine. Appraisal card. Hint: after using it, you can identify the disease attribute and type of the patient and obtain detailed examination results and physical signs. Xianxia was delighted. Ah, a divine tool for showing off. Unfortunately, the number was limited. As for the profession change, Xianxia was not in a hurry. After all, if the system activated a profession like mage, warrior, Saint Seiya, Iron Man, or immortal cultivator, he would still have a chance. Mengshi looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Xiaochen, tell your teacher properly, did you cheat? Xianxia could only roll his eyes at teacher Meng's fantasy ability. He shook his head and sighed. He looked at Mengshi earnestly and said, Teacher Meng, how can you have these opportunistic thoughts every day? What do I usually teach you? You must steadily improve your business ability and don't rely on luck. Look at your score, only 91 points. Sigh. I'm embarrassed to go out and tell others that you're my teacher, Teacher Meng. When you go out and say that I am your student, don't you feel embarrassed? This is too embarrassing. How did I educate you? Who asked you to? Mengshi was stunned and immediately looked at Xianxia angrily. How dare you say that your mother is ugly? What was that saying? A son doesn't despise an ugly mother, a dog doesn't despise a poor family. You actually look down on your teacher? You evil disciple. This sentence actually made Xianxia speechless. It seemed like there was some truth to it. Xianxia felt that his words were too hurtful, so much so that it hurt Teacher Meng's heart. Hence, he coughed, Teacher Meng, I am concerned about you. Don't be angry. Mengshi smiled casually and crossed her arms in front of her chest, squeezing even more. Gui Yunfei, who was next door, quickly moved his head away. Mengshi said indifferently, Of course I won't be angry. This small matter is not worthy of being my mammary gland nodules. Xianxia was stunned and was instantly dumbfounded. Gui Yunfei was also dumbfounded. Xianxia realized that he had underestimated Teacher Meng's defense. How could she be so easily hurt? Thinking about it, there was such a thick layer of defense outside the heart. If the attack power was insufficient, it would be difficult to hurt the heart. Xianxia looked down and sighed. Suddenly, he felt that if the nail surgery department was filled with patients like Teacher Meng, it would not be so annoying. Mengshi was unconvinced. Her leather coat puffed up even more as she pouted. Who taught you your surgery? It's me. Besides, we are teacher and student. We have to calculate the average score. Look, our average score is high. Xianxia was stunned. He looked at Mengshi's quibbling and was speechless. Forget it, woman, you have the final say. I won't lower myself to your level. Xianxia said helplessly, forget it, forget it. I won't be angry with you. Seeing Xianxia like this, she nudged Xianxia with her elbow and said with a smile, I'll treat you to something delicious tonight. I'll get my family's chef to cook for you. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He realized that rich people's chefs were professional. Looking at teacher Meng acting cute, Chen Song's anger dissipated by 70 to 80%. Forget it, with such a teacher, it was useless to be angry to death. He might as well smash a pot that had nothing to lose. Mengshi continued, why don't you guess the exam questions in the afternoon? You have to let me advance, right? Chen Song was stunned. He knew that teacher Meng was not an ordinary person. There were definitely conditions for her to give him benefits. However, he still had a mission to let teacher Meng advance. Although the possibility was very low, he had to try. Mengshi said, I've summarized the exam questions for the past 10 years. After summarizing them, I found a pattern. Although the second round of the exam is random, it's about the arrangement of surgical methods. Basically, considering the combination of a student's creativity and surgical skills, I have dozens of common routines here. Tell me, what good ideas do you have? I saw that your 2 ropes and 1 tube technique the other day seemed pretty good. It meets the requirements of the competition very much. As he spoke, Mengshi took out a large piece of paper from his butt pocket and unfolded it. Chen Song was dumbfounded. It was actually all kinds of surgical situations that would be faced in various major vascular surgeries. Moreover, these pictures were very exquisite. Did Mengshi do this himself? How much effort and time did this take? Chen Song was a little confused. He stared at Mengshi with wide eyes. Teacher Meng. This was done by you? Mengshi shrugged and shook his head. Of course not. I found it from the previous competitions and looked up a lot of information. I found that thoracic major vascular surgeries are nothing more than these types of injuries. I asked the designer of my mother's company to work overtime overnight to do it, but it's done pretty well. Chen Song finally knew how teacher Meng was going to advance. This was completely relying on superpowers. With his drawing ability and the resources found online, he could draw so many types of diseases in one night. Chen Song suddenly felt that what was wrong with being rich, he just felt a little sorry for those programmers who worked overtime. Mengshi stared straight at Chen Song and said charmingly, Come, Xiao Chen, take out your private collection and let me know. When the time comes, I won't forget about your benefits. Chen Song naturally did not fall for this trick. He was immune to teacher Meng's charms, however, he still nodded. Wait a moment. The leader is speaking. Gui Yunfei looked at the pair of teacher and disciple. He thought about Qin Yueming and suddenly felt envious. He envied Chen Song for having such a teacher. She was good-looking and obedient. Most importantly, she was a female tycoon. Her appearance was pleasing to the eye. She could guide and train her academically. She could live a good life with wealth. Sigh, I'm so envious. When can I have such a teacher? It was already around 11:30 p.m. The surgery time was not short. After all the results were announced, it was time to announce the list of people who had advanced. It could be said that some people were happy while others were sad. The most aggrieved person was the 12th place in Group A. Oh, he was now 13th place. He looked at Gui Yunfei with resentment. As one of the main people in charge of this exam, Wu Tongfu stood on the stage and looked at the crowd. Dear respected colleagues, hello everyone. I won't take advantage of my seniority here. I'll say a few words about my feelings today. My biggest feeling today is everyone's hard work and improvement. I see many familiar faces. You are all stronger than last year. I also saw a lot of new blood. Your participation has made us more prosperous. After he finished speaking, there was applause from the audience. Chen Song did not know Wu Tongfu, but looking at the thunderous applause around him, he seemed to be a very respected person. Chen Song asked softly, Who is this? Gui Yunfei did not speak. He gave a thumbs up first. This is a great person. He was the vice president of Peking Union Medical College Hospital and the director of the emergency department. Later, he was transferred to the Capital Emergency Center to be the president. Director Wu is proficient in many kinds of surgery and has won many international awards. He is academician Wu Tongfu. Chen Song was stunned. He was Wu Tongfu. He was very familiar with this name, but it was the first time he had met him. When he came to the capital for his internship, although he had not met him, he had often heard this name. After a moment, Wu Tongfu continued, A competition should be like a competition. However, being eliminated does not mean that you are not good enough. The list of qualified candidates is out. I hope that everyone will not be discouraged or arrogant. Being eliminated means that you still have a lot of room for improvement. As for everyone who has advanced, I want to tell you that the courage on your shoulders will not be relaxed. It will only get heavier. Speaking of this, Wu Tongfu's tone slowed down. He said slowly as if he was chatting, "Sometimes, I don't want to study medicine because I feel that I am just an ordinary person. I study medicine to have an iron rice bowl and a stable income. My grandfather is a barefoot doctor. He told me that a doctor can't starve. There are a lot of biscuits and cakes at home. Some people say that being a doctor is glorious and a hero. I don't want to be a hero. I also have my own feelings and I have my own life. Why should I contribute to others? I don't owe you anything. My teacher also told me that there are no heroes in this world. It's just a group of children who changed into white clothes and learned from their seniors to save people." At this point, he suddenly changed the topic. Wu Tongfu said firmly, "But life is always out of our control. When we put on this set of clothes, we have to be like a soldier. Others have protected our lives and work in peace, so we have to return the well-being of the people. Regardless of whether you are here to participate in the competition today or to watch the competition, you are all doctors or doctors in the future. What I want to tell you is that you are not only carrying your own honor, but also the lives and health of the people. I'd like to thank everyone here. I'd like to thank every medical worker. I'd like to thank all of you for practicing medicine. Thank you for walking forward despite knowing that this is a path of no return. Thank you for not leaving even though you knew you had to go against the flow of the plague. Thank you for not leaving your posts despite knowing that there are elders, wives, and children at home. Thank you for not retreating even though you knew when this trip would come back." His words made everyone's blood boil. Chen Song felt that there was a kind of emotion in his chest that he couldn't vent. He didn't know why, but he actually felt like his nose was sore. At this moment, everyone present quietly and solemnly raised their heads and looked ahead. Their eyes were filled with determination, as if sensing the stifling atmosphere. Wu Tongfu smiled and joked, "Hee, look at all of you. Why are you all so stubborn? Why do you insist on learning medicine? People have already said that if you persuade people to learn medicine, you'll be struck by lightning. You still want to learn medicine, hee." Someone suddenly shouted from below, "It's stubbornness that makes you want to learn medicine. The kind that can't be chased away." Wu Tongfu suddenly laughed and asked loudly, "Can't be chased away? Am I right?" There was an uproar below. "Yes. Can't be chased away. We won't turn back. We'll fight to the death on this path. Can't be chased away." The entire venue was filled with deafening voices. Everyone was impassioned as they shouted loudly. After a while, Wu Tongfu said with a smile, "All right, according to the procedure of the meeting, please allow me to lead everyone to take another oath." The host was also a little excited at this moment. He said loudly, "Everyone, please rise." Wu Tongfu said loudly, "Health is related, life is entrusted." Everyone stood up and shouted loudly, "Health is related, life is entrusted." Wu Tongfu said, "When I stepped into Sacred Medical Academy, I solemnly made an oath." Chen Song was a little excited. He felt that his body was trembling. This was the first time he felt that his profession gave him a sense of holiness and mission. When he was in university, he also took an oath. However, at that time, he was still ignorant and didn't know what his oath represented. 3 years of clinical practice, 3 years of experience, made him understand what this profession represented. "When I stepped into Sacred Medical Academy, I solemnly made an oath. I am willing to dedicate my life to medicine. I love my motherland, I am loyal to the people, I abide by medical ethics, I respect my teachers and discipline, I study hard, I am tireless, I strive for perfection, and I will develop in all aspects. I am determined to do my best to get rid of the diseases of mankind, to help perfect health, to protect the holiness and honor of medicine, to save the dying and heal the wounded. I will persevere in my pursuit, I will strive for the development of medicine and health of my motherland and the physical and mental health of mankind for life." Every sentence was impassioned. After Wu Tongfu finished speaking, he bowed to everyone and said slowly, "We are old, but you are still young. My colleagues, please give me your guidance for the rest of your lives. At this moment, many of the girls present couldn't hold back their tears. Even the students who often participated in the competition looked solemn. Gui Yunfei turned to look at Chen Song and whispered, "This is why many people participate in the national competition even though they know that they will be eliminated in the first round." Chen Song was stupefied. He looked at everyone present. There was only admiration in his eyes. There wasn't a trace of contempt. Perhaps everyone present was worthy of respect. It wasn't because he was talented or had profound skills, but because of their stubbornness that couldn't be driven away. One after another, a few leaders went up to the stage and said a few words. They encouraged the crowd. Finally, Wu Tongfu said with a smile, "All right, I looked at the time. It's not early anymore. Everyone is probably hungry. We have a lot of fees this year, so we specially asked the hotel to make some delicious food. Everyone, hurry up and eat. There is still a competition in the afternoon." Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Song looked at Wu Tongfu and had a first impression of him. This was the first time they met. This was an interesting person. Chen Song was about to get up, but Mengshi pulled Chen Song back. "Where are you going?" Chen Song was stunned. "To eat?" Mengshi narrowed his eyes. "Eat what?" "Come with me to do something big. Teacher Meng will feed you tonight. P.S. I didn't want to write those emotional words in this chapter, but I couldn't hold back and wrote a little. I cried a little myself. Sigh, to be honest, I've been holding back for a long time. Recently, I've been looking at the medical staff going against the flow in Wuhan every day. I'm filled with emotions and restlessness. I can't wait to go." The senior brother of the veteran also went. A teacher also went. 2 classmates also went. 2 young nurses I know also went. Here's a word of advice, take care. Finally, I'd like to thank my 2 friends, Pin Shinchan and Hao Hao for their 10,000 tips. I'd like to thank book friend 201701106154658749 for their 10,000 tips. QQ reading friends who tipped can only see it tomorrow. And everyone who voted, subscribed, and tipped, I won't mention them one by one. Thank you all, I'll send it to you at 6 p.m. Please take care of us. We've broken into the top 10 monthly votes. We must hold on. We can't let the big boss beat us. Hearing Teacher Meng's words, Chen Song looked up at Teacher Meng. "Teacher Meng, you're my teacher." Chen Song sighed and decided to wake up this stubborn woman. Mengshi was stunned and said with her eyes wide open, "Yes, I'm your teacher, so, don't you have to listen to me?" When Chen Song heard this, he thought, "Eh? That's true, but," Mengshi grabbed Chen Song and walked out, "Let's go to my room." "It's a single room." Chen Song's heart skipped a beat. "My room. Feed you." Why did it sound so weird when these words were put together? Mengshi took Chen Song to the elevator. After swiping the card, they went directly to the 51st floor. When they opened the door, Chen Song was dumbfounded. F***ck, why is my room a standard room and yours, such a big suite? Chen Song looked at the huge luxurious private room, his eyes full of disbelief. Mengshi said matter-of-factly, "I called and asked if I could upgrade my room at my own expense. But I checked and found that the small and high-end suites were all gone, so I booked the presidential suite." When Chen Song heard this, he suddenly shook his head. "It's good to be rich." Chen Song looked up and looked at Mengshi. "Teacher Meng, it's a pity that you like women. Otherwise, we men can work less for hundreds of years." Mengshi smiled charmingly and looked at Chen Song. She raised her eyebrows. "I heard that you have a younger brother who is more handsome than you." Chen Song's expression suddenly changed. "Teacher Meng, rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. My brother is still young." Mengshi chuckled, "Yes, I know your brother is young. When I passed by just now, I heard them talking about Chen Song. I don't know how they know." Chen Song's face was ashen. "A scholar prefers death to humiliation. How can I, Chen Song, be humiliated like this?" However, when he thought about how rich Teacher Meng was, Chen Song decided to endure it. Sigh, "This Teacher Meng doesn't even treat me as a student. Forget it, a child's words carry no harm. I'll forgive her." In fact, Mengshi and Chen Song were getting along more and more freely now. They were completely friends, no, best friends. Mengshi smiled and went into the room. He took off his leather coat and hung it on the hanger. A close-fitting cashmere sweater showed off his figure. Mengshi smiled mysteriously at Chen Song. Hurry up, hurry up. It's almost 12 o'clock now. It'll start at 2:30 in the afternoon. There are only 2 hours left. I don't know if there's enough time. Chen Song was stunned. She called me to her room, took off her clothes the moment she entered, and told me that she only had 2 hours. This was clearly, but, aren't you going too far? 2 hours, what an arrogant tone. Chen Song hurriedly refused. Teacher Meng, I'm not that kind of person. When Mengshi heard this, he ignored everything and pulled Chen Song to the left. Chen Song's expression changed. Teacher Meng, the bedroom is on the right. Mengshi was stunned for a moment. He turned around and glanced at Chen Song. Bedroom? Why are you going to the bedroom? After saying that, he directly pulled Chen Song to the side of the coffee table in the living room and reached out to take out the large piece of paper from the morning. His pair of big eyes seemed to be able to speak. He stared at Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, come on, tell me about your private life. Tell me your secret. Time is tight and the task is important. You only have 2 hours. Look, I've concluded that there are only these surgeries. I know the traditional surgical procedures for these surgeries, but I don't have a particularly good way to deal with some special wounds. Can you help me think of some ideas and provide some good ideas? Chen Song was helpless. I'm still hungry. When Mengshi heard this, he immediately slammed the table angrily and said with righteous indignation, Your teacher is about to be eliminated, and you still want to eat. Can you eat? Think about it. If I'm eliminated, how embarrassing will it be for you? If your teacher loses face, how can you be proud as a disciple? The two of us share a common destiny. Chen Song was stunned. How could he say that? It was usually the disciple who lost and the teacher who lost face. Why did he turn it around? Besides, Xiao Chen, tell me the truth, how do I treat you? Mengshi continued to ask. Chen Song said honestly, not much. When Mengshi heard this, he was so angry that the nodules in his breast increased. Chen Song was very sensible. He lowered his head and said, Teacher Meng, look. The first surgery is actually an ordinary ascending aorta damaged, causing a sudden dissection. For such an injury, the most important thing in a normal surgery is the treatment of the main embolus. This is the key to the surgery. The core element is how to deal with the embolus. Well, look. When Mengshi saw this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He lowered his head and looked. There was no way Chen Song could finish his lecture in 2 hours. Mengshi focused on more than 20 surgical possibilities. Actually, this was the so-called guessing of the questions. He wanted to see if he could get the real questions. There was no other way. His ability was limited. He could only cram at the last minute. At this moment in the restaurant, Gui Yunfei was eating alone. However, compared to eating with Mengshi, he felt more comfortable eating like this. He was in a good mood and ate a lot of dishes. He even ate a few more pieces of meat. However, he found something very strange. Why, when he picked up the food, the people around him always smiled and let him have it, that's right. There was only one piece of steak left. The person in front glanced at him and said with a smile, Dr. Chen, you eat first. Good luck in the afternoon. I look forward to your performance. This was not the first time such a scene happened. It left Gui Yunfei dumbfounded. Could it be that I remembered my name wrongly? My surname is actually Chen. That's not right, my name is Gui Yunfei. But why is everyone calling me Dr. Chen? Gui Yunfei was dumbfounded. Even when they were eating, a group of people around them pointed at Gui Yunfei and smiled kindly at him. The bolder ones came over to greet him. Dr. Chen, your surgery this morning was amazing. It was an eye-opener for us. This was still acceptable. However, the female students and graduate students ran over one after another. They looked at Gui Yunfei and said with a smile, Dr. Chen, you're so fast. Yes. Too fast. That's right. I've never seen a faster and more meticulous cardiologist than you. Does Dr. Chen have a girlfriend? Gui Yunfei, who was already socially handicapped, was stunned. He hurriedly ran away. This made the female students behind him laugh. After Gui Yunfei left, he felt a wave of fear. This was too scary. How did these women know so much? I was wearing a pair of pants, a pair of thermal pants, a pair of long johns, and a pair of underwear, and they could see it. This was too scary, right? Thinking of this, Gui Yunfei's face was full of shame, and he felt a wave of fear. After coming out of the building, Gui Yunfei stood outside and sighed. The wind today was really noisy. At this moment, he picked up his phone and wanted to call his wife to ask how his secret had spread. Suddenly, he felt someone patting him from behind. He turned around and smiled. "Old Gua, what are you doing?" Gui Yunfei was stunned. He suddenly understood and could not help but laugh. That's right, they were talking about Dr. Chen. I'm Dr. Gua. They must have mistaken me. That's right, it's impossible for anyone to know my secret, ha 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 ha. The competition began in the afternoon. Everyone was smug with success. Gui Yunfei was even more confident. He sat in Chen Song's seat and enjoyed the praising looks from the strangers around him. Chen Song could not help but yawn. He was a little sleepy. However, Mengshi still insisted that Chen Song explain the questions. There was no need to draw lots for the next competition. They would be matched according to the number of the PK team. It had been arranged. The competition in the afternoon was still the same question. This was also to facilitate the unified management. Because the national competition was much more difficult than the provincial competition, these questions were carefully designed by the expert team and were representative. When the time was up, everyone stood up. The audience applauded enthusiastically. Gui Yunfei was in good condition today. He was relieved that his secret was not leaked. The surgery officially began. The eliminated students sat in their seats as spectators. The host looked at the three professors, Li Wenbin, Xianxia, and Yang Guangdong. In the afternoon, we would like to invite the three of us to provide an exciting commentary for the competition. The second round of the competition is a PK competition. This kind of competition is more entertaining. To be honest, I can't wait. After all, there are 2 surgeries on the big screen. Under the PK competition, we can immediately see them clearly. The next competition may be very exciting. Let's wait and see. After that, the host picked up the remote control. Department directors, are you ready? We'll start randomly clicking on the video. Li Wenbin and the others smiled and nodded. Okay, let's begin. At this moment, the surgery had just begun. Through the camera, they could completely see the condition of the thoracic cavity and determine the disease. It had to be said that Li Wenbin and the others were senior department directors with rich experience. After seeing the wound, it did not take long for them to know what to do. Yang Guangdong pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. This year's exam questions are very interesting. To be honest, this surgery has made my hands itch. Li Wenbin nodded. Yes, the thoracic aorta is damaged and accompanied by a serious dissection. This surgery looks simple, but it's actually very difficult. Everyone, take a look here. As an important component of the descending aorta, the thoracic aorta is designed to be separated from the trachea and esophagus by adhesion. This is not an acute bleeding surgery, but it is a difficult surgery. Look, everyone. Long-term adhesion will lead to adhesion of the tracheoesophagus and thoracic aorta. However, the aorta itself has chronic damage. Here, the aortic dissection is obvious. There are a few difficulties in this surgery. The first is the separation of adhesions. The second is the treatment of thoracic aorta trauma. The third is the treatment of aortic dissection. Xianxia frowned and suddenly said, actually, there is a more important problem behind these 3 points, and that is how to deal with the embolus. Look, everyone. Due to the coexistence of the injury and adhesion, the aortic dissection is accompanied by the formation of a thrombus. We must prevent the thrombus from falling off, or else it will lead to an important systemic artery embolism. After these words were spoken, everyone in the world began to ponder, if they were faced with this operation, what would they choose to do? The difficulty was a little high. The audience immediately quieted down. At this moment, the host began to change the screen. He looked at the anxious competition and said, Dear directors, who do you think will win this round? Li Wenbin said directly, I can't tell yet. The competition is a little anxious. After all the contestants are very skilled at this point. We have to work on the details. Yang Guangdong nodded. Indeed, there are a few areas to shine in this surgery. The first is the details of the surgery, such as the treatment of the thrombus. The second is the operation of the surgery. The first surgery was too anxious. It was difficult to separate them, although it was exciting, it was not comparable. Soon, it was switched. After the switch, there were many differences between the two surgeries this time. This was because the operation was different. Li Wenbin pointed at the screen and said, both contestants have completed the separation. Next is the most important surgery to deal with the aortic dissection. This is the key point of the surgery. Let's see how the two contestants deal with it. The contestant on the left chose the classic elephant trunk surgery. This surgery is universal. Generally speaking, acute or chronic type I dissection can be used for the elephant trunk surgery when replacing the ascending aorta and aortic arch. However, the latest research shows that compared to the surgery for patients with the intimal rupture located in the descending aorta, when using the elephant trunk surgery for chronic descending aorta dissection, it should prevent the left renal artery from not having enough blood supply after sealing the entrance and causing acute renal failure. Let's see if this contestant did that. Li Wenbin moved the screen down and immediately laughed. Yes. It's a beautiful surgery. It seems that our contestants are very outstanding. Xiong Dailin suddenly frowned and pointed at the screen on the right. Actually, the contestant on the right is even more outstanding. Professor Yang, Professor Li, look at what method she used. The two of them looked over at the same time. After a minute, the two of them were stunned. Li Wenbin immediately said curiously, is this also the elephant trunk surgery method? It's not much different from the left. Yang Guangdong suddenly said, Director Li, look at the wound. Li Wenbin looked over and his eyes widened. This is the sandwich technique? Oh my god, he actually thought of using the sandwich method to deal with the anastomosis. He's simply a genius. Xiong Kangyu nodded. That's right. The three cleats treatment method might be the most appropriate and effective method at the moment. Firstly, it can prevent postoperative bleeding at the anastomosis. Secondly, it can effectively reduce the tearing of the arterial intima at the anastomosis and create a new false cavity entrance. It's obvious that this candidate has considered this point. Li Wenbin could not help but shake his head with a smile. Sigh, he's really comprehensive. Even I didn't think that the sandwich technique could be used here. Who is this contestant? Anne. I'm very curious about who you can think of now. The host smiled and opened the introduction of the contestants on the right. Contestant number 38, Group D, Mengshi, 30 years old, graduated from Karolinska Institute in Sweden, PhD, Master's Mentor. Workplace, the first affiliated hospital of Dongyang Medical University, position, Chief of Cardiac Surgery. Let's change the perspective and see who else is there. After saying that, everyone nodded. After the scene changed. No one. No one. Not yet. Li Wenbin smiled. Maybe we're asking too much of the contestants. This kind of sandwich treatment method is very rare. Even I can't think of it. At this moment, another scene suddenly appeared on the screen. Xiong Kangyu quickly said, the contestant on the left has appeared. Who is this? A007, Chen Song. Everyone was suddenly shocked. Chen Song again? This Chen Song is actually so powerful? At this moment, Xiong Kangyu looked at everyone and suddenly sighed. He said, I have a piece of gossip here. I don't know if everyone wants to hear it. When everyone heard the gossip, their eyes suddenly lit up. Xiong Kangyu suddenly smiled and said, this Mengshi is Chen Song's master's mentor. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Chen Song was already so powerful. How powerful would his mentor be? Could a heifer take flight? P.S. Hee, there's another leader. Happy, thank you. To poison for the 110000 tip, adding a new leader for this book. Also thank you to Sakura, Alavi, Little Bean and Egg, Forgotten Love, and Give You Something to Eat for the 10,000 tip. Continue to rise tomorrow, brothers, you're awesome. The heifer is flying, the elephant trunk technique and the sandwich treatment method are real. In fact, I've looked up all the information about all the surgeries, including the techniques, and even watched the surgery videos. So, you can use these terms and feel free to show off. In fact, the sandwich technique was a key operation to deal with the anastomosis and ensure the stability of the surgery. However, this technique was not used in surgeries like thoracic aortic adhesion and aortic dissection. This was the most important point, so much so that the three experts on the stage, whether it was Li Wenbin, Yang Guangdong, or even Xianxia, did not think of this point. Surgery was actually like solving a very difficult math problem. Sometimes, deriving the problem required a process. There were only standard answers, but no standard process. It could even be said that all roads led to Rome. And the sandwich technique that Chen Song and Meng Shi used here was a sudden inspiration. It was even an innovative formula to solve this problem. It even made the answer more accurate. However, there was a very important difference between surgery and math problems, and that was the most appropriate treatment for the patient, because there were many sequelae after human surgery. In terms of the surgical effect, there was no best, only better. The sandwich technology used here was an important highlight of the show. Because of the serious adhesion, there was a rupture in the thoracic aorta after separation. During anastomosis, if this technique was used, unnecessary bleeding and even thrombosis could be completely avoided. Secondly, it would avoid secondary aortic dissection, which would leave hidden dangers in the future. Therefore, after hearing the explanations of the experts, the crowd below became lively. What's a sandwich technique? This idea is really brilliant. Yeah, who would have thought that a sandwich would be used in an aortic dissection surgery? Wait. Senior, aren't sandwiches used to eat? A chubby medical student asked weakly. The senior beside him was sweating and quickly explained. This kind of thing did not matter if they did not understand it. However, after really understanding it, they would be terrified. This kind of thinking was really too comprehensive. They really had to consider all aspects. After a few minutes, after the people around them understood, they immediately began to discuss it. In their minds, they imagined Chen Song performing surgery day and night, studying it every day, his hair thinning day by day, and his hairline constantly moving upward. Suddenly, they felt that, actually, being bald was also a kind of beauty, a different kind of beauty. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but shake their heads. Xianxia continued, actually, Chen Song is still a postgraduate student. His supervisor is Director Meng Shi. In the entire surgery, only 2 people used this sandwich technique. You can tell that it's really passed down from generation to generation. Li Wenbin nodded. Yes, it's no wonder that Chen Song has such superb skills and amazing surgical skills. It turns out that his teacher is very outstanding. To be able to think of the sandwich technique to treat the wound, and to skillfully combine the elephant trunk with the sandwich, such a genius creativity is rare. Although Director Meng is young, he is very capable. I've finally learned something today. Yang Guangdong took the lead and said, yes, this has really broadened our horizons. Actually, this kind of surgery has opened up the way for us to choose, explore, and optimize surgeries when we face surgeries in the future. At this moment, the host suddenly said curiously, I just took a look at Director Meng Shi's detailed information. It really makes me a little envious and ashamed. Now, I'll open it for everyone to take a look. On the other side of the screen, a tall, curvaceous woman with thousands of emotions appeared on the screen. Next to her were words. However, it was obvious that the animals had forgotten the words. The male compatriots below suddenly exploded, they all jeered. Wow, how can I not be envious? Ashamed. Too ashamed. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Yes, the size difference is so big. If it were me, I would also be envious and ashamed. The difference. This is too good looking. I remember now. It's that leather-clad goddess. She's so good that it's exploding. Hearing the jeering below, the host was stunned. Did I play it wrong? She turned around and looked. No, Meng Shi's picture came into view. Next to it was an introduction of his education, articles, and academic achievements. However, when she turned around and saw Meng Shi's picture, her eyes suddenly froze. She immediately understood, she immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. She looked down at the disappointing Wang Zai and muttered sourly, "Wang Zai has small steamed buns and milk. What's wrong with Wang Zai? Wang Zai is quite good. However, her heart is so sour, so sour." Thinking of this, she suddenly cut the picture and changed it to Chen Song. The audience below exploded. "Give me back my Meng Shi. That's right, give me back our director Meng. We don't want to look at Wang Zai. We want Waha. Yes, we want AD calcium milk." However, the female audience was not happy. "We want to look at Chen Song. What director Meng? That's right. What's there to look at? It's all knots." Looking at the lively scene below, a few old professors chuckled. This was the first time such a competition was so lively. The host could not help but sigh. Such a rigorous competition had been forcefully turned into a concert. Li Wenbin interrupted everyone. "I'm suddenly looking forward to director Meng's performance. This pair of master and disciple is really amazing. Sometimes I think about it. Chen Song is already so amazing. How strong is director Meng? Did we ignore director Meng from the beginning?" When the audience below heard this, they were suddenly stunned. That's right, Chen Song was already so amazing. Director Meng, how strong was she? And the group of male compatriots agreed. After all, a level D powerhouse was terrifying. Yang Guangdong suddenly sighed. It's so good to be young. A master and disciple competing for the championship. Looks like this year's competition will be even more exciting. Everyone, let's continue watching the surgery. After the scene changed, everyone lost interest. They did not say it, but they were shouting in their hearts, "We want to see Teacher Meng." At the competition venue, Chen Song took a deep breath. He was finally convinced. Money could increase luck. This director Meng was so lucky. The first surgery he taught to director Meng was this one. Teacher Meng was too lucky, right? Chen Song thought of this and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. However, it was also good. This disappointing teacher could muddle through and successfully advance. Chen Song was still very good at these surgeries. Meng Shi was also his only successor for this innovative technique. The surgery was completed early, and the examiner was He Daijin again. In 2 competitions, Chen Song refreshed her worldview twice. How was this kid so amazing? This surgery was a sudden inspiration and could be called a classic. The sandwich was a long-used surgical technique, but this was the first time it was added to this kind of surgery. Removing the crudity and selecting the essence, it was really amazing. Thinking of this, He Daijin liked this young man even more. Because it was done too. Quickly, the operating theater fell into an awkward silence again. Chen Song wanted to reflect and communicate with Teacher Meng. He wanted to see if he could call her Teacher Meng in public and have her call him Teacher Chen in private. This way, not only could it increase their teacher-student relationship, but it would also help in business. Ding. Meng Shi's favorability plus 20. After Chen Song received the system notification, he pondered for a moment. This should mean that Teacher Meng had finished the surgery. According to her character of not casting the net until she saw the reward, she would not give him the reward so quickly. Indeed, Meng Shi was very happy. She was a genius. She fully analyzed the data, combined with the past competitions, and judged the direction of the examination based on the development of cardiovascular surgery. She successfully guessed the question. She was a genius, she was too good. Chen Song, that brat, can be considered to have contributed a little. However, the biggest contribution is still mine. After all, she was the one who guessed the question. Chen Song was also invited by her. She should be the one to enjoy the fruits of victory in the end, right? At the end of the day, Teacher Meng was still more experienced. Yes, it was time for the competition. The examiner asked everyone to leave. At this time, Chen Song was about to get up and leave. He Daijin suddenly could not help but take a note and pass it to Chen Song. She smiled and said, "Add me on WeChat when you go back." Chen Song was stunned for a moment before his face lit up with joy. After so many years, someone actually took the initiative to ask for my WeChat. She was the chief of 301 hospital, and she was a woman. This sense of accomplishment was 3 times greater. After all, this meant that my talent was more attractive than my appearance. Teacher Meng also encountered the same situation. She only sighed. This terrible appearance. When will others see my true nature? She glanced at Chief Physician Yu and pretended to be very happy as she left. In this world, Chen Song was probably the only one who despised her, right? Yes, blind doggy Chen. The examinees returned to their seats one after another and calmly waited for the results to be announced. When Mengshi saw Chen Song, she could not help but show off. Do you admit defeat? Chen Song, I'm convinced. When Mengshi heard this, he was overjoyed. After all, to be able to convince Chen Song, it was even better than asking for the director's contact information. Thinking of this, he whispered in Chen Song's ear, it's good that you're convinced. From now on, follow Teacher Meng and you'll be able to eat endless banquets and enjoy endless heaven and earth. Chen Song rolled his eyes. Teacher Meng, if you continue like this, I'm going to blacklist you. Mengshi, at this time, Daijin was full of confidence as she waited for the score discussion. That was right, today, she still gave Chen Song 100 points. Yu Jiqiang, aren't you from the academic faction? Don't you like to do things by the book? This new application of sandwich technology is definitely the favorite of the academies. Come on, this time, I'll give you 100 points, but you rejected me. However, when it came to the discussion, when he played the video and gave it a score, Yu Jiqiang did not object. Instead, he supported it. Daijin was a little surprised. Even Wu Tongfu was the same. Only Yu Jiqiang said, our group also has an examinee who used the same technology. His name is Mengshi. I also gave him 100 points. After all, this sandwich technology is too eye-catching. Director Wu, what do you all think? Wu Tongfu nodded. Well, we'll do as you all said. Does anyone have any opinions? Everyone shook their heads, just like what Wu Tongfu said, outstanding things should be praised. They should not be stingy with their high scores. Wu Tongfu suddenly smiled and said, aren't you all curious why these two people are so similar? Everyone was stunned. How could they not be curious? They really could not think of two people who could think of the same thing. Wu Tongfu continued, this Chen Song and Mengshi are master and disciple. Mengshi is Chen Song's teacher. When everyone heard this, they were enlightened. This Mengshi is actually so good? That's right. Her student, Chen Song, has already gotten 100 points. Could it be that she's hiding her strength? At this moment, in the audience, the scores were being recorded one after another. When the audience saw the numbers on the screen, they were instantly stunned. This was because there were still two people in Group A and Group D whose results were not out yet. One of them was Chen Song. At this moment, the sixth-place contestant in Group A looked at Gui Yunfei angrily and cursed in his heart, I curse you to become bald. Baldy, that's right, he had already given up. Chen Song would definitely get a high score again. As for the sixth-place girl in Group D, she was feeling smug. After all, Mengshi's score in the first round was not as high as hers. Although it was not out yet, she should be able to advance, right? She saw her friend, who had been eliminated, say something to her. Ting ting. You should be eliminated. When the girl heard this, she was immediately unconvinced. Why? Her friend sighed and pointed at Mengshi. That's Mengshi. The girl took a look and was instantly even happier. My chances are even greater. Her friend was stunned. Why? The girl whispered, haven't you heard of Big Brainless Show? Her friend sighed and told the truth. Sigh. He's filled with AD calcium milk, not nodules. Also, you'll know when you hear the cheers behind. Chen Song is Mengshi's student. Also, the surgery just now. After listening to her friend, the girl was a little annoyed. She said solemnly, when I go back, I'll write a paper to research whether Big Brainless Xiong has anything to do with IQ. When her friend heard this, she felt that this was a very valuable topic for research. Her eyes immediately lit up. I'll check for you. At this moment, the results were out. Chen Song and Mengshi both scored 100 points. The crowd was in an uproar again. What an awesome pair of master and disciple. Both of them scored 100 points. Wasn't this too strong? One was bald, but he was still strong. The other was even more protruding, stronger. How terrifying. The surrounding male compatriots looked at Gui Yunfei enviously. They suddenly felt the same way. With such a teacher, what was a bald spot? what's the point of bowing and exhausting oneself to the end, just fight it out, sigh, other people's teachers. The few old experts on the stage looked at Gui Yunfei and sighed with emotion, sigh, other people's students. Gui Yunfei's results were not bad at first. 94 points. It was an excellent and stable result, however, when he saw Chen Song and Meng Shi score 100 points, he suddenly felt sour in his heart. He touched the top of his head and sighed. I'm already like this. Am I still not as good as the two of them? Shouldn't I be the strongest in Dongyang? When he thought about how he was the most popular person in Dongyang. But, sigh, thinking of this, Gui Yunfei felt speechless. Chen Song turned around and looked at Gui Yunfei. He seemed a little depressed. He could not help but encourage him, Old Gua, don't be sad. You're already very outstanding and have received the recognition of many people. Look, how many people around you look at you with respect in their eyes. Don't you realize? I'm a little envious of you. Indeed, Chen did not know why Gui Yunfei had so many fans. Could it be that being bald really had a special charm bonus in the medical field? Gui Yunfei was stunned. When he saw that the contestants behind him were looking at him with respect and admiration, he suddenly felt a lot better. It seemed that the video of his surgery had received everyone's recognition. Everyone recognized him, sigh, the eyes of the masses were indeed sharp. Chen Song wanted to be polite, but he did not expect that Old Gua's mood would suddenly improve. He could not help but squint his eyes. He felt that for people, encouragement was effective. The system was humane. Perhaps his encouragement would give some good rewards. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but say, System, you're already a mature system. Your rewards must be very rich, right? As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, ding. Ding. The sound kept ringing. Chen Song was delighted. What the hell, my encouragement was really useful. P.S. Thank you to Despair in the Village and Give You a Meal for their 20,000 tips. And enter PG for his 10,000 tip. I'll continue to update today. Let's go, we're already in 9th place. Hold on, we can win. Chen Song sat there and listened to the system's notification sound. He was instantly stunned. It seemed that the chicken soup was indeed useful. The effect of encouragement was still greater than criticism. Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly focused his eyes and took a look. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the experience of pseudoaortic resection. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the experience of subclavian artery repair. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the experience of traumatic aortovenous fistula repair. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained free skill points +5. The reward was really too rich. It was more useful than a lot of useless things. The 3 experiences would directly improve Chen Song's 3 skills from quasi-perfect to high-perfect. Chen Song sat there with his eyes closed and did not say anything. He casually digested the 3 experiences one by one. When those experiences were constantly integrated with Chen Song's own surgical experience, Chen Song felt for the first time that he had many problems in the past. For example, the speed of the suture was not the most important thing. When suturing, there were too many factors to consider. As for the main function of repair, the most perfect state was actually not to repair, but to achieve a faster repair and reduce the damage caused by the repair. This feeling was strange, but it was actually very easy to understand. However, it was also very rare that no one pointed it out. To be honest, Chen Song thought that it would be good if he could reach perfect after the national competition. He really did not expect to reach perfection all of a sudden. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that he should go back and specially practice the art of chicken soup. He felt that it would definitely be useful. Look at Dr. Gua. At this moment, he was full of ambition and was ready for the next competition. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Song suddenly felt that all the small streams had gathered into a river. Chen Song's expression suddenly became happy. If he guessed correctly, this should be the blood vessel anastomosis, being improved to perfection. Before Chen Song came into contact with cardiac surgery, he was already at master level in blood vessel anastomosis. Moreover, he had 3 special effects and was very close to perfection. However, it was much more difficult to perfect a basic skill like blood vessel anastomosis than to perfect this surgery. After all, vascular anastomosis was a major classification, only when you have a sufficient understanding of all kinds of blood vessels, arteries, and veins, and blood circulation systems can you make a breakthrough. Take Xianxia's tendon suturing technique for example. Didn't he only achieve a breakthrough after he learned all the techniques of tendon suturing and repairing? Therefore, thinking of this, Xianxia felt a little excited. If the blood vessel anastomosis could be perfected, it would be of great benefit to his future improvement. This was because any surgery was inseparable from the treatment of blood vessels. The human body was a huge network of blood vessels, from large blood vessels to small blood vessels, from the aorta to the venous plexus. This skill was perfect. It was definitely a good thing for him to learn and master any skills in the future. Ding. Congratulations, your blood vessel anastomosis technique has been temporarily upgraded to perfect level. A test mission has been triggered. After the mission is completed, the vascular anastomosis technique will be at perfect level forever. Quest hint: complete the high difficulty assessment quest, complete an imperial boss surgery and pass the system's evaluation. After completion, the blood vessel anastomosis technique could be upgraded to perfect level. Hint: with a stronger ability, you should fulfill greater responsibilities and obligations. Go and save those in danger. Hint: the system will help you find those patients with imperial bosses. Try your best to save them and help them to pass the test. After Xianxia heard this, he suddenly became silent. He had only encountered imperial bosses twice so far. Xianxia sighed. He had a feeling that he would encounter a big boss in tomorrow's combat simulation. When he thought of this, Xianxia felt a lot of pressure. He had to make up for it at night and exchange for all the skills that he could exchange for from Teacher Meng's skill tree. Gui Yunfei looked at Xianxia nervously and suddenly said, "Xianxia, are you nervous?" Xianxia was silent. A big boss was hanging above his head. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. Soon, the host announced the list of people who had advanced. The 3 from Dongyang province did not suffer any losses. This was good news. However, it was useless before the finals. There was not much difference between being eliminated early and being eliminated later. After all, only the finals would be shown on TV. Soon, the announcer announced that the people who would advance would draw lots. This time, they would not advance based on points. It would be a real PK. Whoever won would advance, therefore, drawing lots was the safest way. However, everyone looked at Xianxia and Mengshi cautiously. Groups A and D were too dangerous. Group B had Si Kong, Group C had Dingyu. Today's competition was very stressful. Everyone prayed that they would not encounter these people. Soon, under the guidance of the announcer, everyone went forward to draw lots and register. After a 10-minute break, the final round of the group stage began. However, it was obvious that the more than 20 people who had made it this far were much calmer. After all, those who had made it this far were very strong. However, the strongest was still Xianxia. He had scored 100 points in every competition. He was a monster. The groups entered the examination room and the competition officially began. Everyone was looking forward to this written test because it meant that everyone would have to do their best to PK, otherwise, they would be eliminated. Everyone was under a lot of pressure. When the list of the PK groups appeared on the big screen, everyone was stunned. Group A's Peng Lu would meet Xianxia. At this moment, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Senior sister Peng Lu was in danger. After the announcer looked at the list, he said, "Perhaps the PK between Peng Lu and Xianxia will be the hottest topic in this competition?" Li Wenbin nodded. "Yes, a battle between the strong. The competition will be very exciting." The announcer looked at Xiong Kangyu and could not help but laugh. "Director Xiong, who do you think will win this competition?" Xiong Kangyu smiled. "I think Xianxia will definitely win." Everyone sighed. The cute and chubby senior sister Peng Lu was about to be destroyed by the demon king Xianxia. Yang Guangdong said noncommittally, "Ding Lu actually has a chance. After all, everyone has something they are good at. Let's wait and see." At this moment, in the backstage office, Wu Tongfu looked at the competition list and suddenly smiled. It seemed that Peng Lu was in danger. She would not even make it to the finals. Peng Lu was his student. She had followed him from Union Medical to the emergency center. She was a very cute girl. Wu Tongfu even saw her as his daughter. She was a girl who loved to cry, eat snacks, and work hard. However, in the blink of an eye, she was 35 years old and a mother of two. After Chen Song entered the examination room, he bowed to the examiner. Yu Jiqiang was also stunned when he saw Chen Song. We finally meet. The man who had scored full marks twice in a row. The competition began. Chen Song looked at the surgery and frowned slightly. This was a relatively rare surgery. It was a surgery to break the subclavian artery and vein. This kind of surgery was rare in the clinic. Due to the emergence of car airbags, it could effectively protect the head of the clavicle, causing this kind of injury to be less and less. This kind of surgery was very dangerous. Once it was confirmed, it should be repaired immediately. Chen Song immediately began his operation. The simulator was a simulation of the surgery. There was no need to open or close the chest. It saved a lot of time. It also saved money. After all, the simulator was not cheap. It was convenient if it was just to repair the blood vessels. After the simulator was activated, blood kept rushing out. Despite the beeping of the monitor, Chen Song did not panic. Because before the right subclavian artery repair surgery, many things were more important than the surgery. The location of the subclavian artery was special. There were many nerves, trachea, and esophagus. Therefore, before the surgery, it was important to not rush to stop the bleeding and damage the adjacent vagus and recurrent laryngeal nerves, causing many serious sequelae. Chen Song carefully separated the right nameless artery and exposed the right subclavian artery. Then, he began to pull and protect the adjacent vagus and recurrent laryngeal nerves. During all of these actions, Chen Song did not use hemostatic forceps because these instruments could easily damage the nerves. He simply used pressure to control the bleeding. Finally, he placed blocking forceps near and far from the free blood vessels and began to seriously debridement of the blood vessels. Yu Jiqiang did not know why, but since Chen Song came in, he did not see a trace of nervousness. Moreover, the surgery was not rushed. This kind of attitude, what was it like? Yu Jiqiang racked his brain and suddenly understood. It was like academician Wu's surgery. It was like taking a stroll in the park. As if everything was under control. But, at this time, Chen Song's assistant was sweating. Because it was not only Yu Jiqiang who had this feeling. Even the assistant doctor felt like he was an assistant to a big boss. He felt a lot of pressure. He was so nervous that sweat broke out on his back. When Yu Jiqiang saw this, he immediately glanced at his companion, the deputy examiner, and saw that he was also frowning. It was like the feeling of the director's ward rounds. It was very strange. Most importantly, when they watched Chen Song's surgery, the two of them did not feel like examiners. Instead, they felt like students who were watching a department director's surgery and learning. It was as if they had returned to the time when they had just entered the hospital and the department director had brought them for surgery. That was right, that was the feeling. She felt that Chen Song's every movement was very profound. Even the action of holding a needle was very impressive. The two of them were shocked. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. What was going on? How long had it been since he last had this feeling? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Yu Jiqiang was from the academy, but the teachers of this generation who were from the academy and above were not from the academy. After all, the college entrance examination had just resumed not long ago. At that time, he had seen too many big shots who came from practical backgrounds. After these big shots had experienced countless surgical practices, they had washed away the lead and gave off the feeling that the complexity was as simple as it could be. There was a kind of aura around them. It was a kind of casual and confident aura that was very charming, but what era was this? There were fewer and fewer people like this because there weren't that many clinical opportunities. To put it bluntly, if a surgeon wanted to be good, how could he be good? He had to go through the experience of countless surgeries, he had to go through continuous failure. In this era, who dared to fail, he could stab you to death in minutes. However, he just had to find this feeling from Chen Song. Terrifying, this was very strange. How old was Chen Song? How could he have so much clinical experience in surgery? At this time, Chen Song's surgery was also being broadcasted on the big screen outside the stage. After all, it was today's finale, the popular contestant senior sister Peng Lu and the dark horse demon King Chen. Li Wenbin looked at the surgery. Why do I feel that Chen Song's surgery is strange? It's very different from just now. Not only Li Wenbin, but Yang Guangdong and Xiong Kongyu also nodded. That's right, Chen Song's surgery was completely different from just now. What was going on? Li Wenbin looked at the big screen and suddenly smiled and joked. He said, it's almost time to suture the blood vessels. Maybe we can see Chen Song's fast and delicate suturing technique again. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such speed and precision. It's a kind of enjoyable feeling. The audience below nodded. Indeed, Chen Song's suturing speed was faster than Xikong's. Those below who did not see it at the beginning because of the competition also widened their eyes and prepared themselves. However, at this time everyone was suddenly dumbfounded, because, after Chen Song and Su Lu started suturing at the same time, Chen Song's suturing speed did not increase. Instead, it decreased. It seemed like he was deliberately controlling it. At this time, Wu Tongfu slowly went on stage and sat on the sofa to watch the competition. This was because he realized that Chen Song's surgery was very strange. After taking a closer look, Wu Tongfu suddenly widened his eyes. Peng Lu lost. There was basically no need to compete. There was a difference of 2 ranks. They were not on the same level at all. He went on stage to explain Chen Song's operation and the meaning behind it. This was because there were some things that the audience would not understand if they did not explain it. Perhaps, even if they explained it, they might not understand it, right? After all, the difference was too big. When the host saw Wu Tongfu come on stage, he immediately bowed and greeted him. He curiously said to Wu Tongfu, "Academician Wu, Chen Song seems to be at a disadvantage in this competition. I feel that Peng Lu is slightly better than Chen Song. Look at that suturing." The audience below frowned. Those senior associate chief physicians and attending physicians watched the competition with furrowed brows. Indeed, from the screen, Peng Lu looked very good. But, they did not know why, but they felt that Chen Song's every move, every stitch, and every line in his surgery were very awesome. The audience below began to talk about it. At this moment, when Wu Tongfu heard the host's words, he could not help but shake his head. Peng Lu lost. Everyone was instantly shocked. Why? Why do I feel that Senior Peng Lu is very good? Did Chen Song hold back? Wu Tongfu continued, zoom in, and zoom in again. The host nodded and zoomed in. Wu Tongfu said, look at Chen Song's suturing trajectory, the degree of fit between the intima and adventitia. Li Wenbin suddenly slammed the table and almost stood up. Academician Wu. Are you talking about Chen Song's surgery? Wu Tongfu nodded. Yes, Chen Song's vascular anastomosis is far better than Peng Lu's. His understanding of blood vessels, blood vessel recovery, and even the adverse consequences of subclavian artery steal syndrome in the later stage of the surgery are all very confident. After Xiong Kongyu heard it, he took a deep breath. This kid has become stronger again. Everyone in the audience stared at Wu Tongfu with their mouths agape. Chen Song is really that strong? Time passed by, and the surgery was soon over. When Chen Song put down the instrument, the scrub nurse and the surgical assistant immediately breathed a sigh of relief and felt exhausted. That was right, the pressure was too great. From the beginning to the end, Chen Song gave them too much pressure. The pressure was even greater than the department chief's surgery. Even Yu Jiqiang was a little nervous. To be honest, Yu Jiqiang vaguely felt that there were many extraordinary things in this surgery. This was the direction that he needed to work hard and improve in. Thinking of this, he was a little shocked. This young man already had such a deep understanding of vascular anastomosis. It was as if Chen Song was the department chief and they were the examinees. When the staff announced that the examinees were leaving the venue, Chen Song was about to say goodbye and leave. Yu Jiqiang and the deputy examiner suddenly said in unison, "Goodbye, Chief Chen." Chen Song was stunned. He turned around and looked at the assistant and scrub nurse curiously. When the two of them saw Chen Song staring at them, they were instantly stunned. They quickly nodded and bowed. "Goodbye, Chief Chen." Chen Song was stunned. "Did you get the wrong person? Sigh. P.S. Delivered at 6 p.m. Looking for monthly votes." After Chen Song left, the entire room heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at each other and could not help but shake their heads. The doctor who assisted Chen Song could not help but ask, "Chief Yu, this Chief Chen. Who is he? Why did I feel so much pressure when I was assisting him? When he looked at me just now, I was scared for a moment. It was as if I had made a mistake. It scared me to death. How did he make me feel? It was the same as when I assisted Academician Wu when he went to our hospital for surgery. I was afraid that I would make a mistake. The scrub nurse quickly echoed, me too. When he looked at me just now, I felt so nervous. I thought that I had taken the wrong thing. It was so awkward. After Yu Jiqiang heard that, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Don't talk about you guys. Old Zhang and I also felt scared standing here. It's the same feeling as when I first started working and followed our old chief for surgery. Sigh, this Chen Song. At first, I thought that it was normal for old he to give him a score. Now it seems that I misunderstood her. The deputy examiner could not help but laugh. Chief Yu, if you ask me, you and sister-in-law shouldn't have studied in the same profession. Now, you're bickering every day. Those who are familiar with you know that you're an old couple, but those who don't know will think that you're old rivals. After Yu Jiqiang heard that, he could not help but laugh. He and He Daijin had the same teacher. He was the senior, and He Daijin was the junior. Yes, perhaps many people would think that this was a plot from a wuxia novel. The senior and junior married, and the two swords worked together, and they were invincible. Yes, this was a wuxia story. What was the reality? The two of them were fine at first, but later, academic disputes appeared. Their ideals were incompatible. This was a very troublesome matter. Romantic, to hell with it. Later, the two of them made a rule that they would not talk about work after work. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed. Chief Yu and Chief He were quite famous in the cardiovascular surgery circle. The two of them liked to bicker. The deputy examiner suddenly said, Chief Yu, how many points should we give? Yu Jiqiang sighed. He realized that his wife had worked hard just now. This surgery. Other than 100 points, there was no other score in his mind. Yu Jiqiang suddenly laughed. Old Zhang, why do I feel that neither of us is qualified to give a score? Old Zhang chuckled. Looks like we're not the ones testing Chen Song. It's Chen Song who's testing us. Everyone burst into laughter. After Chen Song came out, he felt that there was a big difference in his heart. Chen Song was very comfortable and satisfied with the surgery. There weren't so many fancy tricks, only ordinary efforts to do everything well. Perhaps the surgery was that simple. He couldn't help but shake his head, and a phrase appeared in his mind, great complexity is like simplicity, returning to simplicity. After coming out, Chen Song returned to his seat. Judging from the facial expressions of the surrounding people, they seemed to be uneasy, nervous, and anxious. This included Gui Yunfei, who felt extremely flustered. Last year, he met Si Kong at this time. Fortunately, he was lucky this year. Mengxi's facial expression was very interesting. She was full of joy. Her conclusion and deduction were really great. She had met the original question again. I, Mengxi, am definitely god of luck. I want to win the championship. Thinking of this, she felt that she should bribe Chen Song tonight and let her win the championship. However, Chen Song frowned and didn't say a word. Gui Yunfei and Mengxi both thumped. Could it be that he didn't perform well? Everyone was waiting anxiously. Chen Song's mind was constantly thinking about the situation he might encounter tomorrow. King level boss. Taking advice from readers, changing king level to king level. This time, the score needed the expert review team to seriously discuss and think. After all, victory or defeat was decided in an instant. If they failed, they would be eliminated. Only by discussing together could they unify the results. Anyway, it was already the last surgery, so no one was in a hurry. Today, the first to discuss the results were the PK results between Chen Song and Peng Lu. After all, Chen Song's advantage was too obvious. Peng Lu's supervisor, Academician Wu, said directly, Chen Song scored 100 points. Peng Lu, you see for yourselves. Everyone shook their heads. No matter how many points they got, it was meaningless. Even if Peng Lu scored 99 points, she would still be eliminated. As for the other scores, everyone would have to argue for half a day. Gui Yunfei looked at Chen Song and felt a little pressured. He couldn't help but say, Chen Song, actually, you're already very good. Don't be nervous. As soon as Gui Yunfei finished speaking, everyone in the room suddenly became excited. F***ck, Chen Song scored 100 points again. Is he crazy? He scored 100 points 3 times in a row. Isn't that too awesome? 3 PK matches, 3 full marks, this is simply too amazing. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the big screen in disbelief. At this time, there was no one else on the big screen. Only Chen Song's score was shown. 100 points, on the big screen. It was very abrupt and eye-catching. When Penglu saw it, her eyes widened. She was very curious. This Chen Song had already scored full marks 3 times, right? How good was this person? As for favoritism, her teacher was the main judge. Wasn't this a joke? At this moment, all the competitors began to take Chen Song seriously as their opponent, 3 full marks in 3 matches. It seemed that Si Kong had become a contrast. The originally popular champion had suddenly become a nobody because of Chen Song's appearance. Gui Yunfei was dumbfounded. I'm not comforting you. You're a pretentious prick. You got full marks again. You pretended to be 59 points and lied to me. Soon, the results were out. The names of the 12 qualified contestants appeared on the big screen. There was a photo next to each contestant. Chen Song looked at the name list. Yes, Gui Yunfei advanced. Mengshi advanced by luck. Dongyang province seemed to be quite lucky this year. The host asked everyone to go on stage. When it was Chen Song's turn, everyone cheered. Chen Song. Chen Song. The Demon King. Even if you're bald, we'll still love you. Chen Song was stunned for a moment. I have a head of beautiful black hair. Don't curse me. I'm using Haifei silk, transfer money to me. When Chen Song slowly went on stage, the audience was suddenly stunned, so he was Chen Song, who was the person sitting next to him. Soon, Gui Yunfei's name was called. Gui Yunfei went on stage happily. Everyone was enlightened, everything was clear now. So our Chen Song was as handsome as he was in the photo. He did not Photoshop the photo. He did not Photoshop it. He was as young and handsome as he was in real life. He was not bald, but he was terrifyingly strong. For a moment, the male fans were envious and jealous, while the female fans were overjoyed. This was in line with their fantasy of Chen Song, the Demon King. Demon King. I want to give birth to a scalpel for you. At that moment, Gui Yunfei finally understood why people called him Dr. Chen. It turned out that he had been sitting on the throne for an entire day. No wonder everyone was looking at him with reverence. So that was it. At that moment, the truth was revealed. The audience also understood. They looked at Gui Yunfei, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and shouted, Gui Yunfei, you're awesome. You're bald, but you're also strong. Everyone laughed out loud. In fact, at that moment, everyone on the stage was outstanding. Wu Tongfu looked at everyone and smiled. Congratulations to all of you for entering the finals. However, I hope that all of you are prepared. Tomorrow's competition is no longer a simulation, but a real rescue. Each of you will enter a hospital's emergency department team and participate in the real rescue with the team. I believe that all of you are experienced doctors, but I still have to remind you not to be careless and not to act rashly. Your carelessness is irresponsible to the patient. I'll remind everyone here again. Whether it's today or tomorrow, since you're a doctor, be a good doctor. Now, let's start drawing lots. A few minutes later, they began drawing lots to determine the hospital. After Chen Song took out a piece of paper, he was stunned. Capital's Emergency Center Hospital. After everyone drew lots, they began to register. Soon, the big screen showed the hospital that everyone was supposed to go to. When everyone saw the hospital that Chen Song was in, they were stunned. Capital's Emergency Center Hospital. Yeah? This Chen Song is really unlucky. Indeed, no one who went to this hospital won the championship. Isn't this too unlucky? Listening to the conversation of the seniors, the students were stunned. Why? Isn't Director Wu the director of the emergency center hospital? Isn't this hospital very powerful? The emergency center of the entire capital. After the senior heard that, he couldn't help but nod and say, that's right. It's because of this that Chen Song didn't have a chance. The person beside him also nodded. The doctors in the emergency center hospital are all well-trained elite soldiers. When they perform the rescue, they are already orderly and form a very complete team. If Chen Song went there, it would be difficult for him to perform. And this score is based on your performance, and the people who score are the members of this group. They will judge you based on your overall performance, participation, and so on. They're too strong, so when you go to that environment, it's easy to be at a loss. In this way, it's hard to get a high score. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. That was indeed the case. Chen Song naturally didn't know about this, but he knew that no matter where he went, there would always be an overlord waiting for him. If he had the time to worry, he might as well go back and study it properly. He would learn all the surgeries and be prepared. Thinking of this, Chen Song made up his mind. He would not go anywhere today and would stay in the hotel. Oh, right, Teacher Meng's presidential suite was still there. Let's go there. After all, there were people in the standard room. Chen Song did not want to disturb others, nor did he want to be disturbed by others. Qin Yueming had been an examiner for the entire day. When he saw Chen Song, Gui Yunfei, and Meng Shi successfully advance to the next round, he was extremely excited. How many years had it been? Dongyang province was finally going to rise again. 3 people entered at the same time. And the one who shocked Qin Yueming the most was Chen Song. To be honest, he had been an examiner for many years. Since the establishment of the national skills competition, there might have been people who got full marks, but there was definitely no one who got full marks 3 times in a row. Chen Song could be said to have created history. His brother's vision was too good. Chen Song was definitely going to be famous. If such a person won the championship tomorrow, he would definitely be on CCTV. When that time came, he would become the emergency department director of the second most famous hospital in Dongyang province. This credit was in the bag. However, when he saw the result of Chen Song's draw, he was stunned. Even Wu Tongfu couldn't help but be stunned. Forget it, let nature take its course. After the meeting, Meng Shi looked at Chen Song and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to eat and drink. You've worked hard today. You'll be rewarded." Chen Song shook his head. "No. I have something to do." Meng Shi was stunned. She stared at Chen Song. "Why do you look like you lost a competition?" Chen Song sighed. "Teacher Meng, can you let me use your sweets card?" Meng Shi nodded and then handed the card to Chen Song. "Here, what do you want to do?" Chen Song smiled. "Nothing. When I went there today, I saw that the bed was pretty good. I want to try it out." Meng Shi looked at Chen Song suspiciously and said, "Don't be too tired." After leaving the venue, Chen Song went to eat at the buffet. During the meal, a group of people came up one after another to chat with Chen Song. There were hospital directors, department directors, bosses of private hospitals, and regional presidents of equipment companies. Undoubtedly, they wanted to make friends with Chen Song. Chen Song did not refuse. The more friends he had, the more options he would have. Who knows, he might need their help in the future. When he returned to his room, Chen Song video called Qin Shaolik. He missed her after not seeing her for a day. Seeing Qin Yu smile, Chen Song felt much better today. Qin Xiaoyuan was overjoyed. Ever since Qin Yueming told him that Chen Song scored full marks in 3 consecutive competitions, Lao Qin was stunned. He knew that his son-in-law was good, but he did not expect him to be so good. He even praised him for having good taste. He suddenly smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, when you come back, I will give you a welcome dinner. Let's drink my special supply. Don't give it to others." Chen Song suddenly smiled. He knew that Lao Qin had done a lot for him. Now, it was time for him to repay him. When he returned with the trophy, he would shut everyone's mouth. He would tell them how wise Ding Qin was. After a quiet night, Chen Song learned all the skill books he had obtained and watched more than 10 surgical videos. He only went to bed when it was almost 1 o'clock. On Wu Tongfu's side, the hospital had also arranged for Chen Song to join the emergency team. This was a team that had not been established for a long time, but it was not weaker than the other teams in other hospitals. It was to give Chen Song a fair chance. Wu Tongfu admired Chen Song, but he would not be partial to Chen Song. Everything was waiting for the finals tomorrow. The next day, Chen Song woke up early as usual. He went to the restaurant for breakfast. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello, Dr. Chen. I am Xianxia from Medtronic's China branch. I was just about to go to the emergency center when I suddenly remembered where you are going for the competition today. Do you want to go together? I am familiar with this place. Go earlier. You can familiarize yourself with the environment there." Chen Song was stunned. He remembered that he had chatted with Xianxia for a long time yesterday. Xianxia was the manager of Medtronic's China branch in East China. He did not expect him to be so considerate. Thinking of this, Chen Song smiled and did not refuse. P.S. Thank you to Uncle Chen who loves to read and Senior 1989 for their generous 10,000 tips. Thank you. Along the way, Xianxia acted as if he was talking to a normal friend. He chatted about how he slept last night and talked about some of the characteristics of the capital. He did not mention anything about work or Chen Song's award. Chen Song asked curiously, "Manager Shi, how is the Capital Emergency Medical Center?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "To put it bluntly, the Capital Emergency Medical Center is the emergency hub of the capital. It connects and cooperates with hundreds of hospitals to form an emergency medical network. It quickly chooses the most suitable hospital for resuscitation based on the patient's condition. The responsibility is very heavy. Perhaps its specialist skills are not the strongest in the capital, but its functions are indispensable in the entire capital. At the same time, its emergency medical skills are second to none." Xianxia's words gave Chen Song a preliminary idea. Xianxia's car arrived at the side of the road and pointed to Chen Song. "Isn't that 3 18-story buildings? Do you see them?" Chen Song took a closer look. The huge plaque had the words Capital Emergency Medical Center written on it. The 3 emergency buildings were like a triangle, standing on 3 legs. Chen Song could not help but be shocked. It was obvious that an emergency medical center could be built so huge. After getting out of the car, Chen Song decided to take a look around because it was not the designated time yet. He wanted to see what the emergency department here looked like. However, just as he walked over, he heard the hurried sound of the ambulance rising and falling one after another. An endless stream of doctors and patients came to the rescue in an orderly manner. At first glance, it looked like a wet market. However, Chen Song could sense that every team was organizing the rescue in an orderly manner. From receiving patients to the resuscitation room, to assisting in the examination, to requesting consultations, and finally to preparing for surgery. The whole process made Chen Song extremely excited. At 8 o'clock, Chen Song reported to the staff according to the instructions. After that, he was brought to a small group. "This is Chen Song. He will be following you for the rescue work today." After the staff introduced Chen Song, he told him the things to pay attention to today. Everyone was from the cardiovascular surgery department, so they knew these things. "Hello, I'm Li Weiyan, the leader of this team. There are a total of 4 members in our team, and we're mainly responsible for the rescue work of the cardiac surgery department. It might be a little hard today." Li Weiyan was a man in his late 40s. He had a medium build and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He didn't look like a doctor but more like a programmer. The rescue team was like a tightened clockwork, constantly starting all kinds of rescue work. After the self-introduction at 8 a.m., Li Weiyan heard a voice coming from the nurse's station. "Group 32 met with a car accident at Chaoyang Road. Organize a rescue team immediately." Chen Song followed the ambulance. The patient's condition was good. He had external injuries and his vital signs were stable. It was not a big deal. For the entire morning, the 5 of them never stopped walking. At noon, Li Weiyan treated Chen Song to a lunchbox. It was their special emergency takeout. It was huge and filled to the brim. Even the only female in the group, Tang Lingling, ate 2 boxes. High-intensity work brought about huge physical exhaustion. After Chen Song saw the emergency center, he suddenly felt that the work of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was a little leisurely. It was not that the Group 32 he was in was more tired. On the contrary, Chen Song also realized that when the emergency center assigned tasks, the patients who were rescued by Group 32 were basically stable and not in very serious conditions. The only surgery in the morning was a patient with descending aortic bleeding caused by a car accident. It seemed that Group 32 was not the kind of rescue team that was in critical condition. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Those special emergency rescue teams, perhaps, he could not interfere at all. And this morning, Chen Song's performance could be said to have made their eyes light up. The assessment only lasted for 1 day and ended at 6 p.m. Chen Song suddenly became worried. Could such a team withstand the devastation of a king-level boss? At noon, the tense rescue work relaxed a little. Li Weiyan told Chen Song that accidents usually happened in the morning and at night. Sometimes, they felt that it was the real work time after work. This made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Song's background in the emergency department also made everyone have a good impression of him. Just as everyone was about to rest, the emergency alarm suddenly rang. Help! Murder! As soon as this sentence was said, the entire emergency hall was in an uproar. The expressions of the four of them changed and they basically ran inside. As soon as they entered, they saw a man standing at the nurse's station. He held a fruit knife and directly stabbed it into the chest of a nurse. Immediately, the entire nurse's station screamed in shock. It was already noon, so there were not many people in the hall. The nurses were also sitting there and eating. Who would have thought that such an accident would occur? After the knife pierced into the chest, blood immediately spurted out and dyed the nurse's station in front red. The blood spurted into the dining table in front of him and dyed the half-eaten bloody steamed bun red. Everyone screamed in shock. The man stood there with a murderous expression and laughed wildly. A life for a life. This is what you should do, my mother. It's all because of you. He waved the knife in his hand. The surrounding security guards stood at the side and did not dare to move. When Chen Song saw this scene, his expression changed. The young nurse was not dead yet, but how long could she last in this situation? The place where the knife had been stabbed was the left side of her chest. With blood spurting out, the situation was extremely critical. There was no time to waste. However, none of the surrounding people dared to rush forward. Chen Song felt a surge of hot blood in his heart. He used a strength serum and rushed out. At that moment, the arrogant man waved the knife in an unbridled manner. As for Chen Song, he was very fast. After running over, the man smiled sinisterly. He looked at Chen Song and was about to swing the knife. Although Chen Song was strong, he rarely fought. He could only block with his arm. He grabbed the man's arm and twisted it forcefully. Immediately, there was a cracking sound. Following that, there was a heart-wrenching wail. Chen Song was not appeased. He kicked the man, sending him flying 7 to 8 meters away. Immediately, everyone was stunned. When the surrounding security guards saw the man's knife fall to the ground, they immediately rushed out and pounced on him. They pinned the man to the ground, but he had already fainted from the pain. At that moment, Chen Song had no time to tangle with the man. He bent down and carried the nurse, who was about the same size as Lele, and shouted, "Surgery room! Quick, to the surgery room!" The surrounding people finally recovered and immediately began the urgent and orderly rescue work. As for Li Weiyan, he stared at Chen Song. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly shouted at by Chen Song. He was a little stunned. He looked at Chen Song with an incomparably firm gaze. There was no doubt about it. "Quick, prepare the surgery room." At this moment, everyone realized what was going on. The murderer had stabbed the nurse with a knife, and it was unknown if she was dead or alive. Chen Song carried her and ran straight to the operating theater. Li Weiyan and the other 3 followed behind Chen Song. There was not a minute to be wasted. The patient's condition was very critical and she could die at any time. The operating theater was on the 3rd floor, not the 1st floor. If they wanted to push the bed, they would have to wait for the elevator. At noon, when there were many people, it was the most difficult time to wait for the elevator. Therefore, Chen Song carried the injured nurse and climbed up the elevator. This scene shocked the people behind him. How heavy was Hui Hui? Everyone knew that. She was at least 75 kilograms. Chen Song carried her and ran up faster than them. How could they not be shocked? However, now was not the time to think about this. The operating theater had already been informed of the situation and opened the door. Wu Tongfu was eating while waiting for Chen Song and the others to arrive. When he suddenly heard the news, he put down his chopsticks and ran to the hospital. The medical staff was injured. How could he sit still? And it could be a fatal injury. The knife had been stabbed into the heart and pulled out. The damage was double. When Jiang Wenrui, the director of the emergency clinic on the first floor, heard that the nurse in his department had been stabbed by a patient, his expression changed. He rushed over and saw the head nurse. He asked breathlessly, "Where's Hui Hui?" The head nurse said nervously, "I just came over too. I think she was sent to the emergency room." At this moment, a young nurse ran over with tears in her eyes. She said loudly, "Director, head nurse, Sister Hui Hui was sent to the operating theater. Hui Hui seemed to have been stabbed in the heart by a knife. Look at the stage, it's all covered in blood." At this moment, they could still see the blood in the lunchbox, the medical record book, and the computer screen. There was also the bloody steamed bun that had been bitten. When this sentence was said, it was like a sharp knife had stabbed into their hearts, causing them to suffocate. Jiang Wenrui stood up and looked at the thug. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. The tall Jiang Wenrui grabbed the man's collar and pushed him against the wall with a bang. Having been in the emergency room for a long time, his physical fitness was very strong. His eyes were wide open and he directly grabbed the man's throat with the web of his thumb and index finger. He did not say a word, nor did he make a sound. The anger in his eyes seemed to want to kill him. The captain of the security team hurriedly called for someone to pull Chief Jiang away. "Director, don't be rash. It's not worth it, it's not worth it. Let's save them first." Right. Jiang Wenrui was so angry that his fists were trembling. This was his soldier. Nurse Hui Hui was pregnant, Motherf *Ker, 1 corpse and 2 lives. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenrui's scarlet eyes glistened with tears. He had personally recruited this young lady back then. Because she had good stamina, wasn't afraid of hardship or tiredness, and had a cheerful personality, she was very popular. But now, he was about to be stabbed, he was furious, and there was a volcano in his chest that was about to erupt. However, reason told him that he couldn't do that. As soon as he let go, the man wailed and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Wenrui frowned. "What's wrong?" The captain of the security team suddenly said, "Just now, when a doctor was acting bravely, he took a knife and wanted to stab the doctor to death. The doctor was defending himself and injured him." Jiang Wenrui looked at the head nurse, pointed at the thug, and said, "Who is this?" The head nurse said, "Feng Hongfeng. He's the patient who was sent here for rescue last night. Originally, the rescue was successful, but for some reason, he died last night. The patient's family has been making a fuss since this morning." Jiang Wenrui's expression changed. He said to the captain of the security team, "Send him for examination first. Put him in the hospital and call the police. Then, send him to the ICU first. Oh right, keep the video and make a few copies. Contact the TV station." After saying that in a hurry, Jiang Wenrui got up and left. After coming out, he asked the young nurse, which group went to the operating theater with Hui Hui. Today's incident had happened so suddenly that the young nurse was a little nervous. After thinking for a while, she said, "Dr. Li Weiyan from group 32 and a tall young man in his group. He was the one who saved Sister Hui Hui. He carried Sister Hui Hui and Dr. Li to the operating theater." After hearing this news, Jiang Wenrui's expression changed. This was F*King Terrible. Group 32 was one of the 4 groups that had just been established. Most importantly, that new face was very likely the young man who was sent to the hand surgery department to participate in the surgical skills competition today. How could they let Group 32 perform such a rescue? Thinking of this, Jiang Wenrui picked up the phone and called the director of the emergency department of cardiac surgery. "Old Kong, hurry up and come to the operating theater. My F*King nurse has been stabbed in the heart. Hurry up and come." After hanging up, he hurriedly made a few calls. At this time, Jiang Wenrui made up his mind and dialed Wu Tongfu's number. Compared to Hui Hui's life, dignity was nothing. "Director Wu, hurry up and come. Hui Hui is going to die." Before he could finish shouting, he saw a man in white walk in with a dignified expression. Jiang Wenrui's expression changed immediately. "Director Wu, hurry up and go up." "Now," Wu Tongfu nodded. "Let's go together." Jiang Wenrui nodded. "Okay." The few of them walked up. Li Weiyan looked at Chen Song. His heart was uneasy and his body was covered in cold sweat. Should they save her? If they didn't do anything, would they just watch Hui Hui die? If they saved her, what if something went wrong? After all, this could be a heart rupture. For such a major surgery, he couldn't guarantee that he could do it well. But wait, by the time the director and the rest arrived, she would already be dead. At this time, Tang Lingling suddenly said, "Hui Hui is pregnant now." This one sentence immediately caused everyone to be shocked. F*ck, 2 lives in one body, F*ck, Chen Song's expression changed slightly. He originally wanted to rely on his own strength to do it. However, in order to ensure the health of the nurse and the child, he didn't hesitate and chose to activate Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan descended. This was the top boss of the cardiac surgery department. Chen Song understood that this might be his competition and also a test. He didn't want to cheat. However, at this moment, what was important, the patient's life was more important than anything else, so be it if he cheated. Anyway, he was cheating. With his own strength, as a level 99 top boss, after Chen Song activated Bai Chuan, his entire aura changed drastically. Even Li Weiyan, who was about to speak, couldn't help but be stunned. Chen Song didn't hesitate at all. He immediately said to the few of them, "Call the blood transfusion department and organize the blood transfusion immediately. Venotomy and fluid replacement. Closely monitor the arterial and central venous pressure and correct shock. Anesthesiologist, prepare for surgery." Chen Song's medical orders were like military orders. They couldn't help but nod. Time was tight, and the task was important. Chen Song did not dare to waste a second. After learning that the patient was pregnant, Chen Song hesitated and frowned. This really wasn't a simple matter. Pregnancy with heart disease was a very serious complication. It was also one of the important reasons for the death of pregnant women and their children. It accounted for the highest proportion of non-obstetric deaths among pregnant women. Similarly, because of the changes in hemodynamics, blood hypercoagulability, and metabolic changes during pregnancy, the burden on the pregnant woman's heart would be increased. It could worsen the condition of the original heart disease or cause complications, such as cardiac decompensation, acute pulmonary edema, and heart failure. However, at this time, Hui's heart might be seriously damaged. Coupled with the burden of pregnancy, the difficulty of the surgery, the degree of danger, and the degree of prognosis would increase proportionally. Li Weiyan suddenly said, "Why don't we set up the extracorporeal circulation first and wait for the chief to arrive?" Chen Song did not say anything. He only looked up at Li Weiyan. He was so ashamed that he did not dare to say another word. He also knew that it was wrong of him to say it, however, he could not do such a surgery well. He could only maintain the patient's vital signs and wait for the arrival of the specialist chief as much as possible. However, Chen Song's gaze had too many meanings. After the heart rupture, bleeding was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that after the heart rupture, there would be a large number of myocardial cells around the rupture. If the heart was necrotic, could it still be used even if it was saved? Therefore, at this moment, every minute of delay would increase the probability and risk of death of the patient, including the child. In other words, the risk of the heart would increase greatly. Chen Song glanced at the anesthesiologist and said, "Intubate the tracheal tube and prepare for anesthesia." The anesthesiologist nodded solemnly. At this time, Hui was not in shock. She was just a little unconscious because of the shock. Just as he was about to prepare, Hui suddenly woke up. Her eyes were full of tears. When she saw Chen Song, it was as if she saw a life-saving straw. "Doctor, I beg of you. Save the child. I'm begging you, please save my child. I don't want to die. My child is only 5 months old. I can't die. It's okay if I die, but my child." At this time, Hui seemed to have forgotten the pain caused by her injury. The thing she was most upset about was the unborn child. As a new mother, she had too many expectations, too many surprises, too many expectations, and too many worries, but at this moment, this knife had pierced through all her fantasies about the future. Despite the intense pain, she was not afraid at all. He didn't even feel the pain coming from there, because the most terrifying thing was not death. Instead, the unborn child would have to die with him. This was the greatest fear and grief. When he was sad, blood would gush out. Chen Song took the initiative to reach out and hold her hand. He looked at Hui Hui and said, "Trust me." He could feel the faith and determination in those eyes. He could feel the trust in the depths of his soul. At the same time, he could feel the warmth of life in his hand. Hui Hui suddenly felt much more relaxed and at ease. At this time, Chen Song's soul was occupied by a level 99 megaboss. He knew that at this moment, contact, body temperature, and the transmission of power were the best methods. Therefore, he held Hui Hui's hand. This was a kind of experience. It was not a skill, but it was better than a skill. It was the essence of many ways of the world. Body temperature made people feel comfortable. Contact made people let down their guard. Strength made people full of confidence. When Chen Song held her hand, it was actually the most powerful treatment and the most effective comfort. There was a sentence in English called "Give me 5." It was actually a different approach to the same result. Chen Song turned to look at the anesthesiologist and said, "I'll give you local anesthesia first. You see the situation later. Prepare for tracheal intubation and general anesthesia. Is that okay?" Chen Song asked again. The anesthesiologist nodded. He knew what Chen Song meant. Although he was curious about who this young man was, he was even more curious about why he felt a kind of fear from him. But at this moment, the most important thing was not anything else, but rescue. Chen Song's meaning was very clear. At this time, Hui Hui was often in a state of low cardiac output. Her tolerance to anesthesia was extremely poor. It was very easy to cause sudden cardiac arrest during the induction process. Therefore, at this time, it was best for Chen Song to first open the chest under local anesthesia. Then, when conditions permitted, complete general anesthesia. Chen Song took a deep breath. After preparing for a while, he turned around and came in. He put on his clothes and picked up the scalpel. He glanced at the anesthesiologist. "Give me the anesthetic." The other party nodded and handed the prepared lidocaine local anesthetic to Chen Song. Chen Song looked at the wound on Leilei's chest. After thinking for a while, he began to inject the anesthetic. After waiting for the anesthetic to be absorbed, he made an incision in the middle of the chest. After the chest was opened, Chen Song glanced at Li Weiyan. "Prepare your own blood." Li Weiyan was stunned. He instantly understood what Chen Song meant. At this time, if there was not enough blood, it was best to use his own blood. After a good incision, the 4 chambers of the heart and the ascending aorta were instantly exposed. Chen Song hesitated slightly and cut open the pericardium. He said to Tang Lingling, "Open the sternum." Tang Lingling nodded and fully exposed the surgical field. At this time, Chen Song cut open the pericardium and immediately saw the patient's wound. Ding. King level boss, heart rupture monster. A pregnant woman's heart suddenly ruptured, accompanied by irregular wounds. The ventricular septum is obviously ruptured. The wound is serious, please repair it immediately. Chen Song narrowed his eyes and prepared for the surgery. The requirements for cardiac hemostasis and suturing were very high. It was directly related to the recovery of the heart's normal function in the later stage. Moreover, if there was damage in a special part, the difficulty would increase proportionally. For example, now, how much pressure did a king-level boss bring? Chen Song did not dare to imagine. This wound had already damaged the coronary artery. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the entire heart. As mentioned last time, the coronary artery was actually a channel that provided blood and oxygen to the heart. If this was damaged, it would be myocardial ischemia and necrosis. This was much faster than myocardial infarction. The preoperative preparations were done. Everyone stared at Chen Song because at this moment, everyone had lost their backbone. Even Li Weiyan, Tang Lingling, and the others could not do anything. Things had already reached this stage. Was there any way back? Chen Song's confidence and aura made everyone around him gasp in admiration. Perhaps, he really had a way. At this moment, all hope was placed on Chen Song. Jiang Wenrui and Wu Tongfu hurriedly walked towards the operating theater. It was extremely dull along the way, the entire atmosphere was very depressing. After all, an employee of their hospital had been stabbed. Moreover, she was pregnant. Her life was in danger and she could die at any time. The two of them entered the operating theater. The head nurse and Li Weiyan's team, Dr. Yang, had been waiting for them for a long time. He quickly led the director and the others to the front. Jiang Wenrui asked, "Little Yang, what's Hui's situation now? Has the surgery started?" Little Yang looked terrified. His expression was a little strange. "Chief Jiang, Director Wu, the surgery has already started." Jiang Wenrui was stunned. "Who did it? Li Weiyan?" Little Yang shook his head. "No, it's the doctor from the skills competition who was sent here today. His name is Chen Song." When Jiang Wenrui heard that, his anger rose. "What time is this? Is this a competition? Does Li Weiyan eat sh*t? Are you all idiots? Who told him to do it?" Jiang Wenrui was a doctor who left home midway. He was from the army. When he was the recruit class monitor, he developed a lot of bad habits. Later, he entered the military school to study medicine and graduated to the military hospital. Later on, when the military hospital wanted to remove his military status, as the director of the emergency department, he took the lead and took the initiative to remove his military status. When Wu Tongfu came to the emergency center, he took the initiative to invite Jiang Wenrui. Seeing the director angry, Little Yang sighed. The director really had a bad temper. However, the matter was too urgent. He still explained, "Director, there was no one else at that time. After Dr. Chen saved Hui, he directly organized the surgery. After the chest was opened, Hui's heart ruptured and her coronary artery was injured. She was pregnant and the risk was extremely high. She had to undergo surgery immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dr. Chen had no choice. At that time, we had already contacted the other directors, but they couldn't come over immediately." Jiang Wenrui wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wu Tongfu. "We'll talk about it when we get there. There's no point in being anxious. I've seen Xiaochen before. He's quite capable. He might be able to do it." When Jiang Wenrui heard the director speak, he could only shake his head and walk towards the operating theater. After washing his hands and changing his clothes, he entered the operating theater. He saw Chen Song in the middle of the surgery. When the people around saw Jiang Wenhui and Wu Tongfu enter, they immediately nodded and said, "Director, Chief Jiang." Jiang Wenrui was about to speak to Chen Song but was stopped by Wu Tongfu. At this very moment, Chen Song was concentrating on something. The extracorporeal circulation machine was being prepared, and it would take some time. But Chen Song looked at the wound on the luminous artery. It had to be sutured as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he said to Li Weiyan, "Defibrillation electrode. 20W discharge." Li Weiyan was stunned. He didn't know what Chen Song was talking about. At this time, Wu Tongfu suddenly stood up and said, "Let me do it." He immediately knew what Chen Song was going to do. The defibrillation electrodes were used to induce ventricular fibrillation to control the bleeding and to quickly suture the coronary artery within a short period of time. There were also such techniques, but they were more common in emergency rescue, especially when conditions were lacking, medical equipment was insufficient, and there was no extracorporeal circulation machine. Or when the surgery had to be performed under emergency conditions and there was no way to organize the blood flow in time, Wu Tongfu couldn't help but be surprised by Chen Song's creativity. He continued to say to Li Weiyan, who was beside him, "You guys continue to prepare the extracorporeal circulation machine. We'll suture the heart later." The effect of the defibrillation electrode was obvious. It bought less than a minute for Chen Song, but in such a short period of time, Chen Song quickly began to suture the cracked coronary artery. If the whole process was seen by those people yesterday, they would definitely be shocked. Because even Wu Tongfu was in disbelief at this time. This was too amazing. He was even better than him. Who was this Chen Song? Had he been hiding his strength all this time? Wu Tongfu raised his head and glanced at Chen Song. He realized that Chen Song was exuding a majestic aura and a valiant aura that even he could not compare to. However, this was not the time to delay. Chen Song quickly sutured the coronary artery and successfully repaired it. At this time, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. Set up extracorporeal circulation and prepare to repair the heart. Give me the 3-0 non-invasive suture. Chen Song looked up and suddenly saw Wu Tongfu. He was stunned for a moment and nodded. Hello, Director Wu. Wu Tongfu also nodded. Shall I be your assistant? Chen Song nodded. Okay. It was a very casual sentence, but it sounded very strange to everyone around them. That's right, Director Wu Tongfu was taking the initiative to be Chen Song's assistant? Chen Song would be in charge of the following surgery. The location of the wound was very awkward. It was near the coronary artery. Moreover, Chen Song had just repaired the bypass artery, so he had to carefully avoid the coronary artery when suturing to stop the bleeding. The difficulty of this operation was increasing. Wu Tongfu looked at Chen Song and saw that he made a small gasket in the depths of the coronary artery and then did an interrupted mattress suture. He immediately exclaimed in his heart, because this way, it instantly prevented the coronary artery from causing myocardial infarction, effectively achieving the success of the surgery. Fortunately, it was not a large rupture and only needed to be repaired quickly. However, a very important part of the surgery was to cut off the lifeless necrotic myocardium. However, because the surgery was done in time, this process could be effectively reduced or even avoided. The entire surgery was very smooth. The director who Jiang Wenrui contacted at the beginning also came in. When they saw Wu Tongfu assisting Chen Song, they were instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? However, soon, they shut up. Because this person's ability shocked them. Was he not too strong? Every single detail of the treatment of the heart had been grasped to the extreme. What kind of powerhouse was this? Just thinking about it was scary. Time passed by, and the surgery was getting better and better. Not long after the surgery officially ended, Wu Tongfu looked up at Chen Song and could not help but take a deep breath. What a powerful young man. This was the most powerful young man Wu Tongfu had seen in so many years of practicing medicine. There was no other. The cardiac repair surgery just now had given Wu Tongfu too much of a shock. It even made him somewhat unable to recognize Chen Song's ability. The surgery was completed. Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. After turning off the external circulation machine, he saw the patient's vital signs recovering quickly. The people around him suddenly laughed. Wu Tongfu also took the initiative to clap. Everyone around them applauded Chen Song. If not for him, this colleague would be in critical condition. He also saw Hui's wound. If not for Chen Song, she might be in critical condition at this moment. If he had been a little late, it might have caused a lot of irreversible damage. Meanwhile, the people in Li Weiyan's group were dumbfounded. How long did this stupefied state last? They did not care anymore. Li Weiyan could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. This level of skill, did they still need to rate it? Was this not a slap in the face? Even Director Wu was personally assisting. They were nothing. However, to be honest, if this were to be spread, they would feel proud. After all, they had all been Chen Song's examiners. At this moment, Jiang Wenrui looked at Chen Song and said seriously, Dr. Chen, thank you so much. You are the savior of our emergency department. At this moment, Chen Song received a system notification. Ding. Assessment mission completed. Your blood vessel anastomosis has been upgraded to perfect level. Ding. Congratulations on killing a level 80 overlord. You have received generous rewards. 1. Power word potion +3. 2. Level +2. 3. Bethune's white coat, gold item. 4. Special training card. 5. Level 4 gold skill book. Chen Song was dumbfounded when he saw the generous rewards. Was this the reward for killing a level 80 overlord? Wasn't this too luxurious? Chen Song could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. Just as he was about to check them one by one, Wu Tongfu's phone rang. Director Wu, someone is burning a wreath in the emergency center's courtyard now. Wu Tongfu was stunned when he heard this. He could not react. What? The medical department's director, Qin Huaiyan, said, a patient's family is now burning a wreath in the emergency center's courtyard with a medical troublemaker team. There's a large group of people around. They're crying and making a scene. This kind of thing was very common. Qin Huaiyan had seen it many times, so he was not surprised. Instead, he was very calm. Wu Tongfu could not help but frown and said, "Just go and deal with it." Wu Tongfu naturally did not want to care about such a small matter. This kind of thing was too common in the emergency center. They often came to extort money. Qin Huaiyan sighed. "It's the patient who died in the emergency department yesterday morning. It said that he was an old soldier. Even the TV station's reporters were invited. They want to expose us and say that we don't respect old soldiers. They also said that his brother, Feng Hongfeng, came to the hospital to ask for an explanation and was sent to the ICU. They want to expose you." After hearing this, Wu Tongfu was stunned. At this time, Chen Song said, "Director Wu, I did it." When Jiang Wenrui heard this, he immediately turned to look at Chen Song and said excitedly, "Good boy. Well done. For a beast like that, it was fine to beat it to death. If it was wrong, I would have killed this kind of person long ago." Wu Tongfu glared at Jiang Wenrui and immediately stopped. However, from her words and expression, it was obvious that she favored Chen Song. Wu Tongfu said, "Well, I got it. You go and contact the Public Security Bureau. Tell them that Feng Hongfeng also intended to murder the medical staff here. Come and deal with it." After saying that, Wu Tongfu looked at Chen Song thoughtfully. "Xiao Chen, you have to cooperate with us on this matter. It's a little troublesome, but don't worry, we'll protect you." Chen Song smiled and nodded, not minding it at all. When he saved her just now, it was justifiable self-defense. When everyone arrived at the outpatient hall on the first floor, they immediately heard a group of people wailing and burning wreaths outside. There were also people hanging banners that read, "Hospitals treat human life like grass." There were also people who were in charge of taking pictures and giving speeches. Yes, they looked like a professional medical troublemaker team. For such a team, it would be impossible to do it without tens of thousands of yuan. Chen Song had seen them in Danyang province before, but they were not as professional as them. After all, it was the capital. The competition in all industries was great and the development was fast. Feng Hongfeng's brother, Feng Hongyi, saw Wu Tongfu and the others and immediately stopped them. "Stop. Give me back my brother. Where did you hide my brother?" Jiang Wenrui and the others did not speak. Feng Hongyi saw that everyone was silent and suddenly became excited. "You are treating human life like grass. You don't treat my patients as humans. My father is dead. He was a hero. He didn't die on the battlefield, but in your hospital. And my brother, he wanted to seek justice for my father. Did you beat him up to the point that he was admitted to the ICU? You don't even let us meet. Are you trying to kill us all?" The surrounding reporters heard the topic and immediately gathered around. After all, medical troublemakers were always the people's favorite and most willing to see, especially when the hospital treated human life like grass and charged fees. This was definitely a hot topic. Jiang Wenrui could not take it anymore and said, "We are very sorry about old Mr. Feng's death, but medical treatment itself has limitations. No one can guarantee a 100% cure rate. Your brother deliberately murdered our medical staff. During the fight, he stabbed our nurse. That was a 26-year-old mother. She was stabbed in the heart. Is he here to seek justice? Does he have to come with a knife to seek justice? Also, our staff was almost stabbed when they were protecting the injured nurse. It was just self-defense. We will wait for the police to come and seek justice." At this point, Jiang Wenrui wanted to speak but was stopped by Wu Tongfu. Looking at the group of reporters, Wu Tongfu said, "I am the director of the emergency center, Wu Tongfu. Today, I want to tell you that our hospital will not let this matter rest. I will seek justice for all our medical staff and the injured staff member. We will see you in court. As for money? Even if our hospital uses all of it to hire a lawyer, we will not give you a single cent. Burn more of your wreaths. Let all the patients who died in our hospital know that there are still living demons in this world who are harming the world. Every one of you who participated in this, including those familiar faces, the medical troublemaker team, we will not let a single one of you off. I, Wu Tongfu, will make it clear today. Not a single one of you will be left behind." Wu Tongfu was very famous. Many of the people present knew him. Hearing his sonorous and forceful words, she was instantly moved. The medical troublemaker team suddenly felt guilty. Even Feng Hongyi was dumbfounded, he did not expect this to happen. He had asked Feng Hongfeng to cause trouble, but he did not expect that this family would stab a medical staff member and provoke Wu Tongfu. This old man was not to be trifled with. However, at this time, the arrow was knocked on the bow and had to be released. Feng Hongyi sneered, "Are you trying to reason with me? I want to see my brother." At this time, more than a dozen police officers arrived. When they saw the situation, they sighed. Medical troublemakers, what a headache. This group of people were like flies. They came and went as they pleased, constantly testing the boundaries between law and morality. The director of the Public Security Bureau, Niu Jing, came personally. When he saw Wu Tongfu, he nodded and said, "Director Wu." Wu Tongfu nodded and said, "Director Niu, nice to meet you." Niu Jing turned around and said loudly to those people, "Everyone, disperse. Otherwise, you will be taken away for disturbing public order and disrupting the normal operation of the hospital. Also, why are you burning wreaths?" After that, he looked at Wu Tongfu, "Director Wu, we need to understand the situation." Wu Tongfu nodded, "Okay, this way." Jiang Wenrui looked at Feng Hongyi and said to Director Niu, "Director Niu, we have prepared all the surveillance cameras, videos, and witnesses. P.S. 5 chapters have been delivered. At 12 p.m., there are 3 more chapters to finish this story. I hope everyone can support me. Thank you to Sugar-Coated Bullet Ly, Flower Lover Roy, Playboy Prodigal, and 123 Slimmed Down When I Was a Child for their 10,000 tips. Feng Hongyi also followed him into the room. To be honest, he did not know much about the process. He just wanted to extort some money, but he did not expect it to reach such a stage. Wu Tongfu was adamant about going to court. Did he not know the consequences of this? In the surveillance room, the staff pulled up the surveillance footage. Immediately, the entire incident was shown from beginning to end. After Feng Hongfeng came in, he started to make a fuss. He shouted and pointed at the nurse. In the end, Hui Hui said something and the security guard came out. Feng Hongfeng got up and left. About half an hour later, when it was time for lunch, Feng Hongfeng walked into the nurse's station and started to assault Hui Hui, who was eating. The whole process was extremely cruel. Wu Tongfu, Jiang Wenrui, and the others who had just seen this scene trembled. Even Chen Song felt his scalp go numb. How could you defend yourself against such a thing? It was impossible to guard against. The video paused. The few policemen and reporters behind Miaoxing were dumbfounded. Such a brazen act of murder was infuriating, and it was chilling. Seeing this, everyone could not help but frown. It was too infuriating. Everyone turned and stared at Feng Hongyi. Their angry gazes could tear him apart. A crime had been committed. What excuses could he use? Feng Hongyi could not help but say, "This is human nature. Think about it, your father is dead. Won't you be impulsive? My father was fine, but in the end, he died after one night. My father was a retired veteran. He did not die on the battlefield, but died here. I want to report this and let the whole country be the judge." Feng Hongyi was very confident. That's right. His father was a retired veteran, and the kind that had meritorious service. Such a person would be a hero on the internet. He would attract sympathy and gratitude from all kinds of people. Moreover, after old Mr. Feng retired from the army, he was unknown at the grassroots level. He did not receive any meritorious service and gave up voluntarily. Their generation was full of faith. They felt that they were responding to the country's call to devote themselves to the construction of the countryside. Later on, when they got older, the country took care of them. They provided free medical treatment and living allowances. If such an old hero was placed on the internet, it would really cause a huge uproar. This was Feng Hongyi's greatest trump card. There were already some people in society who were hostile to hospitals. If these two things were combined, it would cause a lot of people to be angry. He, Feng Hongyi, could think of a terrifying influence. How could the hospital not think of this? This was Feng Hongyi's greatest reliance. It was nothing more than extortion. Moreover, his old father was very valuable. In his twisted mind, he even believed that death was more profitable than living. Therefore, he had specially hired the medical troublemaker team here to add fuel to the fire. His father's glorious deeds were written on the banner, something about a hero. Even the photos were prepared. They had clearly come prepared. When Director Niu heard Feng Hongyi pointing at him and saying that his father was dead, he was instantly enraged. Watch your words. Feng Hongyi snorted coldly. I'm just giving an example. Aren't you angry? Director Niu was so angry that he couldn't be bothered to argue with this kind of person. Feng Hongyi continued, show it later. I want to see how my brother was injured. What right do you have to hit him? If you want to arrest someone, it should be the police. Hearing this, Chen Song felt that something was amiss. He couldn't help but glare coldly at Feng Hongyi. When Feng Hongyi saw Chen Song, a young lad, staring at him, he sneered. What are you looking at? Why? Did you hit my brother? Have you paid the medical fees? Compensation for lost time, isn't that money? That's a different matter, right? Chen Song sneered and didn't say a word. Feng Hongyi sneered. Useless. When Niu Jing saw this, he immediately said, you're provoking us. Should I take you away? Feng Hongyi chuckled. I didn't do anything. Cowards, only relying on the police. His voice was soft, but Chen Song and the rest could hear it. Everyone couldn't be bothered with him. Niu Jing was helpless against such hooligans. They were regulars at the police station, gambling, fighting, and all sorts of things. He really didn't know that the old master had taught these two hooligans. Because of old Master Li's relationship, everyone turned a blind eye to it. The footage continued to move forward. Suddenly, everyone saw a man appear in the footage. He dashed out and grabbed Hui Hui. At this moment, Feng Hongfeng suddenly held a knife and was about to swing it at Chen Song. Chen Song instinctively raised his hand to block and kicked out. Suddenly, what happened next shocked everyone. Chen Song gently twisted Feng Hongfeng's arm, and it broke like a fried dough twist. There was no sound in the footage. They could only see Feng Hongfeng's twisted appearance. After the knife fell to the ground, Chen Song casually kicked him. It was really casual. That was because Chen Song was really afraid of killing him with a kick. The strength serum was no joke. However, Chen Song's casual kick sent Feng Hongfeng flying 7 to 8 meters. In everyone's eyes, they were dumbfounded. Even Jiang Wenrui and Niu Jing stared at Chen Song with their eyes wide open. They glanced at his foot and felt a little scared. Was that the F*King Foshan shadowless kick? That kick was 7 to 8 meters. Even the people in the army might not have the ability to do that. How much strength did that take? Everyone in the room was stunned. They couldn't help but take half a step away from Chen Song. Feng Hongyi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this young man to be so fierce. He looked neither warm nor impatient. How could he be so fierce? Thinking about what he said just now, Feng Hongyi was so scared that he stood rooted to the ground. He thought it was safer to be around Niu Jing. He began to hope that Chen Song didn't hear his mockery just now. After all, such a ruthless person was too F*King scary. That kick was enough to kill someone. However, Feng Hongyi was stunned. That's right, wasn't that an opportunity? Suddenly, his expression changed. Tears blurred his eyes and he said loudly, Director Niu, you have to do justice for me. My brother was kicked away by this thug. His arm was broken. That's too cruel. Punish him. Punish him severely. Is there any law in this? Niu Jing glanced at Chen Song and said, young comrade, I think you have to come back with us to make a record. Chen Song nodded and didn't refuse. From the scene, it was definitely a legitimate defense. After all, Feng Hongfeng's knife was about to slash at him. It wouldn't be appropriate if that was considered illegal. Wu Tongfu looked at Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, don't worry. I'll do you justice for this. Feng Hongfeng was also brought out of the ICU. Now, his upper arm had multiple comminuted fractures, and his abdomen had varying degrees of injuries. However, he had committed a crime, intentional injury. Now, Feng Hongfeng had been detained by the police for investigation and supervision, waiting for the results of the treatment. However, at this time, something interesting happened. Feng Hongyi refused to pay any of Feng Hongfeng's medical expenses. Why? My brother was injured by your hospital. You want us to pay for his medical expenses? You must be dreaming. Let me tell you, starting tomorrow, my father and brother's affairs will be posted on the internet. By then, your hospital's reputation will definitely be ruined. I want the whole world to see your disgusting face, and I want the whole world to see the truth. You've gone too far. Feng Hongyi stood in the courtyard of the hospital and shouted loudly. At this time, Feng Hongfeng was in the ward, wailing from beginning to end. He couldn't get anything out of him. At this time, Feng Hongyi stared at Wu Tongfu and said, "Don't think that I don't know the law. We have people here who do." At this time, a man appeared in the crowd. He looked at Chen Song and said, "We need to see Feng Hongyi's diagnosis report. I now suspect that this doctor also has the possibility of intentional injury." Feng Hongfeng was already subdued. Why did he continue to kick him away? This is no longer self-defense. It has even escalated beyond excessive self-defense. It has already caused intentional injury. Hearing the man's words, Feng Hongyi's eyes suddenly lit up. Did you hear that? Intentional injury. Excessive self-defense. I'm going to sue you. Pretending to break down, Feng Hongyi cried, "I've suffered so much. Why did I encounter such a hospital? I'm going to post your affairs on the internet tomorrow. You've gone too far." Seeing Feng Hongyi's face, Chen Song felt disgusted. Wu Tongfu seemed to be hesitating this time. If Chen Song hadn't been involved in this matter, he would have had a head-on PK with these medical troublemakers, but Chen Song was a hero. He saved Hui Hui. Such a person, he couldn't be involved in a lawsuit. Wu Tongfu had been a doctor all his life, so he naturally knew about this kind of trouble. It was like a sticky candy, sticking to you. Moreover, wasn't Chen Song's skills a little too impressive? Just how powerful was this kick? The diagnosis had not been made yet, but Wu Tongfu was not sure. He couldn't help but shake his head. However, Feng Hongfeng's matter could not be settled in private. This matter was already a matter of principle and bottom line. If he dared to stab the medical staff in the hospital, what else would he not dare to do? At this moment, a man suddenly squeezed through the crowd. He looked flustered and said in a hurry, "Chief Jiang. Director Wu, how's my wife?" The man was wearing a white coat. It was obvious that he had just run over from the ward. His face was full of worry. He had just gone out for emergency treatment. When he heard the news about his wife, he was stunned. But there was no other way. In the end, he still managed to save the patient at that time. After settling him down, he ran over. His face was full of grievance and shock. It was filled with anger and unwillingness. He clenched his fists, but he didn't know where he was going to punch. The child was only 5 months old. His wife was so good to his parents. Last night, they were still lovingly naming their child and fantasizing about the future. Today, he heard this bad news. Seeing that Director Wu and Jiang Wenrui didn't say anything, Xianxia suddenly cried and laughed out loud. He couldn't take it lying down. He turned around and stared at the group of medical troublemakers. He roared at the top of his lungs. Why? Why are you attacking us when we saved you? Just because we're doctors, do we have to save you? We're F***king humans too. We're F***king humans of flesh and blood too. My wife, she's pregnant. Where's your conscience? As he spoke, Xiao Zhenhai gave a heart-wrenching punch to his own body. Why did I study medicine? Why did I study medicine? I saved so many people. Who will save my wife? Who will save my son? I'm asking you a question. Answer me. Who will save me? You bunch of medical troublemakers, do you have any conscience? Do you want the world to be in chaos? Won't your wife, parents, and children fall sick? At this point, Li Weiyan ran out and supported Xiao Zhenhai. Old Xiao, it's okay. Hui Hui is fine. It's okay. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hui Hui's incident had completely angered the medical staff of the entire hospital. A large group of people came down from upstairs, 100 people, 200 people, 300 people. 500 people, doctors and nurses stood densely in the courtyard. They just stood there. Gradually, more and more people came, more than 700 people, more than 800 people. The situation was out of control. There were a lot of people in the emergency center. Medical staff, interns, graduate students, temporary workers. There were nearly 4,000 people in total. more and more medical staff came down from the huge courtyard. White streams of people kept gathering. Gradually, they gathered into a vast ocean. More than 2,000 people stood in the courtyard at the same time. They were silent protesters, and more than 30 ambulances were parked around with their sirens on. The scene was extremely shocking. All the medical staff did not say a word and slowly gathered. This kind of power was getting more and more shocking, and more uncontrollable. At this moment, everyone in the circle panicked. These medical troublemakers looked at this group of people and were trembling in fear. The scene was too shocking. This kind of visual impact caused everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, all the medical staff stood there with their hearts linked. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared straight at the dozens of people present. No one said a word, no one said a word. This was a force, a silent resistance. It's not that we don't want to resist, we just have a lot of lovely people waiting for us to save. We just don't want to be swayed by our emotions and let the lives of so many people pay the price. We don't say a word. It's not because we don't dare to say a word, it's because we have more important things to do. We can't let you troublemakers disrupt the medical order of the entire society. Tolerance is not out of fear, silence is not a tacit agreement. It's because we don't want to make this world, which is already in fear, more uneasy, but at this moment, we want to speak up. We are doctors, not gods. Without our white coats, we are just ordinary people. To be honest, be it Wu Tongfu or Chief Miaoxing, they had never seen such a big scene before. Jiang Wenrui was overwhelmed with excitement. At that moment, he felt his blood boiling. Wasn't Wu Tongfu the same? He looked at the crowd with excitement in his heart. Feng Hongyi was so scared that he did not dare to let out a fart. The medical troublemakers even wanted to escape, but with so many people surrounding them, there was nowhere to run. Miao Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Don't blow this up, stay calm, otherwise it'll be troublesome. If things escalated, it would be too scary. At that thought, he glanced at Wu Tongfu. He saw that Wu Tongfu was unmoved. Wu Tongfu looked at the thousands of employees present and took a deep breath. After a long while, he said, "Hello, everyone. Today, I, Wu Tongfu, stand here and say a few words. All these years, everyone has been wronged. But from today onwards, I want to tell you that we will no longer remain silent. I, Wu Tongfu, am in my 50s. Even if I have to risk my life, I want to make a promise to all of you. We have to be tough. We can treat people when they're sick, but some people's hearts are broken. They think we're weak and cowardly. We're silent because we're afraid." At that point, Wu Tongfu stared at the medical troublemakers present and said loudly, "I want to tell you that we're not afraid. From today onwards, we'll go through legal procedures for any medical troublemakers at all costs. I want to tell you that we're not at the mercy of others. We don't want your presence to affect our ability to save lives. We also don't want to betray the trust of others because of people like you. Look carefully, everyone. Look carefully at these people's faces. Remember them, remember them. I want to congratulate you for being blacklisted by our hospital. From today onwards, our emergency center will set up a blacklist. We have to make a list, and those present here will be our first batch of users. Look at their faces." When the people present heard that, they immediately felt ashamed. Each of them wanted to cover their faces with the things in their hands. Some hid behind others, some lowered their heads in silence, some covered their faces with their hands, and some even broke down. However, at that moment, Feng Hongyi said loudly, "Are you taking advantage of your position to bully others? Don't tell me that you're not responsible for your treatment mistakes?" Wu Tongfu said, "Responsibility? Of course there is, but not here. Please submit the relevant proof to the Medical Investigation Committee. We will go through the official procedures." At this point, Wu Tongfu snorted coldly. "Don't think that I don't know what you guys are after by appearing here. A bunch of people who feed their conscience to money. I don't know why you guys are here." Immediately, everyone quieted down. Feng Hongyi was about to quibble. Chen Song suddenly recalled the reward he had just received. Truth word potion, power word potion. Choose to use it after clicking. Use it on a specific person. Duration, 1 hour. Chen Song was stunned and quickly used it on Feng Hongyi. Immediately, Wu Tongfu stared at Feng Hongyi and sneered, "Why aren't you talking? why are you here? Feng Hongyi said loudly, of course it's for money. It doesn't matter if the old man is dead. It doesn't matter if Feng Hongfeng is injured. I'm doing this for money. Your father is a hero. If he's dead, your hospital will be in trouble. When the time comes, I'll upload the video online. Your reputation will definitely hit rock bottom. Immediately, everyone looked at Feng Hongyi in surprise as if they were looking at an idiot. Even the actors around them were stunned. What was going on? Wu Tongfu was also stunned. Was this guy scared out of his wits? He continued asking, you want money? How much do you want? Feng Hongyi said loudly, 3 million. I've thought about it. Don't even think about settling it if it's less than 3 million. Do you see that? Our costumes, our wreaths, our banners, they're all money. Also, this group of black-hearted medical troublemakers that we hired is really F***ing expensive. They want 1/10 of my commission. They even promised to help me come up with a plan. They said that they have 109 Weibo verified accounts, a few hundred WeChat accounts, and hundreds of thousands of internet trolls. They can drown your public opinion. Humph. Are you scared? Look at how well they're acting. They're crying so well. I almost believed it myself. If I didn't kill the old man myself, I wouldn't be as sad as them even if I cried. Isn't that great? It's a win-win situation. As long as you don't agree today, we'll upload a portion of the prepared video tonight. After Feng Hongyi said that, the situation immediately spiraled out of control. Feng Hongyi didn't care. He looked at the lawyer and said, do you see that? There's also a high-quality talent? A black-hearted lawyer, a trash lawyer who specializes in helping money and not the law. He's a little expensive, but he's really useful. He can lie without blinking an eye. He told me that this year, he helped a mistress win the legal wife and even helped his black-hearted boss win the penniless farmer. Oh. Oh right, what's the latest news? You know about the incident of a rich second-generation heir hitting someone, right? It's fine now. This is the mediator. When the lawyer heard that, he was stunned. If he said that, his reputation would be ruined. However, at this moment, no one cared about him. Everyone was staring at Feng Hongyi because he said that he killed the old man himself. Niao Zheng's expression changed. You're saying that you killed old man Feng? What do you mean? Feng Hongyi sneered. What do I mean? Of course, I killed him. You didn't do an autopsy report, right? The old man's heart stopped. The medicine I used was made in America. It's too expensive for an old man. Do you know? The old man was a retard. He didn't want credit and insisted on being a farmer. Look at what happened now. Are we going to starve to death? He doesn't get much if he's alive. He's sick every day and needs us to take care of him. It's so troublesome. That's why we came up with this medical dispute. It seems to be quite effective. I estimate that 3 million won't be a problem. Oh. Oh right, I still have a bottle of this medicine. I'm planning to give it to my brother. It's here. When he's chased out of the medical dispute, I'll say that you killed him. This is the medicine. It's on me. Don't even think about having evidence. The old man has been cremated by me. At this moment, everyone knew the truth. Niao Zheng's expression changed. He said to the people around him, arrest him. Wu Tongfu said to the staff, investigate the video immediately. After an intense investigation, they found that the man had indeed entered the ward. When he came out, he was a little flustered. Niao Zheng hurriedly said, search his things for me. Chen Song looked at the scene and sneered. When a person's heart was corrupted, nothing could be cured. That afternoon, the Public Security Bureau immediately arrested Feng Hongyi and began an investigation. But what was shocking was that Feng Hongyi was very cooperative. All the evidence was very well presented. He helped the Public Security Bureau to successfully solve the case and handed it over to the People's Court for trial. When his brother Feng Hongfeng found out about his brother's actions, he was very angry and started to sue his brother. Both of them were arrested and waited for the court's trial. With the help of the enthusiastic Feng Hongyi, the unscrupulous lawyer was also arrested. And Feng Hongfeng was not in the mood to pester Chen Song. The two brothers were having a good time arguing. The patient, Hui, had woken up and was recovering well. Xianxia was very grateful to Chen Song. P.S. It's finally over. I'm quite satisfied. But because I wrote it in a hurry, it's definitely not perfect. But, the most touching thing was the silence of the 2,000 doctors. The veteran did what he said and delivered it again. In 24 hours, 10 chapters have been updated. Shouldn't they give me some encouragement and support? So, subscribe, vote, tip, dream on, wake up. Thank you to my old friends, Culinary God 233, First Love Bright Like Summer Flowers, Sky Jelly, and Zhang He Xiaolu for their 10,000 tips. Thank you to QQ Reader, A Sunny Day Hit by Dark Clouds for their 20,000 tips. Many people came to the cardiac surgery department of the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital. Hui woke up. She still had that chubby smile on her face. She lay still, but the way she narrowed her eyes was really cute. Jiang Wenrui looked at this big girl with heartache. Suddenly, he felt that he could not say those words of heartache or apology. Just like before, he could not help but joke, Hui, can you rest well now? Hui smiled even more happily. Xiaoxinhai sat at the side and held Hui's hand. He felt like he had survived a disaster. Hui, I'll buy and cook for you whatever you want to eat in the future. You don't have to lose weight. It's good to be fatter, really. As he spoke, he felt a lump in his throat. As long as you live well, I'll like you no matter what. When Hui saw her husband like this, tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Shanhai, they've always said that I'm not good enough for you. They said that I'm fat, stupid, and not smart. Now, I'm even less worthy of you. A weak voice sounded in Xiaoxinhai's ears. How many times had a man who had never frowned in the face of so many patients cried today? Hui turned around and looked at Chen Song. I remember you. You saved me. Thank you for saving me. Chen Song smiled. It's good that you're fine. It's what I should do. Jiang Wenrui suddenly said, Hui, go home and have a child in the future. Come back to work after your maternity leave. Treat it as giving you an extra holiday this time. As long as Hui smiled on her chubby face, her eyes would narrow. Wu Tongfu also nodded. After you give birth, go to work in the nursing department. They lack a deputy chief there. When Hui heard this, her eyes immediately widened. Chief Jiang, don't you want me anymore? As soon as she said this, tears flowed down her face. When Jiang Wenrui heard this, his heart immediately softened. His nose was also sour as if he had caught a cold. Isn't this considered for your health? You can't work the night shift anymore. Take good care of the child in the future. Besides, isn't it work anywhere? Hui, you have to obey the organization's arrangements. Hui choked and did not say anything. Her chubby face was full of unwillingness. I like emergency treatment. I want to do clinical work. I don't want to go to the rear. Director, I'm not afraid. I'm really not afraid. Director, I can still be a frontline doctor after I recover. Don't put me behind. These words were like needles stabbing into everyone's hearts. What a good person, why did such a person have to get hurt? Xiaoxinhai looked at Hui and shook his head. Hui, actually, I've had this idea for a long time. It's already very hard for me to be on the front line. Besides everyone, we still have our own little family. The baby is about to be born. Are you going to send him back to his hometown? Hui lay down and did not say anything. She closed her eyes and let her tears fall. Seeing this, everyone sighed. After comforting him, they also gave Xiaoxinhai a break. He told him to spend some time with his wife and take good care of Hui. Wu Tongfu had just left the ward when he received a call from the hospital administration. Director Wu, a leader from the Health and Wellness Committee, was looking for you just now. You didn't pick up the phone, so he came straight to your office and is waiting for you at the door. When Wu Tongfu heard this, he was stunned for a moment and pondered for a moment. Tell him to wait. With that, he hung up the phone. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Wenrui looked at the director with some admiration. Wu Tongfu was really a fierce person, however, his fame did not come from flattery, but from fighting. During the flood in the 90s, he came to the front line as a support team for medical staff. 2,000 years ago, he responded to the country's call for reinforcements for 2 years. When the epidemic broke out in 2003, he had just become a director. He led a group of people and rushed to the front line without hesitation. During the Wen district earthquake, he made outstanding military achievements. Such a person could not be suppressed by one's position. He was unyielding and had a heroic spirit cast in his iron bones. In a word, let him wait. Actually, everyone knew what was going on. Such a big incident had happened in the emergency center. A group of hospitals had gathered together, so someone must have reported it. Moreover, Wu Tongfu had also said some inappropriate words, so the relevant departments immediately sent people over. After all, once these words were uploaded online, it was bound to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Just like what the medical troublemaker said yesterday, they had hundreds of Weibo VIPs, hundreds of WeChat public accounts, and self-media publicity channels. These were all tools for those with ulterior motives to make a profit and to counterattack. The reason why Wu Tongfu ignored him was because of this. Jiang Wenrui could not help but say, "Leader. Is this not good?" Wu Tongfu frowned. Jiang Wenrui, to think that you used to be a soldier. I just admired your hot-bloodedness and enthusiasm, so I let you be the director. You've become like this? What's wrong with the leader? I can't work when the leader is here. I can't have meetings when the leader is here. Or I can't perform surgeries when the leader is here. Let's go. Have a meeting with me. After saying that, Wu Tongfu picked up the phone and informed the hospital office and all the department directors. Those who could come must come, and those who could not bring voice recorders. Chen Song was dumbfounded. He had always thought that people like old Wu were far-sighted and weighed the pros and cons. He was a shrewd person. He did not expect him to be such a sentimental person. He also had a stubborn temper. He even looked cute. Chen Song could not help but shake his head. Guan Jingshan was dumbfounded. The staff in the hospital office also looked embarrassed and dumbfounded, because the leader of the Health and Wellness Committee was beside them just now. Guan Jingshan was so angry that he wanted to laugh. This Wu Tongfu was really a good-for-nothing. Let him wait. Why did this sentence sound so uncomfortable to the ears? After a while, the staff's phone rang. This leader, the hospital director, is organizing a meeting. Guan Jingshan was furious. He had nothing to do, but he was left hanging here. Couldn't he change his bad temper after so many years? Thinking of this, Guan Jingshan said angrily, I'll go with him. I want to see what kind of meeting he's having. The staff was dumbfounded. In the big conference room, Wu Tongfu looked at everyone and said, everyone knows about today's matter. It's a big problem and the impact is very bad. Today's meeting will focus on the blacklist that I mentioned. I'm talking about how the blacklist works, not whether it should work or not. Everyone looked at each other. To be honest, not all the hospital leaders were like Wu Tongfu. Many of them were also willing to keep the peace and avoid trouble. It was better to avoid trouble. However, Wu Tongfu was in a fit of anger and would not listen to anyone. At this moment, Guan Jingshan walked in. Wu Tongfu looked at him and said, Get out, we're having a meeting. Guan Jingshan was dumbfounded, damn it. That's right, Guan Jingshan was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Even everyone present was dumbfounded. The directors, deputy directors, and secretaries were all at a loss. This was Director Guan. Wasn't Director Wu too stubborn? Guan Jingshan was about to die of anger today. He suddenly felt like his liver was in a mess. Just now, he had made him wait there and left him hanging. Now that he had personally come to look for him, just ask him to leave. I'm the director, okay? Can't you give me some face? Guan Jingshan's anger rose. I'm not going out. Wu Tongfu was still angry. He was unhappy when he saw this guy. You want to be tough with me? He immediately said angrily, Where's the security? Call them in. Guan Jingshan felt guilty. This was his territory. With this stubborn old man's temper, he could do anything. He directly asked loudly, Wu Tongfu, what are you doing? Suddenly, the huge office fell into silence. More than 60 directors sat there at a loss. Wu Tongfu saw Guan Jingshan and said with a firm gaze, What are you doing here? Just say it. You can leave after you're done. I'm in a meeting. When Guan Jingshan heard this, he was so angry that he did not care about the occasion. Do you think you alone have the final say in this matter? How capable can you be alone? Why don't you go to heaven? Wu Tongfu. Bad habit. At this moment, Wu Tongfu was also energized. I'll go to heaven. This isn't your house, these aren't your employees. You were sitting in the office and couldn't see the scene of the white knife coming in and the red knife coming out. Of course she didn't panic. You're a leader, I'm a doctor. We're different. You didn't see how guilty I felt when more than 2,000 people stood in the courtyard and stared at me. Do you know how I felt when more than 2,000 pairs of eyes stared at me with anticipation? I'm AF * king disgrace to this position. I'm AF * king. Disgrace to those employees. They followed me because they trusted me. To put it bluntly, they even gave their lives to me. Do you understand? Do you know what that young nurse said to me just now? She said, "Director, I still want to be a frontline doctor and not the director of the nursing department." Don't you feel upset when you hear that? After being stabbed with a knife, you can still say such words. Do you understand? Go and take a look. The blood on that white coat isn't the blood that was used to save the patient. It's his own blood. My bad habit? Guan Jingshan, what the hell do you know? If you keep talking like that, then get the F * CK out of here. We're done. His words were sonorous and forceful. In the end, Wu Tongfu slammed the table loudly. All the doctors in the room fell silent. After Wu Tongfu finished speaking, he was so angry that his chest hurt. He took out a piece of nitroglycerin from his pocket and put it under his tongue. Guan Jingshan was about to explode from anger. Me? Get out? Am I not AF * king doctor? I've been a doctor all my life. Have I done less than you? You, Wu Tongfu, are awesome? So what if you're the dean? You're hot-blooded. Glory to you. Are you the only one who wants to do something for the doctors? Besides, you want to compete with me? Let me ask you, what are you so arrogant about? I've been everywhere you've been. Didn't I save you during the earthquake? Did you see that? Why did I go to the second line? Can I still do surgery with this hand? Why don't you F * king think about whether I can do surgery? Did you see that? This finger was damaged and necrotic at the time. It was cut off and replaced with a fake one. You're awesome? I eat nifedipine, Shida, metformin, Plavix every day, a handful of them. Wu Tongfu was so angry that he pulled open his shirt and said, "So what if you have high blood pressure? So what if you have diabetes? So what if you have plaques? Do you see that? 2 stents. A 48-hour high-intensity surgery for you. Also, this is nitroglycerin." Guan Jingshan was stunned. So what if you have stents? Don't you remember that hepatitis patient? Who dared to do the surgery? In the end, I was the one who did it. The conditions were limited and I was exposed. What the F * CK did I say? You're comparing yourself with me at this time? I'm here to solve a problem with you, not to cause trouble. Wu Tongfu took a deep breath. What are you comparing yourself with me for? Can't I be your leader? Don't bother about today's matter. I won't give face to anyone who comes. At most, I'll quit. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Guan Jingshan said loudly, "Aren't you going to ask me why I'm here today? Since you're here, let me go." Wu Tongfu said, "What can I do? Isn't it just a chat? What can happen? Didn't I say that I'm going to set up a blacklist? Let me tell you, today's meeting is about how the blacklist works." Guan Jingshan said, all right. You're not the only hot-blooded doctor in the country. I'm here today to tell you something. The leaders know about today's matter. After an urgent discussion, they've allowed you to try out the blacklist system in this hospital. However, they can't violate the humanitarian spirit. They'll let you do as you see fit. Wu Tongfu was suddenly curious. You're not here to criticize me? Guan Jingshan took a deep breath. Old Wu, you're not the only one fighting. With that, Guan Jingshan turned and left. Wu Tongfu suddenly realized that the tall and strong director Guan had suddenly become much hunchbacked. Try out the blacklist system, thinking of this, Wu Tongfu hurriedly ran out. Old Guan, thank you. This? I'm sorry. Guan Jingshan did not even look back. Get lost. At this time, Li Weiyan and the others were also worried. They had to give Chen Song marks for today's matter. They had to give the corresponding marks according to Chen Song's performance. Yu Jiqiang looked at Li Weiyan and the others. Dr. Li, you're the team leader. You can give the marks. The members of Li Weiyan's team looked at each other. Tang Lingling said straightforwardly, 100 marks. Anyway, we don't know how many marks are higher. This Chen Song standard is higher than ours. Li Weiyan nodded. That's right. Full marks. Yu Jiqiang was stunned. Full marks? At this time, Jiang Wenrui and Wu Tongfu walked over and said, yes. Full marks. Xiao Chen's performance today was very outstanding. He participated in, successfully snatching Hui Hui from the murderer and immediately performing the surgery. The heart rupture surgery was successful. I give him full marks. After Yu Jiqiang heard this, his eyes widened. Today's matter was done by Xiao Chen? He also knew that something had happened in the emergency center today. This matter spread very quickly. Many people in the medical field knew about it. But he did not expect that the central figure of this matter was actually Chen Song. For a moment, Yu Jiqiang was also a little shocked. Everyone looked at the time. It was almost time. Wu Tongfu said, let's go. The reporters are waiting anxiously. Today was the award ceremony of the National Hand Surgery Skill Competition. China Central Television also participated. P.S. Actually, I've been thinking about the truth medicine for a long time. This is even something I've revised. The outline isn't like this. It's about Chen Song being arrested. Then, the doctors will jointly submit a petition, the police will intervene, the public will report, etc. But it's obvious that it won't be finished even in 2 days. According to my hydrology ability, it's probably more than 10 chapters, and some things are not good to write. I thought for a long time and felt that I can't write too much about this kind of nonsense. I should spread more positive energy. I know it's not perfect. A lot of emotions are stirred up. I can only vent some of my anger from another angle. But no matter what, I think it's solved. After all, life is not so perfect. Finally, thank you for your votes and tips. I'm very grateful. Thank you for the 120,000 tip from Admit Defeat Little Fairy. I have a new chief for this book. Update. I'm very grateful. Thank you for the 10,000 tip from Bai Jingjing's husband, Xianxia, Conscientious Brother Loneliness, and Little Me Eat Rice. Thank you. I will work hard to write this book. Thank you. There will be more in the afternoon. In the venue today, everyone was not as cheerful as they usually were. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They sat there and discussed the incident of Feng Hongfeng in the Capital Emergency Center. This kind of thing happened from time to time. It was not a coincidence. However, 2,000 medical workers in the Capital Emergency Center gathered and fought back silently against the medical troublemakers. This action encouraged everyone present. They could not wait to join in and become a part of it. Although it was just a gaze, it was enough to gather confidence. Anger was written all over the young faces. Meng Shi and the other participants had returned one after another. They sat in their chairs and waited patiently, but their hearts were full of thoughts. When Chen Song went out to hail a taxi, his phone rang. It was Shi Yang. Hello? Chen Song, are you back at the hotel? Chen Song, I'm at the entrance of the emergency center. I'm about to leave. Shi Yang smiled. What a coincidence. I'm nearby too. Wait for me for 2 minutes. I'll send you there. 2 minutes later, Shi Yang's car stopped by the roadside. Chen Song quickly thanked him after getting in. Shi Yang suddenly said, I heard something happened today? Someone was injured in the hospital? Chen Song nodded. Yes. Shi Yang heard this and asked nervously, is it a big problem? Chen Song was a little relieved. His heart was pierced by a knife. But, he was saved in time. It's not a big problem. He almost died. The problem is that the troublemakers burned a wreath in the courtyard. After Xianxia heard this, he cursed angrily. These F***curs. They're really shameless. Chen Song sighed. There's still a long way to go. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. After I graduated, I worked in Union Medical College for 5 years. I couldn't take it anymore. I got an opportunity to enter the machinery industry. Later, I joined Medtronic. After 6 years, I was promoted to the position of General Manager of East China. At first, I thought that studying medicine had a high status, was respected, and had a considerable income. Later, I realized that it was just that. It was only when I entered a pharmaceutical company that I realized how popular my doctorate from Union Medical College was. In the hospital, I'm just a small resident doctor. I'm not even worth a fart. Peking Union Medical College Hospital might be awesome, but you're nothing in this circle. But when I went to the pharmaceutical company, I realized that my education and experience from Concord were very popular in the company. Basically, I just jumped up every 2 years. In just a few years, I became the general agent of Eastern China. Before I was 40, I earned enough money to be a doctor for a lifetime. I don't think I lost anything. Also, I'll F***king mess with whoever dares to mess with me now. We're all humans. Do you think I'll spoil him? Why do I have to be kidnapped by my morals? Do I owe you anything? I think it's pretty good now. Chen Song nodded and said nothing. Xianxia's words were said to Chen Song, but he was also saying it to himself. He was telling himself that he did not regret it. After a few long-winded words, Xianxia sent Chen Song to the entrance of the hotel and suddenly said, "By the way, Chen Song, I brought some gifts and specialties for you. Give me the address." The company is in the Ammonium Sun Branch Company. There's a shipment to go over tonight, so I'll send it to you. I'll have it delivered to your house tomorrow. Chen Song quickly refused. Brother Xianxia, you're too polite. There's really no need for this. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. It's nothing expensive. It's just a few roast ducks and some food and drinks. It's not worth much. It's just a token of my sincerity. After a while, Xianxia smiled and said, I saw that you hit it off, so I'll be friends. When Mengshi saw Chen Song return, he was surprised. Are you okay? Chen Song frowned. What's wrong with me? Mengshi said worriedly, I heard that there's a doctor in the emergency center. I was worried that something had happened to you. Mengshi liked to joke. She had a smooth personality, which had a lot to do with her more than 10 years of living in the United States. In fact, she rarely joked with strangers. She had always been distant and had a strong sense of self-protection. However, she would joke more with Chen Song and people she was familiar with. Sometimes, she would even say whatever was on her mind. Chen Song understood this and did not find it strange. He just smiled and let it go. When she found out that something had happened, she was also very worried. She called him but he did not pick up. Seeing that Chen Song was fine, Mengshi was relieved. At this time, Wu Tongfu walked up to the stage. He looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, quiet down. When the crowd saw Wu Tongfu, they immediately quieted down. Today's incident had happened in the emergency center, and Academician Wu was the director there. Everyone believed that he would give an answer to today's incident. Looking at everyone present, Wu Tongfu said, Let's get down to business first. In a while, I'll tell everyone something good. After hearing the news, the audience suddenly looked forward to it. Although they did not know what good news it was, everyone knew that it had something to do with today's medical dispute. Thinking of this, everyone began to look forward to it. At this time, everyone was also curious about the finals. Who was it? Could it be Chen Song, the young and handsome dark horse this year who scored full marks for 3 consecutive rounds, or could it be Chen Song's teacher? Originally, Mengshi was not that popular. After all, her surgery was not that eye-catching. It was more of a novelty. However, when everyone learned that Mengshi was Chen Song's teacher, Mengshi's popularity soared. Many people also felt that it was not impossible. As well as the veteran players Xikong and Ding Yu. Although everyone felt that it was a pity that Peng Lu was eliminated, her loss was not unjustified at all. Chen Song was very good, he was definitely the best in thoracic surgery among all the people who performed it. However, today's competition was a competition of emergency and comprehensive skills. It would not be like now, where there would only be cardiac surgery and vascular surgery. What was an emergency? Anything was possible. Any accident or patient was possible. The comprehensive strength, clinical ability, and adaptability were tested. This required a lot of clinical experience. After all, Chen Song was still too young. He might be good at one type of surgery, but it still required a process. When the host saw the results in her hand, she was stunned. She glanced at Chen Song curiously and was a little surprised. How did he score 100 points again? Since the beginning of the competition, there had never been someone who scored 100 points because it was very difficult to give a perfect score in clinical practice. Seeing the host suddenly stuttering, the people below were also curious. Was there something wrong? The host said loudly. To be honest, when I saw the results just now, I was a little shocked. I believe that you will be shocked when you see it later. After that, the host pointed at the big screen. Please look at the big screen. All the audience, candidates, and experts looked over curiously. At this time, Qin Yueming was still a little nervous. He just hoped that one person from Dongyang would enter the top 3. At this moment, the rankings and points were released. Everyone looked up and was stunned. First place, Chen Song, 100 points. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could there be 100 points? Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion below. 100 points in this competition. Yes. This is the first time in history. Could there be an inside story? The second place only scored 80 points. The gap is too big, right? Yes. What kind of gap is there? When everyone saw the score, they were stunned. That was because in the last round, it was rare to even get 90 points, let alone 100 points. They had gone to the emergency department, not other places. They had also joined a mature team that cooperated with the work. How could they cooperate to get 100 points? Was this a joke? Everyone began to talk about it. Naturally, there were also people who were curious or unconvinced. 100 points? Can you get full marks for this kind of assessment? The people below also began to discuss in low voices. This was human nature. There would always be some who were unconvinced and jealous. It was fine that they had been eliminated long ago, but if you were so awesome, you had to have a reason. Although the others did not say it, they had some thoughts in their hearts. Wu Tongfu looked at everyone and suddenly said, "Let me show everyone a video. I believe that after watching it, you will know how this 100 points came about." After saying that, he contacted the staff to put the video on the projector. He said, "Today, a terrible medical incident happened in our emergency department. Everyone should have heard about it, right? There is even news about it online. However, I want to tell everyone that if it were not for Chen Song, today's incident would not be a medical incident but a medical incident." Everyone was stunned. Could it be that today's incident had something to do with Chen Song? At this time, everyone looked up at the big screen. Suddenly, Feng Hongfeng walked into the nurse's station with a knife in his hand, and suddenly attacked Nurse Hui Hui, who was having her meal. This was really a public murder in broad daylight. All of a sudden, everyone in the room stood up angrily. Righteous indignation filled their chests. There was a breath of resentment in their chest. They wished they could crawl in and beat the murderer up. They were really angry. They were really helpless. In the video, they could even see blood spurting out and dyeing the table in front red. It could be said that this scene directly stimulated everyone's nerves. They had not seen the video and had only heard about it. The news was not even true. But now, it was different. This was a surveillance video. The murderer's actions directly made all the medical staff flushed with anger, and the female medical students were so scared that they cried. This was not a movie. There was no resurrection after death. This was life. A real person was killed right in front of their eyes. Everyone wanted nothing more than to rush forward. Looking at Hui's frightened face and the way the murderer brandished the knife and showed off his prowess, everyone's chest was filled with resentment. Their anger was accumulating, but they had nowhere to vent it. But, ask yourself honestly, what would they have done if they were there? There was nothing he could do, right? Would they dare to charge forward, faced with the brutality of the murderer? this was a murderer. What did he not dare to do? They were all elites of society. They had received decades of elite education from Ben Shubo. They were trained doctors, and they had families, children, and concerns. Did they dare to go up, but, to allow criminals to commit murder? At this moment, everyone saw a man dashing out and pouncing towards the murderer. Seeing this, the murderer immediately slashed with his knife. Immediately, everyone held their breaths and watched nervously. Chen Song was very fast. He grabbed the murderer's knife and blocked the incoming attack. Then, he twisted it forcefully. The murderer was immediately subdued. Chen Song did not show any mercy. He kicked the man away, picked up Hui Hui and ran outside. The surrounding security guards then came forward to subdue the murderer. Seeing Chen Song's performance, everyone was excited. They shouted loudly, "Great! Awesome! Awesome! Damn, this is so satisfying! Damn! Is that Chen Song? Chen Song is awesome! Chen Song is awesome!" At this moment, Chen Song won the hearts of the people. What competition, what assessment, he was brave enough to fight with the criminals and save the injured. What was this? Wasn't this a hero? Looking at Chen Song's performance in the video, everyone was suddenly inspired. They were so encouraged that they wished they could enter the video and become Chen Song. But, did they dare? If they asked themselves honestly, who would dare to stand up at that time? Fighting with a murderer who was armed with a murder weapon, Chen Song did it. What was a hero? This was a hero. All the female fans at the scene screamed. Chen Song's performance had moved all the female medical students. That's right, he was handsome and capable. Most importantly, he stood up bravely. This was a man, this was a hero, who didn't dream of having a heroic prince in a white coat to save them. Chen Song. Chen Song is awesome. I love you. Chen Song. This was all from the bottom of his heart. Everyone screamed at the top of their lungs. Unscrupulous, Chen Song had conquered them. Those who were jealous of Chen Song just now were also silent. Daring to be the first, daring to do what others didn't dare to do, this was ability. No one knew who started the applause, but one after another, everyone stood up and applauded for Chen Song. Whether it was the audience, medical students, competition staff, experts, professors, or even Wu Tongfu, they all began to applaud. Chen Song watched as Gui Yunfei and Meng Shi stood up and stared at him while applauding. Chen Song was also embarrassed and didn't know what to do. He simply stood up and applauded as well. This was too embarrassing. Who would applaud for themselves? The surrounding competitors looked at Chen Song and were also convinced. They had no complaints about such a person getting full marks. However, at this moment, Wu Tongfu continued. The incident happened suddenly, and it was the afternoon break. Many doctors were not in the hospital, and Hui's heart was ruptured and bleeding. The situation was very urgent. Chen Song carried her up the stairs to the operating room. Perhaps everyone doesn't understand the distance, but there are 3 floors from the emergency room to the operating room, and the distance is very far. At that time, their team didn't have the ability to complete this surgery, but Chen Song knew that the incident happened suddenly and had to perform the surgery urgently. He started the surgery while risking being punished. Let me show everyone the video of the surgery. After that, the screen changed and the video of the operating room appeared, followed by the camera on the operating table. Everyone watched the surgery and didn't say anything. Such a person, he had such ability, he even dared to stand up for himself, he deserved to be the champion. The surgery was very classic. Even the surrounding experts and professors were dumbfounded. Qin Yueming's hand was full of sweat as he held the sofa. It was soul-stirring and soul-stirring. The surrounding directors watched Chen Song's surgery and couldn't help but sigh. The video ended, everyone was silent. They didn't know why, but they were so emotional that they cried. At this moment, Wu Tongfu looked at everyone present and asked faintly, "Do you think Chen Song deserves 100 points? It's worth it. Full marks. He deserves full marks. P.S. Thank you to my friend Stupid Old Man for the 200,000 reward, and to my new friend Liwen 521 for the 100,000 reward. There's also the 10,000 reward from the leader Desmonds and Culinary God 233. Without further ado, let's add more chapters, at least 6 tomorrow. I'll send it today at 7. Looking for monthly votes. Wu Tongfu looked at everyone present and said, if it wasn't for Chen Song, today's injury doctor might have really killed a doctor. Chen Song's performance today was remarkable. To be honest, if I were a few decades younger, I might have done the same. But I wouldn't dare to do it now. I hope that everyone will protect themselves in their future work. After everyone heard this, they fell silent. After a few minutes, Wu Tongfu continued, alright, actually, we should believe in the country and the people. These things can't affect our determination and passion for medicine. Everything needs to be constantly developed and perfected. We are actually the pioneers of medicine. Under the continuous attempts and efforts of our generation, the system and laws in the medical field will also be perfected. Next, let me tell you a piece of good news. At this moment, everyone pricked up their ears and looked forward to it. Wu Tongfu said with an excited expression, our health committee also takes today's matter very seriously. After discussion, we've decided to use our hospital as a base to test out the blacklist. We'll also set up a police station in the hospital to severely crack down on criminals. However, our current consideration is to establish a detailed blacklist system. We'll continue to improve this plan. We hope to figure out a medical system that belongs to our characteristic socialism as soon as possible. As soon as this was said, everyone was excited. The blacklist trial was the dream of many people. However, the difficulty was equally high and there were even more obstacles. Currently, a hospital was used as a base for the trial. On one hand, it might be to strengthen the deterrence. At the same time, it was also a form of protection for the hospital. The award ceremony was carried out very quickly. There was really CCTV, the only thing that was a little disappointing was frowny face Ding. Mission failed. Mengshi didn't get second place. Ding. Mengshi got sixth place. Reward reduced. Obtained favorable impression points plus 30 and a fortune bag. Chen Song shook his head. This disappointing teacher Meng. However, Chen Song had already expected this. Teacher Meng's ability to enter the finals was all due to her lack of ability. She was a lack of ability, in the finals, her true ability was quickly displayed. However, what made Chen Song somewhat glad was that he received a reward. 30 favorable impression points. The current favorable impression points had reached 80 points. He could exchange it for a level 4 skill. There was also a fortune bag. Chen Song casually opened this small thing. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a special reward, a book of chocolate. After use, you can quickly digest a book. Hint, limited to personal use. Chen Song was delighted. This chocolate was not bad, Chen Song had to think carefully. Should he buy a Xinhua dictionary, or a book of 24 histories? It had to be at least a 5,000-page magnum opus of course. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard the sound of a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, you have acted courageously and completed the doctor's benevolent heart mission. You have received a special reward, free profession change certificate. With this certificate, you can start any profession change mission. The system notification, Chen Song was dumbfounded. He almost jumped up in excitement. This was awesome, this reward, any profession. Any profession, Chen S, TSSS. Song TTTT to SSS Master Kana T. Once the award ceremony is over, I'll change my profession to a cultivator. Chen Song pretended to be calm. But soon, the system woke him up, ding. Limited to the medical profession. During the award ceremony, the TV station's reporter was very fond of Chen Song. He took a few photos and even interviewed him. After all, he was the main character. He was treated well. Unsurprisingly, the second place was Si Kong, and the third place was Ding Yu. After the award ceremony, the two of them hurried over. Ding Yu said to Chen Song, "Hello, Dr. Chen. I've wanted to get to know you for a long time, but I couldn't find you." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "Hello, Dr. Ding. And Dr. Si." Si Kong nodded and smiled. "Dr. Chen, hello. I really respect your actions." Chen Song smiled. "If it were you, you would probably do the same." Si Kong looked magnanimous and bright. Chen Song suddenly remembered Meng Shi's words. He joked with Si Kong. Dr. Si, Teacher Meng asked me to joke with you. Si Kong's expression changed when he heard Meng Shi. He looked at Chen Song and said, Okay, Dr. Chen, let's add each other on WeChat. We'll keep in touch. Call me when you're in Beijing. I'm not going to see you. Oh right, you should stay away from her. Before he could finish, Si Kong left in a hurry. Chen Song chatted with the award winners for a while and exchanged contact information. Then, he left in a hurry. He took the high-speed train back to Ammonium. He still had to go to work the next day. Chen Song didn't know why, but he felt a little tired. He fell asleep in the car. Meng Shi saw Chen Song's tired look and didn't have the heart to disturb him. When Qin Yueming and Gui Yunfei saw this, they sighed. To be honest, the two of them admired Chen Song's actions. They didn't speak for the rest of the journey. When they arrived at Ammonium, Chen Song woke up and sighed. He now understood what was going on. It was the strength potion. The side effect after taking it was that the strength potion would explode in the beginning. The feeling was really great. Unfortunately, he was really tired now. After taking a taxi home, Chen Song fell asleep immediately. But tonight, many people couldn't sleep. Xianxia was used to watching the evening news. Today was special. The whole family was waiting for the news. Yu called Chen Song a few times, but his phone was turned off. After calling Qin Yueming thought for a while and said, Xiaochen is exhausted today. Don't disturb him. He felt that it was better for Chen Song to tell them the next day. Otherwise, they would inevitably be worried. Qin Xiaoyuan said to Ji Ruyun and Qin Yu, who were playing with their phones, it's out. Look. When the two of them heard this, they were immediately energized. Suddenly, they heard the host say, this afternoon, the National Cardiac Surgery Skills Competition ended successfully. This year, a group of outstanding young doctors emerged. They are brave and resourceful, and their medical skills are superb. The following is the detailed report. The two-day National Cardiac Surgery Skills Competition ended successfully. Dr. Chen Song, the young deputy director of the emergency department from the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province, scored full marks from the knockout stage to the finals as a dark horse. He made history in the National Cardiac Surgery Skills Competition. As soon as the words came out, Qin Xiaoyuan immediately waved his fist excitedly. That's great. Xiaochen is amazing. I have good taste. Qin Yu was quiet at this moment. She blushed and picked up her phone to send a message to Chen Song. Hubby, you're the best in the world. CCTV's report, it was definitely to clear Chen Song's name. Chen Song, the young deputy director of the emergency department in Danyang Province's Second People's Hospital, meant that he was recognized by the front desk. So what if he was young, youth was capital, we won the national championship as a dark horse, scored full marks, broke records, and made history. This was Chen Song. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard about such an honor, he was very excited. This was praised by the front desk personally. Who could say that Qin Xiaoyuan was blind in promoting Chen Song? Who could doubt Qin Xiaoyuan's ability now? Who could say bad things about him in the Provincial Health and Construction Committee and make things difficult for him? Chen Song had made the entire Danyang province proud. It had to be known that Danyang province had not entered the top 3 for many years. Chen Song had won the championship all of a sudden. Was age important at this moment? At this moment, the TV station continued. As far as we know, no one has ever gotten full marks in the finals, but Chen Song's full marks are very important. At 12:31 p.m. today, a bad medical incident happened in the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital. The person involved, Chen Song, was participating in the assessment. In danger, he stepped forward, subdued the gangster, and carried the 150-pound patient to the operating room for surgery with his bare hands. The background was the short video. Director Wu Tongfu said that Chen Song's surgical talent was the best he had ever seen. Chen Song's performance was also the most admirable. This is an amazing young man. With such a young man in the Second People's Hospital, I believe that it will get better and better. Director Guan Jingshan of the National Health Commission highly praised Chen Song's actions. He said that he was a hero among doctors. He dared to take the lead and was not afraid of danger. He saved the patient in danger. This is the vanguard representative of a generation of medical staff. At the same time, he also highly recognized the Second People's Hospital of Danyang Province's bold and decisive construction, wholeheartedly focused on medical treatment and the courage to promote capable people. He believes China will continue to strengthen and improve the reform of the medical system, and will increase the punishment to prevent and put an end to cases of killing and injuring doctors. Moreover, the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital will be blacklisted in the near future. Listening to the news, Qin Xiaoyuan was stunned. He should have been excited and agitated, because his behavior was recognized by Director Guan of the National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine. What a great honor it was. As the president of the Second Provincial Hospital, this was the greatest recognition for him. As long as this news was released, the glory would definitely follow. But why was Qin Xiaoyuan silent? When he saw Chen Song fighting with the knife-wielding criminal, he was worried to death for some reason. What honor, what commendation, they were all indifferent and boring. On the other hand, Qin Yu burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face. She didn't want Chen Song to be a hero. She only wanted Chen Song to accompany her. Even if he was a little stupid, or a little mediocre, it didn't matter. As long as he was fine, it didn't matter if he won the championship or not. When Ji Ruyun saw this, she hurriedly took a tissue and said with heartache, "All right, yeah, it's fine. Your uncle already said that Chen Song is tired and is resting. It's fine. Don't worry." Qin Yu was comforted by her mother and immediately cried. "Mom. Sob, I don't want Chen Song to be a hero. He's already so tired and working so hard. He saves so many people every day, and he still has to fight with the criminals." Ji Ruyun hurriedly comforted her. "Alright, Xiaochen is very powerful. Look, he subdued the criminal in a few moves. It's fine. Don't cry." At this moment, not only did Qin Xiaoyuan and company see the news, but even Chen Dehai and his wife saw the news. Chen Song had told his parents in advance that he would be on the television today. The old couple had been waiting excitedly for this moment, but when they saw it, they were dumbfounded. Yang Jiehui wanted to call Chen Song to ask about him, but she realized that Chen Song's phone was switched off. Helpless, she dialed Qin Yu's number. When Qin Yu saw Yang Jiehui's phone, she quickly sobbed a few times. She rubbed her eyes and picked up the phone. "Auntie." Yang Jiehui hurriedly asked, Yeah, is Chen Song alright?" Qin Yu quickly smiled and said, "Auntie, it's fine. Chen Song is fine. He's tired from the competition today and went back to rest. Don't worry." After comforting her with great difficulty, she hung up the phone. That night, many people in Ammoniang City saw the news. Especially those in the medical field. After seeing it, they were first shocked, then lamenting. No one could compete with Qin Xiaoyuan's matter this time. He was even praised by the TV station. It was really, moreover, Chen Song was selected as a hero by the National Health Committee. Previously, they had used Chen Song to cause trouble for Qin Xiaoyuan at the Provincial Health Committee. Weren't they shooting themselves in the foot? Chen Song was personally promoted by Director Qin Xiaoyuan. Qin Xiaoyuan's phone rang. When he saw it, he saw that it was Deputy Director Duan Shuizhen from the National Health Committee. He picked it up. "Lao Qin. You're too awesome. Let me tell you, your matter is settled. Also, you've won glory for Danyang Province this time. The province will definitely commend you. This time, we've really earned a lot. Don't worry, your matter will definitely be settled." Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly lost interest. "Well, Director Duan, thank you. I have something to do here. Let's talk tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyuan sighed deeply. At this time, in a government compound, Kong Jiehui and Kong Xiangmin's family were sitting there chatting and watching the news. When they saw the news, they were immediately shocked. They didn't expect Chen Song to be so amazing. And, the most important thing was that he was so brave. After a long time, Kong Xiangmin suddenly took a deep breath. This was a hero, he had brought glory to the people of Danyang. Kong Jiehui also looked at Chen Song and said with some emotion, "Dad, we really underestimated Xiao Chen." Kong Xiaomi nodded and said, his pure heart is unparalleled in the country. When I have a meeting tomorrow, I have to talk about this matter. This is the pride of our Dongyang province's health system. That night, many people were shocked. That night, many people were envious of him. That night, some people couldn't sleep. Qinyu looked at his phone and thought a lot. It was difficult for him to sleep. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Chen Song. I'd rather you be an ordinary person than a dangerous hero. I'm just an ordinary person. I want to spend the rest of my life with you and live a simple life. I'm so afraid that you'll take risks, Chen Song, I love you. Let's get married soon. No matter what you do, Chen Song, you are the best in the world in my heart. You will always be my hero. Really, I just want to be your little Lick Qin. I want to be your little Lick Qin for the rest of my life. P.S. I've finally finished writing this matter. Thank you for the 10,000 tips from Struggle Without Regrets, Memories with the Wind, Lulu, Night Moon Stardust, and Happy Ken. Thank you all. Thank you for the 30,000 tip from A Sunny Day Hit by Dark Clouds, and a lot of support from readers. I'm not joking. I just want to write this matter to the fullest. I don't want to use the outline to push the plot. I still hope that everyone will support me. When he woke up the next day, Chen Song looked at his phone. The call notifications told him that he had received so many calls at once. He first called his parents to tell them that he was safe. He promised that he would not show off in the future. Yang Jiehui did not sleep well last night, and Chen Dehai did not dare to go out and brag. What if this kid became addicted to being a good Samaritan? Chen Song, who was refreshed, had breakfast and came to the hospital early. It was no different from usual. The nurses changed shifts earlier and were already preparing things. Lele was talking to a young intern nurse who had just arrived. The patient in bed 17 has been hospitalized for a long time and has a lot of infusions. The blood vessels in the limbs are not easy to find. We can only choose the external jugular vein. Go and prepare things. When the student heard this, she was happy. It was her first time seeing an external jugular vein blood transfusion. To be honest, she was definitely looking forward to it and was excited. She excitedly took out a pulse pressure tape from the drawer and was about to go over. Lele was stunned and was shocked. Wait. What are you doing with this pulse pressure tape? The student said briskly, Teacher, didn't you say that you want to give an external jugular vein infusion? Don't we have to strangle his neck? There was nothing wrong with it. To insert a needle on the wrist, one had to strangle the arm. To insert a needle on the neck, one had to strangle the neck. After thinking about it, it made sense. Chen Song, who had just entered the door, was stunned when he heard this. He quickly said, Little girl, you have to be merciful. Can you strangle his neck? At this moment, the people at the nurse's station heard it and immediately laughed. Lele did not know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed until her whole body trembled. You are too creative. It's a pity that you are a nurse. Lele saw Chen Song come in and said to the student, Okay, don't go by yourself. If the infusion is not successful, you will lose your life. After saying that, she looked at Chen Song. Director Chen is back. Little Lin said with a smile, It's Xianxia. The other young nurses also smiled and said, Good morning, Director Chen. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. I'm not used to hearing you call me chief physician. Why don't you call me Dr. Xiaochen? Lele smiled. That won't do. The head nurse said that I have to call you Director Chen in the future. This is not only out of respect for you, but also a message to the patient. If you're disobedient, I'll deduct your pay. After Lele finished speaking, she suddenly looked at Chen Song expectantly. Director Chen, if I'm beaten up by bad guys, do you think you can come out and save us? Chen Song froze for a moment. When the head nurse heard this, she hurried over. Bah! What nonsense are you spouting? Nothing was forbidden. Nothing is forbidden. Tian Xianlan looked at Chen Song and said, Xiao Chen, no, Chief Chen, I would like to salute you on behalf of all the nurses. The surrounding nurses quickly nodded. Chen Song looked at the crowd and could not help but smile. In fact, the relationship between doctors and nurses in the hospital had always been tense. Chen Song's act of risking his life to save Hui Hui yesterday had received the approval of many nurses and attracted countless fans. He had also won the approval and gratitude of countless nurses. Chen Song smiled. It's what I should do. In the morning, the second provincial hospital was bustling with noise and excitement. A reporter from the provincial television station came to interview Chen Song. The Health Commission attached great importance to the development of the second provincial hospital. The provincial government would also dedicate funds to the development and construction of the second provincial hospital. Xianxia welcomed him with a smile and was filled with emotions. He had worked hard for most of his life and had finally reached this position. The next step was even more difficult. However, Chen Song had helped him pass the most difficult stage. The difference between a department head and a deputy head was like a natural chasm. It was only a step away, but it also blocked the career of most people. Xianxia did not expect that the best thing he had done in his life was to promote Chen Song. This kid really lived up to his expectations. He had won the championship with full marks. And he had become the hero of the Health Commission. Although he was a little scared, Xianxia was scared out of his wits. After all, compared to Chen Song's health and safety, his matter was nothing. After the lively reporters dispersed, Xianxia called Chen Song into his office. Xiao Chen, in the future, don't be too impulsive and reckless. You're still young. You know what I mean, right? Chen Song nodded and felt warm in his heart. Yes, Director Qin, I understand. Xianxia sighed. Go and comfort Yaya. She's been crying all night. Sigh. Settle your own matters. Go, go. Chen Song looked at the message Qin Yu sent him and felt sour in his heart. Qin Yu ignored Chen Song for the whole morning. At noon, Chen Song quickly grabbed Qin Yu and said with a smile, Are you still angry? I was wrong. I apologize, okay? Qin Yu glared at Chen Song. Who wants you to apologize? Let me tell you, Chen Song. If we get married and I have a baby, I will definitely remarry if something happens to you. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu burst into tears and said in a choked voice, I will become someone else's wife. The child will also call someone else father. Do you know that? Chen Song saw this and quickly hugged Qin Yu tightly in his arms, listening to Qin Yu cry. Do you know that you scared me to death? You went to be a hero. I was scared to death at home. Your mother called me last night. Can't you not be a hero? Qin Yu choked and cried for a long time. Chen Song comforted her with great difficulty. Okay, I was wrong. In the future, I will only be your hero and protect you and the child. After comforting her for a long time, the two of them sat in the duty room. Qin Yu wiped her tears and said aggrievedly, Actually, I was just scaring you. I will never marry anyone else in my life. If something happens to you, I will take care of the child myself. I want to tell him that his father is an indomitable hero. Chen Song's eyes were a little hazy. He took a deep breath. Thank you. Qin Yu pouted. I want to eat hot pot and milk tea. Chen Song smiled and pulled Qin Yu out. Okay, eat as much as you want. Qin Yu sobbed and wiped her tears. I haven't forgiven you. I won't forgive you for eating hot pot and milk tea. Chen Song nodded. Yes, I know. Qin Yu nodded. I am really angry, and the kind that can't be comforted, and if you make me angry again, I will take my child and run away, never to be seen by you. Chen Song smiled and pulled him out of the room. Qin Yu wanted to shake off Chen Song's hand and whispered, Everyone is here. There are so many people outside. Chen Song didn't care. He held Qin Yu's hand and walked towards the door. The nurses who came and went suddenly widened their eyes. Wow. What's going on? Lele also came over. Damn. Qin Yu, you stole my man. The surrounding nurses began to jeer. Oh. Treat. Qin Yu blushed. After leaving the office, Qin Yu blamed, It's all your fault. Chen Song smiled. What are you afraid of? I am Director Chen. Qin Yu heard this and smiled. Then I am Mrs. Chen. Chen Song is the second in the world. Mrs. Chen is the first in the world. Chen Song heard this and smiled. Dog, you have changed. I was first last night. First hospital of Eastern University. Zhao Shouping hurriedly found Qian Liang. Old Qian, have you seen the news? Qian Liang took a sip of tea. Yes, I have. Zhao Shouping suddenly said, Chen Song is really amazing. I really didn't expect him to win the championship, and a full score at that. Isn't that too amazing? Qian Liang sighed, I told you to pay more attention and pay more attention. Chen Song is more amazing than you think. You didn't listen, and now it's too late. Chen Song is the future director of the emergency department of the 2nd Hospital of Chengdu Province. Zhao Shouping couldn't help but say, this Qin Xiaoyuan is too lucky. I heard that Qin Xiaoyuan's promotion won't be a problem, but I don't know where he is now. Qian Liang smiled. The leader said that Qin Xiaoyuan can keep Chen Song, which is a talent reserve. It's a good thing for Ammonium-Yang City and even Dongyang Province. You don't know how many people have contacted Chen Song during this time, wanting to poach Chen Song. It's not just 8 or 10 hospitals. You have to know that Chen Song has the highest score in the history of the skills competition. It can even be said that no one can surpass his score. Such a talent is only 27 years old, how do you think you can train him? After listening, Zhao Shouping couldn't help but shake his head. Who would have thought that this day would come? At first, he mocked Qin Xiaoyuan's promotion of Chen Song as his mistake, which affected his further promotion. Now, it seemed that he was the smartest person. The same thing happened in many places. Qin Xiaoyuan suddenly became a small star in the entire field of Ammonium-Yang health. However, everyone sighed that Qin Xiaoyuan met a talent like Chen Song. Life was a constant change of hot spots. Chen Song's life didn't have too many waves. The only difference was that he was now the deputy director of the emergency department. The next afternoon, Chen Song's surgery ended at around 1 o'clock. Chen Bingxing dragged him to Mrs. Lu's restaurant. The two of them sat down. There were still 2 big bowls of noodles, 2 braised eggs, and 2 dried tofu. The weather was cold today, so there was no cold dish. Instead, there was a hot dish. It was Chen Song's treat, but this time, the auntie changed her words. Chief Chen is here. After finding a familiar place to sit down, Chen Bingxing suddenly laughed. Time flies. You're going to become a department head soon. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Looking at the same scene, the same restaurant, the same food. A few months ago, Chen Song was still worried about becoming a full-time employee. Now, he had already become a celebrity in the 2nd Provincial Hospital. A year later, he would be the boss of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. Chen Bingxing was filled with emotions, but he was mostly happy. After all, it was a blissful thing to watch the students under one's tutelage constantly develop. It was Chen Song's night shift. It was very busy in the first half of the night. It seemed that the new official had made 3 changes. Even the patients came to join in the fun. At around 8 o'clock, a group of emergency patients who were not in a hurry came. Doctor, I have a tooth decay. Doctor, although my scar is small, it's still a big deal, right? Chen Song almost said that if he came a little later, it might have healed. The emergency department was like this. There were all kinds of patients. However, at 12:30, a man in his late 20s suddenly walked in with a young woman. The woman was wearing pajamas, but it could be seen that she was pregnant. Chen Song suddenly became serious. The man looked very flustered, while the woman frowned. Doctor! Help! Doctor, the man rushed in. The man was sweating profusely and said in a panic. Chen Song frowned. What's going on? After saying that, he said to the nurse on duty, Chong Lina, Nana, push the bed. The man said anxiously, my wife has a stomachache for 2 to 3 days. It hurts so much. When Chen Song heard that the pregnant woman had a stomachache, he immediately said, okay, go and settle the procedures first. I'll call the gynecology department. There was no emergency department in the gynecology department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. If there were gynecological patients, they would come down for an emergency consultation. After the nurses left, Chen Song said, there's a pregnant woman with a stomachache in the emergency department. Who's the doctor on duty? When the nurse heard Chen Song, she immediately said, "Chief Chen, please wait a moment. I'll go and get her." The nurse was very enthusiastic. Zhang Yan was about to sleep when she suddenly heard the nurse knocking on the door. She quickly got up. When she learned that Chen Song had requested a consultation, she immediately rushed to the emergency department. After coming down, Zhang Yan understood the condition and could not help but ask, "How many months is she pregnant now?" The man said, 6 months. After saying that, Zhang Yan gave the woman a gynecological examination. Looking at the results, she immediately frowned. Chen Song asked, "What's going on?" Zhang Yan frowned. "The contractions are a little serious. They happen every 3 to 5 minutes. Moreover, the uterine opening is about 3 centimeters wide. Where is the amniotic sac?" When Chen Song heard this, even though he did not know much about gynecology, he still understood a little. Zhang Yan looked at the man and the woman lying on the bed and asked, "Have you slept together recently?" The woman blushed and did not say anything. The man scratched his head. "Yes, I have." Hearing this, Zhang Yan and Chen Song looked at each other and their hearts turned cold. Seeing Zhang Yan like this, the man explained, "Doctor, I checked online. They said to avoid the first 3 and the second 2. We're now in the 6th month. It's fine." Zhang Yan shook her head. "Did you not take any protective measures when you slept together?" The man shook his head and said matter-of-factly, "Of course not. You're already pregnant. Why would you bring that?" After Zhang Yan heard this, she said with some regret, "The child might not be saved." Hearing this, the man was shocked silly as if he had been struck by lightning. As for the woman lying on the bed, she began to cry. Who would have thought that such a thing would lead to such an outcome? The woman sobbed and said, "Yes. Doctor, think of a way. Technology is so advanced now. We won't dare to do it again in the future." The man quickly asked, "Doctor, you're joking, right? There are many people on the internet." "Why?" Hearing that the man was unwilling to give up, Zhang Yan continued, "Because if you don't take any protective measures, the fluid will be discharged into the body. A large amount of prostaglandin can soften the cervix and induce uterine lock. Also, it's not the first time you've done it. You didn't pay attention in time. It's been a long time and you haven't seen the doctor in time. That's why you can't suppress the contractions. Now, the contractions are so frequent, every 3 to 5 minutes. It's impossible to control them. The baby is probably going to come out. The ultrasound results show that the child is less than 900 grams. If it comes out now, there's no way to save it. Moreover, the cost of the later treatment is frighteningly high. The prognosis is also poor. It's very difficult to raise it. So, make your own decision." With that, the two of them were stunned. The woman lay on the bed, silent, tears streaming down her face. The man stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. P.S. Let's talk about one thing. Writing this case is actually very important during this period of time. Everyone won't go out, so it's inevitable that they will have some thoughts. Moreover, for some expectant parents, and even for everyone in the future, this situation will occur. Don't learn from the short movies. Use it scientifically. It's not that it's impossible. For healthy pregnant women, there are no restrictions on sleeping together. However, there are many details that people don't pay attention to, and it's easy to cause adverse consequences. If you're specifically interested, you can post it in the group. I won't talk about it here. Thank you to the leader of There's a Pit in the Sky for another 200,000 yuan tip. Thank you to Playboy and Emochu for their 10,000 tips. Thank you everyone. There will be more in the afternoon. The pregnant couple went through the hospitalization procedures that night and went to the gynecology department. The woman was crying along the way. Nurse Changlina looked at the woman's dejected look and could not help but sigh. This girl will be traumatized in the future. She shook her head. Chen Song also sighed. Women were already emotionally sensitive during pregnancy, and it was easy for them to cause anxiety and depression. If they were stimulated like this, they really needed to be seriously counseled in the later stages. Changlina suddenly sighed. I realize that many times, illness is really a lesson learned because of ignorance. Chen Song shook his head and said impartially, sometimes, patients are a little embarrassed when they consult the doctor about such private matters, and the doctor lacks a good sense of communication. I still hope to strengthen communication and exchange. Indeed, many times, the patient could not be blamed entirely. While the doctor was treating the patient, perhaps he should also do some science and strengthen communication. It was also an important way to alleviate the occurrence of medical disputes, right? And for some common problems, they could even be printed into brochures and placed in the outpatient clinic or the hall. After all, many things were common sense problems, but they were often easily ignored. The doctor knew, but the patient did not. Chen Sung remembered that the capital's first aid center had done a very good job. After Chen Sung went, he saw that there were many science brochures in the emergency hall, and there were also many professional guides to distribute them. There was clearly a lot of traffic, but it gave people a sense of order. That was the difference. When he returned to the office, it was already about 1:30, but he did not feel sleepy at all. It was said that an official would bring blessings to the people. As a small deputy chief physician, he should also bear the responsibility that he should have, right? He could rely on external help to improve his ability, but for the improvement of his vision, communication, management, and many other abilities, external help was useless. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly felt that it was imperative for him to go out and further his studies. His surgery might be able to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, but many things could not be changed overnight. The change in his identity suddenly brought Chen Song a much greater burden than the benefits. Indeed, in the future, the commission for the surgery might be higher. Everyone would need to look for him to sign, and every patient would have a commission. The economic benefits would be much higher. In fact, he was already standing in the administrative power of the department, or even half the helmsman of the department. However, it was precisely because of this that Chen Song felt this feeling even more. Director Li Baoshan was really tired. The development of the emergency department in the 2nd Provincial Hospital was slow. There was a lack of talent and resources. The person who was most anxious was definitely not the hospital director, but the director of the emergency department. Now, Director Li could still shelter him from the wind and rain for a year, but what about a year later? This department would fall on him. By then, it would be an 8-story emergency building. What should I do? How should the emergency department develop? How should we improve ourselves? These were all problems. Compared to the capital emergency center, the development of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was really just a small broken building. Not to mention the capital emergency center, even the first hospital of Eastern University was a lot ahead of this place. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard a crisp notification sound in his ears. Ding! You have realized that you have officially become the department's deputy director and have administrative power. The heavy burden of the department's development will be on your shoulders from now on. You have triggered the department's system. After the mission is completed, the system will be activated. Ding! Mission hint: you have become the deputy director of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. You have triggered a long-term mission: create blessings for an official. Not only do you have to become a good doctor, but you also have to be a good director. As the deputy director of the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, you will take on the task of building the 2nd Provincial Hospital. First of all, please complete something that has a positive impact on the development of the department within a week. After the postgraduate entrance examination is completed, you will activate the department's system. Chen Song was dumbfounded. The department's system? Could he change his profession? Or could he learn skills? Was this the sex system? He did not expect that his thoughts just now would cause such a big reaction from the system. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a little emotional. Perhaps if he did not realize the obligations and responsibilities of a director, the system would not be activated, right? Thinking of this, he could not help but shake his head. He looked at a countdown in the upper right corner. Within a week, he had to complete something that had a positive impact on the development of the department to activate the department's system. However, what could he do now that would have a positive impact on the department? Chen Song thought about it and suddenly felt very sleepy. He got up and went to the duty room to sleep. He was indeed a salted fish, sigh. The next day, after Chen Song handed over his shift, he habitually prepared to get off the night shift. He was called to the office by Xianxia to attend a hospital meeting. Chen Song was stunned, only then did he realize that he was already a prospective director and needed to attend the hospital meeting. With a helpless expression, Chen Song suddenly realized that it was not so easy to be a director. He had to attend meetings, think about the development of the department, and it seemed that he also had to provide consultations. All the directors attended the hospital meeting on Wednesday. Chen Song should be the only associate director present. However, he was also the director of a non-existent department, the hand surgery department, although the department had not been established yet. Moreover, in a year's time, Chen Song would be the director of the emergency department. This was still a very important position. The meeting discussed the development of some hospitals, the problems they encountered, and the recent developments. Anyway, there were all kinds of things, including medical disputes, the disease control center, quality control, medical records testing, medical insurance running out of money, the year-end business not meeting the standards, the department's tasks not completed. A lot of things really gave Chen Song a headache. After the meeting ended, the associate hospital director in charge of finance suddenly said, "Director Li, the emergency department is incurring losses again this year. There are still more than 3 million patients who owe money. Ask the doctors in the department to call and urge them to hurry up." Li Baoshan quickly nodded. Okay. This matter was already very common. It was common for the emergency department to incur losses, and it was the same for every hospital. Therefore, many hospitals were not willing to develop the emergency department, because the better the emergency department developed, the worse the hospital's profits would be, and the doctor's income would be lower. This was a big problem. Then, the director of the nursing department began to scold Li Baoshan. "Director Li, your department's expenses are too high. You should use it sparingly." Li Baoshan had no choice but to nod. Chen Song looked at Li Baoshan, who was usually high-spirited, and could not help but sigh. Perhaps, what this position brings to us is not really a cheap position, but a kind of responsibility. When the meeting was about to end, Xianxia suddenly said, "Chen Song, you are also a director. You should also go out for outpatient consultations in the future." Chen Song nodded. This was not a big deal. Okay. Xianxia continued, "Well, Director Liu, you can communicate with Chen Song and see how many outpatient consultations you have in the past few days, and what kind of diseases you have. Chen Song will also take it seriously." The director of the outpatient department was called Lu Yu. She was an auntie with curly hair in her 50s. She had a kind face and was slightly plump. When she smiled, her eyebrows were curved into slits. "Associate Director Qin, I'll talk to Director Chen in detail. You don't have to worry." Xianxia nodded. His position in the hospital was very stable now, and Tan Ligua and the others would not disagree with him. They were not stupid. Xianxia had made it clear that he wanted to be promoted. He was in his 50s, and he still had a few years to go. They were all in the health system, and Xianxia was their old leader. Xianxia looked at Chen Song and said, "Don't look down on the outpatient department. Surgeons don't just perform surgeries." "Alright, the meeting is over." Lu Yu smiled and looked at Chen Song. "Director Chen, go to the outpatient department and look for me later. Let's sit down and talk in detail." Chen Song nodded. "Okay, thank you, Director Liu." When he followed Li Baoshan downstairs, Li Baoshan suddenly asked, "Xiao Chen, how do you feel?" When he heard Li Baoshan's words, Chen Song felt an inexplicable emotion. During today's meeting, he realized how much Li Baoshan shouldered. "Thank you for your hard work, Director Li." Li Baoshan smiled and shook his head. "Actually, we have to be tough when we have to be tough, and we have to be soft when we have to be soft. The hospital is not the emergency department. After all, there are many things that we have to take care of. Being a director and being a doctor are two different things. To be a director, you have to have outstanding professional skills, superb surgical skills, and clinical skills. After all, as a director, you can't be worse than a junior doctor, right? People don't like you. Secondly, you have to look at the big picture. You have to have a long-term vision. You have to have a plan for the development of the department, the development of talents, and so on. How many people work for you? If they don't have enough to eat, how can they work for you? After saying that, Li Baoshan chuckled. Take your time, don't rush. Li Baoshan was 57 years old this year. It would be Chinese New Year soon. After the Chinese New Year, he would be 58 years old. When Chen Song came back to take over, he would be 59 years old. Chen Song came back, and Li Baoshan became an honorary director. After holding the position for a year, he was ready to retire and rehire. Chen Song smiled. Director, when you retire, I'll treat you to some good wine. After Li Baoshan heard this, he suddenly laughed, okay. He had not drunk for many years. It was not that he did not like to drink, but he could not drink. He was the last line of defense in the emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital. If he collapsed, who would rely on him? Although I haven't been drinking all these years, I still have a lot of good wine hidden away. When the time comes, we can have a good gathering. But Xiao Chen, you're the department head now. If you can avoid drinking, don't drink. If it wasn't for the alcohol, maybe, when Chen Song heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He had never heard Director Li talk about the past. He only knew that Director Li used to be a director in the capital. Later, he returned to Ammonium Yang and quickly became famous. After a few twists and turns, he finally came to the 2nd Provincial Hospital and worked there until he retired. Li Baoshan smiled. I'll tell you about it when I have time. Director Li was also the awe-inspiring Director Li back then. After saying that, Li Baoshan left with a smile. Chen Song changed his clothes and went straight to the outpatient office. When Lu Yu saw Chen Song, she quickly invited him to sit down. Director Chen, take a seat. The outpatient office is busy and chaotic. Lu Yu was a nurse. She had been a nurse for 20 years. She transferred to the administrative department and came to the outpatient department. When she saw Chen Song, Lu Yu was very close. After all, Chen Song's incident in the past 2 days had spread like wildfire in the hospital, especially among the nurses. They were very vocal. Chen Song smiled. Thank you, Director Liu. Lu Yu took out a form and handed it to Chen Song. Director Chen, write down the time you go out for outpatient consultations and the types of diseases you're good at. I'll arrange it for you. Chen Song looked at the form and was stunned. What was he good at? Director Liu, is this the type of disease? Or is it something else? Lu Yu said directly, look at this. This is from Director Zhang Youfu. He's good at hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. He's good at liver transplantation, liver cirrhosis, liver cancer, portal hypertension, and, after Chen Song finished reading, he fell silent. He thought for a moment, picked up a pen, and began to write. He wrote for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, Lu Yu was stunned. Director Chen, you haven't finished writing? Chen Song sighed. He opened his skills column and copied for a long time. For the first time, he realized that he was so awesome that he could perform so many surgeries. Chen Song could not help but say, Director Chen, the paper, can't be put down? I'll write on the back. When the young nurse at the side heard this, she almost laughed out loud. Lu Yu also widened his eyes. How could he not be able to put down such a big form? When he came over to take a look, he realized that it was indeed full of words. If it were not for the small size of the words, he probably would not be able to put it down. Lu Yu's eyes widened. Director Chen, you're too knowledgeable, aren't you? Actually, you just have to write what you're good at. You don't have to write everything. Chen Song also said helplessly, Director Liu, I'm good at these. Lu Yu looked at the densely packed liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and these organs. His scalp suddenly went numb. This was a ruthless person, surgeons were too ruthless. How about this? Write down a few surgeries that you want to do the most. Lu Yu thought about it and came up with this idea. Chen Song frowned. He seemed to want to do it all. The nurse who recorded it was stunned. Lu Yu simply said, I'll write that you're good at hand surgery, hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, cardiac surgery, thoracic surgery, dermatoplastic surgery, and many other surgeries. When Chen Song heard this, he said, okay. Lu Yu suddenly asked, by the way, Xiao Chen, what day do you go out for outpatient consultations? I'll advertise for you and ask the registration office to recommend you. Chen Song quickly rejected his good intentions, but he chose to go out for outpatient consultations on Friday afternoon. After all, in the beginning, there were so many outpatient consultations that Chen Song might not be able to handle it. Of course, the most important thing was that there might be no patients at all. After all, the patients who registered were the chief physicians, who would register a resident doctor. Chen Song's introduction was, Chen Song title, resident doctor. Position, chief physician of hand surgery department, deputy chief physician of emergency department. Who do you think would register a resident doctor? Patients might think that the registration fee of 5 RMB was unreliable. The registration fee was usually charged according to the title, not the position. The fee was set by the Provincial Bureau of Commodity Prices. It was not an exorbitant price. Hospitals did not have the right to set their own prices. After all, those who came to register hoped to find a specialist. No one came in and said, "I want to see a resident doctor." As soon as he left the hospital, Chen Song received a call from Xianxia. Xiao Chen, oh. No, Department Director Xiao Chen, if you have time today, come over. I'll get someone to book a flight and a hotel. I'll also discuss the conference in Korea with you. Chen Song nodded and suddenly had an idea. Should he add a burn and dermatology department to the emergency department? This could be a profitable department. It might directly alleviate the economic crisis in the emergency department and increase income. This would definitely promote the development of the department. He could activate the system just by saying that. P.S. Chen Song has become Chief Physician Chen. The plot has just begun. But don't worry, this is not a management genre. It's still a medical genre. Thanks, the 100,000 reward from the leader, anything you want will have. I've added a new leader for this book. Thanks to the 10,000 reward from the leader Chiao Shuer and Tand. Thank you for your support. Finally, I recommend a history book. You can read it if you like. The Ruined Song Dynasty, a high-quality old author's avatar. Guaranteed character. Song Dynasty's wealth was recognized by later generations, but no one knew that Song Dynasty's oddity was a country that was ruined by the emperor and the civil officials. After Chen Song had this idea, he felt that it was better to communicate with Eastern University's dermatology department's director, Qin Xiang. Chen Song didn't have time to sleep and was too lazy to walk. He directly took a taxi to Eastern University's first courtyard. When Qin Xiang saw Chen Song arrive, he handed an invitation letter to Chen Song and said with a smile, "Come, Director Chen Song, take a seat." Chen Song smiled awkwardly and said, "Director Qin, you don't have to joke with me." Qin Xiang shook his head and said, "I'm not joking, Xiao Chen. You can't be too modest." "Oh right, I'll talk business with you first. The flight is on Friday morning and we'll go directly to Seoul. The conference will be held on Saturday. I actually wanted you to participate in the competition, but it's good to go out and have a look. Foreign conferences usually have a day of travel and can only come back on Tuesday. After all, these conferences are held by big companies." Chen Song suddenly thought of Peter and asked doubtfully, "Director Qin, what competition? Can't I participate?" Qin Xiang sighed and said, "You need a recommendation letter from an expert judge to participate. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but the experts in our country have recommended others. I'm not qualified. I asked my friends for you, but they have already recommended you. I'm really sorry." When Chen Song heard this, he thought that Peter should also be an expert judge. "Can he recommend me?" Thinking of this, Chen Song quickly asked, "Director Qin, do you know Peter Toby?" Qin Xiang nodded and said, "Of course I don't know him." Chen Song was speechless. "Why are you so happy if you don't know him?" Qin Xiang said, "He doesn't know me, but I know him. He's the founder of the CIS Plastic Surgery Organization in the United States. He was also a candidate for the Best Plastic Surgeon of the Year. His concept, team, and surgical results are all very good. It's also a plastic surgery concept that I recognize and appreciate. I heard that he's working with a boss to develop a computer simulation plastic surgery technology. Maybe their team is even better now?" Chen Song didn't expect Qin Xiang to hold Pate in such high regard. However, Pate's computer simulation technology had already been put into use. Chen Song nodded. That's right, it's him. Do you think he's qualified? Xianxia was taken aback. Of course there is. He is the vice leader of the judging panel for this competition. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately said happily, "Oh? Then I'll give him a call." Xianxia rolled his eyes. You speak as if you are very familiar with each other. Make a phone call. Who is Peter Toby? Even the president of our country's Plastic Surgery Association, Xianxia, looks down on him. However, seeing that Chen Song had already dialed the number, Xianxia rolled his eyes. It's about 11 o'clock in the United States now. Are you sure you want to make the call? And, do you really know Pate? I told you not to be modest. I didn't tell you to brag. Chen Song dialed the number. When he heard Xianxia's words, he suddenly realized something. That's right, it's late in the night in America. Maybe he's already asleep. Just as he was about to hang up, the call was suddenly connected. Dear Chen, we haven't contacted each other in a long time. Xianxia was stunned when he heard the voice on the phone. Could it be that Chen Song really knew Pate, and they were so familiar? Thinking of this, Xianxia was instantly curious. Chen Song said directly, I'm really sorry, Pate. I have something I need your help with. Pate laughed heartily. I sleep late. What's the matter? Only then did Chen Song say, I want to participate in this year's annual competition, but I'm lacking an expert recommendation letter. Is it convenient for you? Pate laughed. I thought it was something serious. It's nothing. I'll just let the organizers know when the time comes. A recommendation letter is too troublesome. How many people do you have? Chen Song was about to answer when he suddenly thought of Director Qin. He couldn't help but ask, Director Qin, do you want to sign up? Xianxia blushed and said embarrassedly, it's hard to refuse such kindness. I'll sign up. I'll try too. Seeing this, Chen Song couldn't help but roll his eyes. He said to Pate, there are only 2 people at the moment. Pate smiled. Okay, I'll be in Seoul on Friday. See you there. Chen Song nodded and said a few polite words before hanging up the phone. Xianxia looked at Chen Song suspiciously. You actually know Pate? And you're so familiar with him? Chen Song nodded faintly. That's right. Are you surprised? Xianxia couldn't help but criticize. Xian wanted to get his contact information but couldn't. Don't you think it's difficult? How do you know him? Because of Xinguotan? Oh right, is it Zhang Aisheng? Chen Song originally didn't want to say. After all, Xinguotan was a private matter. However, when he heard that Xianxia knew, he nodded. Yes, at that time, Pate and Toby also came. However, Chief Xing wasn't satisfied with their creativity and favored me more. Later, I performed the surgery. Then, Pate took the initiative to ask for my phone number and email. Chen Song's understatement made Xianxia a little speechless. However, he suddenly reacted. You mean, you beat Pate? Damn, Xiaochen, you're too amazing. Do you know how amazing Pate is? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I'm more and more curious about how you performed the surgery. Tomorrow, I'll go and see how Aisheng is doing. You kid, you're really good at hiding things. You're still being modest with me? I've been around for most of my life and my face isn't as big as yours. Xianxia sighed. Chen Song smiled awkwardly and suddenly asked, oh right, Director Qin, I have something to ask you. Xianxia asked curiously, what is it? Chen Song said, the emergency department is losing money every year. I'm wondering if we can open an emergency dermatology department in the emergency department. What do you think? Can it help the emergency department generate revenue? When Xianxia heard this, he immediately shook his head. It's impossible in a short period of time. Because, in fact, emergency dermatology surgeries are all major surgeries, such as large-scale burn surgery, etc., you can't do it alone. Moreover, most dermatology surgeons are not willing to go to the emergency department. It's too difficult. Moreover, you can't open it in a short period of time. What you need is popularity, resources, and professional dermatology equipment. If you invest too much in the early stage, it won't be worth it. But your idea is actually not bad. If you can get through the early stage, you'll be famous, have the resources and technical personnel in place, and have a big shot in charge. In fact, it's still very promising. After the two of them chatted for a while, Xianxia had an idea in his mind. It wasn't suitable now, however, it didn't mean that it couldn't be done in the future. Director Chen, there's a patient with a broken finger. Xiaolin ran into the office and shouted. Xianxia was stunned. He quickly got up and walked out. What's going on? Xianxia saw a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was holding a ball of tissue paper in his hand. The tissue paper was stained red with blood. When he saw Xianxia, he grinned. Doctor. Xianxia nodded. What's going on? The man bared his teeth and said, his finger is crushed. What do you think? The man was travel-worn. His hair was unkempt, and his clothes were a little dusty. At this moment, a woman of similar age ran over after, completing the paperwork. She looked at Xianxia nervously. Doctor, my man's finger was crushed. Can you take a look and see if you can reconnect it? The woman's voice was a little choked. The man turned and smiled at her. It's okay. It's the ring finger. It's not a big deal. The woman was dressed similar to the man. Her body was also covered in dust. Xianxia nodded and took the man into the treatment room. After removing the tissue paper, the bloody ring finger was exposed. Xianxia felt his scalp tingle. He looked up at the man and asked, "Does it hurt?" The man grimaced and nodded. "It hurts. It really hurts." Xianxia sighed and said to the man, "Bear with it. I'll wash it for you." The man nodded and did not say anything. No matter how Xianxia washed it and observed it with a pair of tweezers, he did not say anything. Xianxia looked up curiously and found that the man's dark skin was red, but he did not say anything. After a few minutes, Xianxia understood the finger. However, he still needed to do an MRI scan to see what was going on inside. Xianxia said, "Why don't you stay in the hospital for a while? We still need to do an MRI scan, draw blood, and then do surgery." When the man heard this, he was stunned. "You still have to stay in the hospital?" Xianxia nodded. "Yes, a broken finger needs to be fixed, and the tendons, blood vessels, and nerves need to be repaired. If these problems can't be fixed, it won't be the problem of the finger." Xianxia was telling the truth. There had been cases of upper limb amputations because of a finger. However, when the man heard what Xianxia said, he was suddenly stunned. "Doctor, what if we don't do the surgery?" Xianxia was stunned. "Then we'll have to amputate this finger." The man was silent. After a while, he suddenly asked, "How much will the surgery cost?" Xianxia began to ponder. "Roughly speaking, it should be around 10,000, but less than 20,000. When the man heard this, he was obviously shocked. He continued to ask, "What if it's amputation?" Xianxia, 3 to 500. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the man immediately said, "Amputate. Anyway, the ring finger is useless. Do you want it or not?" When these words reached Xianxia's ears, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he had been stabbed. When Xianxia heard this, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Have you thought about it?" The man smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to think about it. Just amputate it." Xianxia looked at the short and thin man. He looked like he was smiling, but his face was full of bitterness. However, his eyes were filled with happiness. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. The man took a deep breath. The villagers aren't so delicate. A finger won't affect anything. Xianxia didn't know what to say. Seeing that Xianxia was silent, the man couldn't help but sigh. "It's not easy to earn money this year. I've been out with my wife for half a year and haven't earned much. It's going to be the new year soon, so we're preparing to return to our hometown. My two sons are going to university, both of which are famous universities. However, it's in the capital, and it's expensive. This new year, when the two of them start school, Their living expenses for half a year will be more than 10,000 yuan. 10 to 20,000 yuan for surgery is enough for them to spend for half a year. Forget it, let's cut it. In the end, the man gritted his teeth and made the decision. Chen Song could only sigh. This kind of small treatment could be done directly in the treatment room. Chen Song brought the signed document. The man's right hand was injured and was about to let his wife sign it. The man quickly stopped him. Dr. Chen, wait, Chen Song was stunned. What's wrong? The man smiled embarrassedly. Can I sign with my left hand? I don't want her to know. In a while I'll tell her that my finger can't be saved and has to be amputated. Otherwise, with her personality, she'll have to worry again. After Chen Song heard this, he felt an inexplicable sourness. For some reason, he saw the shadow of his parents in the man. It was not easy for rural people to provide for 2 children to go to university. They were really busy all year round in order to pay for their children's living expenses and tuition fees. Chen Song could not help but take a breath. Okay. At this moment, he understood the man very well. This dark, thin, and dark man suddenly grew taller at this moment. He was the indomitable mountain of this family. In order not to let his wife worry, and in order not to let his children be burdened, he lost his ring finger. He gave all his ruthlessness to himself, but gave all his gentleness to his family. Probably, this was a man, right? It was clearly very painful, but he was afraid that his wife would be worried, so he forced a smile all the way to the hospital. He was sick, but he still wanted to comfort his wife. Cut it off. It seemed to be an understatement, but it made him sigh with emotion. Thinking of this, Chen Song no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and began to prepare. The end of the man's ring finger had actually been cut off. It was just that the flesh was still attached, but the bone had long been broken. This way, it saved a lot of trouble. The surgery was done for nearly half an hour. Because Chen Song was very serious, he did everything he could do better. Many small blood vessels were ligated, and finally, he wrapped it with gauze and bandaged it tightly. After giving a few instructions, the man thanked him and got up to leave. After leaving, Chen Song heard the man say to his wife with a smile, "The doctor said it's fine. The main thing is that it can't be kept. It's not good for the body to keep it if it's forced." The wife did not know whether it was true or not, but her eyes were hazy with tears. Seeing this, the man quickly comforted her. "I'm not lying to you. Ask the doctor." After saying that, the man winked at Chen Song. Chen Song was at a loss at this moment. He did not know what to say. In a daze, he did not know if he should nod or shake his head. However, the woman suddenly looked at his hand and asked, "Where's the finger?" The man shook his head. "What do you want that for?" The woman's voice choked. "It's none of your business." After saying that, the woman walked straight to Chen Song. "Doctor, where's my man's finger?" Chen Song said, "It's inside. I'll get it for you." The woman followed in. Chen Song took the finger and a small bottle. He filled it with alcohol and put it in. "Take it away." The woman looked at the finger and covered her mouth. She could no longer hold back her tears and kept falling. Her whole body was numb, and she could not calm down for a long time. After a while, she wiped her tears. "Thank you, doctor. Goodbye." After saying that, she got up and left. Chen Song looked at the back of the two of them holding each other, and his heart was very sour. P.S. Thank you to Xianxia 168 for the Silver Alliance's tip. I'm very grateful. Add 10 chapters. Thank you to the Alliance Master Li Wen 521 and Qiu Shuer for another 100,000 yuan tip. Add 6 chapters. So far, I owe more than 30 chapters? This week's effort is not enough. Thank you, everyone. Chen Song looked at the countdown timer on the top right corner and felt helpless. This mission could not have been triggered earlier or later. Why did it have to be triggered when he was preparing to go to Korea? He was speechless. He had to complete something that would have a positive impact on the development of the department within a week. The burn dermatology department had a positive impact, but it was not realistic. Even if he came up with the idea, it would still take a week. Chen Song was looking forward to this department system. If his people created a game, wouldn't this department be a clan system? Or a sect system? Could it be possible to develop a sect's skills? Thinking of this, Chen Song was inexplicably looking forward to it. This way, it would be easy to build the department into a first-class department. The path of medicine was completely dependent on the strength of many hands. If you wanted to have achievements, you had to have a team. You needed talents to do research, and you also needed talents to do clinical work. Even in the future, if you wanted to take a step forward and win any awards, you had to have a team. Chen Song was on a long day shift. When it was time to change shifts in the afternoon, Luo Zhou was late. Chen Song was not in a hurry and decided to wait. But at 6 o'clock, Chen Song's phone rang. Luo Zhou said anxiously, "Lao Chen, I was in a car accident. I'll be there later." Chen Song was stunned and was shocked. He quickly stood up and asked, "Are you okay?" Luo Zhou shook his head, "I'm fine. My car was scratched. I called Didi. A mother was driving and the child was in front. But the child bumped into something. It's hard to explain over the phone. We'll go to the emergency room soon." Chen Song was relieved when he heard that Luo Zhou was fine. About 10 minutes later, Luo Zhou was the first to enter the emergency room. Beside him was a woman in her 30s holding a little girl who looked to be 7 or 8 years old. Following closely behind was a man in his 40s. He was dressed in a suit and looked very respectable. Seeing that everyone was fine, Chen Song heaved a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man kept apologizing with an apologetic smile. "It's all my fault for what happened today. I called you in a hurry and didn't pay attention when I turned the corner." Lu Jia was also a little embarrassed. She was also a little responsible. Although her car was hit, the other party paid 4,000 to 5,000 in cash and even left their contact information. The other party was driving a Mercedes-Benz and the car lights were also damaged. At first, Lu Jia was also shocked. After all, she had only been driving Didi for more than a year. She was afraid of causing trouble. When she met those luxury cars on the road, she basically avoided them as much as she could. She had heard of many people in the same industry who had gone bankrupt after touching a luxury car. Lu Jia quickly said, "I'm also responsible." "You're too polite." Yang Kaihua sighed, it's fine. I scared the child just now." "Did she hurt herself?" "Check and see if there's any problem." At this moment, the young lady rubbed her chest and said, "Uncle, I'm fine. I just accidentally hit my chest while playing with my phone. It doesn't hurt." Yang Kaihua touched the girl's head and said with a smile, "Let the doctor check if there's anything wrong. Listen to me. The child's bones are soft. Don't let anything happen to her." Chen Song walked over and asked Luo Zhou, "What happened?" Luo Zhou then said, "This lady is a Didi driver. This is her daughter. The car just scraped and hit her chest. Just now, she almost couldn't breathe and her face was very red. I came to the hospital to check. After all, the child's bones are weak. Don't let anything happen to her." Yang Kaihua nodded, yes. This little brother is right. Doctor, please help and see if there's anything wrong with the girl. Don't worry about the money. Chen Song nodded and took the girl to the observation room. Chen Song habitually asked Lele to do an electrocardiogram first. Luo Zhou at the side couldn't help but ask, "Lao Chen, I found that you like to do electrocardiograms. What's the secret?" Chen Song smiled, "Electrocardiograms are taught in university. I'll teach you another day." At this time, in the hall, Yang Kaihua looked at Lu Jia apologetically and said, "I'm really sorry today. You can't drive." Seeing Yang Kaihua being so enthusiastic, Lu Jia was a little embarrassed. "It's okay. My time is not valuable. Why don't you go back to work?" "I'm fine here. The child shouldn't be a big problem." Yang Kaihua couldn't help but say, "It's okay. I'll leave after the child's examination is over. But I have to say something. It's not safe for you to drive a Didi driver with the child. Besides, it's inconvenient." Lu Jia blushed. How could she not know? But, who could say right or wrong in life, if it weren't for the fact that there was no other way? who would want the child to suffer with them? Yes, it's my fault. Lu Jia didn't explain. She nodded, but her mood wasn't very good. Seeing this, Yang Kaihua didn't say anything more. After all, it was a private matter. However, after a long silence, Lu Jia took a deep breath. The child is scared at home alone. I don't feel at ease leaving her alone. I want to drive a Didi driver to see her, so I brought the child with me. Yang Kaihua said, "Oh, where's the child's father?" Lu Jia's eyes reddened. "He's gone." Hearing this, Yang Kaihua hurriedly apologized. At this time, the results of the electrocardiogram came out. Luo Zhou looked at the electrocardiogram and suddenly frowned, because he had never seen this kind of electrocardiogram before. Lao Chen, what's the situation? Chen Song took the electrocardiogram and suddenly frowned. This kind of waveform was very strange. He could clearly see that there was an abnormal electrical signal at the junction of the ventricles, but the heart problem didn't seem to be that big. But why was there such a situation? Chen Song racked his brain and thought, could it be a ventricular septal defect? But it couldn't be. A ventricular septal defect shouldn't be this kind of situation. Moreover, there were no symptoms. Thinking of this, Chen Song looked at the little girl. Little girl, do you often have chest tightness? Or do you have difficulty breathing? Or do you feel that there's a lot of pain here? The little girl's big eyes looked around and whispered in Chen Song's ear, Uncle Doctor, I'll tell you, but you can't tell Mom. Chen Song was stunned. He nodded, okay, Uncle Doctor promises you. The little girl thought for a moment, as if she didn't trust Chen Song. Pinky swear. Chen Song smiled bitterly and made a pinky swear with the little girl. The little girl said in a childish voice, pinky swear can't be changed for 100 years, then she said, yes. It often hurts here, but I rub it and rest, and it doesn't hurt anymore. I guess it's because the children at school are playing around and push me here. They say that I don't have a father, so I'm sad. But when I tell Mom, she cries uncontrollably, so I don't dare to tell her. After Dad left, Mom often cries. I'm afraid that Mom will be tired driving alone, and I'm also afraid that she won't eat well when she comes out, so I accompany her. I think that someone else might have touched me when I was fighting with the children, and it wasn't this uncle who touched me. Also, this uncle is a good person. He gave Mom a lot of money. I can't lie to him. Dad is a police officer. He told me to be a good girl, not to lie, and to protect Mom. As she spoke, the little girl began to cry. Snot and tears flowed down her face, but she immediately wiped them clean with her sleeve. I can't cry. If I cry, Mom will cry. Uncle, you can't tell Mom. This is our secret. After listening to the child's words, Chen Song was a little surprised. Was this something an 8-year-old child could say? Isn't this a little too sensible? She thought about everything for her mother. At the age of 7 or 8, she already knew how to consider her mother's feelings. How could such a girl not make people feel sorry for her? The little girl wiped away her tears and suddenly grinned. One of her front teeth was missing, so she was a little leaky. My father is a hero. He sacrificed himself while chasing the bad guys. The policemen often go to my house. They are all my little fathers. The little girl was happy as she spoke. I have little father Wu Gang and the fierce Uncle Zhang. Hearing this, Chen Song was stunned. Were they acquaintances? Your father is a criminal policeman? The little girl proudly raised her head and saluted like her father, reporting with the police number 81793. I am a little policeman. I want to be a policeman when I grow up. Uncle Zhang said that when I graduate from college, he will let me go to the Public Security Bureau and give me a police uniform to catch the bad guys. Chen Song's nose suddenly turned sour. Those children bullied you. Why didn't you say that your father is a policeman? The little girl shushed him. My father said that the police are to protect the people, not to scare people. Besides, my father taught me boxing since I was a child. It's not that I can't beat them. I am a policeman. I can only beat the bad guys. I am friends with them. Although they like to bully me, they still buy me candy. Luo Zhou couldn't help but turn around. Lulu also felt that a brick was in her eyes. Chen Song took a deep breath and said to Luo Zhou, Old Luo, take her to do a chest x-ray. Luo Zhou nodded, blinked, and took the little girl out. Seeing everyone come out, Yang Kaihua and Lu Jia quickly got up. Doctor, how is it? Chen Song frowned. In the end, he still went against his promise with the little girl. Your daughter might have some heart problems. I just did an electrocardiogram, and it's different from normal people. But, she's 7 or 8 years old. Although the possibility of this is very small, I still suggest that she go for a checkup to perfect it. I asked her to do a chest X-ray and then a cardiac ultrasound. If there is no problem, we will talk about it. Also, she told me that she often has chest tightness, has difficulty breathing, and is a little painful. After Lu Jia heard this, her expression changed. This child, why didn't she tell me? Chen Song shook his head. She said she didn't want you to worry. Lu Jia's eyes reddened when she heard that. It's not good to have a child who is too sensible. Lu Jia turned around and looked at Yang Kaihua. Mr. Yang, please leave. My girl is fine. It's an old problem. Yang Kaihua shook his head. I'm fine at home. I quite like this child. Let's see if there's anything I can help with. What if something happened to me just now? Lu Jia spoke for a long time but was unable to drive Yang Kai away, so she could only give up. At this moment, Luo Zhou brought the little girl over. The little girl was very happy. Uncle Doctor, I'm fine. Luo Zhou was also a little surprised. Lao Chen, here you go. This is the report and this is the chest film. Chen Song looked at the chest radiograph report. The size of his heart shadow was normal, and there were no obvious abnormalities. Chen Song frowned. Could it be that he was wrong? He took out the radiograph and looked at it under the light. Luo Zhou was also curious when he saw Chen Song's serious expression. At this moment, Chen Song saw a slight bulge in the upper left corner of the heart shadow. He immediately frowned. This was not right, it was definitely not normal. This radiograph was not good. Chen Song frowned and said to Luo Zhou, who's on duty in the radiology department today? Luo Zhou replied, oh, Director Zhao. Chen Song was stunned. Zhao Xing? Luo Zhou nodded. After Chen Song heard that, he immediately sighed and looked at Luo Zhou. Wait here. I'll go and take a new radiograph. This one, Chen Song shook his head and explained to the child's mother and Yang Kaihua, I'm sorry. This radiograph is not very clear. I need to take a new one. Please wait for a moment. After that, Chen Song said to the nurse's station, this is free. After saying that, he pulled the young lady towards the radiology department. To be honest, Chen Song already had a rough idea of what was going on. However, he needed the support of the radiograph data. This radiograph was not very good. The result of reading the radiograph was also not good. Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but feel a little angry. Actually, this was not the first time this had happened. Although it was said that there were specializations in the field, the radiology department still needed professionals to read and record radiographs. However, many hospitals did not pay attention to this department. The standards of the doctors were uneven, resulting in the frequent occurrence of no obvious abnormalities reports. It would be fine if they were given to some professional doctors. They would not look at the reports and only look at the radiographs because they knew that the results were not accurate. However, have you ever thought about what if the patient did not see any obvious abnormalities? Would the patient feel that there was nothing wrong with them and simply leave? There were many such people. Therefore, the radiology department seemed to be an auxiliary department, but it was actually very important. They had been recruiting talents over the years. It was to prevent such things from happening. Chen Song looked at Zhao Xing's signature on the report. He took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and entered the radiology department. Chief Zhao, are you busy? The radiology department had nothing to do on duty. When Zhao Xing saw Chen Song, he quickly smiled. Chief Chen, what's wrong? Chen Song said to the man, I feel that this radiograph is a little unclear. Why don't you take another one? Zhao Xing's expression froze. He smiled. No way? Let me see. After saying that, he took the radiograph. It's quite normal. Chen Song took the radiograph. Look at this bump on the upper left edge. I suspect that there's a problem. Maybe the child's body position is not right. Let's take another one. How about it? Chen Song said it very tactfully. It was the child's body position that was not right, not his problem. Although Zhao Xing was a little unhappy, he did not embarrass Chen Song. Alright, since Chief Chen said so, I will definitely cooperate. By the way, Dr. Chen, are you going to release the radiograph? Chen Song's expression instantly darkened. This was clearly telling him that he would have to pay for the radiograph. Chen Song did not say anything. He carried the child into the radiology department and helped to position the child. Not long after, the radiograph was taken. Chen Song returned to the room next door and looked at the radiograph on the computer. His expression changed instantly. As expected, Zhao Xing wanted to save face for Chen Song. He said, Chief Chen, look, it's not a big problem. That one can be used. Why don't we not release the radiograph? Chen Song was a little angry. Did you see it? Here. It's obvious that the heart shadow is protruding and the heart shadow is expanding. You say it's not a problem? Zhao Xing took a closer look and still could not see the problem. His expression froze. He also changed the way he spoke from Chief Chen to Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, you. Before he could say anything, Chen Song turned and left. The result was already known. The situation was more troublesome than expected. If the diagnosis was confirmed, it would require surgery. Now was not the time to argue with Zhao Xing. He picked up the phone and dialed the number of the radiology department's director, Shi Tao. Director Shi, there's a strange patient. Please come to the hospital. After that, Chen Song called the color ultrasound room. There's a young lady in the emergency department. We suspect that she's a patient with congenital transposition of the great blood vessels and heart malformation. Seeing Chen Song rush out of the door, Zhao Xing snorted. Look at how arrogant you are. You don't know who you are after becoming a director. Author's note, other people spend energy writing books, but I cry writing books. I have to shed 2 drops of tears every day. Sigh. Thank you to the old leader, Thunder Sounds Light, for another 100,000 yuan tip. Thank you so much. After Chen Song left, Zhao Xing grumbled, but, when he thought about how anxious and nervous Chen Song was just now, he still looked at the scans carefully. Did I really not find any abnormal signals? But Chen Song, you're an emergency department doctor. Just because you perform surgery well doesn't mean that you're good at reading scans. After all, everyone has their own specialties. Zhao Xing could not help but complain. However, he still looked at the scans carefully. Sure enough, after he changed a few films in succession, he was instantly stunned. What's with this slightly enlarged upper right margin? It doesn't look normal. Zhao Xing had never seen this before. When he thought of this, he quickly got up and started flipping through the information book. After looking at it for a long time, he still could not figure out what was going on. Suddenly, Zhao Xing felt even more uneasy. Could it be that Chen Song really knows how to read scans? Has he already noticed that something is wrong? When he thought of this, Zhao Xing felt a little uneasy. Should I apologize to Chen Song? No. Why should I apologize to Chen Song? If I want to apologize, I should apologize to the patient. When Zhao Xing thought of this, he actually felt a little guilty. He really should have handled it better. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out a scan and a report. The size of the heart shadow is normal. There is an abnormal bump on the upper right margin to be checked. Consideration: suggest a cardiac CT scan to complete the diagnosis. After he finished writing, Zhao Xing hurriedly got up and ran to the emergency department. Although Chen Song now suspected that the little girl had congenital aortic malposition and cardiac abnormalities, he was still not very sure. Now, he should complete the diagnosis as soon as possible. Chen Song did not blame Zhao Xing for not being able to find out. After all, there was a gap between their skills, so he hoped to discuss it with Chief Shi Tao. Chen Song even took the initiative to give the other party a way out, saying that the child's body position might not be good and he took the initiative to help. However, Zhao Xing did not understand Chen Song's meaning at all. Instead, he felt that Chen Song was doubting his skills and deliberately making things difficult for Chen Song. This was a little unreasonable. Logically speaking, as a medical worker, he should work together. However, when Chen Sung repeatedly reminded him of the situation, it was a little unreasonable for him to still be so two-faced. The most important thing for a doctor was to be responsible for the patient. You could not let the patients trust, if it wasn't Chen Sung today, but another doctor who took Zhao Xing's report and left, he might have been fine. After all, you are not a doctor. Compared to your own ability, you would definitely trust the judgment and the professional doctor's judgment and their conclusion more. Well, a few years later, if the patient suddenly had a relapse, he might not blame Zhao Xing. After all, the test results were limited. If it was an emergency patient, they might not just do a chest radiograph. They might also do other related tests. Speaking of which, some doctors did not take the chest radiographs seriously. Empiricism prevailed. Otherwise, they would not read the radiographs carefully. However, as a doctor in the examination department, they should still do their best to fulfill their responsibilities and obligations. They should diagnose the patient clearly, or at least remind him. This was at least respect for the pen in your hand. Zhao Xing had just left the room when he suddenly thought of something and turned back. After all, now that he had sent this report, he was shirking his responsibility. But, even if he went there, he wouldn't be able to make a definite diagnosis. Chen Sung wasn't a professional, so he might as well ask those experts to see if they could make a diagnosis. Although he had delayed it, at least he could give the patient an explanation. It could also let Chen Sung understand the patient's situation. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and dialed the number of an expert. He muttered, "Chen Sung, oh Chen Sung, I'm not afraid of you. I'm thinking for the patient." This was a medical imaging department director he met when he was studying at the Shenyang Military General Hospital. He was very knowledgeable about chest radiographs. He had a good relationship with Director Su at that time. Thinking of this, he directly called Director Su's WeChat. "Director Su, hello, I'm Zhao Xing. Well, sorry to disturb you, but there's something I want to ask. It's a chest radiograph of a young girl. I don't think there's any problem, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. Can you help me take a look?" After hanging up, Zhao Xing took a picture with his phone and sent it over. After a few minutes, the other party took the initiative to call. "Zhao Xing, this picture." "Eh? No. What a strange heart radiograph. It looks normal, but I keep feeling that it's a bit like a dislocated aorta. Look at the bulge on the upper right side. Doesn't it look like an aorta? Most people don't have this bow-shaped bulge. It's very possible. This is very likely the chest radiograph of a dislocated aorta. This is a rare case. You'd better follow up and let me know when you have the results." Hearing what Director Su said, Zhao Xing was dumbfounded. There was indeed a problem, and it was a big problem, a dislocated aorta. This was a fatal disease. Thinking of this, Zhao Xing's face instantly turned red with shame and fear. How could he say that such a radiograph was fine? Thinking of this, Zhao Xing wanted to slap himself. If the patient missed the best time for surgery because of him, it would be his fault. Moreover, thinking of what Chen Song said just now, Zhao Xing was terrified and could not help but blame himself. Damn it, Zhao Xing, why are you playing such a prank? How good is it? If he really delayed the young girl's surgery, he would be committing a huge sin. He never expected that such a seemingly ordinary radiograph would have such a huge problem behind it. Thinking of this, Zhao Xing was extremely ashamed and blamed himself. He quickly printed out a new copy of the report. Following Sunan's speculation, he wrote it down and hurriedly got up and ran to the emergency department. He kept praying in his heart, "Young girl, please don't leave. If you leave, I'll blame myself for the rest of my life." The more anxious he was, the more worried Zhao Xing became. Cold sweat even started to form on his back. He kept swearing in his heart that after this, he would be more serious and more serious. Today, he really understood what it meant to be. Practicing medicine was like walking into the abyss. Every step should be taken like walking on thin ice. It was really like that. Chen Song had already returned to the emergency department and said to Lu Jia, "There's still a problem with the child's condition. Her long-term chest tightness, I think it has something to do with the bleeding and blockage of this large blood vessel. This kind of situation is fine when she's young, but when she's older, as the heart's function continues to improve, all kinds of things will happen. So I still suggest that we do a cardiac ultrasound to confirm the diagnosis. What do you think? Lu Jia did not speak, but Yang Kaihua said, okay, no problem. Doctor, you're a professional. We'll listen to you. We'll do whatever we have to do. Lu Jia also nodded and did not say anything. She had been worried sick about what Chen Song said to her just now. Thinking back, there were many strange situations in her life. Sometimes, she would even suddenly wake up in the middle of the night, holding her chest and gasping for breath for a long time. At first, Lu Jia thought that the child was having nightmares. After all, she did have nightmares after her father passed away, but, now that she heard Chen Song's words, she was suddenly enlightened. Lu Jia looked at the little girl with heartache. She saw her pouting and looking at Chen Song, thinking to herself, you violated our agreement. Chen Song saw the little girl's appearance and smiled awkwardly. Not long after, Shi Tao arrived. He was in the hospital's family building. Seeing Chen Song with a group of patients, Shi Tao asked, Director Chen, what's going on? Lu Jia, Yang Kaihua, and the others heard Shi Tao address Chen Song as director. Although their expressions did not change, in fact, they trusted him more in their hearts. After all, in the hearts of patients, the word director still carried a lot of weight. Chen Song said, Director Shi, take a look at this film. The patient is this little girl with a long history of chest tightness. Shi Tao glanced at the little girl and immediately took the film and looked at it carefully. After a while, Shi Tao suddenly frowned. It's a very strange bump. Did you do any other examination? Chen Song shook his head. Wait for the color ultrasound room to come and do a color ultrasound. After that, Shi Tao pulled Chen Song into the office. Xiao Chen, do you have an electrocardiogram? Chen Song nodded and handed over the electrocardiogram. Shi Tao looked at it and suddenly slammed the table. It's very likely that it's that. Chen Song asked, cardiac artery dislocation with intracardiac malformation? Shi Tao was stunned. How do you know? After all, Chen Song was an emergency department doctor. He was famous for his surgery. This kind of rare disease could be diagnosed with just the film. This was amazing. Thinking of this, Shi Tao was naturally shocked. Because cardiac artery dislocation with intracardiac malformation was very rare. Even he had seen it once or twice. At that time, he almost did not take it seriously because of his experience. Later, fortunately, he was seen by the old director. He was reprimanded and gave a new diagnosis. Later, the patient was diagnosed with this kind of serious cardiac malformation surgery. For this, Shi Tao remembered it for the rest of his life. But, how did Chen Song know? One had to know that for this kind of film, without enough experience and history, one would not be able to think of it. Looking at Chen Song, Shi Tao was a little surprised. At this moment, Zhao Xing rushed in, panting. His face was red. When he saw that Director Shi Tao was also there, he immediately blushed and felt a little embarrassed. Zhao Xing did not care about anything else. He said to Chen Song, Director Chen, the patient hasn't left, right? Chen Song was stunned. What's wrong? Zhao Xing immediately apologized and said, this. Director Chen, I'm really sorry. Because of me, I was a little careless just now. I took a closer look at this film and found that it was indeed a mistake. Based on experience, sigh. I gave another set of films and redid the report. Oh right, the patient hasn't left, right? I've consulted the experts. This young lady might have a more serious heart malformation with transposition of the major arteries. We have to stop her and complete the relevant examination. Don't delay her. At this point, Zhao Xing's voice was urgent. Hearing Zhao Xing's words, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. After Zhao Xing finished speaking, he looked at Shi Tao. Director Shi, it was my fault today. I'll reflect on myself. Shi Tao was stunned. What's the problem? Zhao Xing was stunned. He thought that Chen Song had called Shi Tao to complain. He did not expect that Chen Song did not mention a word. Thinking of this, Zhao Xing felt even more embarrassed. Thinking about it carefully, he realized that Director Chen had already given him enough face, but he Sigh, thinking of this, Zhao did not want to gloss over the matter. Instead, he looked at Chen Song and said, Director Chen, what happened today is my responsibility. After encountering such a case, I shouldn't have made mistakes based on experience. This is my negligence. Director Sure, when I go back, I'll seriously reflect on my shortcomings. I hope that Director Chen can forgive me. After speaking, Zhao handed the report over. Director Chen, after you left just now, I contacted Director Su Nan from the Shenyang Military General Hospital. He suspects that this protruding heart shadow is the artery of the heart dislocation. He suspects that this is a congenital heart malformed. So, Director Chen, you have to figure out the patient's condition as soon as possible. She's still young, and my problem has delayed her life. At this point, Zhao Xing's face was full of self-blame. At the end of the day, he understood that he was still a doctor. Compared to his own mistakes, the patient's health was more important. After all, she was a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Tao finally understood the situation. Zhao Xing had made the same mistake as him. The patient seemed simple and normal, but he did not put his heart into it. Thinking of this, Tao sighed. Director Zhao, you should thank Director Chen properly. If it wasn't for him, you'd really blame yourself for the rest of your life. Tao looked at Chen Song's calm face and sighed. When Director Chen saw the film, he suspected that it was a congenital heart malformed. Hearing this, Zhao Xing's eyes widened. Was that really the case, Chen Song? Wasn't he a surgeon? How could a surgeon know so much about films, this Chen Song? No, it was Director Chen. This Director Chen was too awesome, wasn't he? Was there anything he couldn't do? At this moment, Chen Song shook his head and said, It's fine. Actually, this heart shadow is a little special. Normal people can't tell. Director Zhao, you don't have to blame yourself. Zhao Xing was not young anymore. He was in his 40s. Chen Song knew that he was easily agitated at times. He was still too young. Tao glanced at Zhao Xing. Director Zhao, I hope this serves as a warning to you. You can't rely on experience. You should pay attention in the future. You can't be careless or sloppy when it comes to medicine. It's not too much to tread on thin ice. You should thank Director Chen. Zhao Xing nodded. Not long after, the ultrasound doctor arrived. Chen Song hurriedly brought the little girl in and did an ultrasound. As he did so, the ultrasound doctor was even more shocked. Director Chen, Director Sure. The aorta is located on the front left of the pulmonary artery. Moreover, the long axis of the left atrium shows a huge circumference. It's located below the pulmonary artery. Also, this is a congenital defect of the ventricular septum. It should be covered by a tricuspid valve. This is an abnormality in blood flow. After that, she said, this might be a developing SLL physiologic aorta malformation with ventricular septum malformation. It might still be in the developing stage. When she said that, everyone fell silent. It was indeed so. P.S. Thank you to Lighter Than a Feather and Man Independence Day for their 10,000 tips. Also, thank you to all the friends who voted and subscribed for support. 2 in 1, written together. Don't mind. Inside the office, Lu Jiao looked at Chen Song, who was seated opposite her. She was speechless for a long time. After a while, Lu Jiao's voice trembled slightly. She gingerly wanted to speak, but when she opened her mouth, no words came out. She did not dare to ask, nor did she dare to say, Dr. Chung Chung. She felt that she was already living her life cautiously, not daring to be bold in the slightest. But why did God have to tease her like this? Ever since her husband left, the pillar of support for this family had collapsed. That mountain was their entire family's pillar of support, their courage. Without the mountain, it was as though they had lost everything they could rely on. When her husband was around, she felt that even if the sky were to fall, that man would be able to hold it up. But now, she felt as though she could not take any blow. However, when she looked at her child, she knew that she had to work hard to be strong because there was another person who was more fragile and needed to be protected than her. For 1 or 2 years, the two of them depended on each other. They had gotten used to leaving early and returning late. She quit her overtime job and bought a Geely, becoming one of the millions of Didi drivers. Every morning, she would accompany her child for breakfast before sending her to school. Then, she would start working. At noon, she would wait for her child to finish school for lunch. Then, she would return home in the afternoon. Although it was hard, the two of them were happy. Occasionally, her child would accompany her in the car and listen to her share interesting stories from school. For Lu Jia, this was her entire life. However, the sudden blow caused Lu Jia's heart to tremble. Why, she wanted to ask loudly. However, she knew that it would be useless. Sighing, Lu Jia mustered up her courage and asked Chen Song about her child's condition. Dr. Chen, you said that Qingqing has a heart malformation. But why has nothing happened after so many years? Chen Song explained, this condition is called congenital corrected transposition of the aorta. What does that mean? It means that the human body has a powerful compensatory function. After a congenital malformation, the heart will work hard to adapt to this malformation and form a new circulatory system. Qingqing's current condition is that the atrium and ventricle and aorta are not connected in the same way. Chen Song took out a piece of paper and tried his best to describe the function of the heart to Lu Jia. Even if Lu Jia did not understand, she had to figure it out. She knew she had to get to know the child better to help her recover. Chen Song explained, the heart pumps blood from the ventricles to the aorta, then the venous blood flows back to the atria, and the blood flows back from the atria to the ventricles again, and so on. Therefore, the connection between the atria and the ventricles, as well as the ventricles and the aorta, is not uniform, resulting in a normal and connected body and lung circulation pathway. Systemic venous blood flows into the right atrium, through the mitral valve and left ventricle to the pulmonary artery. Pulmonary venous blood flows into the left atrium, through the tricuspid valve and right ventricle to the aorta, and then, in this way, it can be physiologically corrected. Therefore, this kind of deformity is also called physiologically corrected transposition of the aorta. Seeing that Lu Jia was a little confused, Chen Song said simply, actually, because of this deformity, the heart uses a special method to form a new channel to allow the heart to work normally. Hearing that, Lu Jia said, then, isn't the heart working normally? Chen Song shook his head. This is just a temporary method. To put it bluntly, as the child grows older, this will aggravate the damage to the heart. In the early stages, there will be chest tightness. The main reason for this is the overloading of the right ventricle, causing heartache. Slowly, right heart failure will occur, and in the later stages, congestive heart failure will occur. Simply put, Qingqing is still young. However, as she grows older, her body will deteriorate. Generally speaking, her lifespan will not exceed 20 to 30 years. Hearing that, Lu Jia nearly fell into a trance. Chen Song said, naturally, there are exceptions. However, as you know, we cannot place our hopes on exceptions. Given Qingqing's present condition, my suggestion is to complete the surgery as soon as possible. When Lu Jia heard that Qingqing could only live to around 20 years old, her mind was instantly struck by lightning. It was as though her fragile soul was about to be crushed. Chen Song sighed. He was also feeling very helpless. Life was already very difficult. Why torture this fragile family? What a sensible child, at such a young age, she has already learned how to help her mother, not giving her mother any trouble, sharing her mother's burden. Recalling how Qingqing had imitated the way an adult spoke, Chen Song was unable to stop himself from shaking his head. At that moment, Qingqing was standing outside with Yang Kaihua and the nurse, Lei Lei. She cast a worried look at the two of them. I am worried about my mother. I will go check on her, she will be worried if she cannot see me. Lei Lei was stunned. Seeing Qingqing acting like an adult, her heart warmed. What an adorable child. Yang Kaihua stared at Qingqing and nodded his head. Yes. Lei Lei rushed forward and pushed open the door. Carefully entering the office, she suddenly saw her mother crying. Startled, he hurriedly ran over. Mother, why are you crying? After saying that, she raised her small hand to wipe away Lu Jia's tears. Mother, don't cry. Let's go home. When we get home, I will wash your feet at night, okay? Right, Mother, my winter break is coming soon. I will accompany you every day. Mother, don't cry. I will tell you stories when we get home. Seeing how sensible Qingqing was, Lu Jia felt like crying. However, she had to hold it in. She smiled and said, "Qingqing, be good. Wait outside. Mother has something to discuss with Uncle Doctor." After hearing that, Qingqing nodded her head sensibly. Then, she turned and walked outside. However, after taking a few steps, she appeared to be feeling uneasy. She suddenly turned to look at Lu Jia before walking out. Lu Jia watched as the child walked out. Then, she turned to Chen Song and asked, "Dr. Chen, how much does this operation cost?" That question stumped Chen Song. He really did not know. "How about this? You are bringing the child home today. The car broke down. Since you are not in a hurry to go out to work for the next 2 days, you can apply for leave for the child. I will contact a few specialists in the province for you. We will get to know each other and discuss how to treat the child. Do we need to hire specialists from outside? As for the cost, what do you think? The child is still young after all. Health is more important than anything else." Lu Jia nodded her head. That was right. In her heart, Qingqing was her everything. She could not afford to lose any more in her life. After exiting the office, Lu Jia left with the child. Yang Kaihua suddenly said, "This. Miss Lu, I have contacted the 4S shop. They are coming over now. I will take care of everything. You don't have to worry about it." After saying that, Yang Kaihua said, "I have asked the driver to bring a car over. How about I send you home?" Along the way, Lu Jia was silent. Qingqing kept comforting her mother. "Mom, did the doctor say something bad about Qingqing? Don't worry, okay? The doctor is lying. He made a pinky promise with me. Don't tell Mom." Looking at the child, Lu Jia could not stop herself from stroking her hair. The 8-year-old Qingqing was already in her 2nd grade. Other children of this age would be ignorant and would only think about playing around. However, Qingqing was already a sensible child. Like an adult, she was helping her mother out. As the saying goes, people follow their fate. Sometimes, Lu Jia would prefer Qingqing to be more mischievous and not so sensible. She was so sensible that it was frightening. Looking at the two of them, Yang Kaihua suddenly felt blessed. If his wife and child were still alive, perhaps, they would be about the same age as Qingqing. When he thought of that, Yang Kaihua could not help but sigh. Inside the car, the three of them were thinking about something. Qingqing's little mind was also pondering, did the uncle today tell her mother that she had some kind of illness? When she thought of that, Qingqing could not help but feel worried. If she were to fall sick and leave with Dad, who would take care of Mom? Who would take care of Mom when she cries? Qingqing looked at her mother and comforted her. "Mom, when Qingqing grows up, I will buy you a beautiful car like Uncle's." Lu Jia's heart softened and she quickly turned her head away. Grow up? Since when did growing up become a scary thing for her? She had always thought that Qingqing would be fine after growing up. But now, after hearing Chen Song's words, Lu Jia suddenly felt that Qingqing was doing well. It would be best if she never grew up. If nothing unexpected happens, she will probably not be over 30 years old. Those words were like a nightmare, lingering in Lu Jia's mind. Lu Jia made up her mind, she must be treated. Even if she had to go bankrupt, she would still treat her. The next day, Chen Song went to look for Taomi and told her about what had happened. When Taomi heard the words congenital corrected transposition of the aorta with intercardiac malformation, she considered it 3 times. Each time, the frown on her face deepened. This is a major operation. It is impossible for one person to complete it. It requires a professional team of cardiologists. At the very least, our hospital cannot do it. I think if it is reliable, we should go to Fuwai or Qilu Hospital. After Lu Jia heard this, she was dumbfounded. Chief Tao, how much would it cost to go to the capital? Lu Jia was also worried. Back then, when her husband died in the line of duty, she did give him a few $100,000 as a pension, but the pension wasn't just for her, right? Her husband's parents didn't have jobs. After her son died, her mother-in-law fell ill and couldn't take care of her. She spent a lot of money. Over the past 2 years, he had earned less than 200,000 yuan. For his children's education, his family's daily expenses, and for his job, he had even bought a car. Now that she had lost all her money, Lu Jia couldn't bear to spend a single cent. Taomi said, I have a friend who works in Fuwai Hospital. I'll call him and ask about it. It didn't take long for the call to get through. After asking about the situation, the other party also said a lot. After hanging up the phone, Taomi looked at Lu Jia and said, if you go to the capital for this surgery, the surgery and hospitalization fees may cost more than 100,000 yuan. Including the prognosis of the later stage, you may need to install a pacemaker. So, the total cost may be more than 200,000 yuan. Hearing this huge number, Lu Jia's face suddenly changed from fright. When Chen Song heard that, he frowned. Can't we do it in the province? Taomi frowned. Last time, I heard Dean Xiong and Dean Qin Yueming talking about it. Should we ask them? That morning, Chen Song contacted Xiong Kongyu, Qin Yueming, Yang Jianshu, and Xiao Gaofeng, the 4 big shots in the province. Lu Jia applied for leave for her child and brought him to the hospital. Once again, he was given a detailed examination. Ching Ching sat there and watched as the group of uncles, and grandfathers described the situation to her. His young heart suddenly realized that he must have contracted a serious illness. That was what the television dramas said. There was a high possibility that she would need surgery. When she thought of that, she became worried. However, when she turned to look at her mother, she grinned. Her missing front teeth were leaking out and her smile was heart-wrenching. A tense and intense discussion was going on. Could the surgery be performed? How would the surgery be performed? Who would perform the surgery? These were all questions. Qin Yueming looked at the results of the scan. The patient has congenital corrected transposition of the great arteries and ventricular septal defect. There are many issues to consider during the surgery. Surgery tolerance should not be a problem for now. However, we need to consider the prognosis. The child is only 8 years old. We need to minimize the sequelae. That is the difficulty of the surgery. Xiong Kongyu nodded and said, judging from the patient's current condition, we should use sending surgery and transposition of the great arteries. Although the difficulty of the surgery will be higher, the sequelae will be smaller. For the child, it may be better. Dean Qin, I can perform sending surgery and transposition of the great arteries. However, I don't think I am qualified to be the chief surgeon. Can you? Qin Yueming was stunned. He pondered for a moment and seriously considered it. I do perform transposition of the great arteries quite often. But I performed sending surgeries a few times, but this type of surgery is too rare, and I can't guarantee my success rate. Also, like Chief Xiong said, the child is in greater danger, and I can't be sure. After a discussion among the chief surgeons, no one was confident about this type of surgery. Chen Song sighed. He had done a lot of research last night to catch up on his homework. Actually, he could not blame the chief surgeons. This was because this disease was very rare. The probability of congenital heart disease was very low. It was less than 1%. Congenital corrected transposition of the great arteries was even rarer. It only accounted for 43% to 60% of congenital heart disease. Shenyang Military General Hospital had 12,044 cases of congenital heart disease, and there were only a few dozen patients. The first surgery in China could only be performed at the end of the 90s. This was a difficult, complicated, large-scale, and difficult surgery. Therefore, why were Zhao Xing and Dean Shi from the radiology department at a loss? After a round of discussion, Qin Yueming suddenly said, I know an expert from Shenyang Military General Hospital. He has performed more than 10 surgeries like this. He should be quite experienced. Should I ask? Invite him to be the chief surgeon? Everyone looked at each other and called Lu Jian to ask for her opinion. After all, the family members had to make the decision to invite an expert. Lu Jia had long since expressed her gratitude to the various experts. She kept thanking them. Qin Yueming waved his hand and said, Don't worry. We will do our best for Qingqing. Her father is a hero. The country and people will not let down his children. The other chief surgeons nodded. That is right. Young lady, don't worry. We will do our best to help complete the surgery. Those words caused tears to flow down Lu Jia's face. Qingqing, who had followed them in, also burst into tears. She was not feeling wronged. Whenever she heard that her father was a hero, she would always cry. After the call was connected and the other party understood Xianxia's situation, he hesitated for a moment before refusing. Lao Qin, it is not that I don't want to help you. It is also not that I don't want to perform the surgery for the child. My Parkinson's disease is quite serious. I fear that an accident might happen during the surgery. How about this? I will go over tonight. I can provide you with some experience. After hanging up, everyone fell silent. Xiong Kongyu sighed. I will contact Fu Wei. Xia Gaofeng said, I know the chief surgeon of Qilu Hospital. I will ask him as well. Seeing the warm-hearted chief surgeons, Lu Jia's heart trembled with excitement. For the first time, she felt a sense of warmth. It was then that Chen Song said, let me be the chief surgeon. Everyone turned to look at Chen Song. Their eyes widened and they asked in shock, you know how to perform this surgery? Chen Song nodded his head firmly. I can do it. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Qingqing was looking at this young uncle with a curious expression. P.S. Thank you to Dan Dan under the red flag for the 10,000 tip. Thank you to Yi Xiaotang for the 10,000 tip. Chen Song's words immediately made the meeting room fall into silence. Taomi choked on Chen Song's words. After coughing twice, she said in surprise, you know how to do it again? When everyone heard Taomi's words, they looked at Chen Song with a puzzled expression. You know how to do it again? Why did this sentence sound a little off? It was a little weird. Taomi could not help but say, you know how to do it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Song said indifferently, you didn't ask me. I thought that since all of you are seniors, you might be better at it. I didn't want to interrupt. Just now, I saw that none of the teachers had a better choice, so I thought I could recommend myself. When everyone heard this, their faces immediately turned red, they cursed in their hearts for a long time. This kid clearly meant, I gave you a chance, didn't I? But you didn't cherish it. You can't blame me for not giving you a chance to show off. That was definitely the case. Taomi took a deep breath and calmed herself down. This was too in line with Chen Song's style. He would suddenly provoke you and make you unable to stop. Qin Yueming glanced at Chen Song. Although he felt that Chen Song was not a person who liked to joke, he was not someone who would show off casually. However, as an elder, he felt that he should still remind Chen Song that this was not a joke. This was the life of a 7- or 8-year-old child, and the descendant of a martyr. The descendant of a meritorious official could not be careless. Chief Chen, if it's convenient, let's discuss the surgical plan now. Everyone's eyes lit up. They could not help but give Qin Yueming a thumbs up in their hearts. That's right, good idea. After Chen Song heard this, he smiled slightly. He knew that Qin Yueming was thinking for him. Although he had his own considerations, he still gave him enough face. Chen Song looked at the white coat on his body. This was a treasure that he had obtained. When Chen Song saw the attributes, he exclaimed in surprise. As expected of Big Boss Bethune's white coat. Bethune's white coat, gold item. Attributes, lucidity plus 20, stamina plus 20, defense plus 20. Hint, the field doctor's white coat is his surgical gown. It was effective when the patient was wearing a white coat and surgical gown, as the condensation of Bethune's experience, wearing this suit would increase his surgical comprehension, inspiration, and proficiency when dealing with thoracic surgery patients in the future. Equipment skill. Convert a surgery that you have participated in or observed into your own surgical skill and upgrade it to perfect level. Effective for the current month. Once a month. After a month, the skill will automatically disappear and can be activated again. Equipment shackles. After acquiring the 5-piece Bethune set, you will receive Bethune's thoracic surgery inheritance and the surgical skills of Bethune, the legendary level 100 thoracic surgeon. When he saw the notification, Chen Song's brain had completely crashed. This was definitely godly equipment. It was a divine armor set. Combining 5 pieces of equipment would allow him to obtain the surgical skill inheritance of the level 100 thoracic surgeon, Bethune. How many skill points would that save him? Thinking of this, Chen Song felt terrified. Moreover, the equipment skill was also very domineering. The surgery that he had participated in or observed could be converted into his own surgical skill, and it was at perfect level. This meant that he would have a chance to perform a perfect surgery once a month. It was a pity, system equipment was a selective equipment. He could only equip one piece at a time. Usually, Xianxia would just replace the good equipment like scalpels and needles with the bad ones. However, the surgical gown was different. Bethune set was still very good for Xianxia at this stage. He could freely switch between them. Moreover, fortunately, Xianxia had seen such a surgery before. Therefore, Xianxia's congenital correction of transposition of the aorta with intercardiac malformation, perfect level. Effective for the current month. That was enough. Xianxia explained his surgical plan in detail to everyone. Every step was precise to the point of detail. Every single detail was accurately introduced. Half an hour later, everyone was silent. This kid really knew how to do it. Moreover, there were some parts that they did not understand. Qin Yueming was surprised and happy. He did not expect his niece to find such a good partner. He could even perform such a difficult surgery well. Thinking of this, the chief physicians looked at each other and decided that Xianxia would be the chief surgeon. However, after the discussion, Taomi could not help but ask, "Xiaochen, where did you learn this surgery?" Xianxia smiled. "During my internship, I was in Peking University Third Hospital. At that time, the chief physician of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery favored me a lot and often brought me to surgeries. Later, I applied for the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery as a postgraduate student." After everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment and fell silent. Thinking back, what was he doing during his internship? Soon, the meeting ended and everyone left. Xianxia went to explain the situation. Qin Yueming and the other chief physicians went downstairs together. The elevator was eerily quiet. Xia Gaofeng could not help but ask, "Chief Physician Qin, what did you learn during your internship?" Qin Yueming blushed. "Me? I know quite a lot of things, such as retractors and knots. But are they the same? I was interning in Dongyang at that time. By the way, Chief Physician Xiong, you're from the capital. What did you do during your internship?" Xiong Kongyu was furious. "I'm an intern in the capital, but I'm not Xianxia. I should have learned how to suture." When everyone heard this, they could not help but smile. Yang Jianshu could not help but laugh out loud. Everyone immediately glared at him. "Chief Physician Yang, I heard that you came from overseas? What did you learn in the United States?" Yang Jianshu was stunned. Seeing that he had angered everyone, he immediately opened the elevator. My stomach is not feeling well. You guys go down first. See you next time, chief physicians." After saying that, he hurriedly left. Taomi was stunned. This floor is the obstetrics department? In the ward of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery, Xianxia was about to talk to Lu Jia about the surgery. When he entered, he suddenly found that the room was full of people. Zhang Keqin looked at Lu Jia. "Sister, you're too much. Why didn't you tell us about such a big thing? If something happened to Qingqing, how could we be at ease?" Lu Jia smiled and did not speak. Wu Gang picked up Qingqing. "Qingqing, who bullied you? Tell me, I'll take him away." Wu Gang's hand had recovered very well and was basically unaffected. When Qingqing saw Xianxia coming in, she immediately pouted. "He bullied me." Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Wu Gang turned around and saw Xianxia coming in. He immediately smiled. "Dr. Chen?" "Haha, Qingqing, we can't afford to offend him. Let's change to another one." Hearing this, Qingqing immediately pouted and crossed her hands in front of her chest. After thinking for a long time, she said, "It's so difficult." When everyone saw her acting like a little adult, they immediately laughed out loud. At this time, Zhang Keqin winked at Wu Gang. Wu Gang quickly got up. "Qingqing, go out. With your father." After the two of them left, Zhang Keqin said to Xianxia, "Dr. Chen, the department knows about Qingqing's situation. All her medical expenses will be reimbursed. So, they still hope that we can do our best to treat Qingqing." Also, if you need to hire an expert or something, we can help you apply to the higher-ups. However, the key factor is to ensure the success of the surgery. After all, the child is still so young. The child is still young. Don't leave any sequelae. You must do your best to help with the operation. If you need our help, or we can contact the experts in the capital, I will go back to the leader for approval and apply as soon as possible. Zhang Keqin was very enthusiastic and said to Chen Song. Chen Song nodded, well, don't worry, Captain Zhang. We will do our best. And, as for the operation, we have invited the experts in our province. I will do the operation myself. Don't worry. Zhang Keqin nodded at once. He trusted Chen Song very much. After all, his hand and Wu Gang's hand were treated by Chen Song. Now they recovered well, and Wu Gang could train normally. Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. After that, Zhang Keqin looked at Lu Jia, sister-in-law. If you have any problems in the future, just call us. Don't be a stranger. Lu Jia sighed, I don't want to bother you if it is not troublesome. You are so busy and dangerous every day. I am afraid to disturb you. This time, Zhang Keqin shook his head, if the hospital didn't contact us, we wouldn't know about it. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Shelley has made contributions to our country and our people. The country will not let his wife and child down. I know you are not easy. The pension has been given to Shelley's parents. Well, I will apply to the bureau and see if I can get some protection for you. And, the child can't be like this in the future. All the medical expenses will be reimbursed. Treat the illness well and don't think about anything else. Lu Jia nodded and cried. She didn't know what to say. Moved, she would rather have her husband, even if she was poor, even if she had to worry about food, oil, and salt, even if she had to borrow money, than these. She was very selfish, she didn't have a big dream like Shaoli to protect the country. Lu Jia was very small. She just wanted to take care of her little family. But at this time, she was moved. After all, when she was desperate, the country didn't let her down and didn't give up Qingqing. He wanted her to believe that there was still a trace of warmth in this world. The operation was in preparation. Tonight's operation was in the afternoon. Everyone was making emergency preparations for Qingqing's operation. Qingqing sat on the bed, carefully writing her diary. Lu Jia walked in and saw Qingqing writing something. She smiled. Qingqing, what are you writing? Why don't you read it to me? Seeing Lu Jia enter, Qingqing's eyes narrowed. She closed the notebook and stuffed it into her small school bag. You can't look. This is Qingqing's secret. Lu Jia smiled when she saw the child. She didn't know when the child had learned to keep a diary. Perhaps this was a good habit. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Kaihua hurried into the ward. His usually clean suit was wrinkled, and his face was full of fatigue. There was a man behind him. Qingqing, uncle brought you something delicious. Yang Kaihua put the snacks aside. Lu Jia quickly refused, Mr. Yang, you're too polite. Although Qingqing's eyes were shining as she stared at the snacks, she shook her head and said, thank you, uncle. Qingqing doesn't like to eat snacks. Looking at Qingqing, Yang Kaihua could not stop himself from patting her head. He said to Lu Jia, come out. I'll introduce you to someone. Out of curiosity, Lu Jia nodded and walked out. Yang Kaihua introduced, Lu Jia, this is Professor Wang Qi, the head of the Cardiac Surgery Department of Peking University 3rd Hospital. I've asked around and he's quite good at correcting congenital transposition of the aorta with cardiac malformations. He's a national expert. After learning about Qingqing's situation, Professor Wang Qi agreed to perform the surgery for her. Hearing that, Lu Jia was stunned. Seeing the vicissitudes of life on Yang Kaihua's face, she turned to look at Wang Qi. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't. After all, for the sake of her child, she would rather throw away her dignity. Professor Wang, hello. You. I hope you can save Qingqing, Lu Jia said with red eyes. Mr. Yang, thank you so much. Sincerely, I will repay you in the future. Yang Kaihua's face was full of smiles, no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Professor Wang Qi. Wang Qi sighed and looked at Yang Kaihua. He's also a thoughtful person. He's infatuated. However, he still said, "Hello, Miss Liu. I know about Chen Cheng's situation. I will do my best to cooperate with the hospital for the surgery, but I need to communicate with the hospital in advance. After all, the surgery can't be done casually." How could Lu Jia not understand Yang Kaihua's meaning? She was a woman, but she wasn't stupid. Lu Jia, who was a housewife, knew how difficult this world was. Looking at Yang Kaihua, she knew that he must have put in a lot of effort to invite him. How could it be so easy? There were so many specialists. Who would be willing to perform the surgery? Yesterday, Lu Jia had personally listened to several specialists and chief physicians on the phone. How could a layman like Yang Kaihua, who was in the same field, have an easy time? However, there were some words that couldn't be said. The specific instructions for the surgery had to be communicated with the hospital. Yang Kaihua and Lu Jia led Wang Qi to the cardiology department's office. At that moment, there were many people in the office. Chen Song, Tao Mi, Qin Yueming, Yang Jianxiu, and Xiong Kongyu were all there. They were all carefully preparing for the surgery. Chen Song turned around and saw Yang Kaihua and the others. However, Chen Song's eyes widened. "Eh? Chief Wang? Why are you here?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Immediately, their faces lit up with joy. "Professor Wang Qi? Professor Wang, why are you here?" Wang Qi, Tao Mi, Qin Yueming, and the others greeted him one by one. "I'll have to trouble all of you this time. Brother Yang specially asked me to perform the surgery for Qin Cheng. I wanted to communicate with everyone, but I didn't expect to see all of you here." Tao Mi and the others were excited. Qin Yueming said directly, "With Professor Wang Qi here, we're more confident." Xiong Kongyu nodded, "Yes. Thank you, Professor Wang." After the few chief physicians exchanged pleasantries, Wang Qi looked at Chen Song with interest. "Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. I finally found you." Chen Song scratched his head awkwardly. "Chief Wang, long time no see." Everyone looked at the two of them curiously. Did they know each other? They seemed to have known each other for a long time. Wang Qi couldn't help but ask, "Are you in the cardiology department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital now?" Chen Song shook his head and smiled. No, I'm in the emergency department. I'm just here to join in the fun." Wang Qi couldn't help but sigh. "Are you a postgraduate student now?" Chen Song nodded. "I'm in my first year of postgraduate studies at Dongyang Medical University." Wang Qi was angry when he heard that. "You brat, I asked you to be my postgraduate student, but you refused. You're so stubborn, and now you're studying under someone else." Wang Qi said, "Okay, I'll stop talking nonsense with you. I'll talk to you after the surgery. Brat, don't be stubborn with me this time. When you graduate, come to me honestly. I might find you a good job before I retire." Chen Song felt a warmth in his heart. Chief Wang Qi was his first benefactor. During his internship, he favored Chen Song and wanted to keep Chen Song. However, would Peking University accept an undergraduate student? Therefore, Wang Qi asked Chen Song to study in his research institute. At that time, Chen Song didn't want to be a postgraduate student. He didn't expect to meet him again after so many years. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "Chief Wang, I'm working now. I'm in the emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital." When Wang Qi heard that, he pulled Chen Song over, gave him a look, and whispered, "How can this hospital be compared to the capital? Don't be silly." "Okay, I'll tell you after the surgery." Tao Mi and the others didn't know what Wang Qi was talking about, but he would definitely be able to guess 1, 2, 2. Tao Mi quickly said, "Oh. By the way, Chief Wang, I forgot to introduce you. This is Chen Song, the deputy chief of the emergency department of the 2nd Sichuan Provincial Hospital. He's going to be the chief of the emergency department soon." When Wang Qi heard that, his eyes widened and he looked at Chen Song in disbelief. "What? You're the deputy chief of the emergency department?" Chen Song nodded and smiled awkwardly. He joked, "Yes, gold will always shine no matter where it is. You said it yourself." When Wang Qi heard that, he was so angry that he laughed. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for 3 years, Chen Song had become the deputy chief of the emergency department. The deputy chief of the top 3-grade provincial hospital was different. If he was just a junior doctor, Wang Qi would definitely say that. But, a 27-year-old deputy chief of the emergency department. How? How was this possible? Wang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Yueming then explained, Chief Wang, you went to the United States last week. Maybe you didn't know about this year's National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition. Chen Song is this year's champion. As soon as he said that, Wang Qi was instantly stunned. What? You're that Chen Song? Wang Qi had heard Chen Song's name a lot in the past 2 days. However, there were so many people with the same name that he didn't care at all. After all, Chen Song had won the national competition with full marks. Chen Song was outstanding. But, Wang Qi found it hard to compare the two of them. However, Wang Qi had been a little sad recently. He was thinking that if Chen Song was by his side, he might have been able to participate in a national competition. At that time, he lamented for a long time. He really didn't expect this. Things had changed with the passage of time. Who would have thought that the kid from back then would be at such a high position now? When he thought of this, Wang Qi looked at Chen Song again and couldn't help but say, good kid. Not bad at all. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Chief Wang, you've taught me well. Wang Qi suddenly smiled and said, let's do the surgery together tonight. I want to see how you're doing now. At this moment, Xiong Kongyu suddenly smiled and said, Chief Wang, Chief Chen Song is the chief surgeon tonight. He'll definitely be there. As soon as he said that, Wang Qi was dumbfounded. This? You know how to correct congenital transposition of the aorta with cardiac deformity? Chen Song smiled awkwardly. Of course, he didn't know how to do it. He had seen Chief Wang perform the surgery and used his equipment to perfect it. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. It's all because of you. P.S. I really want to split this chapter into 2, unfortunately, I'm too kind. Chen Song's words made Wang Qi feel that his brain was not working properly. Did I teach you that? Wang Qi asked back. You did. I think so. Chen Song replied. The surrounding directors, including Yang Kaihua, were all shocked by the word probably. I think so? What does he mean? Everyone stared at Chen Song, making Chen Song feel a little awkward. Well, he was also a little at a loss, and he blushed a little. Chen Song looked at Wang Qi. Chief Wang, have you forgotten? Wang Qi really forgot. He really forgot that he had taught Chen Song how to perform this surgery to correct transposition of the aorta and intercardiac malformation. This was because he was not sure how well he had performed this surgery 4 years ago. At that time, Chen Song quickly interrupted him. Chief Wang, it's getting late. Let's go to the operating theater first. I'll help you recall it tonight. Maybe you'll remember it. Wang Qi sighed and looked at Chen Song. Sigh. I'm really old. Chen Song smiled. Yes, you must be old. The surrounding chief physicians looked at each other. No, Wang Qi was not here. Chen Song, you think we're all old? All of us are old, deaf, and blind. Even our brains are not working well. No, 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 you think we're all old and muddle-headed, and our brains are not working well. Now, the 4 chief physicians looked at each other and made up their minds. If they found that Chen Song did not know how to do the surgery, they would pull him down and let Professor Wang do it. At this moment, they realized for the first time that Chen Song was not as reliable as they thought. At this moment, Yang Kaihua took a look at the luxurious surgical team and felt at ease. But when he saw Chen Song, he did not know why, but he felt a little nervous. Life always made you feel excited when you didn't expect it. After all, Chen Song was still the chief surgeon. After discussing the situation with Lu Jia, Tao Mi, and Wang Qi completed the registration. Then, everyone headed to the operating room. The nurses, Lei Lei and Shaolin, took off Ching Cheng's clothes. The little girl looked at Yang Kai and said shyly, Uncle Yang, close your eyes. Yang Kaihua smiled awkwardly. And, Uncle will close his eyes. Ching Ching, when you wake up, Uncle will take you to eat something delicious, okay? Ching Ching shook her head. Not good. Yang Kaihua shook his head. Why? Ching Ching's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. I am not going for a checkup. I am going for an operation, right? Everyone fell silent. Lele smiled and said, Ching Ching, don't worry. It's not a surgery. He'll wake up after a nap. Ching Ching cast a glance at them all. Then, she sighed. Are you guys stupid? Do you think I'm still a child? Don't be so childish, everyone was stunned. Looking at the naked child laughing at them with his hands on his hips, they couldn't help but want to laugh. But he couldn't bring himself to laugh. Ching Ching sighed and said to Lu Jia, Mummy. Lu Jia pretended to be relaxed and asked, What is it, Ching Ching? Ching Ching carefully whispered into her mother's ear, Mummy, I think Uncle Yang likes you. Hearing that, Lu Jia did not know whether to laugh or cry. She rolled her eyes and said, Hurry up and lie down. You're going to catch a cold. Ching Ching giggled. She slipped under the blanket and revealed her little head. She grinned. Despite having lost one of her front teeth, she looked very cute when she smiled. The nurse wrapped Ching Ching with the blanket and pushed her into the operating room. As Lele was preparing the items for the operation, a notebook fell out. As she was about to put the notebook away, Lu Jia noticed it. She said curiously, Give this to me. The nurse was stunned and she handed the notebook to Lu Jia. Sister Lu, what is this? Lu Jia smiled and said, This is Ching Cheng's diary. I don't know when this little girl started writing a diary. Hearing that, Lele's curiosity was piqued. She wanted to know what this 8-year-old child's inner world was like. Lu Jia opened the notebook and began reading it. 3 words were written on the first page, diary. After opening it, she saw the first entry. The teacher said that the diary is our friend. If we write down the unhappy things, we can be happy. If we write down the unhappy things, we will be happier. Today, I was bullied by Big Head. He tutored me. He said that I don't have a father. I was very angry. I wanted to fight back, but I remembered that my father told me that I am a small police officer and can't hit people. Mother asked me why my clothes were torn. I didn't dare to say that I didn't want them to bully me. I was afraid that Mother would be unhappy. Mother is crying more and more. I can't let her be angry. Ching Ching has grown up. I have to be an obedient child. Today, I couldn't sleep. I felt like I couldn't vent my anger. Was it because Big Head and the others hit me? However, Big Head is still my good friend. He gave me a piece of candy and protected me from being bullied by others. Today, the teacher praised me. Ching Cheng's daily life was recorded in the diary. It was very trivial. Seeing this, Lu Jia's heart ached. Only then did she realize that this child was really sensible. She had a lot of grievances, but she didn't tell her. At a young age, she learned to keep her grievances in her heart. Being sensible, she didn't want her to worry. She wanted to be a small police officer to protect her mother. Unknowingly, tears fell from Lu Jia's eyes and fell on the notebook. Lu Jia quickly wiped them clean. On the other hand, Lu Jia looked at the last few pages of the diary and couldn't hold it in anymore. Her tears were like a flood that broke the dam. She lay on the bed and cried loudly. Lele and little Lin had just packed up their things. When they saw Lu Jia's emotional breakdown, they quickly comforted her. On the side of the diary of the past few days was neatly written. The words that she didn't know were written with pinyin. The weather is sunny. Today, Mother's car was hit by an uncle. It gave Mother a fright. The uncle was obedient, but he wasn't as handsome as Father. The uncle gave Mother a lot of money. I started to feel uncomfortable again. I couldn't breathe and scared Mother. Uncle and Mother took me to the hospital. I met a handsome man who called me uncle. I made a pinky promise with him and didn't let him tell Mother, but the uncle doctor broke our agreement and made Mother cry. However, the uncle doctor took me to do Xianxia and secretly told Mother that I must be sick. I saw Mother crying quietly for a long time. At night, Mother went back home and kept crying. Ching Ching is so disobedient. She always makes Mother worry. Today, the sky is gray. The uncle doctor told Mother that I need surgery. It will cost a lot of money. I'm so worried. There's no money at home. Mother can't even bear to buy new clothes. I don't want to get sick. I'm so scared. Today, I was hospitalized. Mother said to come in for Xianxia. I knew it was for surgery. In order not to let mother worry, I didn't know. The TV said that surgery can kill people. I'm so scared, I don't want to die so soon. Boo-hoo. I want to accompany mother. Mother is so pitiful. What will she do without me? Mother loves to cry. If she's unhappy, there's no one to give her tears and make her happy. I'm so scared. At the end, there was a small line of words at the bottom. Mother, I know that you've read Ching Cheng's diary. Ching Cheng might not be able to come back and accompany you anymore. But Ching Cheng hopes that you'll be happier in the future. Don't cry all the time, otherwise, Ching Cheng and father will be very unhappy. There were traces of water stains on the surface of the diary. Ching Cheng must have wetted the diary as she was crying while writing. Reading the contents of the diary, Lei and Xiaolan's tears flowed down their cheeks as well. Just how old was this child? An 8-year-old child. She was so sensible that it was frightening. Between the lines, he wrote about his affection for his mother, wrote about his own strength, wrote about his relationship with his mother, and wrote about his care and protection. The childish words caused the women to cry. This was a child's yearning for her mother. The head nurse happened to be passing by. When she saw the three of them crying, she was dumbfounded. She picked up the diary and flipped through it. As a mother, she was unable to hold herself back. She simply sat there and wailed. The power of this diary to women was too great. After a long time, they finally managed to comfort Lu Jia. Sister Lu, let's wait outside the operating theater. We might need to sign something. Lei said to Lu Jia with reddened eyes. Lu Jia nodded her head. She sniffled. She took a deep breath. Inside the operating theater, Wang Qi suddenly asked Chen Song, have you tested her Magoon ratio and pulmonary artery coefficient? Chen Song nodded his head. I have. The angiogram shows that the pulmonary arteries on both sides are well developed. Magoon ratio greater than or equal to 1.5 and pulmonary artery coefficient greater than or equal to 180 square meters superscript 2. Hearing Chen Song's words, Wang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was just a simple sentence, it was enough to test many things. Although Wang Qi was surprised when Chen Song had learned how to perform this type of surgery, at that moment, all he could do was to take things one step at a time. Chen Song looked at Ching Cheng's face and took a deep breath. He would give it his all for this surgery. This little girl was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. She should be like the others, living a carefree life. Her father's departure did not cause her to become depressed. Instead, it made her more optimistic about life. Chen Song turned around and said to the nurse, scalpel. Yuan nodded and handed the scalpel over. Truth be told, this was the first time Yuan had seen such a surgery. This was a major surgery. It was not just a test for the chief surgeon. There were requirements for every participant. They needed to work together and cooperate with each other. Wang Qi stood opposite Chen Song. After 4 years, the two of them met again. Unexpectedly, it was on the operating table again. However, today, the two of them switched positions. One stood in the position of the chief surgeon, and the other stood in the position of the first assistant. Chen Song gave Wang Qi a familiar look. Wang Qi suddenly froze. He hurriedly took out 3 pairs of tweezers. He was stunned. Could it be that Chen Song really learned from him, because he was too familiar with this gaze? Everyone who was used to him would know, because this was the modified sending surgery that he often used, no one else had ever done it. Could it be that Chen Song had really learned from him? At this time, Chen Song directly made a right atrial longitudinal incision and a left atrial groove incision 1.0 to 1.5 centimeters in front of the crista terminalis. Children's surgeries were different from adult surgeries. They needed to choose the distance and strength well. After he spoke, everyone's eyes lit up. The upper and lower ends of the surgical field reached the upper and lower edges of the right pulmonary vein, which was just enough for surgery. It was an amazing start. At this moment, Qin Yueming and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Chen Song was really good at this surgery. However, Wang Qi's eyes widened. This kid was quite skilled. Chen Song raised his eyebrows and glared at Wang Qi. Wang Qi was stunned. He suddenly reacted and his face turned red. He hurriedly took out a pair of tweezers and clamped the two ends. The 3 pairs of tweezers were just enough to hold it. Wang Qi thought of Chen Song's gaze just now and suddenly felt conflicted. Chen Song, on the other hand, felt very happy. It was not because of anything else, but because he was too familiar with that gaze. He had been stared at by Wang Qi for a long time. Now, he was finally returning the favor. Chen Song suddenly felt that he was in good condition. He estimated that he would perform well in this surgery. Just like in novels, his mind was clear, the surgery had just begun. Chen Song first needed to repair the atrium, ventricle, and the defect between the ventricular arteries. This was a delicate process. There could not be any carelessness. At the same time, there could not be any mistakes. These ventricular septal defects were the main factors to compensate for Xianxia's deformity. Back then, the circulation of the dislocation relied on these wrong structures. Now, to correct it, these wrong structures had to be repaired. This process had to be carried out under the external circulation machine. It had to be carried out when the heart was calm and there were no abnormal movements. Taomi turned around. External circulation machine, set up. Chen Song nodded and prepared for the surgery, speaking of which, the surgery really needed to be a gradual process. The surgery to correct congenital transposition of the aorta and cardiac deformity seemed very complicated. However, if you looked at it carefully, it was actually divided into 2 major parts. The first part was to perform a double transposition of the aorta and complete the correction of the transposition. The second part was to repair the ventricular septal defect of the heart and restore it to a normal person. In fact, this was a typical cardiac plastic surgery. In the past, even if Chen Song had this perfect skill, he might not really understand the core of the surgery. However, he was completely different now, because Chen Song not only had perfect level great blood vessel repair surgery, but he also had perfect level great blood vessel anastomosis. Secondly, Chen Song also had master level ventricular septal defect repair skill. Combining the two into one, Chen Song felt that when the time limit was up, Chen Song's surgery to correct congenital transposition of the aorta and cardiac deformity would reach at least master level. However, ideals were plentiful. Obviously, reality was more plentiful than ideals, because Chen Song found something that he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He encountered a scene that he encountered when he was undergoing plastic surgery. He found that when he was preparing to repair the ventricular septal defect through the right atrial incision and the mitral valve opening, he was surprised to find that he could see the yellow shadow trajectory. After Chen Song's beautiful eyes were activated, those uncoordinated ventricular septal defects began to be simulated and adjusted continuously. After about half a minute, Chen Song finally found a good position. And in this position, the yellow name, ventricular septal defect, disappeared. This obviously meant that this repair would be very successful. Chen Song was overjoyed and a smile appeared on his face. The surrounding chief physicians looked at Chen Song staring at the ventricular septal defect and laughed strangely. They were suddenly terrified. Xiao Chen. What's so funny? Wang Qi gulped. He was afraid of angering Chen Song. If this guy had any special fetishes, he should stop him. Chen Song suddenly smiled. Don't you think that this heart is very beautiful? Wang Qi? Qin Yueming? Tell me. Yang Jianchu, I'm going to the toilet. Give me the phone. Chen Song was stunned. Chief Yang, come back and watch the surgery. Look at how beautiful the ventricular septal defect is. Yang Jianchu shook his head. No, I'm going to the police. No, I'm going to the toilet. P.S. 2 chapters have been delivered. Thank you for your support. Thank you. The Rise and Fall of Fate will reduce the 10,000 reward from Brothers, delivered at 6 o'clock, Quibble, 7 o'clock. Good luck, keep up the good work. Finally, I recommend an anti-stereotype novel, I Am the Creator of Mythology, by Xianxia. The main character is very unrestrained. It's a newly popular D novel. The whole process is refreshing. Friends who like it can read it. Going to the toilet? Yang Jianchu's words sounded very tempting. Xiong Kongyu and the other department directors felt the urge to pee. Yes, everyone looked at each other and sighed. Sigh, he was old, his prostate fluid was not good, and so was his kidney. It was normal for him to urinate frequently. Scared? Impossible. Since university, he had treated cadavers as his friends, and Hannibal and Chainsaw as his meals. How could they be scared? But, looking at Chen Song's eyes, they were still a little scared. Damn it, he looked at the septum as if he was looking at a lever. How could his eyes see the heart of the septum? Wang Qi suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, he did not leave Chen Song behind. Otherwise, he would not be able to fall asleep at night. Yang Jianshu looked at Chen Song's eyes and hesitated for 3 seconds before deciding to come back. After all, the houses he bought with Cui Yuanwu had not yet come to fruition. It would be a waste to come back so early. Chen Song did not bat an eyelid as he continued his actions. He looked at the septum, picked up the polyester patch, and carefully cut out a circle. Chen Song was very satisfied. After all, the circle was very regular. Pi must be very accurate too. The patch was slightly smaller than the defect. Chen Song said to Yuan, 5-0 suture. The next suture was very precise. This was the most challenging part of the surgery, and it was also the most important part of the surgery. At this time, Yang Jianshu finally let go. He put aside his life and death and stared at Chen Song as he repaired the septum. The surrounding department directors were the same. In fact, this process was like mending socks. That's right, Chen Song thought so. Chen Song felt that if he were to do needlework, he would not be inferior to Qin Yu. With his talent, if he had a copy of the Sunflower Manual in ancient times, he would at least be on the same level as Invincible East. Whether it was his skills or his looks. He shook his head. Chen Song used the 5-0 double-ended needle with a gasket to perform a mattress suture with a gasket. The anterior superior edge of the defect was sutured on the right ventricular surface 2 to 3 mm away from the defect, and the other edges were sutured on the left ventricular surface. This subtle action immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. It was a very delicate operation. Because this way, there was an obvious advantage. To avoid heart block. Chen Song's stitching was even more precise. He inserted every needle into the edge of the patch and pushed down the ligation. The whole process could not be rushed. He had to be patient. Try your best to make the repairs as perfect as possible. The few directors immediately smiled happily. Fortunately, they held back and didn't go to the toilet. Otherwise, they would have missed this wonderful scene. However, in addition to the brilliance, there was also a bit of emotion in his heart. Chen Song's level was really getting higher and higher. Whether it was the repair of the heart or the anastomosis of the large blood vessels, Chen Song really started from the center position. It was precisely because of such a good foundation that Chen Song would be able to perform any surgery in the future. He would be able to master it very quickly. For example, at this moment, Chen Song's surgery made everyone feel relaxed and happy. The surgery, which was originally very burdensome and stressful, was played down by Chen Song. It was as casual as a breeze blowing over a mountain. He was really amazing. Wang Qi was actually the most shocked. No, not only was he shocked, but he was also surprised. This kid's technique was 70% to 80% similar to his. Could it be that he really taught him in the past? I am actually this good? Then, it was time for a rather annoying surgery. It was the surgery order of the atrial and aortic reversal surgery. It was like whether tofu pudding tasted better with salty or sweet. Tofu pudding. Different experts had different opinions. Most of them performed the atrial reversal surgery first, followed by the aortic reversal surgery. A minority of them performed the aortic reversal surgery first, followed by the atrial reversal surgery. Wang Qi and the others also stared at Chen Song. Wang Qi asked curiously. Xiao Chen, are you going to perform the atrial or the aortic surgery first? Chen Song did not say anything. He only looked at Wang Qi meaningfully. Wang Qi was stunned by Chen Song's gaze. He did not know why, but he felt a little guilty. Could it be that I said something wrong? Did I ask a stupid question? I thought about it carefully before asking such a high-level question just to show that I'm awesome. What's with your expression? He looked at Qin Yueming and saw that he was also staring at him. Everyone was staring at him. Could it be that I really said something wrong? Was this question very unprofessional? Instantly, Wang Qi felt goosebumps all over his body. He asked in his mind, Xiao Chen, why are you staring at me? Chen Song was stunned. Oh. I was also thinking about how to answer your question. Wang Qi was speechless. Chen Song muttered quietly, this is called an eye for an eye. How long did you stare at me back then? Did you forget it so quickly? Don't pretend to be innocent. Chen Song said calmly, actually, both methods are feasible, but in the end, it depends on which method is more suitable for the patient. With that, the surrounding chief physicians immediately pricked up their ears. Here comes the hardcore, absolutely hardcore. Hardcore, they must remember it. After all, this question had always been a question, but no one had ever explained it. Could it be, would Chen Song really have a different opinion? Chen Song looked at everyone and shook his head. He took the scalpel from Yuan's hand. He slowly made a longitudinal incision through the right atrium and the anterior edge of the atrial septum. He made a trapezoidal incision at both ends. He did not say anything more. Some things were useless to say more. They would only truly understand after they had seen more and learned more about it. When you explained it, they did not understand it at all. Chen Song used a PTFE patch to suture the left side of the left pulmonary vein and the left atrium posterior wall. In this way, the pulmonary vein was immediately separated from the left tricuspid valve. Initially, everyone was a little puzzled when they saw Chen Song's silence. However, when Chen Song finished this series of operations and moved the pulmonary vein on one side away, everyone was surprised to find that after the treatment, the defect on the other side of the wound seemed to be clearer. It seemed to be more convenient to treat it. Everyone was shocked, this was too magical. This scene looked very shocking, but everyone was still in a daze. How did Chen Song judge and make a conclusion? How did he start from the atrium? Chen Song did not say anything, and no one dared to ask. After all, everyone present was a chief physician. Whoever asked would be an idiot, just ask. Qin Yueming thought to himself, anyway, I'm this niece's husband. I have all the time. Thinking of this, he glanced at Yang Jianqiu. Taomi sneered and glanced at Yang Jianqiu. Anyway, Chen Song is in our hospital. He has all the time. Xia Gaofeng also smiled faintly. Your teacher is still in my hands. I'm very confident. Thinking of this, he also glanced at Yang Jianqiu. Yang Jianqiu at this moment, he was really panicking. You're targeting me? Do you think my broom can hold it up? The more Chen Song's surgery progressed, the more everyone frowned. Even Wang Qi began to frown. This was because Chen Song's surgery was clearly beyond his scope. Why can't I understand this series of operations? When did I teach you this? I don't even understand it myself. Did I teach you this? However, Wang Qi felt a lot of pressure as he looked at the surrounding chief physicians staring at him. He had to pretend to be calm and respected. But I clearly don't understand it. It's a little too much to pretend to be cool like this. The pressure was too great. Wang Qi, who felt the pressure, was very nervous. Sweat began to seep out of his back. However, at this moment, Chen Song's movements became faster and faster. Chen Song, who was already skilled in operating the large blood vessels of the heart, became even more unscrupulous at this moment. The group of chief physicians felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. It was as if they had returned to the carefree internship period when they looked at the chief physicians who were full of energy and had to shout awesome with a blank face. How similar was that? How complicated was that? Fortunately, Xiong Kangyu and the others had seen Chen Song's large blood vessel repair and anastomosis work before, so they did not lose their composure too much. However, Wang Qi, who pretended to be calm, was now thirsty. This was because Chen Song's operations time and time again made him swallow his saliva continuously to suppress his shock. What the F***ck, what a monstrous operation. Is this something an ordinary person can do? Chen Song used 6-0 and 7-0 polypropylene sutures to anastomose the large blood vessels on the left, right, and back sides of the heart. In Wang Qi's eyes, this process was a little like an acrobatic performance. This is too awesome, isn't it? This blood vessel anastomosis level was comparable to his teacher's precise repair, rapid sutures. The rhythm of the surgery was flawless, step by step, seamless surgery. This made Wang Qi, who originally wanted to test Chen Song, feel that his brain was not enough. No wonder he could get full marks. No wonder, who else could win the National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition with this level of skill? Chen Song seemed to have already prepared the surgical procedure in his mind. He began to push back step by step, and every step was very precise. The final step was the end-to-end anastomosis of the distal aorta and the proximal pulmonary artery. It could even be said to be one of the final finishing touches. Wang Qi glanced at Chen Song nervously. He was afraid that Chen Song would suture the wound too quickly, so he quickly said, "Xiao Chen, slow down." Chen Song nodded and smiled. "Okay, Director Wang." This conversation caused the surrounding people to gasp in amazement. Looking at Wang Qi's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh. Director Wang was indeed amazing. No wonder Chen Song had such great strength. Everyone nodded in agreement. The surgery continued, and not long after, Chen Song was done. Everyone closed their eyes to prevent the knowledge from flowing out. That was way out of his league. Today's surgery was amazing, but there were many things that they couldn't understand. Forget it, after the surgery, they would find a chance to pull Chen Song over to their hospital for a chat. At this moment, the most panicked person was Yang Jianshu. He was really panicking. He looked at Wang Qi with a longing look. This was Chen Song's teacher. He wanted to treat him to a meal later and see if he could teach him a good lesson. After all, he had just offended Chen Song. However, didn't Chen Song only learn a little from Wang Qi during his internship? Wang Qi must be amazing. Thinking of this, Yang Jianshu heaved a sigh of relief. What he didn't know was, at this moment, Wang Qi was even more panicked than him. Now he knew that Chen Song's surgery was indeed learning from him. However, that was it. This was equivalent to him teaching Chen Song addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and Chen Song suddenly said that he had solved gold box conjecture. Did Wang Qi teach him this? It must be, but this was not something he could say. Wang Qi took a deep breath. He was a little regretful, a little melancholy, and a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have paid for Chen Song to be his graduate student. In Peking University's third hospital, several female graduate students sneezed. Who cursed me? If that was the case, I would have been famous overseas. Sigh, what a pity. The surgery was finally over. It was a successful surgery. Chen Song personally finished the surgery. He went out to wash his hands and prepared to tell Lu Jia the good news. Outside the operating theater, many people were concerned and worried about this young lady. Chen Song looked at her sleeping face and could not help but smile. The surgery was really successful. It was so successful that Chen Song did not expect it. Even though Chen Song had prepared all kinds of precautions, there was no sign of PTSD. It seemed that God was still very kind to this young lady. Sometimes, surgery could not be ignored. After all, there were many accidents that could not be explained clearly. It was originally a very simple surgery. If one was not careful or even careful, all kinds of accidents could happen. The human body was after all too mysterious. Medicine was just a developing discipline. It needed a process. When Chen Song went out to wash his hands, the others followed. Wang Qi praised, "Little Chen, you did a great job with the surgery." Chen Song smiled awkwardly. "Chief Wang, I learned your surgery." "You're too polite." Yes, Wang Qi was very happy to hear this sentence. The surrounding chief physicians looked at him with admiration, but he knew clearly in his heart. How could he not know how good he was? Chen Song added, "So, in the end, it's all because you taught me well." Chen Song did not feel any pressure to push the blame to Chief Wang. He could not find a reason to say how he learned it. This Director Wang really came at the right time. Everything was fine now. Everything seemed logical and reasonable. No one else could say anything about it. Chen Song pushed the bed and went out first. Behind him, Qin Yueming and the other chief physicians pulled Wang Qi and could not help but ask curiously, "Chief Wang, did Chen Song really learn your surgery?" Naturally, Wang Qi shook his head and said with a smile, "At the end of the day, it's all because little Chen is really talented. I didn't expect him to improve so much in just 3 years." Hearing Wang Qi being so humble, everyone was shocked. What was an expert? This was an expert. After the surgery, he would leave without a trace. After everyone left, Wang Qi went to the changing room to change his clothes. "This? Professor Wang, did you teach Xiaochen surgery?" Yang Jianshu rubbed his palms and could not help but ask. Wang Qi chuckled. That's right. Xiaochen is a good learner. Oh right, Chief Physician Yang, what's wrong? Yang Jianshu laughed and asked embarrassedly, this. I have some questions that I didn't understand just now. I want to ask Professor Wang. Why don't we have dinner tonight? Wang Qi looked at the Rolex in his hand and was stunned. Oh, I forgot. I'm late for the high-speed train. This? Professor Yang, let's talk about it next time. I'll go first. Yang Jianshu, F***CK, P.S., thank you to a teller, disdain to change name, and Night Tour 1987 for your 10,000 tips, good luck, good luck. Every resuscitation was a process of improvement for Chen Song, and every cardiac surgery made him more curious and emotional about the source of the human body's power. If the internal organs were the closest to the soul, the heart was the hub that connected the soul and the body. Qin Yueming followed behind Chen Song and could not help but ask, Xiaochen, why did you choose to apply for cardiology? I heard that you are very good at hand surgery and hepatobiliary surgery. I, Chief Physician Qian Liang, have always favored you? Chen Song, who was washing his hands, was suddenly stunned. Everyone around him stared at Chen Song. Perhaps they would get some special words from Chen Song. For example, how good cardiology is, how glorious it is to be a cardiologist, and so on and so forth, Chen Song sighed. If it was not for the temptation of a hidden profession, he swore that he would not be interested in that brainless woman with big breasts. Was Qin Yueming not good enough? When he thought of Meng Shi, Chen Song felt that his liver qi was a little stagnant, and it was developing toward breast hyperplasia and nodules. If this continued for a long time, Chen Song felt that he would not become a miracle in Dongyang City, but a weirdo in Dongyang City. After all, he imagined that one day in the future, when the sun was setting, Chief Physician Chen of the emergency department would do an ultrasound and find 3 huge breast nodules. This would definitely attract the attention of his defeated opponents, and they would kill him while he was under anesthesia. When he thought of this, Chen Song felt that he should stay healthy. He must stay healthy. He must not give those defeated opponents a chance, especially. Chen Song turned around and glanced at Yang Jianshu. He must not have a heart attack. There was a personal grudge in this guy's eyes. Chen Song looked at the people around him who were looking forward to it. They stared at him as if they wanted to hear some words of awesome cardiology from him. Chen Song was really in a difficult position. Chen Song sighed and looked at everyone. Go and tell the family that the rescue was successful. I believe they must be very anxious now. I will tell you later. Everyone looked at Chen Song's deep eyes and suddenly became excited. There must be a story. Everyone liked to listen to the stories of geniuses, and they could also be used to educate their own graduate students. Thus, the group of people headed outside. Little did he know that a group of people had already gathered outside, because it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. There were many police officers who were not on duty in the criminal police unit. Even many leaders of the Public Security Bureau were there. As the director of the 2nd Provincial Hospital, Qin Xiaoyuan naturally could not be absent. Even quite a number of reporters from the television station had come. After Ching Cheng's matter was made public, it immediately attracted the attention of people from all walks of life. The city leaders were very concerned about Lu Jia's family. After learning that Ching Cheng was going to undergo surgery, everyone came outside the operating room. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the news of the operation's success. Every minute felt very long to Lu Jia. It was as if her breathing had become a tool to record time. Standing in the distance, Yang Kaihua was also extremely worried. Zhang Keqin, Wu Gang, and the others also wore solemn expressions. They had watched Qingqing grow up. None of them wanted anything to happen to her. And, at this very moment, the person who was most worried about this was none other than Qin Xiaoyuan. He was now in a state of panic, especially after learning from the operating room's head nurse, Li Ying, that the chief surgeon today was Chen Song. He became even more worried. Because if this operation was a success, everything would be fine, but if it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because Qingqing carried the hopes and expectations of countless people and even various complicated factors. If it failed, the impact would be great. Creak, at that moment, the sound of the door opening rang out. Chen Song took the initiative to push the bed out of the operating room. Everyone immediately stood up and stared at Chen Song. Chen Song looked at everyone and said indifferently, "The operation went smoothly." That sentence caused Lu Jia to cry. She quickly bowed and said, "Dr. Chen, thank you so much. You are Qing Chang's savior." Wu Gang and the others raised their hands and saluted Chen Song. When Qin Xiaoyuan heard that, he was instantly overjoyed. As long as everything is fine, everything is fine. At that moment, a very imposing uncle with thick eyebrows and big eyes came forward. He looked at Chen Song and took the initiative to reach out his hand. Chen Song quickly shook it. The man nodded and said, "Thank you, little comrade. You have not only saved a child, but also the hope of a group of people. Thank you." After saying that, the man saluted. Chen Song was at a loss. He did not know how to return the salute. Should he salute back, put his palms together and say ba, or draw a cross in front of his chest? So heart-wrenching. What kind of salute does a doctor have? Qin Xiaoyuan looked at so many people around and quickly said, "You all send Qingqing to the ICU and watch over her strictly. Everyone, don't crowd around here. Don't disturb the patient's rest." Qin Xiaoyuan went to preside over the operation, while Chen Song was surrounded by a group of young female reporters. "Dr. Chen, this time you performed the operation for the children of martyrs. Are you under a lot of pressure? Dr. Chen, you are only 27 years old and won the National Skills Competition of Cardiac Surgery. Are you under any pressure to perform this operation? Dr. Chen, what do you think of cardiac surgery?" In the face of countless questions, Chen Song took a deep breath and said, "I have to perform the operation next. Let me say a few words briefly. The heart is my favorite organ and the organ I am most familiar with at present. For it, I also have special feelings. I like to observe it, stop it, and repair it. Let it rejuvenate, just like how a mechanic likes to open the hood of a car to repair the engine. There are not too many reasons for me to enter the profession. But when I understand the working principle of the heart, the following things are logical. Do a profession and love it. For the heart, I think I love it, not only because its shape is so perfect, but also because its movement is the most fascinating. Its rhythm, its efficiency, and its voice are all so different. The fluctuation of the electrocardiogram is like the tango of Argentina, but it is more elegant than the tango. The beautiful QRS waves, the familiar P waves, the naughty T waves. It will appear continuously in every cycle, until the last moment of life. If the heart beats 60 times per minute and pumps 5 liters of blood, 3,600 times per hour, 86,400 times per day, and more than 31 million times per year, during the 80 years of our life, it will beat 5 billion times. To be honest, such a heavy workload is very tiring. When the heart stops beating, the brain and nervous system will be damaged in less than 5 minutes, and then brain death will follow. So, as a doctor, I feel that I am a friend of the heart. I understand it, and I should help it. And here, I also want to tell everyone, please treat your heart well, because only it will be reluctant to part with you." With these words, the scene suddenly fell silent. As soon as Chen Song finished speaking, the entire room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Chen Song. Their eyes were filled with shock and admiration. Then, everyone started applauding. Excitement, and shock. It was the first time they heard someone describe the heart in such a poetic way. It was the first time someone described the heart in such a sacred way. For a moment, they were overwhelmed with emotions. For the first time, they felt that being a doctor was not so bloody and violent. It could also be so poetic. Who said that doctors did not understand romance? Dating would only be awkward and pretentious. The reporters were all excited and could not contain their emotions. They wished they could give up writing and go into medicine, because Chen Song had painted such a longing medical scene for them. At this moment, an image appeared in everyone's mind. It was a vow related to the heart, therefore, one draft after another was written in their minds. I have a misunderstanding with the heart. First intimate contact with the heart. The bloody romance of a heart surgeon. I have a friend with a heart. Actually, the reporters were not the most excited. It was Wang Qi, Qin Yueming, Tao Mi, these chief physicians. They were like statues that had lost their souls and stood there motionless. Listening to Chen Song's words, they felt an unprecedented shock. this was the first time in their lives that they felt their profession was so wonderful. It was also the first time they realized that the heart could be so beautiful and charming. So we are not butchers, we can be artists. We can also be poets. They thought a lot, they thought of Lu Sun, they thought of Chekhov, they even thought of holding the Cun Guan ruler. So the heart that we touch every day is so charming and great. And our career, our work, and the surgeries we perform every day can be so enjoyable and intoxicating. At this moment, they suddenly did not want to rest or sleep. They were eager to go back to their own departments. He said to the doctors, "I want to do 10 sets." Chen Song's words made the old chief physicians fall into deep thought. Suddenly, they understood the gap between them and Chen Song. They also suddenly understood why Chen Song was so outstanding. No wonder our talent is limited. After all, we still feel that there is a gap between us and Chen Song. So, it's because our love for the heart is not deep enough. They thought back to the surgery just now. Chen Song's eyes were fixed on his heart. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with emotion. At that moment, they understood. It turned out that Chen Song had already treated his heart as a friend. He understood it, and thought about it. That's why his surgery went so smoothly. Was so smooth. He did not treat this surgery as a mission or a job. Thinking about it carefully, that was indeed the case. If you don't understand and love the heart, how can you perform such a surgery? For a moment, Qin Yueming was extremely excited because he realized that the barrier that had been shackling him for so many years had finally loosened. For a moment, he had a feeling of sudden realization. I've been working hard in the field of cardiovascular surgery for so many years. It's no wonder I haven't found a way to do it. But now, Chen Song's words made him feel enlightened. It was shocking. Indeed, the passion for surgery had gradually faded as he became a chief physician and a hospital director. I don't love my career as much as I used to. Thinking of this, Qin Yueming took a deep breath. He decided to go back and get ready to go again. He would be a simple doctor. It could be said that there were not many people in the room who understood Chen Song's words better than these chief physicians. Excitement, trembling, all their expressions were expressed in words, but in the end, they could not say anything. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the young man in his late 20s. They were a little emotional, but more than that, they were touched. No wonder he could achieve so much at such a young age. Perhaps, it was because of this passion. Wang Qi stared at Chen Song. His tears of shame and hatred had extinguished his impetuous anger for so many years. What a good child. I regret not allowing him to be my postgraduate student. Who would be so lucky to have such a successor? It's really a blessing. At this moment, Yang Jianshu sighed. He felt that the heart he encountered was not the same as what Chen Song described. Could it be that our hearts are different? Or that our horizons are different? At this moment, he felt that Chen Song's gaze was not so frightening. Instead, he felt that he was too vulgar. Could it be that it's because I grew up in the United States that I don't understand the breadth and profoundness of Chinese? Could it be that I have to go to university to minor in Chinese if I want to perform surgery well? Chen Song's words shocked everyone in the room, including Qin Xiaoyuan. This was the cultural and professional quality that a medical staff should have. The group of reporters swore that when they went back, they would definitely write a good report about Chen Song. He deserved to be the champion of the National Cardiovascular Surgery Skills Competition. He deserved to be awarded the Medal of Honor by the National Health Commission. He deserved to be a young associate chief physician. He deserved to be handsome. After a while, a reporter asked, then, "Chief Chen, do you have any good suggestions for everyone? For example, protecting the heart? Or, do you have anything to say to everyone?" Chen Song said faintly, "Read more books, read more newspapers, eat less snacks, and go to bed early. Don't smoke, drink less, exercise moderately." 99. After that, Chen Song turned around gracefully and looked at everyone. "Sorry, I still have patients, so I won't take up any more of your time." After that, Chen Song left gracefully. The clouds were light, the wind was light, and the waves were calm. His white clothes were rustling. Where was the star? The reporter mumbled to himself, "This is a doctor with a divine aura." Chen Song ran into the operating theater and quickly went to the toilet. Shoo, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was really suffocating. He did not expect that group of reporters to be so good at asking questions. A surgery that lasted for a few hours was already uncomfortable enough. This interview was even more suffocating than the surgery. At this moment, Zhang Wenfu walked over with an excited expression. Chief Chen, what you said just now was really good. I finally understand the gap between you and me. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to fall in love with this heart. Chen Song was stunned. Seeing Chen Song staring at him, Zhang Wenfu suddenly felt even more excited. He took a deep breath. Chief Chen, I won't let you down. Come on. Here you go. Chen Song was speechless. P.S. Thank you to the leader, Liwen 521 for the 100000 tip. Thank you to a certain teller for the 10,000 tip. Thank you to QQ reading Purple Flame for the 10,000 tip. Thank you everyone. There will be more in the afternoon, come on. The next morning, Chen Song arrived at the ICU early in the morning. After changing his shoes and entering, he saw that Ching Ching had woken up. Her two large eyes stared straight at Chen Song. After confirming the look in her eyes, she smiled. Uncle, thank you for saving me. Chen Song smiled and asked, a doctor's job is to treat and save people, just like a police officer protecting the country, right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Ching Ching shook her head. No, I just feel like I slept for a very long time. This sleep was very comfortable and my chest is no longer stuffy. I feel very good. Chen Song had the nurse check the various data records and breathed a sigh of relief. She was fine. As he was about to leave, Ching Ching called out to Chen Song. Uncle. Chen Song was stunned and he turned around. What is it? Ching Ching smiled and said, I am actually not angry. I don't blame you for telling Mum our secret. Chen Song rubbed Ching Chang's head. Don't touch it. Rest well. You will be fine in a few days. Ching Ching nodded. Ching Ching is very obedient. As he was leaving the ICU, he happened to see Department Director Zheng, who had a distressed look on his face. Department Director Zheng, what is it? Seeing Chen Song, Jing Yongjun was about to shake his head when he recalled that Chen Song was the department director. Thus, he smiled and said, the department director's temper is not good today. Be careful. Chen Song was stunned. Department Director Li Baoshan has quite the good temper. She looked so amiable and cheerful every time she saw him, she was always so happy. Chen Song shook his head and got up to return to the emergency department. The moment he entered, he saw that Li Baoshan was already in the office. He was saying something with a dark expression on his face. When he saw Chen Song, his expression softened and he put on an awkward smile. Xiaochen is here. One after another, the people who were supposed to take over their shifts arrived. Li Baoshan closed the door and sighed. Let's do a year-end summary today. 2019 is over. The financial report is also out. Our losses for the year 2019 are the highest, and the hospital is ranked first. We lost a total of 3,298,000 yuan. From 2021 onwards, we'll be moving to the emergency building. Comrades, we're already losing 3 million on one floor. If we move to 8 floors, the hospital will be paralyzed. So, everyone, think of a way and see if there are any good measures. At this moment, Chen Song saw that the question mark above Li Baoshan's head had finally turned yellow. Ding. Li Baoshan issued a mission. The department is still in a state of losing money. If this continues, it will not be good for the development of the emergency building. As the deputy chief of the department, please try your best to provide suggestions. Upon completion of the quest, you will receive a treasure chest. The exact level of the treasure chest will depend on the completion of the quest. After seeing the system prompt, Chen Song pondered for a moment. How could he prevent the department from losing money? This was definitely not a solution that could be solved in a short time, because the emergency department would definitely lose money, there was no doubt about that. The only way was to find other ways to earn money and make up for the losses. After all, the emergency department was the only department in the hospital that did not need to pay profits and still had to allocate money. Chen Song suddenly had an idea. That's right. I still have a test mission now, something that will have a positive impact on the department. If I can complete these 2 missions at the same time, will I get double the reward? What can I do? Chen Song was about to go to Seoul. Was there any way to complete it in 3 days? No, to be precise, there's only 1 day. After all, the mission will expire after I return. Thinking of this, Chen Song sighed helplessly. He was conflicted. Everyone was silent because this was not a problem that could be solved in a day or 2, and it was not a problem that was unique to the secondary hospital. After all, if there was really a way, it would not have been delayed until today. After a long time, Xianxia said, "Director, should we redo the charity fund for critical patients?" When Xianxia said this, she wasn't very confident. After all, this charity fund had been in vain for a long time. How long had it been? No one had donated. When it was first established, the fighting spirit was high, but later, after all, the emergency department of the secondary hospital was a 3-way emergency department. 1 was no special, 2 was no famous, and 3 were no big shots. Where did they raise the money? When the construction first began, the 200,000 yuan was because 150,000 yuan was from Lao Chen's rich wife's pharmaceutical company. Later on, there was no continuous stream and it had long dried up. As a result, Chen Song and the others who had just arrived did not even know that there was a charity fund in the hospital. Yes, the sign of this charity fund had long been hidden in the warehouse by the head nurse to avoid embarrassment when others asked about it. When Tian Xianglan heard Xiangxi's words, she said, "I'm too embarrassed to take out that sign." When Chen Bingxing heard this, his expression changed and he smiled awkwardly. "Director, my wife's company has some financial problems." I think, when everyone heard this, they almost could not help but laugh. Every time the charity fund was mentioned, Li Baoshan would always look at the rich person in the department affectionately for a while. Chen Bingxing's wife, Li Baoshan sighed. And Yanjun could not help but say, "When the hand surgery department is established next year, it might be better." When he said this, the head nurse Tian Xianglan's expression immediately changed. "Director, and don't mind my harsh words. I feel that the hand surgery department will lose even more if it is established." It's true. Look at Director Chen. He used to be so good. Now, he's also being led by you. He doesn't care about the materials at all. The patients are pitiful, but we can't always be like this. I think it's better to start the charity fund again. After all, the emergency department really needs this money. After chatting for a long time, they returned to the matter of the charity fund. Li Baoshan felt a little troubled when he heard this. After looking around, he saw Chen Song. "Well, Director Chen, you just took over the department. Why don't you take care of the charity fund first? What do you think?" Li Baoshan actually did not have much hope. He was just saying it symbolically. After all, this charity fund was mentioned every year, but it was never done well. He asked Chen Song to do it because Chen Song was now the department director. He wanted to give him some work so that he could get in touch with and familiarize himself with the operation of the department as soon as possible. Raise money? Li Baoshan did not even think about it. Because he had done it before, but it was useless. When Chen Song heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. That's right. A charity fund for critical patients? Good idea. If it was really successful, it would definitely have a positive impact on the development of the department. Killing multiple birds with one stone. When he thought of this, Chen Song nodded. Okay, Director. I'll try my best to do this well. Li Baoshan was stunned. This kid doesn't understand what I mean. I mean, just fool them. It's not that easy. The head nurse and the others could not stand it anymore. Director Chen, this is not that easy. Don't take it too seriously. Xianxia nodded. Okay, just do it and let the hospital take a look. Just treat it as us struggling for a while. Lao Chen also nodded. Yes, just pretend. Let everyone see that we're actually working hard too. Chen Song's scalp went numb. Don't you see the traitor, little Lick Qin, listening patiently? He's a spy sent by Dean Qin, you. You're actually so unscrupulous? After the meeting ended, Li Baoshan quickly called out to Chen Song and gave him a knowing look. Xiao Chen, come here. I have something to tell you. This, about the charity fund, don't take it too seriously. Just post it on your WeChat moments and let Lao Qin see it. Prepare for your competition. Chen Song almost laughed out loud. Wasn't this too fake? After saying that, Li Baoshan vented his anger and felt refreshed. He got up and left. He also forgot about the department's losses. After all, so be it. The hospital would cover the losses anyway. The head nurse looked at Chen Song and said, Director Chen, put on a show. I'll get the nurse to make a sign for you and put it at the door. That. Xiaoyan, take a few photos and send them to the publicity department. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. No problem. I'm familiar with this. Xiao Chen, I'll find the WeChat post from 3 years ago and you can post it on your WeChat moments. Put on a show. Yes. It's best to write a few touching words to set the mood. What if it works? Tian Shanlan continued to advise. Zhang Shu suddenly said, oh right, remember to block your WeChat moments. Just let the hospital leaders see it. Lao Chen also said, Xiao Chen, you can separate the hospital leaders into groups and let them see it. Chen Song was about to cry from laughing. Is this how you people bully our Lao Qin? You're too cunning, right? After the crowd had dispersed, Qin Yu ran over to him. It's okay. I'll take care of it for you. I'll tell my dad how hard you've worked. It's okay. Then I'll symbolically donate a year's salary to threaten him. This matter will probably blow over. Chen Song was stunned. Dear, you're very familiar with this? Qin Yu sighed. The director let me use it once. It's quite useful. Chen Song was speechless. Chen Song swore that this was the first time he felt sorry for Lao Qin. All the complaints from before had disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of affection and heartache. Chen Song looked at Qin Yu and sighed, Lao Qin, oh Lao Qin, you've suffered all these years. Lao Qin, who was out of the clinic, suddenly sneezed and muttered. He looked at the students who were out of the clinic with him and said, everyone has caught a cold for the past 2 days. Wear a mask. The head nurse was very reliable. She found the WeChat message from 3 years ago, as well as the donation channel. It could be considered an official app. The nurse at the station was pleasantly surprised. Wow, there's money inside? Everyone was delighted. How much? The head nurse said excitedly, quite a lot. $3.28. Buy a few pieces of gauze. Xiaoyan, go get it. Chen Song was speechless. Did it have to be so shabby? After the head nurse edited it, she directly posted it on her WeChat moments. Director Chen, don't be too tired. Just forward my post. Chen Song nodded. He didn't think too much about it and forwarded it. He thought that the effect would not be obvious. He would go back tonight and think about it carefully. He would come up with a good idea. Not long after, the 120 emergency center called. Chen Song set off with his team. In the morning, Xiao Tianhua finished a company meeting and listened to everyone's reports. Marketing manager, Director Xiao, the price of pork has increased again. What do you think? Sales manager, oh right, the distributors in the neighboring provinces of Behe Province, Nanhe Province, and Jinshan Province have called to urge us to deliver more cooked meat at the end of the year. They want us to send more. After the meeting, Xiao Tianhua returned to her office. She felt a little uneasy. Could it be that she had been earning money too quickly recently? Xiao Tianhua's office had some decorative mirrors recently. In the past, she did not like mirrors, but now it was different. Looking at the mirror was much more efficient. She sighed and started scrolling through her cell phone. Immediately, she saw Chen Song's post on WeChat moments and the impassioned words. Xiao Tianhua suddenly had an idea. That's right, do charity. It was better than giving money to that old Taoist priest. Sigh, thinking of this, Xiao Tianhua sighed. This little Chen was really a blessing to him. Whatever she was worried about, he would solve it for her. He was a good person. Thinking of this, she quickly picked up the phone and dialed the finance department. Donate 500,000 yuan to this account. This is a charity fund. Also, secretary, help me arrange it, go to the second provincial hospital tomorrow and contact the reporters? No need, no need. Why contact the reporters? We're doing charity. We're really helping the people, there's no need to hype it up. Yes, the second provincial hospital's charity fund for the critically ill. Yes, we'll go tomorrow morning, our company has to learn how to do charity. We'll do some good deeds and help those who need help as much as we can. Oh right, get a good, expensive, and beautiful banner. For Dr. Chen. Eh? No, it's Director Chen. Chen Song, Director Chen. Xiao Tianhua keenly realized that Chen Song was already the director. That was a good thing. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianhua picked up the phone and continued, prepare another 500,000 yuan and send it to him tomorrow. It wasn't just Xiao Tianhua. After Zhang Aisheng's face recovered in the past few days, her entire temperament had changed. She became more confident than before, she was more charming than before. Sometimes, it had to be said that a woman's face was really the source of confidence. In the past few days, the second largest shareholder of the Jing Group, Zhang Aisheng, had officially returned to the company as a director. She began to interfere in the company's business once again. Director Zhang of Fengyun Dongyang had returned. Seeing his wife like this, Zheng Wutan, as the husband, was extremely excited. His gratitude to Chen Song was beyond words. In the morning, the two of them sat down in the office. Zheng Wutan couldn't help but smile and say, "Honey, there's a charity cocktail party in the capital next week. Do you want to come with me?" Zhang Aisheng nodded. Okay, accompany me to make a few sets of gowns first. I can't wear them in the past. I have to pay attention to maintaining my figure. At this moment, Zhang Aisheng picked up her phone and casually glanced at her WeChat moments. Suddenly, a post attracted her attention. She quickly said, "Hubby, what charity cocktail party are you attending? Isn't there a place where we need to express our charity now? And it's real." As she spoke, she opened the message and handed it to Zheng Wutan. Zheng Wutan took it and was stunned. The hospital? Good idea. But, it's not reliable. Many hospitals nowadays have fake information, and some private companies are making money. Zhang Aisheng shook her head. This was sent by Chen Song. He's now the deputy director of the emergency department of the second provincial hospital. The department often encounters some critically ill patients. They can't afford to see patients and many of them don't have the money to go to hospital. I think we're from Dongyang, so we should make some contributions to Dongyang. When Zheng Wutan heard this, he immediately picked up his phone and looked at it. Xiaochen sent it? That's reliable. How about this? Let's go to the second provincial hospital tomorrow and do something about this. We must support Xiaochen's things. At this point, Zhang Aisheng nodded. She picked up the phone. Inform the finance department to donate 1 million in cash to this account. Tomorrow, our Jing Group will officially go to the second provincial hospital to make a targeted donation. At this moment, in the doctor's office, the head nurse was chatting with the head nurse of the second provincial hospital. Sister Tian, how much did your department lose? That's right. We saw that you've started to forward your WeChat moments to raise funds again, this charity fund for critical patients. To be honest, it's really useless. I've tried so many times, but I've never seen any success. That's not necessarily true. Sister Tian is about to become the head nurse of the emergency department. She might have a lot of connections. Tian Xianlan looked at the head nurse's ridicule and ridicule. She was really helpless. After all, this was not a rare thing. It was really common. Helpless, at this moment, Tian Xianlan suddenly heard a notification sound. Ding. Received 500,000 donation. The head nurse was dumbfounded. What was going on? Someone donated. Tian Xianlan said with her eyes wide open. She quickly opened the donation channel. When she saw the message, her eyes widened. Her mouth was so wide open that a fist could fit in it. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? It had never been more than this in all these years, right? Wasn't this too magical? Who was it? At this moment, Zhang Shu happened to pass by. When she saw the head nurse like this, she could not help but laugh. Head nurse, how much? Look at how excited you are. 20 or 30? The head nurse said shakily, 550. Hearing the head nurse's words, the surrounding people could not help but laugh. 50 yuan to be so excited. Xianxia rolled her eyes. Why are you so excited about 50 yuan? I thought it was 5,000. Tian Shanlan shook her head. No. Aya, it's not 50 yuan, it's 500,000. 500,000. All of a sudden, the office fell silent, not a single person said anything. 500,000, was the head nurse crazy? The surrounding nurses and doctors immediately stood up and surrounded her. They asked, how much? How much? Tian Shanlan gulped. 500,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 zeros. I didn't see wrongly. It's 500,000 yuan. Oh my god. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who donated it? Who did it come from? Tian Shanlan looked at the source of the message. It's from Director Chen Song's donation channel. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, the notification sounded again. Tian Shanlan stood up with a whoosh. Her hands were trembling, and her phone almost fell to the ground. When Xianxia saw this, she quickly asked, what's wrong now? Someone donated again? How much? Tian Shanlan's eyes widened and she said in disbelief, 1 million. When she said that, everyone fell silent. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. P.S. Congratulations for raising 109 TUI at noon, thank you for your enthusiastic support. I realized that when everyone read this book, not only did they shed tears, but they also wasted TUI. It's delivered at 6 o'clock. The entire office was silent, everyone was stunned by Tian Shanlan's words. It was 1,000,000 yuan, not 100 yuan or Zimbabwe dollars. Last year, the entire department had lost more than 3 million yuan. Now, it was 1.5 million yuan. It was terrifying. Xianxia asked weakly, head nurse. Whose channel is this? Is it also Chen? Director Chen's? Xianxia wanted to call him Chen Song, but for the sake of the 1.5 million yuan, she decided to call him Director Chen. As Xianxia spoke, the surrounding people all turned to look at the head nurse with curiosity. Tian Shanlan looked at the introduction of the remittance and swallowed hard. She tried to calm herself down. Yes. Yes, it's also from Director Chen's fundraising channel. The donor is the Zhang's group. As soon as she said that, everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air. It was not because of anything else, but because the Zhang's group was too familiar. It was no exaggeration to say that about half of the people present lived in the residential area of the Zhang's group real estate company. As the richest man in Dongyang, the Zhang's group actually knew Chen Song. They even donated 1,000,000 yuan through Chen Song's fundraising channel without a word. Wasn't that too generous? Could it be that Chen Song had a deep relationship with the Zhang's group? Thinking of this, everyone fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Chong Lina said, I've already guessed it. Do you think? Director Chen is the son of a hidden family hidden in our emergency department? Xianxia rolled her eyes. What's his motive? To be a temporary worker? What are you thinking about all day long? Chong Lina heard this and said, Sister Zhang, listen to me. Think about it, a random fundraising channel donated 1,000,000 yuan. Is that a small relationship? No one's money grows on trees, right? So, Director Chen's identity and background have yet to be verified. As for the motive, Chong Lina laughed. It must be because of our department's flower. Qinyu. You don't know, right? I saw Qinyu and Chen Song holding hands and going out together. Lele and the others saw it too. And I also know a big secret. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. Chong Lina said mysteriously, do you know who owns the Porsche Panamera in our hospital? An 88888 license plate. Is that something an ordinary person can have? Everyone was curious. This car was really strange. Every day, it would park there and would not leave even after work. For this reason, the nurses and a large number of single young women in the second provincial hospital had been waiting for a long time, but no one had driven. Everyone could not help but feel a little discouraged. They thought that a rich second-generation heir had come to the hospital. Chong Lina whispered, actually, this is our Director Chen's car. As soon as these words were spoken, the snakes moved out. Hiss. Hiss. Really? At this time, Tian Shenlan interrupted everyone and said, I also saw the information of the first 500,000 donation. Do you know who it is? Everyone shook their heads. Isn't that obvious? How could he know? Tian Shenlan said mysteriously, it's our Dongyang province's celebrity entrepreneur, Xiao Tianhua's Tianhua Food Company. Lei was very familiar with this name. Pork King? Sister Xiao. F*CK, Sister Xiao is too righteous. I'll buy 2 more pork knuckles after work today. Everyone rolled their eyes. With 1.5 million in hand, Tian Shenlan also realized the seriousness of the situation. She quickly said to Xiaoyan, hurry up and find the director. Tell him that something big has happened and ask him to come quickly. Indeed, things had reached this point. It was no longer a joke. Back then, there was another 200,000 charity funds. The entire nurse station even set up an inspection team with great fanfare. Now, it was already 1.5 million. What should they do? They had to set up a committee. Thinking of this, Tian Shenlan could not wait for Xiaoyan to look for him. She picked up the phone and dialed Director Li's number. Director Li, there's a donation. There's a lot of donations. Li Baoshan was stunned. Head nurse Tian, calm down. How old are you? How much? Tian Shenlan said excitedly, 1.5 million. Li Baoshan trembled. How much? 1.5 million? Tian Shenlan said decisively, yes, definitely. Li Baoshan put down the surgical gown he had just put on and said to Zhang Youfu, Old Zhang, I have something important to do. You cut this large intestine. Zhang Youfu was stunned. Do you think it smells? Li Haitan, you're always like this. Li Baoshan did not care and stood up immediately. The emergency department was going to be rich. Finally, there was a financial backer. How many people could be saved with 1.5 million? Li Baoshan was extremely excited at the thought of this. Hence, he took 3 steps, 2 steps at a time. He wished he could walk on water. At this moment, the phone rang. It was Tian Shenlan. She had just picked up the phone. Director. It went up. It went up again. 2 million. Li Baoshan was even more excited. He walked even faster. 1 minute later. The director is an idiot. The director is an idiot. Li Baoshan said, hold on, head nurse. Tian Shenlan nodded. Yes. I promise to complete the mission. Li Baoshan suddenly slowed down. He felt that if he walked slower, there might be more money. At this moment, in the emergency department office, a group of people were screaming like ghosts. It went up, it went up. 250. There's still 255. There's still 300. Li Baoshan rushed back to the emergency department. Head nurse, give me a nitroglycerin tablet. Li Baoshan put the tablet under his tongue and said, tell me, how much is it now? Tian Shenlan said, 300. It's over 3 million. Li Baoshan felt his heart contract. Good. The first word of praise was for himself, because he had swallowed a piece of nitroglycerin because of his wisdom. Good. The second shout was for the donation. 3 million. Awesome. Who donated it? Li Baoshan calmed himself down. Happiness really came too suddenly. Li Baoshan had been in the emergency department for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Tian Shenlan hurriedly said, Chen Song. It's all from Director Chen's donation channel. Look, Tianhua Food Company donated 500,000, Zhang's Group donated 1,000,000, Yongliang Supermarket donated 500,000, and Zhang Dalong's transportation team donated 300,000, and someone called Old Lady Landlord donated 300,000. Li Baoshan took a deep breath. This Xiaochen was really his lucky star. In just a few hours, he had donated 3 million. Wasn't that too impressive? At this moment, Chen Song's rescue team returned. After returning to the office, everyone stared at Chen Song. Li Baoshan looked at Chen Song and said excitedly, Xiao Chen. On behalf of the department, I thank you. End of chapter 689. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.